Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 271, Risebife's Mission. The hearts of fools are usually quite broad, and people like Risebife, who has a broad chest, naturally have broader hearts. Seeing that Shinji was truly unharmed and didn't seem to mind, she immediately let go of her concerns. Ah, you, the heretic whose name I don't know, you're a good person. What does all this have to do with each other? First, a heretic, then a good person. Where is the logic in all of this? Wait a minute, a good person. Did I stumble into a fantasy world? Or did I encounter a tomboy, a muscle-headed fool? Just the thought of this made Shinji feel uneasy. On the other side, Risebife continued speaking familiarly. Hey, that good heretic, the one who blocked the holy nail, what was that? It seemed to be a shield too, not inferior to the holy shield. Is it mystic code? Or some kind of conceptual equipment? Hey, are you listening? Yeah, I'm listening, even though Shinji wanted to pretend he couldn't hear. Can I take another look at that shield? As MT and a top-level one at that, Risebife was very interested in various shields. However, shields as conceptual weapons were extremely rare in the Type Moon world, and up until now, Risebife had never seen a shield that could rival the holy shield. Although Athena's shield had been a fleeting sight, it gave Risebife a completely different feeling. Perhaps, this time, her holy shield had met its match. Of course, Shinji couldn't agree. After all, a noble phantasm wasn't a real object, and using it too frequently could easily raise suspicions. The emergency handling earlier was a last resort, and now that the crisis was over, Shinji naturally didn't want to stir up trouble. Just as he was about to refuse, a white light suddenly appeared at the edge of his vision. It wasn't a mysterious radiance, but rather the light of technology, a beam of light emitted by a flashlight. It was a patrolling security guard. Rien Girls Academy had a strict security system, and since Shinji and Risebife hadn't set up any bounded field in advance, such intense collisions would easily alert the security personnel. Oh, someone's coming. Risebife also noticed the anomaly. Don't talk, I'll take you away, Shinji said, grabbing Risebife's holy shield, and preparing to soar into the sky with her. However, as soon as Risebife's body left the ground, she fell back down, almost causing Shinji to crash to the ground as well. Struggling to maintain their levitation, Shinji lowered his voice and asked, "How much do you weigh?" "Less than 80 kilograms. What's the matter?" Age and weight were secrets for women, but Risebife didn't hesitate to reveal it. The specific height of Lisbeth was not provided in the setting, so it's temporarily estimated at 180 centimeters based on visual observation. But this was not the secret Shinji wanted to know. He wanted to ask, what about your equipment? Oh, about 500 kilograms. Why? No wonder the feathered shoes almost couldn't carry you. Is your armor filled with mercury? Considering that it wasn't the time for sarcasm, Shinji didn't say much and just cautioned, hold on tight, we're about to take off. Understood. The wings of the feathered shoes expanded to their maximum, carrying the two of them into the air. Just as they left the spot, the beam of light from the flashlight swept through, and they could faintly hear the tense voices of the security personnel. Who's there? Who is it? Hey, look on the ground. This is. What on earth happened? The security personnel seemed to have noticed the devastated state of the sports field, but as ordinary people, they could never imagine that these traces were left behind by two humans. On the other side, struggling to maintain maximum output from the feathered shoes, Shinji flew unsteadily and landed in a small grove near Rien Girls Academy. Phew, we're safe here. Shinji wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long sigh. That was exhausting. Just such a short distance and you flew so clumsily. You really should practice your flying magecraft, Risebife complained, igniting Shinji's anger. Whose fault do you think it is? If you weren't wearing such heavy equipment, do you think I would have flown so poorly? 500 kilograms. Go ask the people from your church if they can fly with that weight. Is it my fault? Risebife felt a bit embarrassed. Then whose fault is it? Shinji retorted irritably. I'm sorry, Risebife, straightforward as always, apologized without hesitation when necessary. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Shinji waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. By the way, I asked you earlier, why did the captain of the Vestal Shield Knights come to Japan? Are there powerful vampires here, or some other difficult heretics? If it's classified information, you don't have to tell me. Consider it as if I didn't ask. It's not classified, Risebife shook her head. I was appointed here as the headmistress of this academy by Cardinal Jessebarn. It was my assignment. You. Headmistress of the academy. Shinji felt like he had heard a massive joke. Leaving aside the fact that Risebife, with her high combat abilities, being assigned to a civilian role was a tremendous waste of resources, her single-minded personality was also unsuited for leading a prestigious noble girls' academy. If it weren't for Shinji's ears malfunctioning or the cardinal going insane, there must be a deeper meaning behind this arrangement. Although Risebife didn't understand what Shinji was thinking, she could sense the doubt in his words. I know I'm not suitable to be the headmistress, nor do I have any similar experience. Cardinal Jessebarn brought me here merely as a figurehead, not responsible for administrative tasks. He wants me to spend some time here and change my personality. With this explanation, Shinji could somewhat understand. Risebife was destined to become a high-ranking member of the church, and her current personality was indeed unsuitable. The cardinal must have sent her to the Rien Girls' Academy, a place specialized in cultivating refined ladies, as a good choice for her development. However, Shinji still doubted in his mind. Is it not a waste to leave a knight commander like you here? He asked. Wherever I'm needed, I will go. Besides, my mission in Japan is not just about learning, Risebife replied. What else is there? I can't disclose the specifics, but I can tell you it's an internal affair of our church and won't have any impact on Japan. An internal affair? What kind of internal affair could it be? Personnel changes, structural adjustments. No, the likelihood of Risebife being involved in those matters was low. The tasks involving her were most likely related to combat. Training recruits, providing protection, or eliminating traitorous people. The first two options were acceptable, but if it was the latter, then things would be interesting. With these thoughts in mind, a faint smile crept upon Shinji's lips, hidden beneath his cloak, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, The Price of Becoming Stronger. Traitors are despised by any organization and are seen as a nuisance that needs to be dealt with swiftly. No organization would ignore a traitor, not only for the sake of revenge but also to assert the organization's authority. The Holy Church is no exception. In fact, as a religious authority, they have always been the most relentless in dealing with traitors. Typically, such matters are handled by operatives, utilizing high-caliber forces like Risebife. This traitor must be formidable. Should I try to get involved and see if there's anything to gain? The church's rebels could potentially be a weapon against the Mage Association. Given Shinji's relationship with El Meloy and Barthomeloy, there might be some room for manipulation. However, the church is not to be trifled with. In some ways, they are even more ruthless than the Mage Association. Caution is necessary. After careful consideration, Shinji decided to observe for now. After all, he wasn't sure about the nature of Risebife's mission or how many forces the church had deployed. Rushing in could lead to more losses than gains. He would have Fujino keep an eye on the new headmistress. If she discovers anything, that would be ideal. If not, there wouldn't be much of a loss. Oh, and he should ask Tuko as well, to see if she has any clues. Having asked most of the questions he wanted to, Shinji didn't plan to waste any more time with Risebife, whom he barely knew. He addressed the unfamiliar Holy Shield Knight, saying, I'm leaving. Wait, let me see that shield before you go. Risebife still had her eyes on Athena's shield, but little did she know that the more she insisted, the faster Shinji would run. By now, Shinji had flown out of her reach. Let me remind you, new headmistress, of one thing: the incident involving Hideo Hayama has already been leaked to the police. If you don't want it to affect the reputation of Rien Girls' Academy, gather the school's higher-ups immediately for an emergency PR. If you don't understand, ask the chairman. The world of ordinary people is also quite complex. Learn well, Miss Risebife. Well then, until we meet again if fate allows. Shinji's body soared higher and higher, disappearing into the vast night sky. Risebife stood alone in the place, muttering to herself, affect the reputation of the academy. Emergency PR. It seemed that the new headmistress had much to learn. Shinji was no longer a child, not in terms of his physical age, but in terms of his mentality. He saw things with a longer-term perspective and had more consideration than girls like Fujino and Azaka. Azaka, the hero of justice by collecting evidence against Hideo Hayama and handing him over to the police for punishment. Considering her age, she was already quite remarkable. However, Shinji believed that Azaka's approach had some flaws. The potential retaliation from Hayama was a minor issue. The real problem was the damage to Rien Girls' Academy's reputation. Japan had a freer media that dared to report anything. Following Azaka's plan of having Daisuke Akemi enter the school and arrest people directly, it wouldn't take long for Hayama's case to be exposed. If some unscrupulous media intentionally guided public opinion in a negative direction for the sake of their performance, the image that Rien Girls' Academy had maintained for a long time would be tarnished. If Rien Girls' Academy were the kind of place that pretended to be noble on the surface while harboring dirty secrets in private, then there wouldn't be much to say about such an approach. But Rien Girls' Academy had excellent teaching quality and a good campus atmosphere. It would be too much to let this one troublemaker ruin the entire academy. Moreover, distorting the image of Rian Girls' Academy would be harmful to other students as well. The stark contrast between virtuous young ladies and open-minded girls engaged in compensated dating would undoubtedly lead to various discussions. Shinji didn't want his sister and Fujino to be labeled in such a way. Therefore, given the predetermined outcome of Hayama's situation, it was the best choice to inform the school authorities in advance and give them enough time for crisis management. Initially, Shinji planned to go straight to the chairman after crucifying Hayama. Now, he would do the same and inform the newly appointed headmistress, Risebife. Once all of this was done, the case involving Hideo Hayama and the controversial issues around compensated dating at Rian Girls' Academy would finally come to an end. Busy all night, got into a fight, feeling a bit tired now. I'll go home and sleep. Shinji stretched lazily in midair, but as soon as his body relaxed, he suddenly felt an unprecedented, excruciating pain. The intense pain originated from his left hand and spread throughout his body in an instant. The pain was so intense, as if 10,000 ants were running rampant inside his body, and as if countless searing hot irons were mercilessly scorching his skin. Such torture could only be compared to the training that Scathatch would subject his entire body to. But that was done under prepared circumstances. Now, suddenly attacked, Shinji nearly fell into unconsciousness, unable to even maintain the feathered shoes on his feet. With the last ounce of his willpower, Shinji managed to keep the feathered shoes on his feet intact. He barely cushioned his fall a few times before finally landing on the ground in a dog gnawing on mud position. Shinji had long been too preoccupied with the excruciating pain emanating from within his body to pay any attention to the slight pain on his face caused by hitting the ground. Compared to the torturous pain from within his body, the pain on his face was insignificant. During the descent, Shinji had already deduced the source of the pain, the Saraira reinforcement. The golden body state he entered during the battle with Risebife was temporary. In the golden body state, Shinji's physical abilities would be greatly enhanced. Once the state ended, not only would his body revert to its original state, but it would also suffer a backlash from excessive use, along with a rejection reaction. It seems that becoming stronger does come at a price. Although he was lying motionless on the ground, Shinji didn't harbor much discontent in his heart. Scathatch had already told him that everything came with a price. Compared to what he gained, Shinji's sacrifices were relatively light. He just didn't know how long it would take for his ability to move again to be restored, hoping that no one would see him in this state. Then, Shinji heard hurried footsteps. Damn, why do bad things work and good things don't? Just as he had this thought, he heard an incredibly familiar voice, "Brother." It was the unique and irreplaceable voice of his little sister. "Brother, are you okay? Don't scare me." The footsteps quickly approached, and a pair of tender hands turned Shinji's body over. Only at this moment did Shinji see his sister's face and those slightly red and purple eyes. "Sakura, why are you here?" Tortured by pain, Shinji hardly had the strength to speak. But seeing his sister, feeling her presence, Shinji seemed to be infused with a whole new vitality. As an older brother, he should protect his little sister. As an older brother, he couldn't let his sister see his weakness. That had always been Shinji's determination. P.S. It's okay you're not getting bald. Chapter 273, Sakura's Magic. Although the place where Shinji collapsed was not far from the primary division of Rian Girls' Academy, it was currently early morning, so it was naturally impossible for Sakura to pass by coincidentally. She had specifically come to find Shinji. The battle between Shinji and Risebife had not only attracted security personnel, but the magical fluctuations emitted by the two also caused varying degrees of sensitivity in nearby individuals with magic circuits. Especially the collision between the Holy Nail and Athena's shield, the impact extended beyond a 5-kilometer radius. It was this strike that woke Sakura from her deep sleep. As someone closest to Shinji and a magus with magical aptitude that could rank among the top 100 in the modern era, Sakura not only accurately identified the nature of the magical power but also sensed Shinji's presence within it. Her brother was in a fight with someone, and he had used a noble phantasm. There must be a formidable enemy. Making this judgment, Sakura immediately got out of bed, quickly put on her clothes, and sneaked out of the dormitory. Members of the Matou family were marked with rune symbols, allowing their location to be determined through special detection magecraft. While unfolding her detection magecraft, Sakura hurried towards the high school division, following the direction of the spreading magical power. Sakura initially thought it would take some time before she could pinpoint Shinji's location, but unexpectedly, shortly after she climbed over the wall surrounding the primary division, her detection received feedback. Following the guidance of the magecraft, Sakura entered the roadside landscape forest and quickly found the person who was crucial to her. Seeing her brother lying motionless on the ground, Sakura's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She forgot even her mentor's teachings of never let your guard down at any time, and ran straight over to check on her brother's condition. Fortunately, her brother didn't have any obvious external injuries, hadn't lost consciousness, and could still speak. He even asked her how she had come. Hearing Shinji's noticeably weak voice and seeing his expression that pretended to be strong despite his obvious weakness, Sakura couldn't help but burst into tears. Why are you crying? Sakura's tears fell onto Shinji's forehead, causing him a moment of heartache. Don't cry, you won't look beautiful if you cry. Unexpectedly, Sakura's tears flowed even more profusely after he said that. Shinji made an effort to raise his right hand to wipe away his sister's tears, but unfortunately, his body had already reached its limit. As soon as his hand lifted, it lost its strength and fell back to the ground. Brother! Sakura exclaimed in alarm, frantically drawing healing runes. No, I'm not injured. The healing runes won't work. Well, what should we do then? Sakura became even more anxious. We don't need to do anything. Let my body recover naturally. I was fighting someone earlier and accidentally used the power of the relic. This is the price. Shinji forced out a smile, but with his current physical condition, as soon as a muscle on his face moved, beads of sweat would appear on his forehead. Sakura quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped Shinji's face. Brother, are you in a lot of pain? It's nothing. Compared to the training with Shursho, this is nothing. Shinji was still trying to hold on. Brother, endure it a little bit longer. Sakura carefully adjusted her sitting position and gently placed Shinji's head on her lap. She tried to help him relax his entire body as much as possible while softly murmuring. It doesn't hurt, not at all, the pain has all flown away. This whimsical phrase almost made Shinji laugh, while also touching him. When Sakura was not yet 6 years old and receiving scat hack as teachings, she often couldn't bear the harsh training exercises and would cry. Whenever she cried, Shinji would use his self-created special magic to heal her, and the incantation of the magic was, the pain has all flown away. The so-called magic had no substantial effect, it was just to comfort his crying sister. But strangely enough, the supposedly useless incantation was now actually having an effect. That torturous pain was gradually dissipating with Sakura's words. This was undoubtedly a miracle. In the world of magic, magic was synonymous with miracles, and Sakura's incantation triggered a miracle. So, Shinji believed it was magic, a magic called familial love. After repeating the incantation a few times, Sakura asked, Brother, are you feeling better? Yeah, much better. This magic is indeed effective. Shinji's voice sounded relieved. Then I'll say it a few more times. Sakura sniffled and forced back the tears that welled up again. Back then, she didn't know the truth about magic, but now, how could she not know? However, besides these words, she couldn't think of anything else to do. I'm still so useless. Truly, so useless. The joy of mastering the high-level magecraft Shadow Apostle and the small satisfaction of defeating Alba together with Fujino, all vanished in this moment. Not enough, still far from enough. Dad, brother, I can't be of any help to either side. If only I could be as strong as Shursho, if only I could be as intelligent as Sister Tuko, if only I could be as useful as Miss Justice. I have to work even harder. I have to be more dedicated. To no longer be so useless, to be able to help my brother, to not be left far behind by him. Sister Tuko said she could transplant that stalker magic crest onto me, to make me stronger. It's just that my brother was afraid I couldn't handle it, so he tested it on himself first, that's probably why he's in his current state. But it's okay, I can handle it. Because I'm like my brother, both disciples of Scathatch, both members of the Matou family. More importantly, I'm Shinji Matou's sister. I will succeed. In Sakura's undeveloped chest, in her small heart, her determination to become stronger burned like never before. The aura released in that instant made Shinji feel unfamiliar. Sakura. What's wrong? It's nothing. I was just thinking about who brother's opponent is. Subconsciously, Sakura chose to conceal the truth. If she told her brother what was happening, he would try to stop her. So, I'm sorry, brother. Well, it's the new headmaster of your school, a member of the Holy Church. I was at fault this time, so don't hold it against her. After thinking for a moment, Shinji added, be more careful in the future, and don't let her suspect your identity as a magus. I'll have Fujino keep an eye on her, so you don't have to worry for now. Okay, brother. Sakura nodded in agreement. Is there anything else I can do for you, brother? In that case, how about singing a song? I haven't heard you sing in a long time. Sure, what song would you like to hear, brother? Sing, Where the Stars Are. I suddenly feel like listening to that. Sakura cleared her throat and softly began to sing. Shinji closed his eyes, allowing the sound of her voice to wash over him. Your figure, like a shimmering starry sky, gradually blends into the morning light. Without your presence, my longing grows stronger. Whether I'm strong or weak, may this heart forever intertwine with yours. As long as I have you by my side, I fear not what kind of sky tomorrow brings. Just as the song depicted, as long as he had the companionship of his family, Shinji would not fear the skies of tomorrow. Under the starry sky, where the heart resides. Chapter 274, Oblivion Recorder, Good Ending. The biggest difference between a religious school and other schools is that the former includes more religious rituals. As a traditional Catholic school, Grinned Girls' Academy is no exception. Every morning at 6 o'clock, the chapel of the academy holds a mass to express gratitude to God. Since not all students are believers, attendance is not mandatory. Those who are willing to attend are welcome, while those who don't want to can choose not to come. Most students choose to attend Mass 1 or 2 days a week, while only devout believers attend every day. Kaori Tachibana is such a believer. Since the day she entered Grinned Girls' Academy, she has never missed a Mass unless she was sick or had special circumstances. This time, she was hidden by her classmates Azaka Kakuto and Asakami Fujino, so she couldn't attend the daily Mass. Instead, she prayed to God in her dormitory and preached the doctrine to her friends as a way to express her apology. Influenced by her, Shizun Seo, who initially didn't believe in God, also started moving towards becoming a believer. Attending Mass twice a week became the best proof of her transformation. Today was the day Kaori Tachibana had chosen to attend Mass. Before dawn, accustomed to waking up early, Kaori pulled Seo out of bed and urged her to prepare early, then went to the chapel to wait. For believers, being late for Mass is the greatest disrespect to God. So, with her messy hair, Seo rubbed her sleepy eyes and listened to her temporary roommate's nagging. She brushed her teeth and washed her face while still half asleep and finally left her room. The winter morning was unusually cold. As the cold wind blew outside the dormitory, Seo suddenly felt much more awake. She greeted the nun who managed the dormitory and set off on her way to the chapel. The scenery along the way was already familiar: bare tree branches, withered greenery, and the plain and somewhat monotonous buildings. What a boring place. I admire Kaori for staying in a place like this for 10 years. If it weren't for what happened, she probably wouldn't have changed at all. Numbly staring at the unchanged surroundings, Seo's thoughts wandered. Speaking of which, Hayama-sensei will be caught today, and I wonder if Fujino's little boyfriend succeeded yesterday. Just then, unfamiliar scenes flashed before her eyes. Compared to the real scenery she saw just now, these scenes appeared somewhat blurry, like fleeting shadows, making it hard to distinguish whether they were real or illusions. This feeling was already familiar to Seo because it was her innate ability to see fragments of the future. Although this ability is not under her control, and the time gap between the future she sees and the present is not fixed, it can still be very useful at times. For example, seeing the future exam questions. / I want this ability. Or, for instance, now, in her vision of the future, she sees a scene like this. In front of the familiar main school building, 2 police cars are parked, and 2 uniformed police officers are escorting a poorly dressed criminal into one of the cars. The rotating red police lights on the rooftop illuminate the criminal's face, allowing Seo to recognize the identity of the criminal, Hideo Hayama, the scum who intended to harm Kaori Tachibana. In the instant when the fragment of the future passes before her eyes, a relaxed smile appears on the girl's face. It seems Azaka was successful. She's truly amazing. I wonder how much Makiya-san contributed to this. By the way, Fujino's boyfriend said he was going to confront Hayama-sensei. I wonder how he plans to do it. Muttering to herself, the girl recalls the scene she just saw, hoping to glean some clues from it. Soon, she finds what she's looking for. Hayama-sensei seems to have a missing patch of hair on his head, and his clothes are different. They look like pajamas. It must be the work of Fujino's boyfriend. But why is Hayama-sensei appearing at the main school building wearing pajamas? Lost in her thoughts along the way, she passes by the sports stadium, which has a sign hanging that reads, "Temporary construction, no entry," and climbs the familiar slope. She gradually senses that the environment has become somewhat noisy. What's going on? It shouldn't be this noisy at this time. Seo snaps out of her thoughts and realizes that she has already reached the classical clock tower not far from the chapel. There are about a dozen students gathered around the clock tower, and the commotion in the environment is caused by them. She listens carefully and hears them talking about something above the clock tower as if there is someone up there. The girl looks up, squinting her eyes, and indeed, she sees a vague figure. Although she can't make out the person's appearance, the clothes they are wearing are the same as what she saw in her future vision. Ha! Hayama-sensei. The girl almost exclaims in shock but manages to cover her mouth just in time. After taking a few more glances to confirm that she wasn't mistaken, the girl hurriedly left the clock tower and found a secluded spot to giggle. Fujino's little boyfriend is bold. He hung Hayama-sensei on the clock tower. I wish I had a man who would do that for me. While Seo was lost in her idle thoughts, a young woman in a black jacket arrived at the top of the clock tower. Hideo Hayama, who had already awakened but had his mouth covered and couldn't make a sound, displayed a disgusted expression upon seeing her. Then, the woman punched Hayama in the stomach, causing him to lose consciousness once again from the intense impact. The impact passed through Hayama's body and spread along the golden bell. The distant sound of the bell resonated throughout the morning campus. Having knocked out the scum, the woman skillfully traced a cross on her chest and whispered a prayer, "May the Lord forgive my sins." This scene, spanning a distance of nearly a kilometer, fell into the eyes of a girl with purple hair. The girl suppressed the radiance in her eyes and lowered her head thoughtfully. The new headmistress, Reisbeif Stridberg, is indeed remarkable. 1 hour later, 2 police cars drove out of the Mifune City Police Station, heading towards the outskirts where Rien Girls Academy was located. At the same time, certain well-informed journalists, like sharks smelling blood, began to stir restlessly. At 8:30 a.m., Hideo Hayama, who had lost consciousness twice, was arrested by Daisuke Akimi in the high school section's health room. Shortly after, the school's board chairman held a press conference, stating that the school's teacher, Hideo Hayama, was involved in a vicious case related to the mafia, and the specific details of the case were awaiting further investigation by the police. Soon, the news of Rien Girls Academy's teachers being involved in a heinous case swept through the entire Mifune city and quickly spread to other areas of Tokyo. Although there were some dissenting voices, the mainstream media's united voice quickly drowned out those voices that should have been the truth. At noon, Azaka returned to the school after being out for some reason. Along with Kaori, who had been missing for a week, they went to the chairman's office to discuss terms. In the afternoon, Kaori left Class 4, which was already decaying, and transferred to Class 1, where Azaka was. And thus, the storm at Rien Girls Academy came to a calm. The students attended their classes and focused on their studies. There would be no more old school building fires, no more incidents of the student council president causing murder and ferry-related incidents for the sake of revenge. And a certain unfortunate person listed in the sealed designation would not silently perish in this secluded academy. The story that was supposed to be called Oblivion Recorder ended before it even began. Perhaps doing so would make the story less exciting, but Shinji would prefer to see a story like this. At least this kind of ending is much better than a tragedy, isn't it? P.S. Shinji, good ending is good. PS2, Shiro, people die if they are killed. PS3, too bad. I want to see the student council president, Messiah Uji. Chapter 275, New Year. There's a saying, time waits for no one. No matter what happens, regardless of one's subjective desires, time continues to flow, gradually moving from 1998 to 1999, the start of the 20th century, the final year. In the past year, Shinji has experienced many things and encountered many people. There were good things and bad things, good people and bad people. All of these experiences have become his motivation, supporting his continuous growth. It can be said that without them, there would be no Shinji as he is now. In the new year, Shinji will continue to strive and do more. For Sakura, for Fujino, for Tuko, for Justice, for the Matou family, for every person he cherishes and every person who cherishes him, he will become stronger and gain more power. I am Shinji Matou, and I will protect everything I cherish. My resolve since coming here has not wavered, and it won't in the future. In Fuyuki City, in the Matou mansion, in his room, Shinji pulls open the curtains, welcoming the first ray of dawn in 1999. Shinji, are you awake? If you are, hurry up and change your clothes. We're about to leave, he heard the urging voice from outside the door. Because of their morning exercises, Shinji has always been the earliest riser in the family, while his father, Byakuya, is usually one of the last. However, the first day of the new year is an exception. Most traditional Japanese people start queuing up for their visit on the night of December 31st. However, since the Matou family is considered an outsider to Japanese customs, they are not so strict in adhering to the local traditions. They have decided to do Hatsu mode in the early morning of January 1st. This way, they can catch the first wave of visitors at midnight and avoid the second wave in the morning. On this day, the entire Matou family wakes up at 6 a.m., and as the head of the family, Byakuya wakes up even earlier to prepare for the most solemn shrine visit of the year. According to Japanese ceremonial attire, formal clothing is required for Hatsu mode. This formal attire is called a kimono, a complex traditional Japanese garment that is quite troublesome to wear. That's why the members of the Matou family wake up so early, spending half of their time on grooming and dressing up. During this period, Shinji pretends to be sleeping on purpose, trying to avoid wearing the kimono. Yes, Shinji doesn't want to wear a kimono. Admiring something is one thing, but he feels that a kimono looks good only when worn by a woman. Additionally, a suit aligns more with his style. They're here. Responding apathetically, Shinji opens his wardrobe and randomly selects a suit to change into before leaving his room. Father, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Seeing his son's attire, Byakuya sighs, another suit. Why don't you want to wear a kimono? You used to when you were younger. In Byakuya's memory, his son was no different from other children until the age of 6 when that incident occurred. Overall, the change was for the better, but there were stubborn attitudes in many trivial matters, just like now. Don't you get tired of saying the same thing every year? I just don't like it. Besides, our ancestors are from Europe, and no one will criticize this mixed blood face. At this moment, Shinji is extremely grateful that he reincarnated as Shinji Matou and not as a pure-blooded Japanese person. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have this excuse. Suit yourself, Byakuya says, full of helplessness. Ever since he turned 6, he couldn't control his son anymore. I'm sorry, Shinji lowers his eyelids. It's nothing serious, Byakuya waved his hand. Let's go downstairs. Sakura and Fujino are already waiting for you. In the living room of the Matou household, the other family members were already dressed up and ready. When Shinji walked down the stairs, Sakura and Fujino hurriedly approached him. Brother, Happy New Year. Shinji, Happy New Year. Shinji responded one by one. Sakura, Happy New Year. Fujino, Happy New Year. Mother, Happy New Year. Uncle, Happy New Year. The last 2 sentences were directed at his stepmother, Elsa, and his uncle, Kariya. Since it was their first shrine visit of the year, the whole family naturally gathered together. Shinji, Happy New Year, the 2 elders responded with a smile. Regardless of the country, exchanging New Year greetings is an essential etiquette, offering good wishes for the brand new year. After the greetings, Sakura couldn't wait and twirled in front of Shinji, asking as she spun, Brother, do you think my new outfit looks nice? Sakura was wearing a newly tailored kimono. The colors of the kimono matched her name, pink base adorned with white petals, resembling the fluttering cherry blossoms of spring, a sight that captivated the eyes. It looks beautiful, really beautiful, Shinji smiled and reached out his hand, instinctively wanting to ruffle Sakura's hair. However, this time Sakura didn't enjoy her brother's touch as she used to. Instead, she took a few steps back and pouted, Don't touch. It will mess up my hair. To match her Sakura-themed kimono, Sakura had tied up her long hair and adorned it with a cherry blossom hair accessory. The colors alternated between pink and purple blue, with the red being more vibrant and the purple more pure. Shinji awkwardly withdrew his hand and sheepishly rubbed his nose. Fujino noticed Shinji's awkwardness and walked over to where Sakura had originally stood, saying, I also changed into a new outfit, you know. I see, it suits you well, Shinji squinted his eyes, concealing a hint of unusual radiance. Fujino in front of him gave him a sudden heart-fluttering feeling. Fujino's kimono was a contrasting sky blue compared to Sakura's. It was slightly lighter than her hair color. The kimono had no excessive decorations, relying only on the varying shades of blue, which created a pleasing and delightful sensation. Even more exquisite was the natural layering effect between the color of the kimono and Fujino's long hair, making her already naturally beautiful appearance even more vibrant and captivating. The slight allure brought about by the swaying of the hair ends carried a charm that belonged solely to a young girl, inadvertently stirring Shinji's heart. Should one say, a girl in our family has come of age? Or should they say, the grooming is a great success? Although the person uttering these words may not be quite appropriate in age. P.S. Shinji, I want to grow up fast. P.S. 2, he can't use his lower body yet. Sad. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, Laughter. If we were to talk about the most famous shrine in Fuyuki City, it would undoubtedly be the Ryuta Temple located at the top of Mount Enzu. This temple, with its deep connection to the Holy Grail War, has a long history and is said to be even older than Fuyuki City itself. It holds a high position in the hearts of the locals. However, due to the unique nature of Japanese Buddhism, the temple is not usually bustling with activity. Instead, during major festivals, the number of people visiting the temple reaches a terrifying height. Even though Byakuya carefully calculated the timing and chose a relatively less crowded period between the 2 peaks, it was still relatively crowded. Compared to its usual quiet and deserted state, it was still considered bustling with people. Based on experience, Byakuya didn't drive the car directly to the temple's affiliated parking lot. Instead, they parked the car a little further away and walked along the foot of the mountain. Not far from the parking spot, there was a fork in the road that led to a nearby hill adjacent to the Ryuta Temple. There were a few scattered houses there, most of which were mountain villas owned by affluent individuals. One of the villas belonged to the Matou family, currently serving as Tuko Aozaki's workshop. At this moment, the owner of the workshop was standing at the intersection, waiting. Accompanying her was the last member of the Matou family, Justice von Einsburn. Happy New Year, Justice, Tuko. With the contract connection between him and Justice, Shinji was the first to notice their figures. He waved and greeted them, followed by exchanging New Year's greetings with the rest of the family. It was only at this moment that Shinji realized he wasn't the only one who stood out. I must say, Justice, you really wore a kimono. Justice was indeed wearing a kimono, but her kimono was incredibly plain. It was completely devoid of any patterns, just pure white, even whiter than her silver hair. What's wrong? Justice looked bewildered. I think it's quite suitable. What do you all think? I think it's fine, very beautiful, Fujino said. Yes, yes, Sakura nodded repeatedly. Just like the legendary Yukiana. 2 days ago, Fuyuki City experienced heavy snowfall, and there are no signs of the snow melting yet. In this icy world, a beautiful woman with silver hair dressed in a white kimono would easily be mistaken for a Yukiana, a snow woman. Shinji turned back and exchanged glances with the adults. That's the problem right there. If you show up like this tomorrow, even on the city news, I wouldn't find it strange. Although the Einsburn family has little connection with the outside world, this is still Fuyuki, the only place the Einsburns pay attention to. If they were discovered, it would be troublesome. You don't have to worry about that, Tuko lazily yawned. I took care of her outfit last night. Ordinary people won't notice Justice's presence. Just look around. The pedestrians around them were all looking at the whole family. The members of the Matou family were all good-looking, with none of them scoring below 80. Moreover, each person had a different style, making it seem like a cast from a popular drama. However, none of those onlookers' gazes fell upon Justice. Shinji pondered for a moment and uncertainly asked, "Is this the hide a tree in the forest?" "That's right," Tuko nodded. "By making minor manipulations to the environment, we can divert the attention of humans. The best way to hide a tree is to conceal it within a forest, and the best way to hide a Yukiana is to hide her in the snow." Tuko simply attached subtle suggestion magecraft to Justice's kimono, making passers-by mistake her for an unremarkable pile of snow. This grand magus, who was always striving for the highest level of magecraft, demonstrated through practical actions that the level of magic is not solely determined by its complexity. Even the simplest magecraft, when applied in the right place, can produce unexpected effects. Amazing, truly amazing. Shinji sighed in admiration. When it came to actual combat power, he might surpass Tuko, but when it came to the application of magecraft, he might never catch up to her in his lifetime. By the way, Tuko, you're not wearing a kimono either. Today, Tuko was dressed as usual, with a white shirt on top and dark trousers below, covered by a coat. However, today, instead of her usual orange coat, she had changed it to dark green, a symbol of the new year and a fresh start. Because her old habit acted up again, Justice blinked at Shinji. Tuko's old habit was that she couldn't wake up in the morning, and sometimes she would feel dizzy due to low blood sugar. The reason Justice didn't stay at the Matou mansion last night was to prevent Tuko from oversleeping. But even so, she didn't have enough time to wear a kimono and just put on some clothes haphazardly and came out. I really can't resist the temptation of the blanket. I'm sorry, Tuko said listlessly. Have you had breakfast? Shinji asked out of habit, not finding it strange. No, Tuko shook her head. Didn't have time. I knew it, Fujino, Sakura, Shinji snapped his fingers. The two girls handed over a tote bag each from the left and right. Sensei, here's milk and sandwiches. And coffee and cigarettes. Of course, these things were specially prepared by the three of them. Breakfast was Sakura's creation, coffee was brewed by Fujino and poured into a thermos, and before leaving home, Shinji specifically took a pack of cigarettes from his father and put it in Fujino's tote bag. With these, Tuko would quickly shake off her languid state and revive to full energy. Do you like it? Kimochi. Cough, cough. These two lines only existed in Shinji's imagination. In reality, Tuko didn't even say thank you. She just took the two tote bags and started replenishing her energy. After traveling together for such a long time, they were well aware of each other's habits. Just as Shinji and the others had prepared in advance, Tuko knew that they would have everything ready, which was why she had no reservations about her battle with the blanket for nearly an hour. Such understanding and thoughtful preparation naturally sparked some discontent among the elders. The lady of the house, Elsa, complained, I envy Miss Tuko. Why doesn't anyone treat me like that? It seems like my son and daughter have grown up and started rebelling. Her husband, Byakuya, chimed in, yes, yes, I miss the old Shinji and Sakura. Kariya sighed pretentiously, you kids, sigh. Sakura and Fujino were a bit embarrassed by being called out like that. Shinji couldn't let it slide and started to fight back, Mother, let's not talk about you for now. You indeed used to spoil us, but as for father and uncle, do you dare to speak? Should I expose your dark history? Go ahead, expose it. We have a dark history, but don't you have one too? Byakuya wasn't willing to back down either. Shall I go first? I found a manuscript in a hidden compartment in the library at home. The title of the manuscript is The Dark Swordsman. Ah. Don't mention that name, don't mention that name. Kariya seemed to have received a critical hit of 10,000 points. P.S. Tuko, hiding in the blanket, said, I'm already a useless orange. PS2, Ayoko was somewhat better during her teenage years, but it seems that she turned into a useless adult like Tuko after becoming an adult. Chapter 277, Tosaka and Matou. Amid banter and laughter, the family walked along the path at the foot of the mountain and ascended the approach to the shrine. Before long, they caught sight of the iconic gate of Ryuta Temple, which had withstood the test of time for hundreds of years and remained standing despite having experienced 4 Holy Grail wars. In a sense, it could be considered the oldest witness in Fuyuki City, even older than the city itself. Shinji stopped in his tracks and used his hand to brush away a patch of accumulated snow on one of the pillars of the gate, revealing a weathered stone column. There was a distinct mark on the column, diagonally spanning across its upper half. Although the mark had been worn down over time, it still appeared relatively new compared to the other fine scratches on the stone pillar. Extending his index and middle fingers, Shinji traced the mark from one end to the other, closing his eyes, and softly said, "Sensei, Happy New Year." This gate was the site of the final battle between the last 2 remaining servants in the Holy Grail War of Winter 1994, and the mark was left behind by Scathatch with her crimson spear during the fight. Every time he arrived here, Shinji would pause for a moment, reminiscing about the woman who had the greatest influence on his life and was the first woman in this world to make his heart flutter. After completing this ritual, he looked up at the junction between the pillar and the gate tower, where another distinct mark could be seen. It was caused by the pressure of the sword wielded by the other participant in the final battle. "I wish you a happy new year too, Saber, no, Artoria Pendragon." Just as Shinji was immersed in memories of the past, a clear voice came from above. "Ah, you're looking at the gate again, Shinji Matou." Looking up, he saw a girl with twin tails and wearing a red jacket standing on a higher step. With her hands on her hips and her chin held high, her turquoise eyes shone brightly amidst the icy surroundings. "Happy New Year, Rin." Shinji smiled and walked towards the girl who was the same age as him. She was Tosaka Rin, Sakura's older sister and one of the few people Shinji felt guilty towards. "Don't be so familiar. We're not close." Despite being on the same level as Shinji, Rin maintained her condescending attitude. Shinji wasn't upset. "You may not be familiar with me, but I'm familiar with you. After all, we both have a common sister." "Ah, how dare you say that?" Rin became angry whenever that topic was brought up, and her twin tails trembled in response. Sensing the tension, Sakura hurriedly ran between them. "Please don't argue, big brother and big sister. Sakura, stay out of this. It's between me and Shinji Matou." Rin huffed and bypassed her sister's obstruction. "That's why I'm saying, don't address me in such a way." Shinji shook his head helplessly. "Humph, as if I care." Rin turned her head, and her ponytail almost hit Shinji's face. "Rin, no disrespect allowed." Upon hearing the gentle voice, Rin's arrogant demeanor immediately deflated. Mom. The only one who could reign in the Tsundere daughter was the gentle mother, Tosaka Aoi, a flawless woman whom no one in the Matou family could find fault with. She was a rare example of a Yamato Nadeshiko in modern Japan. "Happy New Year, Aunt Aoi, and Uncle Tosaka." Shinji naturally bowed to Tosaka Aoi, who was supporting Tosaka Tokiomi, and being in a Western suit, he followed Western etiquette. Sakura also bowed in unison with Shinji. By now, she had become accustomed to using this unfamiliar form of address in front of outsiders. Seeing the siblings' humble and respectful behavior, Tokiomi and Aoi nodded in approval, once again confirming that their decision to send their daughter to the Matou family was not wrong. The Tosaka family, although studying Western magecraft, is a traditional Eastern family and adheres to all the appropriate etiquette and customs. In the past, they would have stayed at the Ryuta Temple until the New Year's bell rang. However, after the Fourth Holy Grail War, Tokiomi's body was heavily affected by the curse of the black mud and deteriorated significantly. He couldn't stay up late anymore, so they had to settle for an alternative. Of course, the reason they weren't wearing traditional Japanese clothing, kimono, was that the Tosaka family leaned more towards Western culture compared to the Matou family, even though they were authentic Japanese. Although Tokiomi's downfall was the result of his excessive obsession with the Holy Grail, and he brought it upon himself, Shinji's actions also played a part in exacerbating the situation. As for Tokiomi himself, Shinji didn't have much to say. Both of them were participants in the Holy Grail War, and the fact that Shinji didn't kill him already showed mercy on Sakura's behalf. However, when it came to gentle Aoi and innocent Rin, Shinji couldn't escape his guilty conscience. That's why he never gets angry regardless of Rin's tantrums or sharp tongue. After all, she was raised by Aoi, so how venomous could she be? He only faces them with a smile. Even now, he helped defend Rin, saying that she wasn't being rude but rather that he couldn't control himself and took advantage of the situation. However, Shinji didn't realize that the more he did this, the more Rin felt it was insincere, which made her angrier. With their parents present, she couldn't explode, so she had to bottle it up. Noticing this, Shinji patted his sister's shoulder, indicating for her to engage in conversation with her biological parents, while he quietly retreated to be with the Matou family. Korea also stepped back and stood in the snowy area outside the path, asking Tuko for a lighter and a cigarette before leaving. Korea didn't usually smoke, but only when he watched Aoi take care of Tokiomi attentively did he feel the urge to smoke. Even though it always made him cough, it was still better than watching the person he loved being affectionate with someone else. He had thought about forgetting Aoi and settling for someone else in his life. But in the end, he realized that the image of that young girl, deeply rooted in his heart since his youth, had not faded with time and experience. Instead, it was like an aging wine that became richer and more profound over time. Perhaps he could only watch over her like this in his lifetime. Even if Tosaka Tokiomi passed away, the chances of her choosing him were very slim. Seeing his younger brother coughing until his face turned red and tears streaming down, Byakuya also felt a twinge of sympathy. He turned to the two authoritative figures in the family and asked, "How long can Tosaka Tokiomi hold on?" "Not much time left," Justice revealed a hint of sorrow, saddened by the fate of another member of the three great families. "Yeah," Toko confirmed with a nod. "This year, he definitely won't see the sun of the new century." "I see," Byakuya narrowed his eyes, looking exactly like when Shinji suspected him of scheming something. "Dad," Shinji called out in a nonchalant tone. "What is it?" "I know what you're thinking. Some things are better left as thoughts. When you truly act on them, there's a possibility that it may backfire. Nobody knows a father better than his son, and nobody knows a son better than his father. Have you also thought about it?" "Yeah, but with a woman like Aunt Aoi, those methods won't work. I'll tell you something when we get back, and then you'll understand." "Well, that's unfortunate." Byakuya sighed unwillingly. Two prodigal sons of the Matou family. The older brother had turned around, and he hoped his younger brother could find his happiness too. Is there no solution at all? Not at the moment. Maybe when Rin and Sakura grow up a bit more, there might be a glimmer of hope. External forces can't influence a strong-willed woman like Aoi. Only her closest loved ones can have an impact on her. P.S. F for Korea. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, First Shrine Visit. Separated from the Tosaka family, the members of the Matou family finally arrived at Ryudo Temple. On ordinary days, most temples in Japan are not bustling with activity, except well-known temples like the Golden Pavilion, but during major festivals, it's a different scene altogether. This is a result of Japan's unique cultural traits and can be considered a local characteristic. Shinji felt that Japan was closer to the pure intent of Buddhist temples. Of course, Japanese Buddhism also has its peculiarities. For example, some sects don't require monks to shave their heads, some allow marriage, some don't prohibit meat eating, and so on. To Shinji, who sees the impurity in everything, this is not a bad thing but rather a great thing. Ryudo Temple is precisely the kind of temple that Shinji describes as quite impressive. Although it is a family temple, the abbots all come from the Ryudo family. Ryudo is not the name of the temple but rather the family name, which means that they can marry. However, the temple strictly adheres to rules and practices. Morning and evening prayers, sutra recitation, martial arts training, self-cultivation, and character refinement occupy most of the monks' time. As a result, Ryudo Temple enjoys high prestige in Fuyuki City, surpassing even the local shrines, and has become the preferred location for citizens' first shrine visits. Although they intentionally avoided the peak visiting hours, there was still a continuous stream of people coming to pay their respects. Due to its religious nature, the first shrine visit in Japan follows a specific procedure. Depending on the place visited, there are shrine visits and temple visits. Let's focus on the temple visit for now. The temple visit consists of several steps: making a wish in front of the Buddha, drawing a fortune slip, striking the temple bell, and obtaining an amulet for safety. Each step has its specific requirements. Taking the act of making a wish in front of the Buddha as an example, before making the wish, one must bow twice, clap their hands twice, silently state their wish, and then bow once more to express their sincerity. The ceremony itself is not overly complicated and doesn't evoke resistance from people. When families visit together, there is a subtle sense of solemnity. Honestly, Shinji quite likes this feeling. Leaving the main hall where the Buddha is enshrined, Sakura, the youngest of them, couldn't wait as she grabbed Shinji's hand and asked, brother, what did you wish for?" "I won't tell you," Shinji teased, building up suspense. "Come on, tell me," Sakura pouted and coquettishly shook Shinji's hand. "Fujino wants to know too, right?" Fujino nodded. "Then, let's hear yours first," Shinji countered. "Well, I'll go first," Sakura remained enthusiastic. "My wish is for Dad's health to improve and for you to have more time to spend with me." "I see." Shinji wasn't surprised by Sakura's wish, but the last part was something he couldn't promise. Both the Kennys and the brigade relied on his strength. "What about you, Fujino?" "Well, I hope that everyone's wishes in the family can come true." Fujino's idea of family extended beyond blood relations and included all the people who cared for and loved her. In comparison, Sakura felt that her wish had suddenly paled in comparison. Ah, Fujino is so cunning. Fujino's face revealed a mischievousness that was at odds with her usually calm demeanor. The family I mentioned includes you too, Sakura. I'll make a wish like that next year too, Sakura pouted, making a solemn vow. Now it's your turn, big brother. As for me, it's still a secret, Shinji smiled faintly. Why are you like this? We agreed that if we told you, you would tell us. Sakura's pout grew even higher. Did we agree? I don't remember, Shinji's expression was cunning. I only said you should tell me first, but I didn't say I would tell mine. Shinji. Even the usually gentle Fujino protested this time. Shinji looked at Sakura on his left and then at Fujino on his right before making a quick getaway. Don't run. The two girls waved their fists and chased after him. The ones chasing were determined, but the one running away wasn't running seriously. You see, the girls were wearing kimonos and wooden clogs, which severely restricted their movement. How could they possibly catch up to Shinji, who was wearing a suit? If he wanted to run, he would have disappeared long ago. He just wanted to playfully chase and frolic with his family, something he hadn't done in a long time. Byakuya, Elsa, and Korea watched the scene with amusement, chatting among themselves as they followed behind. Tuko lowered her head, not letting others see her emotions. Perhaps this was what true siblings were like, but she and Ayoko had never played like this, not even once. Justice hesitated for a moment but decided not to join. As a member of the Einsburn family, she hadn't experienced this kind of feeling yet. Maybe she could have Shinji play with her alone someday. As the beautiful Yuki Anna thought this, she childishly kicked away a pile of snow by the roadside. This scene caught the attention of a child nearby, holding a broom and wearing a Buddhist robe, who suddenly became cautious. The child with glasses folded their hands together and silently recited, "May all obstacles be cleansed, evil spirits be banished." On the other side, Shinji, who had run to the vicinity of the fortune-telling stand, saw another familiar group, the Emiya family. Kiritsugu and Mia had changed into formal dark kimonos, but Iliasville and Irisville hadn't. The mother and daughter were wearing matching white coats, with hats and scarves wrapped tightly around them. Even their eyes, visible through the magic-altered colors, were changed. Shinji didn't approach them as casually as he did with the Tosaka family. He simply bowed from a distance to Kiritsugu and the others. This family had always maintained a low profile, and Shinji didn't want to add unnecessary variables to their hard-won peaceful life. However, it was still a group of four. It seemed that Kiritsugu and Mia hadn't found Sigma throughout the year 1998. Well, it wasn't easy for a mother and son who had been separated since birth to reunite so easily. He should find an opportunity to check if there were any magus skilled in prophecy at the clock tower. Oh, wait, it wasn't 4 people, it was 5. There was one last person with a lively personality who seemed to have completed the shrine visit earlier and was waving at the others in front of the main hall. Shinji was also familiar with this person. She was the famous kendo girl, or rather, now she should be called the kendo young woman, Fujimura Taiga, also known as the Tiger of Fuyuki. She is the granddaughter of Fujimura Raiga, the underworld tycoon and former owner of the Emiya estate. Just like in the novel, Fate/Zero, after the Holy Grail War, the Fujimura group, out of a sense of duty, set people to help renovate the old Emiya estate, and Taiga was also part of the team. Soon, this girl, whose simple-mindedness could rival Raizbife's, was attracted to the cool and melancholic young man, Emiya Kiritsugu, and became a fervent fan of his. After the appearance of Irisville, she also became a fan of Irisville, Disciple 0. Before long, she became the master of Iliasville, Disciple 1. It's unclear whether it was due to the convergence of timelines or if some people are just naturally compatible. The only thing that can be confirmed is that Kiritsugu's harem EX seemed to have improved a bit. Gotcha. In the short moment of stopping and observing, Sakura and Fujino had caught up. They grabbed Shinji's arms from both sides, preventing him from escaping. I give up. I won't run anymore, Shinji surrendered. Then tell us your wish, the girls said in unison. My wish. I hope for the well-being and happiness of the people I care about. This was Shinji's heartfelt prayer. P.S. By 1999, we're not far from the timeline of Fate/Apocrypha. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Return to the Brigade. On the first day of February, Shinji returned to London, back to the headquarters of the Chelan Canticle Brigade. In Japan, there is a New Year holiday, and Western countries have a long holiday between Christmas and New Year. Depending on local regulations and policies, the holiday can last from 1 week to 1 month. Therefore, Shinji decided to give the members of the brigade an end-of-year break. Those who needed to go home went home, and those who needed rest took a break. Regardless of what the outside world may think, Shinji always believed that magus were also human beings with families and friends. He didn't want the brigade to become cold machines. Surprisingly, even though the scheduled return date was February 1st, all the members of the brigade, except for Shinji, had already returned to the headquarters before February and spontaneously engaged in daily training. When Death stepped into the underground training grounds, wielding the scythe, harp, the brilliance of various magics filled the air like fireworks, painting the entire training ground in vibrant colors, creating a magnificent sight. They're going all out even before the holiday is over. Did these guys get pumped up? Shinji exclaimed. The larger the scale of the magecraft, the greater the commotion it caused. The entire training ground was filled with the radiance of magic. Conservatively estimating, at least a dozen members had used high-level magecraft, and there might even be grand magecraft. These were trump cards that Magus wouldn't easily employ, so it's no wonder Shinji was amazed. The life force greatly enhanced by the golden apples transformed into magical energy through the magic circuits and then diffused throughout the body through the Buddha's relic in his left hand, altering its nature. In the span of a breath, all of Shinji's attributes doubled, not through physical strengthening magic, but through the newfound utility of the Buddha's relic. After his battle with Risebife, Shinji had figured out some ways to use the relic. What he was currently using was the simplest method, which had effects similar to strengthening magecraft. Although the degree of enhancement was not as powerful as the golden body state, it was relatively easier to control and had fewer side effects. If there was any regret, it would probably be that after that power struggle, Shinji hadn't entered that miraculous golden body state again. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Now that he had found the way, he would eventually unearth the full power of the relic. Feeling the newfound power surging within him, Shinji smiled with satisfaction. You all seem to be having so much fun. Should I join in too? After all, the battlefield is always full of surprises. The light distorted for a moment, and soon Shinji's figure disappeared into the air, like drops of ink sinking into a water tank. On the west side of the underground training ground, there was an artificial shelter area constructed on a square kilometer of rocky ground, consisting of hundreds of shelters. Beneath the shelters were large-scale ritual magecraft. Every once in a while, the structure of the shelters would change, and even mages specializing in earth magecraft wouldn't dare claim that they could understand the structure in a short period. A few minutes ago, the structure of the shelters had changed, causing trouble for the Sword Squad and the Chalice Squad. The two teams, known for their expertise in positional warfare, were engaging in intense combat when the terrain suddenly shifted, disrupting their formations. Several unlucky individuals fell into newly formed shelters, losing contact with their teammates. In an artificial cave about 500 meters from the point of conflict between the two teams, two men looked at each other and smiled. The relatively young man had a very audacious smile, not hiding his joy. The older man had a gentle smile, although it was only on the surface. Everyone in the squad knew that whenever he showed this expression, someone was bound to be in trouble. That Pope thought he could scheme against us. Doesn't he realize how easily we can scheme back? Well, now he's dug his own grave. So, it goes to show that the young ones are inexperienced. Who were they? They were the Vice-Captain Chariot and the Inspector Judgment of the brigade, second in rank and strength only to Shinji. They were the ones who initiated this large-scale combat activity. Moreover, to provoke the enthusiasm of everyone, the two oldest members of the brigade personally participated. The militarized concept of the brigade was proposed by the two of them, so one can imagine how strict they were in everyday life. The strict training and discipline certainly accelerated the cohesion and combat effectiveness of the squad, but it also accumulated a lot of resentment among the proud and arrogant members. Today's combat provided a perfect outlet for venting. Of course, the two of them did not plan to sit back and wait for defeat. They could be knocked down, but before falling, they had to achieve enough military results. The reputation of the vice-captain and the inspector must not be compromised. I suppose things outside have stabilized by now, said Judgment, leaning against the wall and twirling his well-groomed mustache. There are 15 seconds left. Chariot suppressed his smile and returned to an expressionless face, indicating that he had fully entered the combat state. As an excellent Earth Magus and the designer of the shelters, Northwest One understood this place better than him. Let's go. It's time to show these young ones how formidable we are. Especially those newly recruited kids. The newly recruited kids referred to the new members absorbed after Shinji took over. The battle against a string of hunted dead apostles in the autumn of '98 earned the brigade considerable fame, and the number of applications to join the squad increased. After a series of reviews and trials, 8 outstanding young individuals were selected, and the brigade's members increased from 25 people when Shinji joined to 32 people, with Lorelei temporarily on leave. Well, newcomers always tend to be ignorant, so it's the duty of the old folks to make them understand reality. By the way, Judgment, how about we have a competition to see who can achieve more kills? I had the same thought. I haven't been idle during the few months the captain was away. Same here. Let's get started then. After saying that, the two of them rushed out of the cave simultaneously. And then, they flew back at an even faster speed. Yes, they were truly flying, backward. A figure blocked the entrance of the cave, holding a plain-looking long-handled scythe. Oh, long time no see, you two. Where are you off to? See, Captain. You've returned. Yeah, I just arrived and stumbled upon this interesting activity, so I decided to join in. Just to make sure, there are no restrictions on participants for this event, right? Both Chariot and Judgment shook their heads in unison. Then I can rest assured. The scythe was slowly raised, and the atmosphere in the cave instantly turned solemn and murderous. Let's start with you two. The sense of oppression and tingling sensation transmitted through their nerves and magic circuits told the two individuals that their captain wasn't joking around. If they didn't want to fall here, they had to give it their all. Perhaps there was a slim chance of victory by putting their training results during this period to use. With just a single glance, these old comrades who had known each other for many years understood each other's thoughts. In the next second, Shinji felt two unprecedented surges of magical power. I see, absence makes the heart grow fonder, huh? But it's not just you who has grown. Amidst the surging magical power that continued to rise, Shinji raised his left palm. Vajra's left arm radiates the brilliance of Buddhism. This was Shinji's greatest achievement during his vacation. Chapter 280, Stronger Monsters. After over half an hour, the open space near the cover was filled with people lying in all sorts of positions. Those who hadn't fallen were sitting on the ground, either groaning while clutching their wounds or gasping for breath. Hee, it looks like I'm the victor of this chaotic battle, the only person standing declared, planting his scythe into the ground and crossing his arms. Foul play. Captain, what you did is foul play, protested Pentacle 4, one of the team members who had a close relationship with Shinji. As soon as these words were uttered, they received immediate support from the teammates who had been beaten by Shinji. They're right. You weren't here when the match started, so you don't qualify to participate. Yeah, no qualifications. That doesn't count. Listening to the constant stream of protests, Shinji wasn't angered. He calmly listened until the exhausted and injured teammates grew tired of shouting. Then, with no hurry, he asked, "Are you finished?" No one answered. "If you're not finished, you can continue." Still, no one answered. "It seems you're finished. Then, let me speak." Shinji raised his right hand and extended a finger. "Is there a rule that states members who weren't present before the match cannot participate?" Well, there isn't. Pentacle 4 seemed to realize something, and his voice weakened significantly. "So I qualify to participate." With that sentence, Shinji silenced everyone. Everyone present was among the elite of the new generation of magus. No one would utter foolish words like, "This is unfair," because magecraft itself was inherently unfair. Why couldn't ordinary people become magus? Why did some people have more magic circuits while others had fewer? Why did some people have ordinary attributes like water, while others possessed all 5 major attributes of earth, water, fire, wind, and void? Why did some people struggle their whole lives without achieving a high rank, while others could become top-ranking at a young age? If they couldn't understand this, they were not qualified to join the brigade. As for the so-called glory of magus and the rules of combat between magus adhered to by the clock tower, Shinji didn't need to explain. The veteran members of the team would naturally take on the responsibility of teaching the young ones. They had been tormented by Chariot and Judgment in the past, and now that they had the chance, they would naturally avenge themselves on the newcomers. The 8 recruits had also faced their fair share of hardships since joining the team, which was inevitable in any military unit. Shinji saw this as a positive development. Of course, they were all young people, and even if they understood this principle, there would still be complaints from time to time. In a slightly eased atmosphere, Shinji heard several people quietly grumbling. The captain disappeared for so long, and when he finally returns, he bullies us. Not cool. If we had known the captain was back, the whole team would have united against him. After thinking for a moment, Shinji felt it was the right time to add fuel to the fire. I know you're all unhappy. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't be happy either. But along with that unhappiness, I hope you remember today's lesson. Anything unexpected can happen on the battlefield, so we must always remain vigilant under any circumstances. Understand? Understood, the crowd responded with scattered voices. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Loud and clear. The voices instantly amplified tenfold. Oh. Quite spirited, it seems you still have some energy left. Well then, since you're unhappy, I'll give you a chance to vent. Anyone who can still fight can join in, and I'll be the only opponent. How about it, are you up for it or not? Opportunities don't come twice, you know. Though I don't think even if you all gang up on me, you can win. It was tempting and provoking, and the young and ambitious elites couldn't bear it any longer. The most restless one, Pentacle 4, was the first to stand up. Captain, although I admire you, I don't believe what you just said. I don't believe it either. Another newcomer, who hadn't completely lost their arrogance, stood up. The 8 newcomers who had recently joined the team were not yet fully integrated, so they were temporarily referred to as New 1 to New 8. And me, I want to see if I can stand firm before the captain this time. Pentacle 3, who had been standing at attention for several months, stepped forward. With a few people taking the lead, the rest followed naturally. Almost everyone who could move stood up, ready to strike back at the captain's arrogance. It would be even better if they could remove that skull mask. After dealing with the Hideo Hayama, Shinji developed a liking for wearing masks. So this time, when he returned to the base, he specially prepared a sturdy, durable mask with some special features to wear on his face, giving him a more death god-like appearance, reminiscent of characters from movies and TV shows. The reason why it was almost everyone, not everyone, was because two individuals had indeed regained some of their combat abilities but still sat with the severely injured personnel. Chariot, Judgment, aren't you two coming together? Without your command, their coordination might be problematic. Captain, I've taken so many of your attacks. I'm in pain all over now, and I'm powerless. Same here. My secret technique requires a certain cost, so I can't move for the time being. Looking at the lackeys lying on the ground, feigning death, Shinji could only inwardly curse, you two cunning fellows. The Topple the Captain alliance that had formed on the open space urged incessantly. Captain, are you ready? Captain, are you afraid now? Captain, it's not too late to surrender. Facing the provocation from his brigade, Shinji raised his head and deliberately said in a disdainful tone. I should be saying these words to you. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Once I make a move, there will be no turning back. Captain, we're all waiting for you to make a move. Pentacle 3, standing at the forefront of the team, beckoned to Shinji. However, before the hand gesture was completed, Shinji's skull face had already appeared in front of him. Well, you said it. With a response, a palm shining with golden light imprinted itself on the chest of Pentacle 3, directly blasting him out of the Topple the Captain Alliance team. Two unfortunate fellows who couldn't dodge in time suffered the same fate. Then, amidst the radiant Buddhist light emanating from Shinji's, Vajra's left arm, he charged into the crowd with the momentum of a descending dragon and pouncing tiger. Wherever he went, cries of pain echoed. 5 minutes later, the scene repeated itself, and no one except Shinji remained standing. I told you, even if you all attack together, you can't defeat me. The captain has become even stronger, he's a monster. Someone couldn't help but curse. Thank you for your kind words. I will continue to work hard and become even stronger. But with this, we might be able to complete the mission entrusted by the family. Whispered the captain of the Scepter Squad, King. Chapter 281, Chapter 281, the first mission of the new year. The family sent a mission. Shinji's voice was filled with confusion. What mission? When was it sent? Why didn't anyone tell me? Reporting to Captain, it came yesterday afternoon. The specific intelligence was only delivered this morning, and since he returned today. The most reliable person in the brigade was Judgment, followed by the vice-captain, Chariot. Since Chariot explained it that way, Shinji had no intention of pursuing it further. What is the content of the mission? To exterminate a certain affiliated group under Ordenroth's command. Affiliated group? Is it the White Wing Lord? Shinji remembered his encounter with Lorelei last autumn when she appeared alone at the Girdler family. That night, she sought intelligence on a second-generation member under the command of the Ordenroths, and this member's codename was the White Wing Lord. Yes, nodded Chariot, the family has been keeping an eye on this apostle since last year and finally obtained credible information not long ago. White Wing Lord is expected to leave Ordenroth's territory in the coming days and head to the Po River Plain in northern Italy, possibly related to Knight of Wallachia. The Knight of Wallachia, the 13th seat of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, known as the King of Ruin, the Magus of Nightmares. This was a controversial ancestor. There was no more information about the Knight of Wallachia circulating in the Mage Association, the Holy Church, or even among the dead apostles themselves. His true identity, or even whether he was truly a dead apostle, was uncertain. All that was known was that he appeared in a village in Valzia in the form of Vlad the Impaler on a full moon night. When the knights of the church arrived, the village was covered in patches of human skin scattered on the road. This nightmarish evening came to be known as the Knight of Wallachia. Of course, as a seasoned Type Moon fan, Shinji was well aware of the details of the Knight of Wallachia. After all, in the Type Moon fandom, especially in the Tsukiheim fandom, this character was quite popular, with nicknames like Uncle Val, Master of Facial Expressions, the man who can make the impossible possible, and a series of other affectionate terms. Name, Zepia Eltnam Oberon, Knight of Wallachia. Origin, Atlas Institute, one of the 3 major departments of the Mages Association. Title, a skilled alchemist known as Atlas. Zepia Eltnam Oberon predicted a future where humanity faces extinction and began using every possible method to find a way to avoid it. As an alchemist bearing the name Atlas, he was determined to accomplish the impossible. However, no matter how hard Zepia tried, he couldn't find a way to avert the future and eventually went mad. He formed a contract with Altruge Brunstud, also known as the Vampire Princess of the Dead Apostles, and the Eclipse Princess of Black Blood, the ninth seat of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, and became a dead apostle. His goal became the pursuit of the sixth true magic. There are 5 confirmed types of magic in the mysterious world, but many magus believe that there are other types beyond the 5 known ones, and Zepia is one of them. Unfortunately, this challenge failed. After he fails to challenge the sixth true magic, his powerful spiritual particles, soul design, scatter, liberating themselves from his physical body and will, spreading and remaining in the world. Normally, the scattered spiritual particles should fall into the void and await the next transformation. However, before the dispersion, Zepia completed the equation called Tatari. Under certain conditions, Tatari will occur. Tatari is a phenomenon that materializes in specific places according to a certain cycle and under certain conditions. It amplifies and converges the malicious information that circulates within a small area, playing on people's fears and rumors, until it manifests as a clear image, giving it physical form based on the appearance and abilities described in the rumors. If the reality marble erodes the real world with one's mental landscape, then Tatari is an alternative reality marble that materializes the forms in the hearts of those around into reality. That's why he is a man who can make the impossible possible, and why it is said, even a god can be pulled into battle if you desire. When Tatari occurs, the scattered spiritual particles can gather within the rumors that arise, resurrecting in the real world and continuing the challenge against the sixth true magic. Zepia calculated the regions where Tatari would occur until the extinction of humanity and created a navigational map that spans thousands of years, serving as a program for the movement of his dispersed self after his will disappears. The most recent night of Wallachia took place last winter in a small town in the Po River Plain, northern Italy. None of the town's residents survived, and even the church's expeditionary forces were completely wiped out. According to the setting in Melty Blood, the Vestal Shield Knights led by Rysbeif Stridberg were annihilated in this battle, with only Rysbeif herself surviving by relying on a special shield within Zepia Eltnam Oberon's body. However, this time, Rysbeif remained as the headmistress of Rien Girls' Academy and has never left the city of Mifune. She narrowly escaped the disaster. It is worth mentioning that Rysbeif's fate differs in different world lines. In the 6th chapter, Oblivion recording, of The Garden of Sinners, it is mentioned that the headmistress of Rien Girls' Academy is also named Rysbeif, and in her office, there is a shield that is often mistaken for a small, or large, violin. The world line where Shinji resides follows the latter outcome. Regardless of which world line they follow, the danger of the Night of Wallachia remains unchanged. Although several months have passed since the occurrence of Tatari, it cannot be determined if anything unclean remains in the area. Moreover, with the intervention of the White Wing Lord faction, there is added pressure on the brigade, which is still in its growth phase. It's not that they fear the strength of the enemy, but rather that the enemy's abilities are too mysterious, and casualties may occur inexplicably. However, for the brigade to grow, they will inevitably encounter unexpected situations sooner or later. This is a good opportunity for them to test themselves, considering they will be facing remnants and their followers, not the ancestors themselves. Furthermore, retreating at this point would have some impact on the morale of the team and their reputation among others. So, should they fight or not? After careful consideration, Shiki decided to pose the question. Chariot, Judgment, Pope, King, Hermit, Justice. Tell me, should we fight or not? His gaze scanned each of the 6 executives and then turned to all members of the team. After you've given your opinions, if anyone else wishes to express their views, feel free to speak up. Let's have an open discussion about our first mission of the year. Chapter 282, The White Wing Lord's Plan. Since they were called upon, the executives did not refuse and took turns to speak. Chariot said, "My opinion is to fight and fight fiercely. Our Chelan Canticle Brigade has had a relatively long period of rest, and we need the stimulation of the battlefield and enemy blood. The newcomers also need the experience of the battlefield to become seasoned veterans." Judgment added, "I also agree to fight. Although the Clock Tower's control over Italy may not be as strong as Britain's, it is still much stronger than the Church and the Dead Apostles. Additionally, the Association's branch is located in the Po River Plain, so if we engage in battle there, we will have a certain advantage." King chimed in, "The latest intelligence indicates that the number of followers led by White Wing Lord does not exceed 50, and half of them are low-level followers who have recently been converted into Dead Apostles. If that is their entire strength, I don't believe our brigade would lose." Pope continued, "The intelligence personnel from the Department of Law and Politics have already communicated with representatives from the Church, confirming that the Church's executors have taken care of the aftermath of the Night of Wallachia and have left behind warning mechanisms. Although there are still remnants of ether particles, these remnants should not pose a danger to us." Justice said, "Odenross is currently not in his territory. It is said that he went to meet Van Fem in Las Vegas." Van Fem, the 14th seat of the 27 Dead Apostle ancestors, whose real name is Valerie Fernand Vandelstam. He is one of the oldest Dead Apostles. He is a very unconventional Dead Apostle who does not hide in the darkness like other Dead Apostles. Instead, he is enthusiastic about socializing and holds a considerable position in human society. He is the head of one of the world's few enormous financial conglomerates and is known as the ruler of the financial world rather than the dark world's demon king. This dead apostle cares a great deal about human society and enjoys meddling in trivial matters. For the past few hundred years, he has been passionate about ecology and devoted to protecting the Earth's environment. After the First World War, he began to try to expand his influence without resorting to blood-sucking methods. Because he is extremely wealthy, many dead apostles seek his financial assistance. Odenras is also one of the recipients of Van Fem's sponsorship, and the two ancient ancestors meet periodically. Hermit took over the conversation, saying, because of his absence, some of his second and third generation followers under him have lost their leader and have started fighting amongst themselves. The intelligence about White Wing Lord heading to Italy was secretly leaked to the association by another one of Odenras' followers. Dead apostles are mostly humans who have been transformed, and humans often vie for power and profit. They are no exception, and due to their extended lifespans, their struggles are even more enduring than those of humans. The opinions of the 6 executives are quite unanimous, and that is to fight. Internal needs, external pressures, the enemy's strength, the battlefield environment, the enemy's movements, and the sources of intelligence, almost all the factors that need to be considered in a battle have been taken into account, and they are all advantageous to our side. This is an excellent opportunity, and it would be a pity not to seize it. Immediately after, the members of the brigade also started expressing their opinions. Captain, I agree to fight. That's right, we have to fight, no doubt about it. Let's fight, Captain. Their attitudes were quite unanimous, with almost everyone shouting for a fight. The few dissenting opinions were drowned out by the clamor. However, at this moment, Shinji wanted to say, comrades, we can't fight. Of course, it wasn't a joke, he had genuine concerns. Who is the enemy? It's a dead apostle, an immortal, led by White Wing Lord, a second-generation follower of the dead apostle king, a centuries-old monster. Even if it's a pig, after living for so many years, it should have become cunning, let alone an important figure under the command of the White Wing Lord. How could they leave behind such a perfect, too-good-to-be-true opportunity? There must be a problem in all of this. But where exactly is the problem? What did we overlook? Under the cover of night, in an unknown courtyard, a handsome young man dressed in white attire held a cup of crimson liquid and gently swayed it under the dim moonlight. Problem. Of course, there are problems. If there were no problems, Bartholomew wouldn't have been in opposition to my father for thousands of years. Father, a special title within the sphere of influence of the White Wing Lord, is the revered title given by the second-generation followers to the Supreme Dead Apostle King, Trhvmn Ordenras. Since such a title is used, it's not difficult to guess the identity of the young man, the target that the brigade needs to eliminate, the ancient dead apostle codenamed White Feather. At this moment, he was explaining his plan to his subordinates and followers, and one of the third-generation followers raised concerns similar to Shinji's. I want them to see the problem and then ponder where the problem lies. Saying this, the young man raised the crystal cup and took a sip. The crimson liquid soaked his pale lips but didn't trickle down the corners of his mouth. Instead, it was directly absorbed by his lips. Human hearts, they're strange things. When the seed of doubt is sown, humans will find ways to resolve that doubt. If they can't, they'll keep thinking endlessly. Even if they say they've let go, deep inside their hearts, they'll unconsciously continue to ponder. The information Bartholomew received is all true, without a trace of falsehood, so their doubts remain unresolved. This seed of doubt will constantly drain their energy, sprouting little by little, growing stronger and stronger. It will make them hesitate in everything they do, and that's precisely what I want. If they charge at me like a bull, I would be somewhat troubled. After all, I didn't bring too much bait this time, just to lure them in. What if they hesitate too much and dare not come? Another follower asked. They won't, the young man shook his head confidently. No matter how many doubts they have, they will come. Because they are Bartholomew, the ones who oppose us dead apostles, who view my father as their mortal enemy. They won't retreat when facing us, and we are the same. Once the two sides meet, it's destined that one side will fall. I'm just not sure who will come in the end. Initially, I wanted to lure out a few potential heirs of Bartholomew, preferably that little girl named Lorelei. I want to taste her blood and see what it tastes like. The young man indulgently narrowed his eyes, raised the crystal cup, and emptied its contents in one gulp. Unfortunately, she has already been designated as the next successor of Bartholomew and is undergoing magic crest transplantation. She can't come out in the short term, so we'll have to take a step back and target her subordinates instead. Are you referring to that Magus group that caused a stir recently? It's called the Chelan Canticle Brigade, right? The young man smiled and confirmed his subordinate's guess. Father has mentioned that the brigade is composed of exceptional and young Magus. If we allow them to continue growing, they will undoubtedly become a threat to us. Threats must be eliminated in their infancy. But, how can you be certain that the Chelan Canticle Brigade will come? Because Bartholomew's other forces are unable to move, our friends will keep Bartholomew occupied, at least on the surface. As for whether Bartholomew will employ hidden powers unknown to the public, I can only say it's best for them not to. Otherwise, The Magic Association is not like the Church, and the relationship between Magus and dead apostles is quite ambiguous, with many individuals having a foot in both worlds. Even in the clock tower, Bartholomew is not all-powerful. The young man's lips, still tinged with red, curved into a supremely confident smile. The stage has been set, and now we only need to wait for the curtains to rise. I guarantee that the events of that night will be unforgettable for the rest of your lives. Chapter 283, Shrouded in Mist. Dozens of human figures slipped silently into a sealed, uninhabited small town. There were 32 of them, the largest number of humans to have appeared in this small town since the new year. This is Chalice Squad. The construction of the bounded field has been completed. The left flank support judgment began with regional planning. All teams, start the magic circuit second hand, 10, 6, 3, 0. Completed, good, notify the vice commander to act according to the scheduled time. The magic circuit second hand is a unique timing method for magi. Compared to a mechanical clock that requires visual observation, the timing method that directly acts on the magic circuit is more convenient and precise in battle. The magi who fanned echelon formation showed no signs of confusion. Their style was more akin to that of military force than magi. This impersonal group, their true identity, is the combat unit directly under the Department of Policies of the Mages Association, known as the Chelon Canticle Brigade. The layered isolation bounded field is complete, the area division can be initiated in half a moment. To annihilate this land, we can begin in an hour. The Vice Commander Chariot consulted the communication thaumaturgy, should they conduct a segmented search and take them down one by one, or directly annihilate them along with this land without any battle. The former is faster and the latter is more secure. Implement both simultaneously. Let Judgment complete the division as soon as possible. Sword Squad and Pentacle Squad immediately conduct patrols in the surrounding areas. Wand Squad continues to prepare for the extermination of thaumaturgy. Chalice Squad releases familiars, and then stand by. A series of orders came through the earpiece. Commander, isn't this a bit too aggressive? Chariot had some doubts. Aggressive? However, I feel that this is still not enough. The enemy hasn't made any moves so far, it's too abnormal, we must find out what they are up to as soon as possible. Yes, Commander, all squads, accelerate the progress. In a small building in the center of the town, a handsome young man in a luxurious attire opened his scarlet eyes and muttered himself. So they have come, the whelps raised by Bartholomew. The young man's gaze, unhindered by distance, surveyed the 3 squads dispersed throughout the town. This arrangement, with segmented searches and wide-area extermination happening simultaneously, it's more aggressive than I had anticipated. Is this Chelon Canticle Brigade commander lacking wisdom and not raising suspicions? Or do they have some other plan? After pondering for a moment without getting an answer, the young man shook his head and no longer thought about the irrelevant details. Regardless, it will not change the fact that you will be annihilated tonight. The plan remains unchanged. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, you go attract the attention of the Magi. You don't need to inflict much damage on the enemy, just keep them occupied and don't let them leave. Countless red dots lit up in the corners of the houses, these were the eyes of the dead apostles. At the next moment, all the doors and windows opened simultaneously, and the dense red dots were scattered in the 3 groups. Dozens of seconds later, the large room regained its calmness. The young man continued to gaze at the distance, and his original tense expression gradually relaxed. He tightly clenched his pale palm, and when he opened it again, a strange white mist appeared on his hand. Foolish Chelon Canticle Brigade, you'll never realize that the bounded field you set up to seal us in will end up dragging you into the abyss. The night wind blew and dispersed the white mist in the young man's hand. Soon, a gossamer-like mist shrouded the entire deserted town, just like a few months ago. A qualified commander would not overlook any movement on the battlefield, and Chariot was one such commander. Although he was not good at scheming, he had a very keen battlefield instinct. The moment the mist appeared, he immediately issued the order, "Be careful of the mist," as if it had been fired automatically. However, after issuing the order, he did not receive any feedback from the officers, not a single one. Oh no, this mist can interfere with communication techniques. Chariot immediately figured out the purpose of the mist, but he did not feel panicked, because the brigade had more than one way to communicate. He took out a walkie-talkie from his tactical backpack, and a familiar voice came through the speaker with a slight crackle sound. Attention all personnel, the composition of the mist has been determined to be the lingering essence of Night of Wallachia, the effect is interference with long-range magecraft. Attention all personnel, all personnel please switch to technological equipment, all personnel please switch to technological equipment. Chariot issued orders while silently praising his battalion commanders. Before heading to Italy, Shinji requested the Bartholomew family to provide a batch of individual equipment used by the British Royal Special Forces to arm his subordinates. At first, everyone did not understand, thinking what use could these things be other than adding to the load. Now, everyone gets it. The deep-rooted traditional thinking of the occult side has led to the entire occult world neglecting the progress of technology. Magi are like this, and the dead apostles even more. They often prepare defenses against various occult phenomena but ignore high-tech devices. Communication magecraft interferes with. No problem, there is still a radio station. Detection magecraft interfered with. Also no problem, there's still individual radar. Do you have the audacity to create electromagnetic interference? With the assistance of modern warfare equipment, the brigade was unaffected by the mist and continued to carry out its mission as usual. This is Judgment, we have found traces of the dead apostles, please advise. This is Hermit, we have also found traces of the dead apostles, they are just low-level cannon fodder, no high-ranking dead apostles detected so far. This is King. Hearing the reports from the executives, Chariot let out a light hum, so they couldn't hold back anymore. Except for the Wand squad, the rest of you are to hunt them down in squad units, do not let a single dead apostle escape. That white feather is mine, I want to twist off his head with my own hands. Understood. The hunting operation of the Chelon Canticle Brigade has officially begun. In less than 5 minutes, more than 10 low-level dead apostles were destroyed by various magecraft. The young man in the white robes could not hide his astonishment. They used those vulgar and tawdry things, where is the glorious honor that Magi revere? After the astonishment came immense rage. Damn the Chelon Canticle Brigade, why couldn't they obediently fall into the trap? No, they just had to struggle to the death. Alright, since you all love killing so much, I will let you kill your heart's content. After all, they are cannon fodders, and a batch dying off can be easily replaced. As a price, I'll make sure you suffer terribly, wishing for death. As the words left his mouth, a pure white feather, shining with a radiant light in darkness like the legendary feather of an angel, appeared in the young man's hand. This is the origin of his name, White Feather, and also the most precious token bestowed upon him by his lord. Chapter 284, Chapter 284, The White Wing Lord. It seems no one has noticed an interesting detail, the Chelon Canticle Brigade was reported to have 33 members, but only 32 entered the town. The question is, who is the remaining one person and where are they? The answer is revealed, the missing one person is the brigade commander, Death, whose real name is Shinji Matou. He is currently positioned above the town, at a vantage point overlooking the entire area. Even before the brigade entered the town, Shinji had quietly separated from the group and found this excellent observation point. Using the effects of the Hades cloak, he is covertly monitoring the entire town. There are two main reasons he did this. Shinji harbored doubts, as this mission felt like a trap from the beginning. Shinji sensed something off about the attitude of the Bartholomew family. He realized there was trickery afoot, and the centuries-old Bartholomew family must have seen through it as well. However, due to their long-standing grudge against the White Wing Lord, they had no choice but to go through with the mission, aiming to minimize their losses. In their eyes, the losses of the newly formed brigade were acceptable, they were relatively inexperienced compared to other veteran combat groups, so their sacrifice as bait or cannon fodder was deemed tolerable, if regrettable. Shinji was not fully satisfied, but he also understood the Bartholomew family's strategic reasoning. If he were in their position, he likely would have done the same. The Chelon Canticle Brigade simply lacked the weight and experience to be entrusted with the main mission. However, Shinji could not just stand by and watch his subordinates be sacrificed. Before the mission, he had made various preparations, such as obtaining advanced single-soldier equipment from the British Royal Special Forces through the Bartholomew family's connections and resources. For example, he specifically consulted experts on spiritual particles, justies, who speculated that one of the possible effects of the Night of Wallachia residue could be interference with long-range spiritual techniques, including communication and reconnaissance. Another example is surveying the situation from a high vantage point, making it convenient to quickly grasp the enemy's plots and respond accordingly. By the time Brigade launched their final assault, the first two preparatory steps had already been utilized with very good effect, but the last one still hadn't been used. Shinji fervently hoped this final step wouldn't be needed. Regrettably, this wonderful wish did not come true. Just as the brigade was nearly wiping out the low-ranked dead apostles and gradually closing in on the hiding place of the White Feather, a thunderous explosion came from the horizon, growing louder and closer. This sound is very familiar to many aviation enthusiasts and residents near airports, the sonic boom generated by an aircraft flying at high speed, parting the air. Shinji instinctively looked up, just in time to see a small private jet fly overhead, shedding flecks of white as it went. Through his visual enhancement magecraft, Shinji caught the true nature of those white specks, they were feathers, white feathers. A plane isn't an angel or a birdman, how could it be molting feathers? Shinji muttered to himself, but then a realization struck him. Wait, birdman. The white wings, oh no. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant white pillar of light descended from the sky, plunging vertically into the center of the town. Without needing any other evidence, just the sheer power emanating from that light column, Shinji knew the identity of the arrival. Emergency order, all forces immediately cease the attack and withdraw. I repeat, all forces immediately cease the attack and withdraw. The communications channel erupted in confused objections from the squad and chariot, who had already rushed to the front lines but not yet engaged. Shut up, the White Wing Lord is here. If you don't want to die, get out of there now. Hearing this earth-shattering news, the entire communications channel exploded in panic. F at CK. How did that immortal geezer get here? Run fast. Dump everything you can. Don't be precious about it, just get rid of it. Equipment can be replaced, but not your life. Everyone, start running, do you hear me? Run. Use speed and reinforcement magecraft, don't hold back on mana. Not only the members of the Chelan-Canticle Brigade, but even Shinji himself, was cursing up a storm. You at $% and asterisk. We younger generations are just fighting and killing each other, why are you, the oldest monster, getting involved? If you have the guts, go bother the Jewel Oldman who is also an ancestor, go bother the current Lord Bartholomew, a max-level big boss coming to the newbie village to bully the low-level players, do you have any shame at all? Yes, no one would have expected that TRHVMN Orton Ross, who was supposed to meet with Van Fem in the gambling city of Las Vegas, would show up here. Even more unexpected is that this old monster, who hasn't acted in a long time, would personally take on a group of still immature young people. However, no matter how much Shinji curses, it doesn't change the reality that the White Wing Lord has arrived, and Chelan-Canticle Brigade is facing an unprecedented major crisis. Shinji gritted his teeth and rushed towards the pillar of light. A pure white pillar of light descended from the sky, directly destroying a street below. The white-robed youth holding a white feather, providing the positioning, knelt in the ruins and humbly bowed his proud head. Father Lord. Behind the white-robed youth, the surviving dead apostles prostrated on the ground, trembling. Revered Ancestor. This is the title used by all the collateral descendants, except for the direct second-generation relatives, to address the Supreme Ancestor. Kin refers to blood relatives, ancestor is the ancestor of the ancestors, as well as the ancestor of the 27 ancestors. Are there only a few of you left? The authoritative male voice came from the pillar of light. The destructive white light did not dissipate after landing, nor did it continue to cause damage, it was just silently constrained next to Orton Ross. Your subordinate is ashamed. White Feather became even more humble, we underestimated the enemy, resulting in such losses, please punish your son. Now is not the time to discuss this, you all stand up and take me to find those magus, anyone who killed my kin must pay the price. Yes, Father Lord / Revered Ancestor. The surviving dead apostles were filled with renewed vigor. Chapter 285, Recruitment. This was a scheme set up by TRHVMN Orton Ross and orchestrated by his second-generation descendant White Feather. The process is quite simple, create an excellent opportunity, using White Feather himself as bait, to lure out the Chelan-Canticle Brigade, and then devour this young troop belonging to Bartholomew. The most brilliant part of the entire scheme is that all the intelligence is genuine, including Orton Ross visiting Las Vegas to pay respects to Van Fem. The key point is that Orton Ross boarded a private jet arranged by Van Fem and flew directly to Italy, sealing the plan. The White Wing Lord, TRHVMN Orton Ross, one of the oldest Dead Apostle ancestors, the King of Dead Apostles, although only nominally so, but obtaining this title alone is sufficient to demonstrate his strength. Whether it's enemies or friends, be it the Mages Association, the Holy Church, or the Circle of the Dead Apostles themselves, it is widely acknowledged that this ancient monster whose age is calculated in millennia is one of the most supreme powerhouses in the world. Excluding the ORT, which can directly destroy the surface of the earth, but the number who know its true power is exceedingly few. In the eyes of the White Wing Lord's descendants and subordinates, he is a god. In the eyes of his enemies, he is a demon that exudes terror, an unfathomable monster. Now, this monster's great hammer stands before the Chelan-Canticle Brigade, blocking their retreat. TRHVMN Orton Ross. Seeing that trademark white pillar of light, Chariot leading the squad immediately changed expression. Although they had already received news of the White Wing Lord coming and had mentally prepared for a desperate battle when they truly encountered this figure, Chariot's heart could not help but be filled with panic. If the second-in-command of the squad was already like this, not to mention the other members. Especially the 8 recruits, their legs were all trembling, and it was a miracle that they could even stand. A person's name, a tree's shadow, the reputation of the White Wing Lord is truly too resounding. That feeling is like a freshly started software company trying to compete with the hegemon Microsoft in computer operating systems, completely existing on different planes of existence. Seeing the Chelan-Canticle Brigade trembling, White Feather, who had lost more than 20 of his subordinates, felt a surge of delight. Relying on the prestige of his father, White Feather shouted in a stern voice, "Disrespectful magus, how dare you directly invoke my father's name, and not atone for it with your deaths?" This scolding, however, strengthened the resolve of Chariot. He raised his left hand, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. The brigade was not cowards, and the members of Bartholomew would not bow to the dead apostles. What a bold move. A fierce killing intent flickered in White Feather's eyes. He was just about to order his remaining subordinates to attack when a voice of "Stop" was heard from the pure white column of light. Hearing the order from his lord, White Feather immediately suppressed all his emotions, lowered his head, and stepped aside. For all the dead apostles, the command of a superior clan member was absolute and must not be disobeyed. In the next moment after White Feather stepped aside, the white light column surrounding Ordenross unexpectedly spread forward, seemingly intending to engulf the entire brigade with a single strike. Unified defense. Chariot's eyes bloodshot, quickly erected a bounded field, being an expert in earth-based magecraft and defensive spells. Under his lead, the brigade members quickly coordinated their defense, with some erecting barriers and others providing various buffs. Each person contributed their power according to their innate abilities, and the entire brigade acted as a unified whole to resist the attack of the King of the Dead Apostles. After an unknown length of time, perhaps a minute or even 10 minutes, the powerful white light gradually dissipated. By then, the brigade members were drenched in sweat, and many were bleeding profusely as their magic circuits had exceeded their limits. The only unchanging thing was the expression on their faces. Facing life and death, they had forgotten fear and trembling, united in resisting the powerful enemy, including the recruits who were in their first battle. Not bad, Ordenross said indifferently, not sounding disappointed by the futile strike. He was indeed disappointed, as this was a situation he had carefully orchestrated. The previous attack was precisely calculated. Even if the brigade had united as one, they would not have survived intact with his full power. The reason he did this was to test the temperament and strength of this magus, and the results exceeded his expectations. He moved forward a few meters, looking down at the young magus from above. "You all are quite impressive." "There are even more impressive ones," Chariot said defiantly, having already thrown caution to the wind. "I am looking forward to it. But before that, I have a question for you all," Ordenross said in a tone unchanged. "Are you willing to become my servants and serve me?" This was the true intent of Trhvmn Ordenross and the reason he had traveled from Las Vegas to the Periver Plain. He indeed wanted to consume this magus troop, but this consumption had two meanings: annihilation is consumption, and absorption for his use is also consumption. If the performance of the brigade did not satisfy him, it would be the former kind of consumption; if it did, then it would be the latter. This brigade that had cost Lorelei and Shinji a great deal of thought and effort had greatly pleased this usually fastidious demon lord, stirring his desire to recruit them. In response, Charicio uttered an interjection: "Tui. How dare you?" White Feather's rebuke was once again stopped by Ordenross. "What a pity, I had thought you were a commander who cared for his subordinates. It seems I was mistaken." "No, you weren't wrong." Chariot shook his head. "It's just that compared to becoming dead apostles, true death is the real way to care for them." "Do your subordinates also think the same way?" The pure white pillar still obscured the figure of the white-winged lord, but every brigade member present felt the oppressive gaze behind the pillar. "Those willing to be used by me, step forward, and I shall grant them the honor of becoming my direct offspring." Not a single magus moved, and a few of the bolder ones even made the same "Tui" gesture as Chariot. "Are they spitting or something?" LOL. As Lorelai's direct subordinate, the magus brigade born to hunt the dead apostles could be defeated, and could die, but they could never betray humanity and become dead apostles. Bartholomew's obstinacy is as unyielding as ever. Trhvmn Ordenross' voice grew cold. "But no matter what you think, you will eventually become my brethren, to be used by me." Chapter 286, Rearguard. Dead apostles possess a truly buggy ability, and that is the power to develop offspring through blood drinking. In some vampire literature, this act is referred to as the embrace/intimate. The essence of the embrace is a fluid exchange. Don't get the wrong idea, it has nothing to do with mana replenishment. Even if you tried that method you wouldn't become a vampire. The specific process involves acquiring the other's blood and injecting it into oneself, thereby transforming the other into one's thrall. Yes, thrall, a true thrall. Because the other's body now contains vampire blood, they are under the vampire's control. The vampire can command the thrall just as they would their kin, and the thrall is incapable of disobeying such commands. Trhvmn Ordenross intends to use this method to subsume the Chelan Canticle Brigade under his command. "Father, I have lost a number of my kin this time. I humbly request your permission to use this opportunity to replenish my ranks," White Feather asked. "Very well, I had the same intention," Ordenross generously agreed. Of the 32 magus before him, he did not plan to turn all of them into his direct offspring. The embrace act of injecting one's blood into another dilutes the dead apostles' power. Turning 32 thralls at once, even for an ancient ancestor like Ordenross, would be a bit too much to handle. Therefore, he only plans to perform the embrace on a few of the most promising candidates, leaving the rest to White Feather and his lower-ranking kin. Faced with the dead apostles' arrogant and haughty behavior, and the impending ultimate insult to human existence, the entire Chelan Canticle Brigade was filled with immense rage. If not for the officers holding them back, they would have charged at the dead apostles most violently. The officers did this not because they had changed their minds, but because the gap in power between the two sides was simply too great, so great that even attempting suicide would not be an easy task. Recklessly attacking would not only fail to harm the enemy but allow them to take advantage. Chariot waits. Judgment waits. King, Pope, and Hermit also wait. Waiting for an opportunity to attack at the cost of one's life, waiting for an opportunity for self-destruction. This was the last insurance prepared at the beginning of the creation of the Chelan Canticle Brigade, and it is also the core concept of the brigade: either succeed or die with honor. Facing such a unit, the dead apostles' minions lost their enthusiasm for persuasion through words. An aura of terror that even the Magus had never encountered before enveloped everyone, like the natural dominance of a king at the top of the food chain over its prey, impossible to resist, impossible to withstand. Under this terrifying pressure, the source of the imposing aura, the ancient king of dead apostles, stirred. Blood sprayed, chilling screams and wails pierced the still of the night. Unexpectedly, the screams did not come from the self-sacrificing brigade, but from behind Orton Ross. The once arrogant and domineering white-feathered dead apostles were now laid in pools of blood. Before Orton Ross could launch his attack, his subordinates had already been struck down, with wounds in the same location, the waist. All the subordinates were bisected at the waist, their upper and lower bodies separated, and the blood, the source of the dead apostles' power, spilled everywhere. "Father, save me!" White Feather struggled, reaching out to his king in a pitiful and disheveled manner. Orton Ross halted his advance, his gaze fixed on his offspring through the white pillar of light enveloping his body. He was perplexed. Aside from blood-sucking, the most distinct feature of dead apostles was their unique physiology, not only immortal and ageless but also possessing various supernatural abilities. The most basic of these, shared by all vampires, was their tremendous regenerative power. A century-old dead apostles could typically recover from superficial wounds in a matter of minutes, and even limb loss could be quickly regenerated. For an established dead apostle like White Feather, the recovery speed should have been even faster. But the gaping wound at the waist was not healing, the bleeding showing no signs of slowing down, as if the dead apostles' vaunted regenerative ability simply did not exist. The culprit behind all this is a simple sickle blade that emits a cold glint in the moonlight, held in the hand of a figure shrouded in a cloak and wearing a skull mask. The tip of the sickle is still dripping with the blood of the dead. "You are." The voice of TRHVMN Orton Ross remained unchanged as if he paid no mind to the injuries of his subordinate. "Captain of the Chelan Canticle Brigade, codenamed Death. My men have been under your care, White Wing Lord." "No, TRHVMN Orton Ross." Death flicked the sickle, shaking off the last drop of blood on the blade. The missing captain suddenly appeared, but instead of boosting the morale of his men, he only made them anxious. It turns out that the officers had already prepared for the worst when the brigade was withdrawing. However, they had no intention of waiting for their demise. They wanted to leave behind a seed, a glimmer of hope. The one they had chosen as the final hope was the captain, Death, who was the strongest in the team and also possessed a unique method of concealing his presence. To buy time for the captain, the dispersed team members regrouped to divert the Orton Ross attention. But the captain, whose life they had sacrificed to protect, not only did not leave but returned to this most dangerous place. "Captain. Shut up, all of you." Shinji, now in the guise of the Grim Reaper, brutally interrupted his men's shouts. "I'm your captain, and what I say goes. Now, all of you, right turn and get out of here, back to the base." "Captain, you. No more talking, get the hell out of here right now, or I'll have you court-martialed for insubordination." Abandoning his subordinates and escaping alone was never an option for Shinji. The White Wing Lord was indeed powerful, but Shinji, who had many trump cards, was no slouch either. Determined to end Scathacker's immortality, Shinji did not want to be daunted before the battle even began. More importantly, after months of working together, he had developed a deep bond with this brigade, and he couldn't bear to let them die for him. So, it was not the team members who were staying behind to cover for their captain, but the captain who was staying behind to cover for his team. "You're not going anywhere, not a single one of you." Seeing the brigade members displaying heartfelt camaraderie, ignoring him, Orton Ross snorted coldly, enveloping himself in pure white light and charging towards the brigade's vice-captain, Chariot, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. A golden light, more dazzling and majestic than the pure white, tore through the night sky, and with a deafening roar, struck the center of the white light, changing its course just before it rammed into Chariot. "I said they can leave, and they will." Proclaiming this with pride, Shinji, bathed in the solemn golden light, stood in front of the Chelan Canticle Brigade, replacing Chariot. Chapter 287, Battle with White Wing Lord. Chariot was dumbfounded. Judgment was dumbfounded. The members of the Chelan Canticle Brigade were dumbfounded. The kins of the White Feather were also dumbfounded. Even TRHVMN Ordenros himself had difficulty hiding his surprise. The mighty king of the dead apostles, the oldest of the death apostles, the renowned White Winch Lord, was knocked back dozens of meters. Although Ordenros was not exerting his full strength, and the attack came from behind, the fact that an obscure magus could achieve this was already enough to demonstrate his immense power. At least, none of the other people and dead apostles present could accomplish this. By relying on the Vajra's left arm to successfully repel Ordenros, Shinji's face did not show even a hint of joy. The punch just now, measured in tons, did not inflict any damage on Ordenros, only slightly dimming the white light that enveloped him. The king of the dead apostles is indeed the king of the dead apostles, his strength is extraordinary, Shinji inwardly praised, while shouting at his dazed subordinates. What are you spacing out for? Hurry and leave, do you want to die here? Chariot snapped out of his daze, just about to say something, when he heard Shinji shout again. Save whatever you have to say for when we're back at base, now get the hell out of here, don't distract me, this is not a battle you can interfere in. Yes, sir. Perhaps it was because the brigade captain's order was not to be disobeyed, or perhaps Shinji knocking back Ordenros was too shocking. Chariot said no more and obeyed the order. Everyone, turn right and retreat. Captain, we'll wait for you at the base. Judgment, at the rear of the group, bowed to Shinji. Then, a continuous chorus of voices rang out. Captain, we'll wait for you at the base. Captain, we'll wait for you at the base. A gentle arc formed at the corners of the masked mouth. At this moment, Ordenros had also snapped out of his surprise. In the next instant, a pure white pillar of light shot up toward the retreating Chelan Canticle Brigade. As a monarch, his word was his bond. As the king of the dead apostles, he was also a king, and since he had said he would not let anyone escape, he would not let them go. However, this pursuit attempt was again unsuccessful. As Ordenros passed over Shinji's head, Shinji's figure also rose, appearing behind the pillar of light, and the harp was ruthlessly brought down. But this time Ordenros was well prepared. The sickle did not injure him, but the immense force transmitted through the sickle made him unable to maintain his balance in the air, and he swayed as the light particles scattered and he landed. Shinji in the hooded robe, standing on feathered shoes, looked down from above at Ordenros. Flying is not only your privilege. The twice interrupted Ordenros glanced at Shinji, who exuded a remarkable presence. Although his expression could not be seen, Shinji could feel that his attitude had changed, the casual relaxation and mockery had disappeared, replaced by seriousness. This proud king of the death apostles had finally begun to take him, who hid his true face like him, seriously. Shinji was different from the others, he was strong, and if he could not be resolved, the pursuit could not be carried out. No, compared to the fleeing magus, this person's value was higher, as long as he could be converted into a subordinate, it would be well worth the effort. In midair, Shinji was anxious that Ordenros would not give up the chase. As soon as he had neutralized the force of the counterattack, he rushed towards Ordenros on the ground, scythe-armed. At the same time, Ordenros rose into the air, charging at Shinji with even greater momentum. Golden and white, heaven and earth, they collided violently. In an instant, the ground trembled. The pure white radiance slid back dozens of meters. The golden figure, on the other hand, was thrown into the buildings by the roadside, smashing through several walls. Shinji, lying in the rubble, supported himself on his elbow, not letting himself fall, coughing up blood streaks from his throat, but still wearing a faint smile. This collision had confirmed one thing for Shinji: Ordenros' physical attributes could rival Saber Artoria, surpassing Shinji, but the gap was not overwhelmingly crushing. This fight was winnable. Filled with renewed confidence, Shinji suddenly pushed off the ground with his elbow. At the same time, the white radiance returned, rushing toward the Buddha Radiant with even greater ferocity. Delayed slightly, Ordenros' sharp edge directly. His feathered shoes opened their wings and glided along the ground in an arc, evading the latter's direct strike. Ordenros, with over 1,000 years of experience, had easily anticipated Shinji's response. The pure white radiance split in two, one continuing forward but gradually losing momentum, the other folding in the air like a hunting wolf, tightly biting at Shinji from behind. No matter how Shinji evaded, he could not shake off the radiance's pursuit. What's more troubling was that the radiance enveloping Ordenros' main body had stopped, and was now attacking Shinji from the other side. Formidable, the oldest of the Death Apostles is indeed no empty reputation, both in combat experience and physical attributes, they are terrifyingly strong. Although at a disadvantage, Shinji still held Ordenros in high regard, which was the attitude of a true warrior. It also meant that the hot-blooded spirit of a man, the fighting will of a warrior, was surging within Shinji. Come on, TRHVMN Ordenros, let me see just how strong you truly are. As if answering the rising battle intent, a thunderous roar pierced the still night sky. Alongside the thunder came a golden lightning strike emanating from the same source as the Buddha's radiant, the noble phantasm Indra's thunder. Indra, also known as Sakra, is not only the king of the gods in Hindu mythology but also a protector deity in Buddhism, tasked with subjugating demons and evil spirits. Thus, the mystic armament manifesting Indra's thunderbolt naturally inherits these same properties. As a vampire, as one of the dead apostles, Trhvmn Ortenros undoubtedly fits the definition of a demonic entity in Buddhist teachings, making him the perfect target for the golden divine lightning. The golden serpent danced, the thunderbolt surged, the celestial might resounding through the sky, shaking the very atmosphere. The intersecting golden lightning spread out at nearly the speed of light, weaving an electric net spanning 10 meters in an instant. No, this was no longer a planar lightning net, but a divine cage, a prison to subdue the demonic. Within this cage, the white light that had split off from Ortenros to pursue Shinji was torn to shreds by the oncoming golden noble phantasm. The main body of Ortenros, in turn, was also blocked by the lightning column, unable to approach. Though it's unknown what method he used to defend against the divine thunder that holds such a great advantage over the demonic entity, that was the extent of his resistance. As time passed, more and more particles of light scattered from the column, gradually revealing the true form of this king of the dead apostles. The most wretched fate befell those dead apostles on the fringes of the battlefield, those torn in two by Shinji's scythe. Unable to recover their wounds due to the immortal slaying scythe, harp, they were merely clinging to life, and now, caught in the divine lightning cage, they were instantly reduced to ashes, their undead lives coming to an end. As the white feather had foretold earlier, this night would leave an indelible mark, for it was the night their undead journey reached its conclusion. Hearing the anguished cries of his underlings, the proud white-winged lord was roused to true wrath. How dare you? Chapter 288, Fierce Battle Against the White-Winged Lord. How dare you? Amid the roar, the column of white light dissipated, finally giving Shinji the chance to witness the true appearance of the king of the dead apostles. Those who see Ortenros for the first time would not think he is a dead apostle, but rather an angel. Yes, an angel, as absurd as it may sound, this is the first impression White-Winged Lord Trhvmn Ortenrasa gives Shinji. Golden hair, fair skin. Not the sickly pallor of common dead apostles, but a complexion as smooth and creamy as milk, that makes envy of countless women. A physique more perfect than Michelangelo's David, a face without a single flaw, exuding an aura of transcendence beyond the mortal realm. Most striking is the pure white wings radiating a holy glow, identical to the angels of myth and legend, the very origin of his title, White-Winged Lord. If he were to walk among humans in such a form, he would surely inspire worship and veneration from many. But Shinji would not be among them. Regarding Ortenros' angelic appearance, Shinji's mind is filled only with endless mockery. That saying is proven true, not everything with wings is an angel, some might just be a birdman. And this guy is not only a birdman but a dead apostle birdman. The extremes do meet, don't they? And this guy is just way too handsome. I know the true ancestors are all incredibly good-looking, regardless of gender, but does the oldest dead apostle have to be this gorgeous too? Is he a magus who transformed himself, not a servant chosen by the true ancestors? Shinji would never admit he's jealous of the other's superior looks. While Shinji himself is quite the handsome fellow, compared to Ortenros the difference is like that between a world beauty pageant winner and the other school beauty pageant, one in the heavens, the other on earth. Driven by these emotions, though only slightly, Shinji felt he couldn't afford to appear weak. The divine lightning cage, its magic depleted, began to fade, and the golden artifact that had scattered the white radiance fell apart into spirit particles. The rumbling thunder grew silent, replaced by a grating, mocking laughter. I dare. What is there that I don't dare? Dead apostles scum who drink human blood, using humans as prey, why can't we humans hunt down these dead apostles? Do you think your dead apostles are superior? Ridiculous. The era of the gods has long since ended, the age of the fairies has passed, and now is the age of mankind. A group of parasites who rely on humans, hiding in dark corners out of the light. I don't know where this sense of superiority comes from. Vampire, no, Vampire King, I spit on you. I hope you can still say that after becoming my subordinate. Ortenros laughed furiously as he tore apart the last golden lightning bolt. He hadn't expressed such extreme emotions in a long time, but even so, his handsome and holy countenance remained unaffected. I'm sorry, but in this world, there is only one ancestor that I would willingly serve. Unfortunately, that person is not you. The left hand hidden in the cloak silently crushed a healing rune, and the internal injuries caused by the collision of powers were instantly healed. Ortenros said no more, preferring to assist with actual action rather than mere verbal sparring. His long fingers naturally curved, making a grasping motion. This is a weapon favored by most dead apostles. Instead of swords or firearms, dead apostles trust in the formidable power of their bodies, such as claws and fangs. As the king of dead apostles, the vampire among vampires, Ortenros believed that dead apostles did not need to rely on special transcendent abilities and that the strength of being a dead apostle species was sufficient. He had used his claws to tear apart countless enemies, and the terrifying power contained in those hands that no pianist could match was not to be underestimated, for those who dared would be dead. With a casual pull of the curved fingers, violent ripples suddenly appeared in the air. The extension of the finger's trajectory seemed to be like 5 invisible blades cutting through the air, ready to split the human who dared to offend the majesty of the King of Dead Apostles from top to bottom. Knowing full well that he was physically inferior to his opponent, Shinji naturally would not be foolish enough to meet force with force. He instinctively enacted his evasive steps, disappearing like a wisp of blue smoke from the range of the invisible slashing attack. The 5 invisible blades struck the ground, leaving 5 clear furrows. The first attack was missed. However, Ordenros has more than one hand. As Shinji dodged the first claw, the second claw immediately swung out. This time it was a horizontal slash. The invisible strike directly blocked the horizontal evasion space. The moment Ordenros unleashed the second claw, Shinji knew he couldn't dodge it. The harp, taller than his height, thrust straight into the ground, like a flag. Shinji's Vajra's left arm empowered by the Saraira advanced, forming a sturdy defense line together with the harp. Scathach had once taught Shinji that no matter how cautious one is, it is never too much when one has not yet grasped the depth of the opponent's abilities, except for one's trump card. Therefore, Shinji took up the most complete defensive stance he could muster at the moment. The 5 slashes derived from the second claw arrived as expected. The sound of the invisible blades colliding with the long handle of the sickle was more crisp and loud than the clash of real swords. The power carried by the slashes was more fierce than that of tangible blades. Of course, the swords here were ordinary, not divine weapons like the harp. The sharpest part of the invisible slashes was blocked by the handle of the sickle, and the fragmented slashes cut through Shinji's clothes but did not penetrate the skin protected by the Saraira. The second claw was defended against. However, the first 2 attacks were merely greetings for Ordenros, the real attack had just begun. This oldest of the dead apostles spread the pure white wings on his back and swooped forward. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived above Shinji's head. Shinji, who had just blocked the invisible slashes, pulled up the sickle, slanting his hand to deflect it towards Ordenros' chest. The latter was well prepared, one hand turning outward, the other twisting inward, with graceful movements, a dangerous beautiful strike. The outward turning hand precisely struck the joint of the sickle's blade, while the elbow that twisted inward simultaneously struck and pushed away Shinji's attempt to parry with his right hand. Immediately, the elbow extended and fiercely grappled Shinji's arm, swinging him around like a warrior rather than a magus, and slamming him away. Ordenros did not give Shinji a chance to catch his breath, repeating the same tactic, the white robe and white wings surging forward, unrelenting. In another blink of an eye, a claw struck Shinji's left arm, pushing him dozens of meters away. To the world, it was the speed of a split second, but for the 2 of them, it was a long enough time to determine the course of the battle. The third split second was approaching. Chapter 289, Stalling for Time. The King of the Dead Apostles, who resembled an angel, loomed above, like a divine judge of reckoning, soaring through the sky like a mighty eagle. With an unmatched presence, he descended decisively, inspiring dread in all who beheld him. If this situation continued, even if Shinji could withstand the 3rd or 4th claw, he would ultimately be defeated. This was because, with each attack, Ordenros might grow stronger, while Shinji, under assault, had his strength diminished and his body gradually damaged. Though the injuries were light, the cumulative effect could not be ignored. Shinji's power was weaker than Ordenros, to begin with, so he could only prevail through meticulous calculation. Facing this crisis, Shinji hesitated no longer. In a battle against the mightiest in the world, holding anything back was tantamount to forfeiting his life. By the power of my command seal, I order, strengthening of the body. The dormant crimson markings on Shinji's right arm, extending to his shoulder, were ignited. The seal closest to his wrist glowed with a scarlet light even more vivid than blood. Though this light was not intense, the power it unleashed was no less than the Buddha's aura enveloping his entire body. This was the quintessence of the Matou family's magecraft, the greatest achievement of the magus Makiri Zolgen, the command seals, creations of the Holy Grail system capable of feats exceeding the limits of magecraft. Though few in number and irreplaceable, they possessed the potential to turn the tides of battle. Shinji had once used them to stabilize Justi's wavering spiritual foundation, and now he would wield them against this invading raid boss. The concentrated magical energy diffused through his body, filling every cell with power, and intoxicating Shinji. Alas, this strength was temporary, to be used sparingly, not to be squandered. The grey cloak billowed without wind, the surging magical energy creating a small tempest. No longer on the defensive, Shinji would meet the mighty dead Apostle King head-on, empowered by the command seal. Raging winds swirled as Ordenros descended against the wind, and Shinji rose with the wind. The Vajra's left arm against the sharp claws of the King of the Dead Apostles. Suddenly, a solemn and majestic sound, like the tolling of evening and morning bells, rang out across the heavens. Centered on the point where their fists and claws met, the air rippled like the surface of the Yangtze River stirred by a spring breeze, generating a fine series of wavelets. As the ripples passed, the Hades cloak violently billowed, and the youthful face of Ordenros simultaneously revealed a series of subtle undulations before gradually settling back into calmness. The 2 striking arms swung back in unison, then switched hands to strike again. The harp gleamed with icy coldness, its trajectory like a crescent moon. The sharp claws curved like hooks, their invisible blades howling. Ross furrowed his brow slightly and retracted his hand gently. Shinji shook his arm and let out a light hum. Neither made any further move, but the distance between them was steadily increasing. Since Ross had set aside his white glow and become serious, this was the first time Shinji had achieved parity. The confidence and momentum of Ross, who had thought victory was assured, were inevitable, albeit slightly affected. Meanwhile, the freed Shinji had gained a lot more self-assurance. He saw hope, the hope to keep fighting. As the distance between them no longer continued to widen, the grounded Shinji paused briefly before launching a new round of attack. Only a few minutes had passed since the retreat of Brigade, and Shinji had to keep this terrifying enemy detained here to ensure they would not be pursued. Shinji's steps were initially extremely slow. The first step taken was less than half the normal person's stride. The second step was slightly quicker, on par with a normal person. The third step was already twice the normal person's stride. And so on. The Bajiquan has active steps, and Japanese swordsmanship has something similar to shrinking the earth steps, so Shinji naturally also learned a similar moving method from Scathatch. After a few steps, the speed Shinji burst out with even surprised Ross, and what surprised him, even more, was the enemy's tactics. Knowing he was the White Wing Lord, yet daring to engage in close combat with him, how long has it been since he encountered someone like this? Decades or even centuries. But thinking about the behavior of the men codenamed Death repeatedly challenging him, Ross resigned himself to it. Such people cannot be judged by normal logic. The two slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, the pure white wings behind Ross spread out and flapped, lifting him off the ground, out of Shinji's charging path. That's right, he evaded, not engaging Shinji head-on again. It's not that he couldn't block it, nor was it out of fear, but because there was no need. With Ross' eyesight, even if he couldn't see through Hades' cloak's disguise, seeing through Shinji's current state was no problem at all. Although Shinji's momentum is now fierce and intense, all of this is like wood without roots and water without a source, unable to last. As long as it's left alone, Shinji will soon exhaust this power that does not belong to him. Being the case, why bother directly confronting him? After all, that sickle capable of suppressing regenerative ability and the unknown artifact that can release golden lightning are effective against the dead apostles, and even Ross doesn't want to get involved with them. Generally speaking, when the two sides are not too far apart in strength, it's not easy for one side to avoid battle, because the other side will try their best to keep the pressure on. But Ross doesn't have this concern, because the gap in experience between the two is too great. Even though Shinji has been through many battles and inherited the wisdom of doing scythe, it's still no match for the accumulation of the former over 1,000 years. Previously, Ross had to fight Shinji head-on, and Shinji couldn't evade. Now, Ross is willing to lure him, but Shinji is powerless to do anything. It's worth mentioning that although the feeling of being powerless is unpleasant, Shinji doesn't feel the least bit frustrated. His goal is not to defeat Ross at all, just to buy time. No matter what means are used, as long as the goal is achieved, it's fine. Ross doesn't want to waste energy, and Shinji doesn't either. The more energy he has left, the easier it will be to escape. The only thing he doesn't understand is what benefit this brings to Ross. Shinji doesn't believe Ross can't see through his intentions. The longer he dawdles with him, the more hopeless it is to catch up with the brigade. Normally, shouldn't he just kill him as quickly as possible and then start the pursuit? This thought had just arisen when Shinji rejected it. Even setting aside how to sneak past Bartholomew's intelligence network and send enough force to wipe out the brigade into the periver plain. Even if they are sent in, there's no need to split up from Ross. Directly ambushing the town would be more effective. So what is the reason then? Taking advantage of the gaps in Ross' movements, Shinji began to ponder. Chapter 290, a more important objective. The answer is not that hard to guess, because compared to wiping out the Chelan-Canticle Brigade, Ross has a more important goal, to obtain Shinji. After several rounds of confrontation, Ross' perception of Shinji changes a little with each round. In the first round, the sneak attack severely wounded Ross and his subordinates, and he only saw Shinji as a fool. Even though Shinji had such good stealth skills, and even carried precious weapons to suppress the dead apostles, he did not flee but instead rushed to the White Wing Lord's doorstep to cause trouble. Isn't this just deliberately going to his death? In the second round, Shinji blocked his attacks twice, buying time for his comrades to retreat. Ross raised his evaluation a bit, seeing the powerful fool. He must be strong to be able to block him, and as for being a fool, in this world where the gap in combat power is extremely large, anyone or any force knows the preciousness of high-end combat power. If it were Ross in Shinji's position, he would abandon the Chelan-Canticle Brigade and save himself, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge later. From this point on, Ross had the idea of turning Shinji into one of his subordinates. In the third round, in a confrontation, Shinji destroyed Ross' white light with a new divine artifact and also destroyed the subordinates barely hanging on nearby. From that moment on, Ordenross changed his goal. As long as he could get the person in front of him, he could let the Chelon Canticle Brigade go wherever they wanted. With the racial advantages of the dead apostles plus this man's combat power and various strange armaments, a powerful dead apostle on par with the 27 ancestors could soon be born. More importantly, this dead apostle would be directly under his command. With Shinji's support, Ordenross would be able to gain the upper hand in the struggle with his old rival, Ultrich Brunstad, and even go further to become the true king of the dead apostles. The subsequent 4th round of overpowering him and the current 5th round of wrestling are all attempts made by Ordenross to achieve his goal. He wants to break Shinji down from various aspects, deprive him of his ability to resist, and then absorb his blood to turn him into his kin. The night is still long, and Ordenross has enough patience to accompany Shinji slowly. In terms of consumption, humans can never match the dead apostles, whether in lifespan or endurance. As time passed, the highly concentrated magic power in Shinji's body became less and less, and the glow of the command spell nearest to his right wrist also gradually faded, finally dimming into a faint scar after a brief flare-up. At the same time, the violent magical power fluctuations on Shinji's body also withered away, causing Shinji's movements to slow down as well. To be safe, Ordenross did not hurry to change his tactics but continued to observe and confirm that Shinji's enhanced state had indeed ended, before finally ending the bout, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain or a grey eagle pouncing on a rabbit, launching a full frontal assault. Without the enhanced power of the command spells, Shinji did not dare to directly engage Ordenross and instead immediately activated his feathered shoes to flee in all directions. The ambitious king of the dead apostles was also not in a hurry, just leisurely hanging behind Shinji, occasionally lashing out with invisible slashing attacks, both consuming Shinji's stamina and magic power and controlling the direction of the prey's escape. The small town, despite its dilapidation, still contained many obstacles like houses and walls. Just now, Ordenross had consumed the opponent's strength by relying on these obstacles, but now he didn't want the opponent to use these obstacles against him. Under the constant pressure of Ordenross, Shinji soon crossed the entire small town and came to the open hills and plains outside the town, with no cover. Here, Ordenross could finally unleash his power and skills without worrying about the terrain. In the open field, the ancient dead apostle, unlike a typical vampire, floated in the air. The hazy moonlight shone through his pure white wings, casting a dreamlike light and shadow on the ground. The light and shadow kept rolling and changing, as if brewing something. The pure white feathers detached from the wings and fell into the wondrous world constructed by light and shadow. In an instant, the light and shadow detached from the intangible concept and transformed from the virtual to the real, as if they had been endowed with life. No, they had indeed been endowed with life. The things born from the light and shadow were indeed living beings, numbering about 20. Some of them Shinji could name, but more were unnamed, even strange monsters that did not conform to the evolutionary rules of biology. Although these beings had different forms, they all had one common feature: their bodies were white except for their eyes. This was the symbol of White Wing Lord Trhvmn Ordenross, and these monsters were his familiars. The familiars of the dead apostles are similar yet different from the familiars of the Magus. The similarity lies in their uses and functions, while the difference lies in the method of creation. For the dead apostles, drinking blood has a deeper meaning beyond just a biological need for energy. Their physical bodies, the containers themselves, begin to rapidly deteriorate the moment they become dead apostles. To make up for this, they need to constantly consume the blood of others, absorbing the genetic information of others into their bodies to maintain the stability of their physical form. For some dead apostles who have lived for a very long time, ordinary human genetic factors are no longer very suitable for repairing their physical bodies. Because the fundamental capabilities of human animalism are quite poor, absorbing the essence of beasts, demons, and phantasmal beasts is more efficient for repairing physical bodies. For the dead apostles who have absorbed beasts, if necessary, the beasts can be restored to their original form, just like now, where Ordenross is restoring a group of familiars using a single feather in his power. Go, accompanied the master's order, familiars scattered. One wolf-type familiar appeared within Shinji's line of sight, and he fired a silver bullet, killing it. But not long after, Shinji detected the presence of another bird-type familiar and also realized Ordenross' intention. This king of dead apostles considers himself the most important prey. This discovery filled Shinji with mixed feelings. The good news is that since he has been made the prey, Chelon Canticle Brigade is likely safe. The bad news is that escaping has become much more difficult. If no familiars were roaming around, Shinji could just find an empty place, rely on the invisibility of Hades' cloak, and evade Ordenross' search. But now it's not possible. No matter how skilled the invisibility, it's impossible to instantly erase all traces, and with the familiars watching, Ordenross can easily detect Shinji's presence. Don't forget, these familiars are separated from Ordenross' body, and while their combat power may not be strong, they are of one mind with their master, equivalent to his eyes and limbs. A way must be found to get rid of these annoying eyes, but not now, at least not for another 2 hours. Shinji looked back at the conspicuous white light source in the darkness and continued to flee westward. Chapter 291, Battle Shift. Working by day and resting by night is the routine for most people, but there are those who, due to the nature of their work or the lure of high rewards, have their schedules flipped. Bill belongs to the latter group. He's a driver, simply a driver, nothing more, who owns a pickup truck with a load capacity of over 10 tons. He travels between various towns on the Per-River Plain, doing what is commonly known as transport work. In a developed country like Italy, labor costs are high. In a tough industry like transport, even without overloading, smuggling, or working around the clock, a single trip can yield substantial profits, making it a genuine middle-class occupation. This time, Bill is working overtime and driving a night shift mainly because he's about to get married. He plans to take his new wife on a half-year trip around the world after the wedding, so he needs to save up in advance. The rate for urgent transport is often 3 times or more than the normal rate. As Bill listened to his favorite music and kept an eye on the road ahead, he thought happily, 1 more trip, then 2 more, and it should be enough. Making enough in a month to travel for a year, I admire myself. Who says we Italians are lazy and unreliable? We can be dependable when it counts. Driving at night can be tiring, so experienced drivers have their methods to stay alert and focused. Bill, being somewhat well known in the industry, is no exception. After a bit of self-entertainment with complaints, Bill felt much better, at least enough to avoid needing a break to relieve fatigue. Just then, he suddenly saw a black shadow at the edge of his vision, appearing to be a person. Bill was instantly alert. Large trucks, due to their mass, have a much longer braking distance than cars, so drivers are particularly mindful of the road conditions ahead to respond appropriately. Though he couldn't be sure if he was seeing things, Bill decided to brake just in case. If it wasn't a person, it would only cost a bit of time and provide a chance to rest. If it was a person, he could offer help. Those who travel for transport often help others in need on the road, hoping for the same in return if they ever encounter difficulties. The sound of the large, thick tires rubbing against the pavement was especially eerie in the night. The brake nozzle sprayed streams of water to cool the brake pads, creating a fine mist. With over 5 years of driving experience, Bill estimated the braking distance accurately, stopping the truck right beside the shadow. Bill rolled down the window, ready to call out. Suddenly, he found a person, no, a skull mask, right next to the open window. "Ah!" Bill screamed. "Shut up," a hoarse, dry voice snapped from behind the mask, adding an even more chilling atmosphere. "Why yes, I'll shut up," Bill replied in Italian, not realizing the other had spoken in English. "Do you need anything?" Money or, though Bill had never encountered such a situation before, he had heard from industry veterans that long-distance transport sometimes involved highway robbers. The advice was to comply and give money, as the robbers usually wouldn't harm you if you cooperated. The ghostly light in the mask's eye sockets flickered, making Bill even more uneasy. "Do you have water?" "What?" Bill thought he misheard. "Do you have water?" "Coffee would be better." Yes. Running night shifts requires good logistical support. Bill's backpack was fully stocked with food and drinks. Hearing the masked person's request, he immediately took out 2 cans of coffee and a sausage. The masked person took the coffee and sausage, tossing a 20-pound note into the truck. Without waiting for Bill to say anything, they disappeared into thin air. Bill stared blankly at the note on the dashboard. Seems like it's British pounds. Not a robber. A few miles west of the highway where Bill was, the demon Bill spoke of quickly devoured a few mouthfuls of sausage and haphazardly gulped down 2 sips of coffee. Casually tossing the aluminum can, it traced a high arc and perfectly hit a wandering white beast nearby. The beast let out a whimper and fled at top speed. Patting its chest, the demon that consumed human food exhaled a hot breath and muttered to itself, "Saved." Before the last word was fully spoken, the demon, having just relaxed for a few minutes, instantly tensed up. In the next second, a massive whooshing sound came from behind, akin to the whistle of a shell being fired or the air blast caused by a heavy object landing. The demon hastily turned around and raised a black and gold shield. As soon as the shield materialized, a terrifying air blast swept over, far exceeding meteorological levels, directly blowing the demon away. A white figure, starkly contrasting with the demon, pierced through the gaps in the air blast, charging at the demon with an unexpectedly powerful stance, as if aiming to completely evolve. The demon braced the shield with both hands, and a burst of magic mixed with solemn Buddhist light erupted, not only dispersing the strong force pushing him back but also propelling the shield, which had withstood countless attacks unscathed, to counterattack the pursuing angel. Thunder roared, and golden lightning extended from the tail of a golden artifact to its tip, descending with greater force than the shield throw, attacking from above while the shield struck from below. At the same time, the demon pulled out a long-handled scythe from somewhere, transforming into a flash too fast for the naked eye to see. Being full and satisfied is not only suitable for thoughts and desires but also combat. Chapter 292, Fierce Battle. The momentum of Orton Ross suddenly halted bizarrely, just in time for the golden lightning descending from the sky to graze past him. With the millennia of accumulation by this king of dead apostles, even though the artifact of the Buddhist guardian deity did have a certain restraining effect on him, as long as it wasn't a direct hit, it wouldn't have much impact. Avoiding a direct hit by the Indra's thunder, the white-clad, white-winged, ever-dustless vampire raised his left hand, swatting away the incoming shield. Simultaneously, he extended his right hand to press down on the handle of the scythe, preventing it from advancing further, and then swept a whip kick towards Shinji's chest. When Shinji's harp was effortlessly pushed and withdrawn, Ross realized that this cunning magus had played a trick. However, considering the significant gap in experience and strength between them, he didn't believe that Shinji, who favored more attacks than defense, could set a trap that would cause him considerable harm. Thus, his whip kick swept out without any hesitation. Shinji released the scythe and raised his elbows to block the powerful kick. In an instant, centered at Ross, Shinji was spun a full circle by the force of the kick before being flung outwards by centrifugal force. It seemed like Roos had the upper hand. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, Shinji, who had stealthily put on feathered shoes during the spin, returned. With his hands clasped together, a burst of Buddhist light appeared in his palms. Ross, with eyesight far surpassing that of humans, immediately felt the dazzling light sting his eyes, making it impossible to look directly. Shinji, with his hands poised to strike, didn't rush to attack. Advancing step by step, the blinding Buddhist light gradually concentrated, becoming almost tangible. Although these changes seemed complex, they occurred in the brief moments of Shinji's advance and retreat. Ross let his arms hang naturally and slowly opened his squinted eyes, ready to respond to whatever Buddhist secret technique Shinji would unleash in 3 steps. By this point in the battle, this ancient dead apostle, who had survived for a millennium, believed he had largely grasped Shinji's abilities. The majestic golden light and the golden conical artifact unmistakably belonged to Buddhist tools, and the formidable close combat skills displayed by Shinji further solidified Ross' judgment. As for the scythe that inhibited wound healing and the indestructible shield, they were likely ceremonial tools passed down by the Bartholomew family. This family, which had entangled with him for years, always managed to come up with peculiar items. Seeing Shinji avoid using weapons in combat suggested that he was only temporarily borrowing them, hence not fully integrating them into his battle style. As Ross predicted, Shinji indeed released his clasped hands after 3 steps, with his left palm forward and right palm back, delivering a double strike. However, he miscalculated one thing: Shinji's true trump card wasn't in the powerful double strike but in a trap set long before. In a dark corner opposite the solemn Buddhist light, a pair of eyes quietly opened on the shield that had fallen to the ground. The deep pupils elongated into ovals, emitting a strange golden light that starkly contrasted with the Buddhist glow. The highest grade mystic eyes Sibylle opened. Aegis, Athena's shield, caress of the Medusa. A gray-white color silently crept up Ross' body. Even the king of dead apostles couldn't escape the petrifying mystic eyes, originating from a bloodline more ancient than that of vampires and the era of myths. When he tried to step forward to engage the enemy, he suddenly found his feet immobile. Looking down, he saw that his legs below the knees had turned to stone. In that brief moment of shock, Shinji's double palms had already reached him. Ross was brave. He allowed Shinji's palms, imbued with the power to break evil, to press against his chest and then retaliated with 2 punches to Shinji's abdomen. These punches were even heavier than the earlier kick, forcing Shinji back even further. But this wasn't Ross' true intent. The immense force from Shinji's double palms and the counteracting force from his punches were all channeled into his lower body. If his legs were intact, the force would have been absorbed by the muscles and bones of his legs into the ground. However, with his lower legs petrified, the only outcome was that the stone legs shattered into pieces, along with the unaffected parts above the knees. Enduring the turmoil within his body, Shinji, hidden entirely under a cloak, looked up at Ross in midair. At this moment, Ross no longer retained its pure and holy appearance. A layer of seductive, blood-red mist was spreading around its body, growing thicker and denser. A white bird flew overhead, diving straight into the blood mist without pause, never to emerge again. Meanwhile, Ross' lost legs began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Shinji knew that he had lost the chance to further expand his victory, possibly the only opportunity to severely wound Ross using the advantage of information asymmetry. Fortunately, the most basic objective had been achieved, so Shinji didn't feel too regretful. Rubbing his still protesting abdomen, Shinji gathered up his scattered treasures and staggered forward. At the same time, more and more white beasts were converging towards the blood mist from afar. Their actions were no different from that of the white bird. They all dove into the mist, using their bodies to repair the main body's damage. These creatures were familiars split from Ross' body, so they could naturally return to the main body and become nourishment for its recovery. After devouring over a dozen familiars, the ancient king of dead apostles finally restored his legs. The force of exorcism that had invaded his body had already been dispelled before his legs were fully regenerated. Taking a deep breath and inhaling the remaining blood mist, Ross stared intently in the direction Shinji had left, his vampiric eyes growing even redder as if filled with countless streams of blood. To be able to inflict such damage on me, I'll reluctantly commend you as remarkable. However, this level alone is not enough. Do you think that by retrieving my familiars, I won't be able to find you? As your Buddhist saying goes, you can't escape from my five-finger mountain. With a flap of his white wings, the pure white angel streaked across the night sky. There was now less than an hour until sunrise. Chapter 293, Fight to the Death. The Po River is the largest river in Italy. Originating from Mount Viso in the Cottian Alps at an altitude of 3,841 meters, located at the border between Italy and France, the river initially flows from west to east. It turns north at Saluzzo, passes through Turin, skirts the Monferrato hills, then turns east again at Chivasso, and finally empties into the Adriatic Sea 20 kilometers east of Porto Tolli. The river spans a total length of 652 kilometers and has a drainage basin of approximately 75,000 square kilometers, crossing the northern part of the country and forming the Po Valley. It flows through cities such as Turin and Piacenza. The middle and lower reaches are dotted with many lakes and tributaries, including the Tenero, Scrivia, and Trebbia rivers. Shinji fled westward, aiming to utilize this major Italian river to escape. The small town where the Night of Wallachia occurred is located near a minor water network east of the main stem of the Po River. Since dead apostles are the origin of vampire legends, many characteristics from those legends hold: they drink human blood, have servants, fear sunlight, can be repelled by baptismal rites, and cannot, merely with their physical bodies, cross running water. Rivers, streams, and seas are insurmountable barriers for them. To Shinji's knowledge, the only one who overcame this limitation was Sumair, a member of the 27 ancestors, known as the Water Demon. As long as Shinji could enter the Po River, he would be safe. The river's waters would wash away traces of human activity, and the dead apostle's weakness to running water would prevent Ordenroth's pursuit. This was Shinji's plan, and he acted on it. Understandably, when he heard the sound of rushing water and saw the shimmering river under the moonlight, his heart filled with joy. However, before the joy of imminent escape could reach his face, his wounded and exhausted body tensed once more. The king of the dead apostles, clad in white with immaculate white wings, stood on the riverbank. His expression was calm as if he was merely enjoying the scene. Seeing Shinji approach, he greeted him leisurely. "You're here, though a bit later than I expected." "My apologies for the disappointment," Shinji replied, using this precious time to adjust his condition. After such a prolonged battle, Shinji fully understood the formidable regenerative abilities of the dead Apostle King. He knew that if he did not make the most of every second, he would fail at this crucial moment. Unfortunately, this small calculation was seen through by Ordenroth, who smiled and snapped his fingers. "I'm not disappointed. If you had escaped, I would have been disappointed." So. His left claw slashed horizontally while his right claw cut vertically, sending 10 invisible strikes from all directions, sealing off Shinji's escape routes. "Fall here." It wasn't that he didn't want to chat more with Shinji, he simply couldn't afford to. Yes, he couldn't. In the relentless pursuit, Ordenroth had driven his prey to the brink of despair multiple times. Yet, at each critical moment, Shinji would come up with an unexpected move, turning the tide. Ordenroth always thought that would be the final surprise, but Shinji continuously found new ways to escape from desperate situations. The Scythe of Serpents, Harp, Indra's Thunder, Athena's Shield, Hades' Cloak, Hermes' Winged Sandals, Vidra's Left Arm, Divine Gunblade, Rune Magic Bullets, Command Spell Enhancement, Rune Magic, the surprises seemed endless and inexhaustible. If not for the circumstances of the Po River and the impending dawn, Ordenroth would have loved to see what more tricks this peculiar magus had up his sleeve, even if it meant getting embarrassed or injured. But at this moment, Ordenroth couldn't afford any slip-ups. Otherwise, the cooked duck would fly away, and he, the ancient king of the dead apostles, would become a laughingstock. Aware of his enemy's intent, Shinji remained silent, focusing all his strength on the battle. Athena's shield materialized, blocking the invisible strikes. Medusa's eye opened, turning the world in his vision gray. Ordenroth, having suffered once from this, wouldn't fall for it again. As soon as the shield appeared, he moved to Shinji's side, engaging in close combat. At such a close distance, the long weapon Scythe of Serpents couldn't be wielded effectively. Without the most feared weapon by the dead Apostle King, Ordenroth could fully leverage his advantages to crush Shinji. Weapons are unusable, strength is unmatched, and the difference in experience is like heaven and earth. Let's see what tricks you still have. It must be said that Ordenroth's strategy was correct and his tactics were very cautious. But he underestimated Shinji's determination and willpower, and even more so, he underestimated the education Shinji had received and his wide-ranging, imaginative thinking. Just because the Scythe of Serpents was neutralized, does it mean I have no other options? Beaten by Ordenroth to the point where his arms were swollen and blood was trickling from his mouth and nose, a fierce glint flashed in Shinji's eyes. There was a burst of Buddha light, and the only hand that could wrestle with the dead Apostle King grabbed the latter's wrist. Then, he directly rammed his entire body into him, causing Ordenroth to stagger. But before Shinji could release his left hand and distance himself from the enemy, Ross, having recovered, grabbed Shinji's left hand with a backhand and forced himself closer. However, unlike Shinji, he didn't ram but extended his left claw to grab Shinji's head. As long as he caught this vital part, the outcome would be decided, and the dead Apostle King had no fewer than 10 ways to strip Shinji of his ability to resist. Ross' left claw came very fast, so fast that Shinji didn't even have the chance to raise his hand to block it. The confident claw came straight at him, and through the fingers, one could see Ross' smile of assured victory. However, this smile froze as the claw descended. The claw, which could slice through gold and jade like cutting tofu, simply passed through the mask's face and then through the head behind the mask. No mask fragments, no blood, and no brain matter, there was nothing, as if he had grabbed a handful of air. An illusion. But then, what about the left hand he was gripping with his right hand? It turned out that the special effect of Hades' cloak only worked on the sensory organs of living beings and did not directly change appearance and physique. Shinji's disguised height was a common 180 centimeters for Westerners, but his actual height was less than 150 centimeters. Grabbing at the head based on the disguised height naturally missed because it was too high. To avoid being noticed as a fraud, Shinji tried to avoid direct contact with others, especially his upper body, while in his disguised form. At this moment, he went against this principle to calculate Ross, and the effect was surprisingly good. Before Ross could react to what was happening, thunder suddenly roared in his ears, and golden lightning raged before his eyes. Shinji, whose head had been pierced by the claw, held the most destructive golden artifact in a reverse grip. The black pearl at the end of the artifact was filled with heart-palpitating, unpredictable thunder. Chapter 294, The Curse. Are you insane? Ross turned pale. The reason he hadn't guarded against this artifact was twofold. Firstly, it wasn't a weapon, making it unsuitable for close combat. Secondly, the thunder it carried, though powerful, was indiscriminate and difficult to control. Using it at such close range would mean neither side could escape unscathed. Shinji still didn't speak. He answered Ross through his actions. A mysterious crimson light flowed from his right hand into the golden artifact. A sudden clap of thunder, the divine thunder of Indra. In an instant, thunder and lightning manifested, and dark clouds swirled. Although it was just a small cloud covering the two of them, its momentum was no less than a summer thunderstorm. Thunder roared and lightning entwined, as if the god Indra himself was shouting in anger. Ross looked around. Bolts of lightning sliced through the clouds like golden snakes slithering through the sky. Even a mere graze from one of them caused him a sharp pain. This was the maximum output of the B+ rank noble phantasm, Indra's thunder, a level of destructive power modern magecraft could hardly reach. Faced with such a terrifying attack, even the powerful king of dead apostles felt a tremendous threat, a mix of shock and anger. Do you want to perish together with me? Perish together? Behind his cracked mask, Shinji revealed a disdainful smirk. Impossible. If he truly intended that, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Since he dared to do this, he naturally had the confidence to survive the heavenly thunder. Shinji's confidence came from the command seals. These miraculous crystallizations of magical power could not only strengthen the body but also achieve self-healing, and even spatial transfer miracles that only magic could accomplish. Of course, the latter could only be borne by spiritual bodies like servants and not humans, otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a dire state. This time, Shinji used 2 strokes of his command seals. The first was to forcibly activate Indra's thunder when magic power was insufficient. The second was to enhance Indra's thunder's power and focus all the lightning on Ross. The reason he held Ross so closely was to prevent him from escaping. The command seal's enhancement was ultimately not causality reversal and lacked hit certainty. If Ross managed to escape, all his painstaking calculations would be in vain, and Shinji wouldn't have time to cry over it. In the black cloud, the golden snakes grew more numerous and thicker, like a reservoir about to release its floodwaters. Feeling an escalating sense of crisis, Ross abandoned his original plan to strip Shinji of his ability to resist and turn him into a servant. Concerned for his own life, he unleashed the power accumulated over a millennium in an instant. The Vajra's left arm enhanced by the relic could no longer suppress the right hand of Ross, who broke free. At the same time, Ross' free left hand and legs launched a series of attacks. While the left hand attacking Shinji's head and shoulders missed as usual, the kicks landed on his body. The faint sound of cracking bones did not escape Ross' ears. The king of dead apostles, invigorated, delivered another kick, sending Shinji flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground dozens of meters away. Ross did too. To escape the terrifying divine thunder, the ancient dead apostle king used all his strength. The recoil from kicking Shinji, the flapping of his wings, and his special movement techniques made his speed even faster than Shinji's, almost reaching his limit. However, this did not resolve the dead apostle king's crisis. To his astonishment, the black cloud brewing the divine thunder suddenly expanded and engulfed him again, such was the marvelous effect of the command seal's enhancement. Before the dead Apostle King could make another move, the crisis descended. Golden thunder poured down like a waterfall, falling from the sky to the earth, or perhaps ascending from the earth to the sky. The lightning utterly ravaged the land, unleashing its terrifying destructive power on everything it touched. This force was so overwhelming that even heroes revered by later generations would struggle to survive such an attack. The final boss that heroes had to face, the White Wing Lord, could not either. The pure white attire, whose material was unknown, turned to ashes under the thunderous attack. The body, as perfect as Michelangelo's David, was now blackened and mottled, oozing foul liquid and vapors. The angelic wings had lost their sanctity and splendor, leaving only bare branches behind. He could no longer be called the White Wing Lord. A more fitting name would be Bald Winged Lord or Roasted Winged Lord, though this was just a jest and did not change the fact that Trhvmn Ordenros had endured the divine punishment of thunder. It should be over now, right? This must have been the last counterattack from that troublesome Magus. Thinking this, the King of Dead Apostles looked in the direction where Shinji had been sent flying. In the extended line of his sight, there was only a dirt pit about 1 meter in radius, and nothing else. Damn, the Magus had escaped. The King of Dead Apostles, whose emotions had not yet settled, felt even more frustrated. Ignoring his severely damaged body, he walked to the edge of the dirt pit that seemed to have been left by Shinji, grabbed a handful of soil, and sniffed it at his nose. He then looked up at the ever-flowing river not far away and let out a heavy snort. Do you think hiding in the river and evaporating the bloodstains will let you escape? You have truly underestimated me, Trhvmn Ordenros. Without any visible action from him, a mist darker than the night itself suddenly emerged at the edge of the pit destroyed by Shinji's fire mage craft. This mist, unaffected by the night wind, gathered into a long line, one end held by Ordenros and the other extending outward, finally flowing into the water. Almost simultaneously, a black line appeared on Shinji's right wrist as he walked in the middle of the river, relying on rune magic. Sensing something amiss, Shinji hastily pulled up his sleeve, only to see the black line extending up his arm at a visible pace. Wherever it passed, his already swollen, bruised arm began to decay and rot at an observable speed. Not good, it's a curse. Shinji had seen this condition described in the materials Lorelei had left him. It was one of Ordenros' abilities, which he had used against several ancestors of the Bartholomei family. This was a malevolent curse specifically targeting Magus. The black line absorbed the Magus mana, growing stronger while gradually destroying the Magus magic circuits and inflicting physical pain, a dual blow to both mind and body. In the mere seconds it took to inspect the curse, Shinji could already feel his mana spiraling out of control. Watching as the black line crept past his elbow, nearing his shoulder, Shinji gritted his teeth and drew the divine gun blade, ready to cut it off. According to records, the only conclusion the Bartholomei family had drawn from studying the sacrificed ancestors' bodies was that severing the black line's connection with the body in time was the only way to halt the curse's spread. The blade flashed. Chapter 295, Escape. The blade flashed, but it did not sever the right arm. Just before the blade touched his skin, a calm yet solemn voice echoed in Shinji's mind. This voice, he had heard it once a few months ago. It was this very voice that had reawakened the relic from its dormant state. The Supreme Master of Boundless Radiance, enlightening all under heaven. Accompanied by a chant whose origin remained unidentified to this day, Shinji's entire body was bathed in divine light for the second time. Unlike the battle with Risebife, this time the divine light did not enhance his physical strength. Instead, it targeted the black line invading his body. Under the illumination of the divine light, the decay and rot caused by the black line were effectively contained. Although the already corrupted parts remained unchanged, it at least proved that the power contained within the relic left by the Buddhist saint had some restraining effect on the White Wing Lord's curse. Now it was a matter of seeing how far the holy relic could go. Unknown holy monk, you can't lose to a vampire, or else Buddhism's reputation would be completely tarnished. Temporarily spared from becoming a one-armed hero, Shinji's mood slightly improved. He continued to move through the water, finding some solace in his plight. But he hadn't taken more than a couple of steps before he could no longer move forward. The black line, just suppressed by the divine light, began to stir once more, pushing upward against the pressure of the divine light. Though it had only moved a fraction of a hair's breadth, the clash of the opposing forces, one righteous, one evil, one life-giving, one life-taking, brought Shinji unbearable pain. If he had to compare, it was akin to the excruciating pain he felt during physical control training when Scathach used magecraft to scrape his bones. Glug glug glug. Shinji tried to vent the pressure of the pain through cursing, but unfortunately, his water-repelling magecraft was not adept enough. He could only maintain a small, clear area around his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Any larger movement let water rush into his mouth, and it took a while before he could recover. Before he could spit out the water, the divine light began to exert its power again, pushing the advancing black line back down. This brought another wave of bone-scraping pain. Shinji, now too exhausted to curse, sat down on the riverbed, enduring the dual torment of mind and body, waiting for the outcome of the struggle between the divine light and the curse. If the divine light won, he would continue forward until he reached safety. If the divine light lost, he would cut off his right hand and return to Japan to have Tuko make him a prosthetic. Thinking of his family and friends back in Japan, a hint of color returned to Shinji's pain-stricken, pale face. Tuko would mock him, calling him an idiot. The cold but warm-hearted Justies would probably ignore him for days unless he provided a satisfactory explanation. Sakura and Fujino would surely cry, and their tears were what he feared the most. Kiri, who had battled illness for so many years, might not cry, but she would likely send her double to follow him, not allowing him to go anywhere alone. A scolding from his father and uncle was inevitable, and his mother would probably say, "The Matou family is flourishing, there's no need for you to venture out and take risks." Of course, he would never agree to that, for his Shursho was still waiting for him in the Land of Shadows. After witnessing the stark landscape of the Land of Shadows wielding its power, and experiencing its millennia-old solitude, Shinji's heart was deeply imprinted with the vivid scenery of that black and white world. Familiar faces flashed before his eyes, and familiar scenes surfaced in his mind. In a daze, he saw a ponytailed girl holding a whip, pointing at his nose, and saying in a cold, yet not chilling voice, "You can't lose. If you do, I won't forgive you." For some reason, hearing these words inexplicably calmed Shinji's heart. Despite the escalating pain, he remained unwavering. Amid this stark contrast between physical and mental states, the chant that awakened the relic ceased its mechanical repetition and began to change. The Supreme Master of Boundless Radiance, enlightening all under heaven. At that time, the Buddha spoke to the Bodhisattva of Guanyin, and the four assemblies of heaven and men. In the countless past, I sought the Lotus Sutra tirelessly. Among the multitude, I often became a king, vowed to seek supreme Bodhi, and my heart did not waver. At that time, the world-honored one reiterated this meaning and spoke in verse. Shinji subconsciously followed the recitation. Unknowingly, he had already sat cross-legged with his hands clasped in prayer. The radiance of the Buddha's bone relics penetrated through his skin and muscles, emerging from the palm of his left hand and entering through the palm of his right hand, like a wisdom sword severing the 3,000 troubles. Silently, it sliced through the black line coiled around his right wrist, the decayed axis. 1,000 meters away on the riverbank, Ortenross, who also had a black line around his hand, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the dark blood the same color as the black line. The more powerful the curse, the more likely it is to backfire. That beam of Buddha's light not only harmed the tangible curse but also, through an invisible connection, affected the origin of the curse. Damn it. Still resisting. Let's see how long you can last. Blocked multiple times overnight, even the ancient king of dead apostles couldn't help but feel agitated, his voice tinged with hysteria. As he grasped the black line, preparing to strengthen the curse further, the horizon began to brighten with a faint white light, blending with the last shining morning star in the night sky. Then, the morning sun rose, ending the night. In February in Italy, winter had not yet passed, and the first rays of morning sunlight were far from dispelling the cold accumulated overnight. Yet, this gentle, almost powerless sunlight made Ortenross feel as if his body, which had lost its warmth for millennia, was being scorched as if a fire was burning on his skin. Compared to the flowing Per River, the sun in the sky poses a greater threat to the dead apostles. Under the sun, weak dead apostles would turn to ashes directly, and even powerful dead apostles would suffer a weakening of their physical strength and abilities, from body to soul. This is the price of immortality, a deficiency inscribed in their genes and souls, and the king of dead apostles is no exception. Magus, consider yourself lucky but don't think you're safe yet. You won't escape, absolutely not. Feeling the power continuously draining from his body, Ortenross' suppressed hysteria finally erupted fully. He sensed Shinji's direction one last time, flapped his bare wings forcefully, and left the place that had caused him so much frustration. After his departure, a palm-sized black shadow emerged from a pile of rocks in the distance and disappeared in a flash. 3 days later, news of the White Winge Lord's failed ambush on Chelan Canticle Brigade spread across Europe. A week later, there was an update to the news. On the night of the ambush, the captain of Chelan Canticle Brigade, Death, battled the White Wing Lord on the Per River Plain. The White Wing Lord was injured, and Death went missing. The Dead Apostle community was shocked. The Holy Church was shocked. The Mages Association was shocked. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Shock. This is not a temple in the secular sense, where statues of gods are placed, but in the magical sense, an upper-level evolution of a magus workshop, an otherworldly temple artificially constructed by the finest magus. A representative example of this is the Hounuden Rokuji-yanshu, the 64 layers of the Honu temple, that was destroyed by Fujino. Unlike the Hounuden Rokuji-yanshu, this temple was not built by a single person, nor was its construction measured in years. This temple was perfected over more than a dozen generations, spanning centuries, finally becoming the highest masterpiece of the magecraft discipline known as territory creation. This is the core area of the First Lord's family in the Clock Tower, the oldest Magus nobility, the Bartholomew family, carrying the honor and legacy of the Bartholomew name. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary stone chamber, but once you pass through the door, you'll find another world hidden inside. No exaggeration, no use of any rhetorical devices, the interior of the temple is truly an independent otherworld. Time slows down, space extends infinitely, the four fundamental elements of earth, water, fire, and wind are extraordinarily active here, the rules of the entire world are redefined. Now, this other world, as ancient as the name Bartholomew, has welcomed its new master, the contemporary heir of the Bartholomew name, the proud queen, Bartholomew Lorelei. Her Majesty the Queen still dresses casually, holding in her right hand the mystic code that has accompanied her for many years, a short whip. Wind. With a single-syllable chant, Lorelei's magic circuit spun at high speed, roaring like a beast. Under the influence of magic, the air in front of her split apart like waves, creating a vacuum. Indeed, a vacuum, a true emptiness, Bartholomew's secret magecraft, the vacuum blade. The air displaced in an instant has a destructive power no less than a cannonball, and the air rushing back in after the pressure of the vacuum disappears causes even more terrifying secondary damage. The result is the destruction of everything within dozens of meters, leaving only rubble and debris. This is the terror of the highest level wind magecraft, the vacuum blade, an attack so dreadful that only the Lord who has inherited the ancient lineage magic crest of the Bartholomew can perform it. The accumulation and heritage of the Bartholomew have surpassed the constraints of time, no matter the era, they can always stand at the top. An elderly man in a tailcoat, dressed as a butler, walked out from a pre-built shelter and bowed to Lorelei standing proudly amidst the devastation. Congratulations, Mississippi. You have fully adapted to the magic crest. Lorelei gently brushed aside her flaxen hair, disheveled by the airflow, her face, both delicate and valiant, showing no emotion, as if everything that had just happened was only natural. Thank Mr. Melvin for me, for his excellent tuning. Tuning holds a special meaning in the magical world as well. While a tuner in a music festival adjusts the pitch, a tuner in the magical world adjusts magic crests. It is a highly specialized profession, even rare at the headquarters of the Mages Association. By naturally intervening in the cycle, they suppress the side effects of crest transplantation, allowing the inheritor's body to quickly adapt to the magic crest. A skilled tuner can even repair damages to the magic crest. Without exaggeration, every tuner is a sought-after ally for major Magus families, and even lords and nobles do not wish to offend them. The Melvin mentioned by Lorelei is such a tuner and one of the best in Britain. Although only in his early 20s and personally suffering from various physical and psychological issues, his outstanding tuning skills make everyone overlook his flaws. It was under his tuning that Lorelei adapted to the magic crest within just half a year. The butler humbly lowered his head at Lorelei's command. Yes, Mississippi. I will certainly convey your thanks. What time is it now? In this other world, there are no sun, moon, or stars, so Lorelei could not judge the time from the environment. 14:32, the butler replied. Arrange a car for me, I need to go out. Hearing this request, the butler immediately showed a troubled expression. But Miss, the Lord, and several other dignitaries instructed you to go to the council chamber immediately after completing your adaptation training. Let them wait. Lorelei raised her slender eyebrows, exuding a queenly presence. Now that I have inherited the magic crest, I am the current Bartholomew. Even though I haven't officially taken the position of Lord, they have no right to dictate to me. In the Bartholomew family, emotions among family members were very cold, and there was no so-called order of seniority, only differences in ability and status. Although Lorelei had not yet been crowned, she was already the pinnacle of the Bartholomew. Do it immediately. Yes, miss. The butler dared not persuade further and could only obey the order. May I ask where you wish to go, miss? The outskirts, to the Chelon Canticle Brigade's base. With that, Lorelei started walking toward the exit of the temple. Behind her, the elderly men who had watched her grow up let out an almost imperceptible sigh. I must inform the dignitaries quickly to prevent Miss from making a wrong decision. The Chelon Canticle Brigade was currently in a state of frenzy, frantically gathering information, training relentlessly, and burning through money like mad. Ever since they received the news of their captain's disappearance, every member had become silent and then unanimously entered this frenzied state. The captain had chosen to face the dreadful White Wing Lord alone for their sake. So, before the captain returns and before the next mission, they must become useful and not drag the captain down. They doubled their team training, doubled their exercises, pushing themselves to the brink of unconsciousness and injury, better to collapse in training than to be a burden on the battlefield. It was either break the silence with an outburst or be consumed by it. When Lorelei entered the training ground, she witnessed the scene of madness. This state is wrong. Although the brigade had always trained hard, there was never this sense of betting their lives in such a tragic way. Something must have happened. With this thought, Lorelei released her magical energy. Sensing the familiar magic, Chariot immediately halted the training and lined up with everyone in front of Lorelei. "Miss, have you officially inherited the magic crest?" "Yes," Lorelei nodded slightly. "Congratulations, miss." "Spare me the meaningless blessings." Lorelei raised her hand to stop anyone from speaking. "Where is Death? Where is he?" No one answered, and no one met Lorelei's gaze. The training ground was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The sudden silence cast a shadow over Lorelei's mood. Why is everyone silent? "Judgment, you speak." The one named Judgment raised his head, his face a mix of a bitter smile and confusion. "Miss, you don't know." "I don't know. I came here directly after finishing my training." Lorelei shook her head. "What on earth happened?" "On our last mission, we encountered Ross. The captain stayed behind alone to cover our retreat and has been missing ever since." Lorelei's expression shifted, conveying her growing concern. Chapter 297, Fury. Judgment's words struck Lorelei like a bolt, leaving her mind blank. However, this blankness did not show on her face. From a young age, Lorelei had been taught to appear strong in front of others. Although her face was somewhat pale, she did not show excessive grief or despair. Instead, she asked in a hoarse voice. "When did this happen?" "Half a month ago." Lorelei was silent for a few seconds before saying word by word, "Chariot, Judgment, come with me. The rest of you continue training." Half an hour later, Lorelei left the ancient castle. An hour later, Lorelei headed to the Department of Policies. An hour and a half later, the conference room of the Department of Policies was leveled to the ground. A certain candidate for the inheritance of the Magic Crest, who had once competed with Lorelei, was severely injured. Several officials present also suffered varying degrees of injury. In the end, it was Lord Elmeloy who arrived in time to stop Lorelei's wrath. The attack on Chelan Canticle Brigade involved not only dead apostles and magus families hostile to the Bartholomew, but also internal family members who secretly fanned the flames. For example, the severely injured candidate used his authority to delay the Italian branch of the Magus Association's rescue operations, hoping to weaken Lorelei's power in this way. The affected officials also had varying degrees of dereliction of duty, which the soon-to-be-installed new lord seized upon. After spending 10 minutes in the adjacent Department of Mineralogy, Lorelei returned to the Bartholomew main house. That evening, Lorelei convened a meeting with the current lord and the officials of the Department of Policies to make personnel adjustments. 3 days later, the current lord of the Department of Policy stepped down, and Lorelei became the new Lord Bartholomew, officially taking charge of the Department of Policies. On her first day in office, the newly appointed lord, now able to directly use the name Bartholomew, allied with Elmeloy and numerous magus families under the aristocratic faction and launched a fierce attack on the democratic faction led by Trambilio and Valuoletta. The intensity of their methods exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, the new lord of the Bartholomew, ascending to the family head position, issued a series of retaliatory orders against the White Wing Lord and his affiliated forces. She even collaborated with their old rival, the Holy Church, to eliminate several dead apostle territories in one fell swoop. One of these territories was personally destroyed by Lorelei. In response to Bartholomew's provocation, the White Wing Lord uncharacteristically did not retaliate, behaving like a pacifist, not fighting back or retaliating with insults. This further boosted Lorelei's prestige. For a time, Bartholomew Lorelei's name became renowned, making her the most prominent figure in the mysterious world, even overshadowing Death, who had battled the White Wing Lord for a night. Many people believed that the Bartholomew were flourishing and that the White Wing Lord was doomed. With the strong support of Elmeloy and Lorelei's growing reputation, Lorelei quickly dismantled the internal opposition within the family, firmly securing her position as Lord, and making the name Lord Bartholomew truly worthy. Notably, Lorelei's fellow direct descendants and young magus from the clock tower rarely called her Lord Bartholomew. They preferred to call her Her Majesty the Queen or Lady, with a particularly boisterous group of problem students from Elmeloy's classroom leading the charge. According to some insider gossip, the classroom's head, Waver Velvet, had gained a few more wrinkles. Though barely in his 20s, he seemed to be aging towards 30. To prevent the new star teacher of the clock tower from prematurely aging and to stop the young people in the Elmeloy faction from following in Waver's footsteps, Lord Elmeloy half-persuaded, half-forced Waver to take a vacation. He even booked him a ticket to the Mediterranean for a holiday, urging him to take a break from teaching and relax. While various magus families in the Mediterranean were jubilant, eager to take this opportunity to connect with Elmeloy, Waver did not board the plane to the Mediterranean. Instead, he quietly took another flight from the same airport, heading to the other side of the world, to the place that had changed his destiny. Sitting opposite him was a woman wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, her entire body tightly wrapped. From the moment she boarded the plane, she had not removed her hat or sunglasses, whether eating or sleeping, causing the crew and other passengers to speculate if she might be a celebrity. When the plane landed at F Airport, the two walked out of the airport one after the other and got into the same taxi. It was only then that the woman took off her sunglasses and sun hat, revealing the face she had hidden for nearly 20 hours, none other than Lorelei Bartholomew, the undisputed rising star of the clock tower in recent times. Thank you, Mr. Velvet, for accompanying me to Japan. I am deeply grateful. At this moment, Lorelei no longer had her usual air of superiority, nor the composure she displayed when facing other lords. Her eyes, which once shone with an unyielding light, now lacked clarity, showing a hint of confusion and unease. Knowing the immense pressure Lorelei had endured during this time, Weber frowned, looking at her as he would his troublesome students. You didn't have to do this. No, I did. Lorelei stubbornly shook her head. I asked him to take over Chelan Canticle Brigade. I must be responsible for my actions and give his family an explanation. But he's only missing now, isn't this a bit? Weber swallowed his words as he looked into the girl's dim eyes. For so long, there had been no news, and divination magic had provided no clues. She thought he might really, the girl's eyes started to redden. When she heard about his disappearance, she showed no emotion. When she took control of Bartholomew and silenced the opposition, she showed no emotion. When she launched a counterattack against Ordenross, she still showed no emotion. She thought she could forever bury her grief deep inside, but in this distant eastern land, in the place where he had lived, she could no longer suppress it. Weaver sighed gently, as if comforting her, and as if reaffirming his confidence. No news is sometimes good news. I have a feeling that guy isn't so easy to kill. Maybe he's waiting for us at home right now. If that's the case, I will give him a good scolding. Lorelei instinctively gripped the whip in her hand, using the newfound strength she had acquired. Then shall we go to the Matou residence? Weaver asked. No, we'll go to the Tosaka residence first. The Tosaka family is the local managing family. Visiting magi should first obtain their permission. Moreover, the current head, Tosaka Tokiomi, has submitted an inheritance and patent application to the Department of Policies. I brought it with me. Could I trouble Mr. Velvet to act as an emissary of the clock tower? P.S. Waifu got angry. Chapter 298, Chapter 298, Hidden Title. Tosaka Tokiomi, a man who dedicated his life to reaching the root by pursuing the Holy Grail, was a pure magus. Ironically, he did indeed touch the Holy Grail, but it was no longer the Grail he knew, it was filled with curses. Ungramenu, all the world's evils, manifested through the Holy Grail system, a conglomeration of malevolence, a contaminant far more terrifying than even the curse of the White Wing Lord, capable of destroying the human spirit and life with even the slightest touch. Whether it was luck or misfortune, when Tokiomi touched it, the curse was gradually losing its potency and did not instantly take his mind and life. However, this did not mean the curse had failed, it merely changed an immediate death sentence into a slow, lingering one. In the following days, Tokiomi's body weakened day by day, like a terminally ill patient. His limbs grew weak, his vision blurred, and his organs began to fail, forcing him to rely on the technological devices he once scorned to sustain his life. Even more tragic was that he was losing his magic circuits, losing his abilities as a magus. In the end, he couldn't even cast the most basic fireball spell, making the magecraft he had dedicated his life to seem like a cruel joke. In March 1999, winter's tale finally receded, and the footsteps of new life approached. However, Tosaka Tokiomi, who had entered the winter of his life, could not welcome this new beginning. His life, ravaged by the malignant curse, finally reached its end. It should be today. Having been bedridden for half a month, Tokiomi felt an unexpected surge of vitality within him, knowing his time was running short. This final burst of energy was known as the final flare, the last flicker of life like a candle in the wind. Tokiomi struggled to sit up from his bed, an action that alarmed his ever-present, unwaveringly loyal, and uncomplaining wife, Aoi Tosaka. Dear, what's, Aoi quickly moved forward to assist him. What a wonderful wife she is. Feeling his wife's gentle touch, Tokiomi once again marveled in his heart. His slightly regained strength enabled him to place his hands on his wife's, his scattered pupils beginning to refocus. Call Rin for me, I have some things to say to you both. My time is short. Dear. Hearing Tokiomi's words, although Aoi had somewhat prepared herself mentally, it still felt like her world was collapsing. I'm sorry, Aoi. Tokiomi gently held his wife's hand, warm drops of liquid falling, Aoi's tears. Go ahead. All right. Call Sakura too, I have some things to say to her as well. As Aoi turned to leave, Tokiomi added. Aoi nodded, hurrying away with steps that belied her usual elegance. Daddy. Rin, who had just entered her teenage years, rushed to Tokiomi's bedside, gripping her father's arm tightly. Rin, don't cry. We Tozakas must always maintain composure and grace. Tokiomi placed his free hand on his daughter's head, gently stroking her hair. Got it, Daddy. Rin sniffled, trying to wipe away her tears, but they wouldn't stop. Good child, Tokiomi's face showed a trace of comfort. After Daddy dies, you will inherit the Tosaka family, you will protect Mommy, and you will fulfill the dreams that I and our ancestors could not complete. Although it's a bit early, Daddy believes that you can do it. Everything that needed to be taught to Rin had been taught, and the magic circuits had been gradually transplanted into her over the past few years. The road ahead could only be walked by herself. I can do it, I definitely can do it, Rin said firmly, wanting to become as excellent a person as her father. Then Daddy can be at ease. If I could, I would like to see you grow up, become an outstanding magus, see you start a family, and see you bring new members to the Tosaka household. Unfortunately, Daddy doesn't have that time. So, Aoi, please watch over Rin and Sakura, watch our children grow up for me. Tokiomi seemed somewhat tired, his voice much lower. He struggled to lift his increasingly heavy eyelids, looking towards his wife who had returned at some point. I will, Aoi said, hugging their daughter, her tears falling like broken pearls. I will take good care of our children, take good care of our home. That's great. The pupils that had barely regained focus scattered again. In a daze, Tokiomi seemed to hear the approaching sound of death, but he could not fall asleep just yet. There were still people he wanted to see, and words he wanted to say. Daddy. A call that should be refused, yet he did not want to refuse, rang in his ears. In a daze, he saw a familiar strand of purple. Sakura, you're here, Tokiomi's lips moved, for the first time honestly facing the girl connected by blood yet not belonging to this family. Daddy, you will get better. The girl with a tearful voice kept writing rune letters in the air. You are Yuzi, Jera, Iwaz, and Suz, Wonjo. Sakura wrote all the runes related to healing and life that she could think of, but they could not delay the arrival of death. Don't waste your magic, Tokiomi shook his head at his youngest daughter. Sakura, let me look at you, really look at you, even though I might not deserve it. No, Daddy is Daddy, Sakura denied while bringing her face close to Tokiomi's. Hearing you call me that is really nice. From now on, come back to see Mommy and sister often. Many might not believe it, but Tosaka Tokiomi did love his children. His love was just too restrained and poorly expressed, making it seem cold. At the end of his life, he let go of his pride, let go of the image of a strict father, and said what was in his heart. I definitely will, and I will come back to see Daddy too. So, Daddy, you must get well soon. Sakura turned her head, looking pleadingly at Kariya standing outside the door. Uncle, quickly call Sister Tuko, she will have a way. Kariya sighed, not answering, or perhaps this was his answer. Uncle. Sakura urged. It's useless, Sakura. I know my own body. Tokiomi squeezed out his last bit of strength, placing his hand on Sakura's head. This was the first and also the last time he did this for his youngest daughter. The same went for his first and last request to his rival. Kariya, can I ask you one last thing? Go ahead. The object of his long-held hatred and resentment was in such a situation, yet Kariya felt no joy, only sorrow, and emptiness. Sakura, I leave her to you. You don't need to say it. And also, take good care of Aoi and Rin. Rin was still young, and Aoi couldn't support the family alone. The only person Tokiomi could think of to entrust them to was Kariya, who had defeated him. At least his feelings for Sakura, Rin, and Aoi were genuine. Compared to his family, a bit of a man's pride was worth losing. Kariya was taken aback but ultimately said nothing more, only repeating, you don't need to say it. Then I can be at ease. Aoi. I'm here. Rin. Daddy. Sakura. Daddy. Calling out to his family one last time, the man who had struggled for 4 years peacefully closed his eyes, his hands falling lifelessly. Tosaka Tokiomi died in peace. Title, Tosaka Tokiomi dies peacefully. P.S. R.I.P. Tokiomi. Chapter 299, Chapter 299, The Funeral. I know that my Redeemer lives and that in the end, he will stand on the earth. The funeral ceremony proceeded quietly in the cold drizzle. The funeral host was a young girl. Originally, the host should have been the widow, Aoi Tosaka, the girl's mother. However, Rin insisted on taking on the role, promising her father to inherit the family business and protect her mother. Understanding her daughter's feelings, Aoi agreed. Rin did not show her sadness and anxiety on her face. Her expression was serious as she carried out her duties. Everyone praised her bravery and strength, no one pitied her or felt sorry for her. The family that hosted the funeral had always been like this. The previous head of the family had always conducted himself this way and had educated the current successor to do the same. Everyone invited to the memorial understood this. And after my skin has been destroyed, yet in my flesh I will see God, I will see him with my own eyes, I, and not another. How my heart yearns within me. Amen. The coffin was thus entrusted to the earth. After the prayer ended, the priest and attendees began to leave one by one, ultimately leaving only the young funeral host and those close to her in the silent drizzle. You did well, Rin. As your first task as the new head of the family, you performed excellently. Your father would be proud of you, Aoi said, hugging her daughter gently. Rin nodded silently without speaking, as if everything was as it should be. The once innocent girl seemed to have grown up overnight, but the cost of this growth was heartbreaking. Sister, Sakura, her eyes red from crying, held Rin's hand, full of concern. Rin shook her head, a slight softness appearing at the corners of her tense eyes, signaling her sister not to worry. But the more Rin acted this way, the more worried Sakura became, seeing a strong resemblance between this Rin and the overly strong Shinji. As Sakura struggled to find words, a young man in a black suit and a youth dressed in a gender-neutral style walked into the chilly cemetery in the early spring rain. The young man glanced at the two girls holding hands and the men standing nearby, then approached the widow in a black kimono and asked softly, "Excuse me, is this the funeral of Tokiomi Tosaka?" Aoi nodded, "Yes, and you are." Waver's voice was inexplicably low. "I am Waver Velvet, affiliated with the clock tower. I am here to handle the inheritance of the Tosaka family's ley lines and patents. Before that, please allow me to express my condolences." "Mr. Velvet, please follow me," spoke Rin instead of Aoi. "And this is?" Waver looked puzzled. Aoi explained. "This is my daughter Rin, the new head of the Tosaka family." A look of surprise crossed Waver's face, mirrored by Lorelei behind him. Without saying much, they followed Rin to Tokiomi's grave to pay their respects. From a ceremonial standpoint, Rin's actions were undoubtedly more precise, but the emotion she invested in them was far less profound than Waver's. Aoi, sensitive as she was, noticed this and asked after the condolences, "Mr. Velvet, did you have a connection with my late husband?" "In a way, although we never directly interacted," Waver sighed. "You may not know, but both Mr. Tosaka and I were participants in the Holy Grail War. As members of the three founding families who constructed the Holy Grail ritual, Aoi and Rin were aware, as was Lorelei, the head of the Mages Association's Department of Policies. Therefore, Waver did not conceal the truth. Mr. Tosaka was a remarkable magus and an outstanding master. I had hoped to learn from him during this visit, but unfortunately, I arrived too late." The intention to seek guidance had some elements of comfort, but arriving too late was entirely true. After getting off the plane, Waver and Lorelei rushed to the Tosaka residence, only to be informed by the housekeeper that the head of the family had passed away and that the funeral was being held that day, so they hurried to the cemetery. "Could you tell me about the details of that Holy Grail War when you have the time? My father never wanted to talk to me about it." Waver's words caught Rin's attention. She had always been very concerned about the Holy Grail War that happened 4 years ago, believing it to be the cause of her father's death. However, Tokiomi had always been unwilling to discuss the details of the Holy Grail War. Even when she secretly asked Kariya, he also refused to speak. Now, finally, another participant in the Holy Grail War was in front of her, and Rin was determined not to miss this opportunity. Waver hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although he had grievances with Tokiomi, or more accurately, with Tokiomi's servant, Gilgamesh, the deceased was gone, and Waver wouldn't involve Tokiomi's family in those old grudges. This action caused a complex look to flash in Kariya's eyes. Out of his love and protection for Rin, he didn't want her to be exposed to the Holy Grail War too early. He could control himself, but ultimately, he couldn't control the strong-willed girl. It seemed he should find an opportunity to talk with Aoi about this, and also ask for Shinji's opinion. Thinking about his nephew, Kariya's brow furrowed involuntarily. What's been going on with that kid lately? He's been in London for so long without any news. Right, Waver Velvet, this name sounds familiar, like someone who has been to the house before. I'll find a chance to ask him about it. Uncle, Sakura's call interrupted Kariya's thoughts. Mom and sister invited Mr. Velvet to our home. Should we go with them? Kariya patted Sakura's head and said, "You go ahead. I won't be going. Spend more time with your mom and sister. Also, find a chance to tell Mr. Velvet that I would like to visit him and ask when he might have time." Okay, Sakura agreed obediently and left with her mother, sister, and Lorelei, who was looking at her with a strange expression. Watching the group leave the cemetery, Kariya walked back to Tokiomi's grave. Ignoring the wet ground from the rain, he sat down heavily. "In the past, I always hated you, resented you, thought you were unworthy of her, thought you weren't a good father or a good husband. But it wasn't until you died that I realized this was just my wishful thinking. No matter how much I don't want to admit it, I can't change the fact that you were better than me. In career, family, being a person, doing things, I couldn't match up to you in any way. Even in the one thing I thought I was better at, being humane, you weren't any worse than me. In the past, I was unwilling to lose to you, unwilling to see you take away the most important person to me, even though I knew she was better off with you than with me. Now, I'm still unwilling. I finally had a chance to catch up to you, but you just left like that, without giving me a single real chance to defeat you. So what was all my effort for? By doing this, isn't it like you're saying I'll always be a loser? I won't allow you to do that, do you hear me, Tokiomi Tosaka? Come out, don't pretend to be asleep, come out and face me, come out. Didn't you say I was irresponsible, a traitor worse than a dog? Now this traitor is mocking you, and you can't say anything. Doesn't that make you even less than me? Tokiomi Tosaka, answer me, answer me, answer me. His voice grew softer and was finally drowned out by the wind and rain. Chapter 300, the white-haired person sends off the black-haired person. Today was destined to be an unsettling day for Tosaka Tokiomi. First was the funeral ceremony presided over by his daughter, followed by Kariya's incomprehensible rambling. Once Kariya had said enough, stumbling away in a daze, another person arrived at the tombstone. An old man, though his hair and beard were white, his body and aura were exceptionally robust, exuding an astonishing sense of pressure. His deep eyes, like the starry sky, held endless mysteries. Unlike the other funeral attendees who bowed their heads in silent mourning, the old man stood calmly before the tombstone, staring directly at the inscription, Tokiomi Tosaka, fifth head of the Tosaka family. After a long while, he let out a sigh. Already the fifth generation, huh? 200 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time flies, doesn't it? The last sentence was spoken as if he were talking to someone beside him. As expected, I can't hide from you, Kaleidoscope, Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. In a clear, ethereal female voice, golden and pure white particles of spirit gathered, revealing a woman dressed in white ceremonial robes. The old man's deep gaze passed over the woman's exquisitely beautiful face, which didn't look human, and a hint of nostalgia appeared on his not-so-old face. It's been almost 200 years, hasn't it, holy maiden of winter, Justice Lizrit von Einsburn. Indeed. Justice's eyes, more beautiful than rubies, met the old man's gaze, and her indifferent face showed a slight fluctuation. You've come to see off Tosaka Tokiomi, haven't you? If I remember correctly, the Tosaka family ancestor once studied under you for a time. Yes, though he was the least accomplished of them all. The old man, one of the most powerful beings in the mystical world, showed a hint of sentiment. 200 years have passed, and there's been no progress at all. Because the task you left behind isn't something an ordinary magus can complete. As far as I know, completing it is no less difficult than creating a replica of me outside the Castle of Winter. Having worked with Tosaka Nagato and Matou Zouken, Makiri Zolgen, for 10 years, Justice was somewhat familiar with Tosaka Nagato and Kaleidoscope's affairs. In the end, they were just too foolish. The old man was very strict in this regard. By your standards, then, the Einsburn is also a bunch of fools, having failed to complete the third magic after all these years. Justice's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. They are indeed a hopeless bunch of fools. The old man spoke matter-of-factly. By his standards, the number of non-fools in the world wouldn't exceed double digits. You're still the same, unchanged. You, however, have changed a lot. I like this change, it makes me more human. Justice gently tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear, exuding a stunning beauty. The old man chuckled, you're much easier to get along with now. Is it because of that child? Or perhaps the queen of the land of shadows? Justice's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. You know, of course, with your second magic involving space and time, knowing these things wouldn't be difficult for you. So, you didn't come to mourn Tosaka Tokiomi. The old man did not deny it, just in passing. A descendant of an untalented disciple isn't worth a special trip. Then why are you here? I came specifically to find you, and that child. Shinji has gone to the clock tower and hasn't been in contact with the family for a month. We don't know what he's doing now. He's encountered some trouble and can't contact you for the time being. The old man's words caused Justice's furrowed brows to tighten further. Trouble? What happened? Wait for him to come back and ask him yourself. He should be back soon. Should. Justice was not satisfied with this answer. The second magus, possessing the ability to observe the world, sighed, don't consider my magic to be omnipotent. You should know, the magic are, in a certain sense, enemies of the world. If I overstep, the counter-force will intervene. How much truth is there in what you just said? Justice pressed further. She was indifferent to most things, but she cared deeply about the people around her, especially Shinji, who was the most important to her. Instead of angering the renowned and highly esteemed Kaleidoscope, Justice's attitude brought a rare, understanding smile to his face. I didn't expect to see such an expression on your face. It seems you truly care about that child. Very well. For someone like you, I'll make an exception and say a bit more. That child is the person I pay the most attention to in this world. If he were to die, I would be very troubled. It seems there's something I'm not aware of. Justice's silver eyebrows finally relaxed, but her expression didn't improve much. No need to ask further. Even if you did, I wouldn't tell you. Some things, once spoken, can have an impact. Just continue on your path as you have been. I understand. Justice knew the old man's temperament and didn't waste any more words. She simply asked, what do you need Shinji and me to do? We'll discuss that when he returns. There are some things I need to convey to him personally. And in the meantime, I'll stay with the Tosaka family. I just observed that the girl, unlike her 5 foolish ancestors, is an exceptional talent. Following her ancestors' foolish methods would only waste her potential, leading her to mediocrity. The girl referred to was the new head of the Tosaka family, Tosaka Rin, who possessed 40 prime magic circuits and 30 auxiliary ones. Her magical talent ranked among the top 100 of her time, truly deserving the title of a prodigy. It was no wonder the kaleidoscope felt compelled to personally guide her. And what about Sakura? She's also of the Tosaka family and has talent comparable to her sisters. Would you consider guiding her as well? Having lived with the Matou family for so many years, Justice had grown accustomed to considering the Matou family's interests. Kistjer Zelrich Schweinorg, being the second magus and the highest-ranked magus, could undoubtedly help Sakura advance further in her magical studies. Sure. Kistjer didn't refuse. But only guidance. Her Majesty Skathaka's magical prowess is not inferior to mine. Matou Sakura's future development doesn't require much intervention from me. Regardless, thank you. Justice smiled for the first time since her appearance. No need to thank me. This is both an advance payment and to let Tosaka Tokiomi rest in peace. The old man's gaze shifted back to the tombstone, his expression solemn. Rest in peace, descendant of the Eternal One. Rest in peace, a descendant of the Eternal One, Justice echoed, bowing her head. 2 white-haired individuals, whose combined existence spanned millennia, jointly paid their respects to Tosaka Tokiomi. P.S. Be content, Tokiomi. 2 millennia-old beings are attending your funeral. Chapter 301, Chapter 301, Lorelai's Visit. With a nervous heart, Lorelai left the Tosaka household and, guided by Sakura, headed to the nearby Matou mansion. Originally, Waver wanted to accompany her, as Korea had invited him, but Lorelai refused. Firstly, Waver needed to complete the inheritance procedures and contact the clock tower headquarters. Secondly, there were matters she had to address personally, it was her responsibility, and even a minute's delay was torment. What would his family think upon hearing of his disappearance and the high likelihood he had met misfortune? How would they react when they learned it was because of her? Would they kick her out, or even try to kill her? No matter their reaction, she would not avoid it and would face it calmly. Given her status as a friend of Matou Shinji, she would not use the Bartholomew family's influence, even if his family truly wanted to kill her. Of course, she would not simply wait to be killed, as she bore other responsibilities and could not die here. She needed to avenge him, to lead the Bartholomew in the clock tower, to continue the Mages Association's development, and she would also take care of his family. Thinking of this, Lorelai couldn't help but show a bitter smile. She had always had the flimsiest concept of family, yet now she was considering his family's welfare. Was this fate? Or irony? Lorelai-chan, what's wrong? A gentle voice brought Lorelai out of her thoughts. She realized she had unconsciously stopped walking, perhaps afraid to face his family. The girl before her, Sakura, was very beautiful, with purple hair and eyes. Though not fully matured, one could foresee her stunning beauty. Sister was just thinking, Lorelai replied. If any clock tower magus were present, they would be amazed by Lorelai's gentle demeanor, devoid of her usual queenly aura or aggressive dominance. Sister, can you tell me about the clock tower? My brother went there to study but wouldn't let me go, saying it was too early, Sakura asked, her eyes blinking adorably. Hearing the girl's attachment to her brother, whom Lorelai had indirectly caused to die, stirred a pang in her. The clock tower is both the best and worst place for a magi, Lorelai began. It has the finest environment, resources, and knowledge, but also constraints and conflicts. Many magi chasing their goals can cause greater disturbances than ordinary people. Your brother wasn't wrong, it is indeed a bit early for you to go there. Then are you okay, sister? Sakura asked innocently. No problem at all, Sakura-chan. Lorelai's expression gave Sakura a strange sense of familiarity, similar to the way her brother shielded her when facing a swarm of insects. Sister has lived there since childhood and is already used to it. Then can I visit you at the clock tower in the future? Of course, sister would be very happy to welcome you. Lorelai avoided Sakura's expectant gaze, silently adding in her heart, if you still want to come by that time. I definitely will. Sakura's eyes lit up. Ah, we're here. This is our home. The sight that greeted Lorelai was a Western-style house over 100 years old. Although the exterior looked quite weathered, it didn't give off a dilapidated feeling. Standing in front of the main door, Sakura lightly lifted her skirt and slightly bent her knees. Welcome to the Matou residence, Sister Lorelei. Lorelei let out an almost inaudible sigh, murmuring to herself, "We've finally arrived." Then, she habitually bit her finger, feeling anxious as she followed Sakura into the Matou house. Upon learning that someone from the clock tower had come, Byakuya and Kariya had already been waiting at the entrance. "Hello, I am Byakuya, the head of the Matou family. I am Kariya, the heir to the Matou family's magic crest." A hint of confusion flashed in Lorelei's eyes. Normally, the heir to the crest should be the family head. It was rare for the Matou family to separate the heir and the head. Considering the different circumstances of each family, Lorelei buried her confusion and responded with impeccable etiquette. "Greetings, I am Lorelei. For certain reasons, I cannot reveal my family name, I hope you understand." Byakuya and Kariya naturally didn't mind this small matter, saying it was fine as they led Lorelei into the living room. Once seated, Kariya asked, "Miss Lorelei, if I may ask, why didn't Mr. Velvet come with you?" "He is still dealing with the Tosaka family's inheritance and patent matters and couldn't get away," Lorelei said, using a prepared excuse. "If you have any issues, you can discuss them with me." Given Shinji's extraordinary example, neither Byakuya nor Kariya underestimated Lorelei because of her age. After exchanging a glance, the elder brother spoke. "Then I won't hold back. I wanted to ask Miss Lorelei to inquire about my child's whereabouts. He went to visit the clock tower but hasn't been heard from for a long time." In the entire Matou family, only Shinji had direct contact with someone from the clock tower. Everyone else, including Byakuya and Kariya, was kept at a distance to minimize the risk of the clock tower's conflicts involving the Matou family. Additionally, Kiritsugu Amiya's intelligence personnel stationed in London had all been withdrawn after Kenneth's return, shifting their focus to locating Sigma. In other words, Shinji was the only link between the Matou family and the clock tower. If something happened to him, the connection wouldn't be entirely severed, but information exchange would become very difficult. "Mr. Byakuya, you're referring to Shinji, right?" "That's exactly why I'm here." Not giving Byakuya a chance to continue, Lorelei gritted her teeth and spoke the words she had long prepared, "Shinji has gone missing and may very well have met with misfortune." With a clatter, Sakura dropped the tea tray she was holding. "P.S. No. Not the tea." Chapter 302, What are you doing? After Lorelei entered the house, Sakura naturally went into the kitchen to brew some tea. The Matou family had servants, so it was generally unnecessary for the young lady to personally make tea for guests. However, since they were going to discuss matters related to magecraft today, Byakuya had sent all the servants away in advance, and Sakura once again took on the role of the hostess. By the way, it was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The true mistress of the house, Elsa, was still at the company handling business affairs, and Byakuya had returned specially after receiving a notification from Kariya to entertain the guest. Through their conversation on the way, Sakura had developed a good impression of Lorelei and sincerely wanted to treat her well. Unexpectedly, just as she finished brewing the tea, she heard the news that her brother was missing and possibly already dead. It was out of the blue. All along, her brother, Shinji, had been her strongest mental support, holding up the sky for her. Now, the pillar had fallen, and the sky had collapsed along with it, even taking with it the windows of her soul. Those beautiful purple eyes had turned dull and chaotic, a look she hadn't even shown when Tokiomi passed away. The camphorwood tea tray fell to the ground, and the ceramic teapot and teacups shattered into pieces, amber tea spilling everywhere. Sakura, however, seemed oblivious, staring blankly at Lorelei, making the latter feel extremely uneasy. "No, it's impossible. Brother, how could brother, impossible. Sakura kept repeating impossible, as if trying to hypnotize herself into forgetting the cold reality. She lost and forlorn expression was heart-wrenching. Is this true? As an adult, Byakuya naturally had a stronger mental fortitude than Sakura. However, his pale face and clenched jaw indicated that his inner turmoil was far from calm. "Yes. During this period, I have asked several magus proficient in divination, but none have been able to find any information about Shinji, not a single trace." Lorelei forced herself to be resolute, nodding firmly. No matter how much it pained her, she had to continue. The longer such matters were dragged out, the greater the harm they would cause. It was precisely this statement that shattered the last bit of clarity in Sakura's eyes. She leaned against the wall and hysterically screamed, completely losing her usual ladylike demeanor. "Impossible. You're lying to me, you must be lying to me, brother can't be in trouble, you must be lying to me. Brother, sob. Brother, sob." Sakura. Kariya's heart ached immensely. The news of Shinji's disappearance had already pained him deeply, and seeing Sakura, whom he cherished as a daughter like this was unbearable. He felt he needed to do something, even if it was futile, rather than letting Sakura continue to break down. "Miss Lorelei, does the fact that divination magic found no information necessarily mean Shinji has met with misfortune? Isn't there any other possibility?" Lorelei originally didn't want to answer, but couldn't resist the hopeful gazes around her. She sighed and said, "Theoretically, yes, but the chances are very low." "It doesn't matter how low, as long as there's a chance." This answer gave Korea a glimmer of hope. "What are the possible reasons?" Insufficient skill of the divination magus, unable to capture the target's fate, the connection between the medium and the target being too weak to support the divination, the target entering some ancient secret realm, severing ties with the present world, the target being proficient in divination magecraft and interfering with external divination, the target carrying some kind of concept-based artifact that hinders divination, and the target's existence being so special that divination magecraft cannot predict their fate. Lorelei had asked these questions to magus proficient in divination magecraft long before and had memorized the answers. "Well, that's quite a few possibilities." Korea forced a couple of dry laughs, seemingly trying to lighten the terrible atmosphere. Lorelei's expression turned bitter. "Only theoretically. The divination experts I consulted are all above the rank of pride. The medium I used was Shinji's favorite game console, ensuring a strong connection. Shinji disappeared in Italy, which is within the clock tower's sphere of influence. If there were any secret realms, we would know. Shinji hasn't learned divination magecraft, and he hasn't mentioned possessing any conceptual artifacts that could interfere with divination. As for the last possibility, I've only read about it in legends, and it might not exist in reality, so." As she spoke, Lorelei couldn't continue. She began to hate herself, feeling that she had already given despair and now was giving false hope, only to cruelly extinguish it herself. "I'm such a terrible, awful woman. As long as there's hope, it's fine." Byakuya's resilience exceeded Lorelei's expectations. "Thank you, Miss Lorelei, for bringing us this news. May I ask, what is your relationship with Shinji?" "We are friends and allies in a cooperative relationship. His trip to Italy and the ensuing accident are responsibilities I cannot shirk." At this point, Lorelei stood up from the sofa and deeply bowed to Byakuya, Korea, and Sakura. "I'm sorry. I know this apology means nothing, but I still want to say it. I'm really sorry." Lorelei's apology gave Sakura an outlet to transform her grief into anger. "Is it you? So it's you. You're the one who got my brother killed." At this moment, Sakura was like a curled-up hedgehog, rejecting everything around her with all her might. "If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have had an accident. It's your fault, all your fault." "Sakura. Miss Lorelei, she." Korea tried to persuade her, but Sakura seemed not to hear. She lunged forward, forcefully pushing Lorelei. "Leave, our family doesn't welcome you. Go, go, I don't want to see you." "Sakura-chan, I..." "Don't call me Sakura-chan, only my brother can call me that. I don't allow you to call me that. Leave now." Sakura pushed harder, and Lorelei, unable and unwilling to resist, was pushed back continuously until she reached the door. Knowing she couldn't stay any longer, Lorelei handed Byakuya a card with a phone number and said, "This is my contact information. If you need anything, you can reach out. I still have some influence in the clock tower, and I'll do my best to help. We don't need anything from you." Sakura grabbed the card, tore it into pieces, and then forcefully opened the door, crying and pushing Lorelei. "Leave, go now, don't let me see you again, sob sob sob, go." "All right, I'm leaving, I'm leaving." Lorelei didn't dare to provoke Sakura further and let herself be pushed out of the entrance and out the door. "It seems I'll have to ask Waver Velvet to come," she thought. Just then, she heard a voice. "Ah. Sakura-chan, Lorelei, what are you doing? P.S. Is there a possibility of Yandere Sakura?" Chapter 303, One Punch Man. "Ah. Sakura-chan, Lorelei, what are you doing?" A familiar voice, an affectionate address, belonging to one person in the world. Sakura and Lorelei could hardly believe their ears. He. How could it be? First, let's describe the state of Sakura and Lorelei. Lorelei was facing the Matou family's door, retreating backward, while Sakura was pushing her from the front. Since Sakura had just begun to develop and Lorelei was already fully developed, Sakura was completely blocked by Lorelei. Both girls couldn't see what was happening behind them. Byakuya and Korea were different. They were taller, relatively speaking, at about 173 to 174 centimeters, which isn't very tall for adults, and standing at the doorway, so they could see clearly what was happening outside the door. When they saw the short figure cloaked in gray, with only a pair of deep blue eyes visible, they were filled with surprise and joy. "My son. Shinji. Hey, Dad, Uncle, did you know I was coming back today and came out to welcome me?" Shinji waved his hand and walked past the two girls, who were so stiff they seemed petrified. "By the way, is there anything to eat? I haven't had lunch yet, and I'm starving." This action broke Sakura's petrification. She took a step to the side and blocked her brother's path. "Brother, is it really you?" What, you can't even recognize your brother? And here I thought I doted on you so much, Shinji said, reaching out his left hand to ruffle his sister's hair. Feeling the familiar touch, Sakura's world instantly brightened. All the pain and sadness vanished without a trace, replaced by overwhelming joy. Ah, it is my brother is back. Brother, I missed you so much. Sakura held Shinji's hand and kept nuzzling her head against his palm. All right, stop being so clingy. I've only been away for a month. While comforting his sister, Shinji noticed Lorelei staring at him in a daze and smiled. Long time no see, Miss Lorelei. What are you doing here instead of receiving the crest inheritance at home? Shinji, is it really you? Lorelei murmured. Why do you all keep asking the same question? And Dad and Uncle have those weird expressions. It seems something happened that I'm not aware of. Anyway, let's talk inside. It's a bit shabby compared to the historic Bartholomew family, so forgive the modesty, Miss Lorelei. Shinji said, taking his sister's hand and walking into the house. Following behind him, Lorelei shook her head repeatedly. She didn't mind, not at all. At least it felt much better than the Bartholomew main house. Besides, the fact that you returned safely was more important than anything else. Thinking of this, Lorelei's steps became exceptionally light. The Matou residence, which had just been shrouded in a gloomy cloud, suddenly cleared up, becoming bright and sunny. The scene shifted back to the Matou family's living room. Broken teapots and teacups were still scattered on the floor, and tea had spilled under the coffee table. Under Shinji's curious gaze, Sakura stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and ran off to get a mop. As they sat down again, Shinji, while munching on fruits from the coffee table, continued his earlier questioning. So, what's going on? How did you end up in Japan? What happened before? Lorelei, the lord of the Department of Policies, had already regained her composure in the few minutes it took to move from the door to the living room. You're asking me. I should be asking you. From that night until now, you haven't come home or gone to London. Worse, you didn't send any messages. What have you been doing? It seems you already know about that incident. You can't blame me for that, Shinji said after swallowing a banana. You know better than I do how troublesome that old monster Ordenross is. I've been busy running for my life. Even so, you should have sent a message. Even if we couldn't help in time, at least your family and I wouldn't have been so worried. Lorelei's words resonated with Byakuya and Korea. Miss Lorelei is right. We were all very worried when you didn't send any news for a month. Yes, especially Sakura. She'd wait by the phone every day, afraid of missing your call. As if on cue, just as Korea finished speaking, Sakura, who had just cleaned up the floor, ran out of the kitchen. She sat next to Shinji, holding onto his arm tightly. Brother, why didn't you call home for so long? Because my phone got damaged by water, Shinji scratched his cheek. I spent most of the time in water and was worried that Ordenross minions might find me. I didn't dare to go anywhere inhabited. I drifted along the Po River for half a month until my injury stabilized. Then I sneaked onto a flight to Japan, hiding in the cargo hold. Brother, you're injured. Sakura's expression changed instantly. She reached out to pull Shinji's cloak. Where are you hurt? Let me see, is it serious? Shinji quickly restrained Sakura's hand, preventing her from lifting the cloak. You'd better not look. I'm afraid it'll scare you. No, I want to see, Sakura insisted. I'm not letting you, Shinji refused. The siblings immediately started to tussle. However, while Shinji could fend off Sakura, he couldn't guard against another worried girl. Seizing an unguarded moment, Lorelei quietly left the couch, circled behind Shinji, and yanked off his hood. Then, Lorelei was stunned. Sakura was stunned. Byakuya and Korea were also stunned. Shinji. Brother. Your hair. And your eyebrows, where did they go? Indeed, hidden under the cloak was a bald head, completely devoid of hair, smooth and shiny enough to reflect Lorelei's face. So that's why I told you not to look, Shinji said, rubbing his new hairstyle, despite having no hair. While I was drifting, I didn't even dare to look at my reflection, let alone you guys. You still haven't explained how you lost your hair, Lorelei pressed. Ordenross did it. Escaping from that millennium-old monster's minions comes with a price. Shinji spoke casually, but to Lorelei, it didn't sound so casual. Shinji's head was very clean, no wounds, no scars, indicating that his head hadn't suffered a direct injury. But he said Ordenross caused it, and despite the passage of time, his hair hadn't grown back. There must be a reason for this. Lorelei shifted her gaze from the conspicuous bald head to other parts still covered by the cloak, noticing one area in particular that drew her attention. P.S. Shinji, 1 Puunch. Chapter 304, Chapter 304, Lorelei's Concern. Lorelei was meticulous and often noticed problems from details that others overlooked. This time was no exception. She quickly recalled every scene involving Shinji from his arrival until now, analyzing all possible scenarios. He walked into the house with steady steps, indicating no issues with his legs or feet. Upon entering the living room, the first thing he did was heavily lean against the sofa. Although it was unrefined, his upper body seemed uninjured, otherwise, he wouldn't have adopted such a casual posture. He patted Sakura's head with his left hand and interacted with her using his left hand when she tried to lift his cloak, showing no signs of injury. Eliminating all other options, the most likely answer was clear: his right hand had to be the problem. With this preliminary conclusion, Lorelei began looking for additional evidence. She thought back to her brief yet unforgettable interactions with Shinji before he returned home. This boy, a few years younger than her, was ambidextrous but primarily used his right hand for tasks like writing, eating, and playing games. However, he had been using his left hand exclusively, not moving his right hand even once. The evidence was compelling. With this in mind, Lorelei extended her hand and pointed. A tiny wisp of magic, enhanced by her ancient and powerful magic circuits, activated the air currents in the room. The change in airflow was subtle, not disturbing the room's furnishings or the human senses. Its effect was localized, starting at Shinji's feet, sweeping upwards, and parting his cloak along its seam. Because the magic used was extremely weak and Lorelei hadn't chanted, Shinji didn't have time to react when he sensed something amiss. The great cloak billowed, revealing a shirt made of special material underneath. The shirt covering Shinji's upper body was incomplete, the right sleeve was missing, replaced by tightly wrapped bandages stained with black blood spots, looking gruesome. Lorelei, you. Before Shinji could speak, Lorelei pressed down the falling cloak with one hand and extended her index finger with the other. Her unadorned, well-maintained noble nails sliced through the layers of bandages effortlessly, a clear sign of magical enhancement. As the bandages split, a pungent odor reminiscent of decaying animal flesh and over-fermented dairy products wafted out. This is... Lorelei held her breath, staring directly at the source of the smell. Shinji's right arm was covered in black lines resembling plant branches, with clusters of ugly black spots where the lines converged. The curse of Ortenros. The shock in Lorelei's eyes affected her body, and the intense turmoil within her disrupted her not yet fully stabilized magic crest. Visible green magical energy emanated from her, threatening to destroy the Matou family's living room. Byakuya was too stunned to speak, and even Korea, who had ceased focusing on magecraft after the Holy Grail War, was at a loss. Even battle-hardened Shinji was taken aback. How could she be so strong? The only one to react promptly was Sakura, who quickly traced a series of runes in the air. When Scathatch constructed the workshop, she considered various contingencies, including magical outbursts. Sakura activated this mechanism. From beneath the floor, ancient runes from the Age of Gods flashed briefly but effectively neutralized Lorelei's rampaging magical energy. Meanwhile, Shinji extended his unharmed left hand through the turbulent flow of magical energy and unceremoniously flicked Lorelei on the forehead. Calm down. Do you want to destroy my house? Sorry, Lorelei instinctively covered her forehead, and the roaring magical power within her circuits gradually subsided. That despicable monster Ortenros actually cursed you so viciously. I. She wanted to promise something but found she could promise nothing. She had inherited the Bartholomewo's ancestral magic crest, her power growing rapidly day by day. Yet even with such strength, she had no confidence in defeating the oldest dead apostle. The Bartholomew family had a long history, but Ortenros' thousand-year accumulation was not much shorter. Moreover, due to the unique loyalty structure of a vampire's progeny, his followers' devotion was more assured. If they clashed, the outcome would be uncertain, and other enemies would seize the opportunity. As long as Lorelei showed any intention of escalating the fight, neither her family nor the other Clock Tower nobles would agree. All she could do was vent her anger by opportunistically killing some of the White Wing Lord's progeny, causing him minor losses. Lorelei was both smart and rational, she knew what she could and couldn't do. That's why she couldn't make any promises. But precisely because of this, she felt frustrated and disheartened. Her negative emotions also affected Sakura, Byakuya, and Korea, who now looked at Shinji with increased concern. Guessing his family's thoughts, Shinji gave a calm smile, indicating he was fine. He then addressed the dejected young lady. It's enough that you care. A mere curse is nothing to me. This is Ortenros' most vicious curse developed specifically for magi. Lorelei thought Shinji was just comforting her, and her face showed even deeper frustration. Shinji raised his hand to interrupt her explanation. I know. I've read all the information you gave me, which is why I say it's nothing. Tell me, what's today's date? And when did I fight Ortenros? It's March. Wait, you mean you've had the curse for a month already? Lorelei instantly understood Shinji's point. Her intelligence should have made her realize it sooner, but her worry had clouded her thinking, ever since that day Shinji said he wanted to knock her out. That's right, Shinji nodded with a smile. According to your family's records, no magus has ever lasted more than 2 weeks under this curse, and I've lasted a month. More importantly, the curse hasn't worsened, it's gradually weakening. Really? Lorelei still found it hard to believe, given how deeply ingrained the fear of this curse was within the Bartholomew family. Of course it's true. Here, let me demonstrate how to dispel this curse, and you'll believe me. Shinji nudged his sister with his elbow, signaling her to step back. He then sat down cross-legged, clasped his hands together, and began to chant a Buddhist mantra. May the boundless light of the Supreme Leader of Heaven and Earth shine upon us. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, The Monk's Dharma Name. May the boundless light of the Supreme Leader of Heaven and Earth shine upon us. As these words were spoken, a soft yet dignified Buddhist golden light filled the Matou family's living room. At that time, the Buddha spoke to the Bodhisattvas and the 4 assemblies of celestial beings and humans. In the countless past, I sought the Lotus Sutra without weariness. In many lifetimes, I was often a king, making vows to seek supreme enlightenment without turning back. At that time, the world-honored one reiterated this meaning and spoke in verse. After a month of repeated recitations, Shinji had memorized the scripture engraved in the relic. Using the power of the relic to resist the curse had become increasingly second nature to him. Guided by the scripture, the Buddhist light split into 2 streams, one flowed up his left arm, spreading through most of his body before converging at his right shoulder to counteract the curse. The other stream passed directly through his clasped palms, piercing straight to his right wrist to directly attack the curse. With an assault from both directions, the vicious curse specifically designed by the White Wing Lord for Magi had been firmly confined to Shinji's right arm for an entire month, unable to advance further. Even more miraculously, whenever a part of his arm was about to rot, the Buddhist light would act on that area, gradually restoring it to its original state. Because of this, his right arm, which had been cursed for a month, had not lost its functionality. Watching the blackened, foul-smelling flesh slowly return to its normal color, Lorelei finally felt half relieved. The other half of her worry persisted. This is just temporary relief. The curse still resides within you. Do you plan to continue like this forever? Shinji shook his head after finishing a recitation of the scripture. Before he could speak, a shadow emerged from beneath his cloak, swiftly climbing up his mottled red and black right arm. Only then did everyone see the true form of the shadow. It was a cat, just large enough to be held in 2 hands, with sleek, jet-black fur without a trace of other colors. Its beautiful eyes were more vivid than the finest cinnabar. The black cat perched on Shinji's arm, its slender tail gently brushing his cheek. Shinji nodded slightly to it, and the cat promptly bit down on the middle of his right arm, which had been emitting a foul odor just a few minutes earlier. Ah, Sakura gasped, instinctively wanting to shoo away the cat hurting her brother, but she stopped before acting. She saw a very peculiar scene. Although the cat's sharp teeth had pierced Shinji's skin, not a drop of blood came out, and Shinji showed no sign of pain on his face. This scene lasted for over a minute. The cat then released its bite, wiped its mouth with its front paws like a noblewoman after dining, and, after another swipe of its tail across Shinji's cheek, leaped lightly from his arm, found the most comfortable spot on the sofa, and lay down, closing its eyes as if falling asleep. What is this? Lorelei asked. This is a companion I met during my travels, Shinji said, maintaining his hands in a prayerful gesture, looking somewhat solemn. Brother. Shinji. The sudden change in his tone confused everyone. Being a monk, it is best not to call me by a worldly name. Brother, what's gotten into you? Sakura asked anxiously. My Dharma name is Shinji Matou. Have you had enough? I've dealt with Buddhist monks before, and none of them were as pretentious as you, Lorelei interrupted. With Lorelei's sharp retort, Shinji's feigned solemnity instantly shattered. Am I being pretentious? I've always thought that a high monk should act like this. Haven't you seen how the monk Tang Sanzang speaks in Journey to the West? This humble monk comes from the great Tang in the East, traveling to the Western heaven to retrieve the true scriptures. Plus, look at me with this big bald head. It'd be a shame if I didn't play the part of a high monk at least once. Hearing such an offhand remark, Lorelei's face was full of exasperation. And yet, you managed to receive a Buddhist inheritance looking like this. Maybe it's because I have a karmic connection with Buddhism, Shinji replied, half serious, half joking, while giving Sakura a meaningful look, indicating that the matter of the relic should be kept confidential. Sakura blinked, message received, big brother. Lorelei didn't notice the subtle exchange between the siblings and pondered aloud, that does sound somewhat Buddhist, but Buddhism is stricter than the church in some aspects. Are you willing to follow all those precepts and rules? Japanese Buddhism isn't that restrictive, Shinji shrugged nonchalantly. You can eat meat, get married, and have children. That doesn't seem much different, then. Sakura stared at her brother's bald head, thinking that it looked quite good. Her brother was handsome with hair, and he looked just as handsome without it. There isn't much difference, Shinji chuckled. And even if there were, it wouldn't matter. At worst, I'd be a rule-breaking monk, a wine and meat monk. Shinji, that's blasphemy against the Buddha. Byakuya began to lecture him. Japan venerates Buddhism, and most people, regardless of whether they believe in it or not, have some understanding of it. Even a magus family like the Matus is no exception. Father, you don't understand Buddhism, Shinji shook his head. And you do. Byakuya retorted, annoyed. Shinji extended his left hand, still faintly glowing with a golden hue, and asked, what is this? Byakuya replied, that's your hand. Shinji shook his head again. No, this is the Buddha's hand. Byakuya was puzzled. Why do you say that? I'll answer that in a moment. Let me ask you another question, what is this? Shinji extended his foot. Byakuya guessed tentatively, is that the Buddha's foot? Shinji shook his head once more. No, this is a pig's foot. Byakuya was increasingly confused. Why is that? Buddhism is different from Christianity, which exalts God, and Catholicism, which venerates the Lord. Buddhism teaches that all beings are equal and that everyone can become a Buddha. So whether I say I am the Buddha or a pig, it neither elevates nor demeans me, and thus, there is no blasphemy. Moreover, isn't Buddhism about the emptiness of all phenomena, the absence of form, and boundless dharma? If that's the case, why be so rigid about precepts and rules? As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, the Buddha sits in the heart. Being fixated on the rules about wine and meat is falling into attachment, which is inferior. Who would have thought you've studied Buddhism so deeply? Are you planning to join it in the future? Shinji naturally denied Lorelei's question. How could that be? With you and El Meloy covering for me at the clock tower, I'm living comfortably, I'm not going anywhere. But in the future, I do plan to travel around the world. In East Asia and Southeast Asia, the identity of a Buddhist monk is more useful than that of a magus. That's true, Lorelei agreed. Alright, let's drop this topic and talk about this black cat. How did you find it? Familiars that can devour curses are rare, even in mythological times. Yes, I'd love to know too. It looks so cute, Sakura chimed in, wanting to pet the black cat but afraid of waking it. I didn't find it, it found me. Shinji looked down at the little creature sleeping soundly, his thoughts drifting back to a month ago. P.S. I like Nico. Chapter 306, The Black Cat. The second day after escaping from the clutches of the White Wing Lord, the exhausted and injured Shinji finally couldn't hold on any longer. He had to float and sleep facing the sky with his back to the water. Of course, before falling asleep, he didn't forget to set up concealment and alert magecraft. He slept very soundly, from noon until dusk. When the sun was about to set and Shinji opened his eyes, ready to stretch his muscles, he found a black cat on his body. At that moment, the black cat was biting his right hand. Shinji was stunned, and various thoughts flooded his mind. Where did this cat come from? How did it get past my defenses and onto me? No, that's not the right concern. First, I need to determine if it's a familiar of Ordenras. Ordinary black cats wouldn't run to the middle of the river and bite my right hand. Right hand. A curse. Damn it, if the curse worsens. It doesn't seem to have worsened, it even alleviated a bit. Is it an illusion? No, it's not an illusion. It indeed eased a bit. Did something happen to the relic while I was asleep? Or did the black cat eat it? Thinking of this, Shinji laughed at himself. He had inherited Scathacka's legacy and considered himself knowledgeable, but he had never heard of a cat that could eat curses. Besides, even if such a thing existed, it shouldn't be so coincidental to encounter it the day after being cursed. Protagonist plot armor. However, he quickly overturned his initial thoughts. This black cat that suddenly appeared indeed could devour curses. Every once in a while, it would bite Shinji's right hand, devouring a bit of the curse. And this action dispelled the suspicion that it was a familiar of Ordenras. Ordenras wouldn't be so bored as to curse him first and then send a familiar that could devour curses. So, what exactly is this black cat? And why did it appear here? With these questions in mind, Shinji started interacting with the black cat. Come on, tell me, where did you come from, and how did you find me? The black cat glanced at Shinji without any response. Are you hungry? Should I catch a fish for you? The black cat lay down, closing its eyes. At least make some sound. The black cat remained silent. So aloof. Shinji felt helpless. But he didn't give up. Whether it was a coincidence or someone deliberately sent the black cat to him, he decided to keep the black cat by his side. He didn't have a familiar yet, and this extraordinary black cat was just to his liking. Thus, a prolonged battle began. Sleeping and playing with the cat during the day, he stayed highly vigilant at night, half to escape and half to fight the curse. Ordenras' curse was extremely peculiar. At night, it became exceptionally active, and sporadically it would erupt, causing Shinji immense suffering. In this state, Shinji could only hide in the river like a wild man, eating raw fish when hungry and drinking river water when thirsty. This went on for more than half a month. It was only because of his strong physique and the protection of the relic that he survived. Anyone else would have long succumbed and become a floating corpse in the river. One day, after the black cat had devoured about a quarter of the curse on his right arm, Shinji could finally spare some energy and magic to do other things. This marked the end of their life in the water. During this period, Shinji's hair and eyebrows fell out. Although Ortenroth's curse was suppressed by the Buddha's light, this suppression was not complete. Occasionally, small amounts of the curse would break through and spread throughout his body. Because it was only a small part, it didn't cause substantial harm to Shinji's resilient body and was quickly expelled by his immune system and magic resistance, through his pores. As the curse was expelled, the relatively fragile and neglected hair was affected, leading to necrosis and falling out, resulting in the shiny bald head that Lorelei and Sakura had seen. "So, you still don't know what it is?" Lorelei asked after hearing Shinji's account. "Just as you said," Shinji nodded, then shook his head. "But what it is doesn't matter. What's important is that it helped me, so I will take care of it. As long as it wants to stay with me, I'll keep it for life. Aren't you worried that it might be hiding some danger?" Lorelei reminded him. "I survived the most dangerous 10 days, what else is there to worry about?" Shinji replied with a confident smile. "Bring on any danger that comes. You seem different." A strange light flickered in Lorelei's eyes. People change, especially after going through something like this. In the past, Shinji always thought his abilities were inadequate, and he had to be extremely cautious, even cowardly, to avoid losing his life. But after escaping from the White Wing Lord, Shinji realized that his strength wasn't as weak as he had believed. He now had more confidence when facing danger. Of course, his confidence was one thing, his family's concern was another. "You may not be worried, but your mother and I were," his father, Byakuya, was the first to speak. "You were missing for a month, and your mother and I were worried sick. Can't you think about us?" "Yes, exactly," Kariya spoke second. "The Matou family may not be a prestigious clan, but we do have some influence. We're already quite satisfied with our situation. Compared to the growth of the family, we elders would rather see you safe and sound. You don't want Sakura to worry about you, do you?" "Brother," Sakura held Shinji's hand, her eyes pleading. "Can't say no to you guys." Shinji's face showed a hint of helplessness, a happy helplessness. "I'll be more careful from now on and won't make you worry again. But I must take care of Len since it saved me. You don't want me to be ungrateful, right?" "True enough," Byakuya thought for a moment and agreed. "Is its name Len?" Sakura lowered her head and cautiously brought her face close to the cat. "Such a cute name. I'll go prepare some cat food for it." "No need," Shinji waved his hand at his sister. "It doesn't need regular food. I tried feeding it fish before, and it only ate a few bites when it was in a good mood." "That's so strange," Sakura blinked at Len. Behind her, Kariya seemed deep in thought. "Seems like we should investigate its origins thoroughly." Just as Kariya was considering whether to go to the underground library for research, a cool voice came from above. A woman with long silver hair walked down the stairs. "There's no need to investigate, I know what it is." Shinji looked up and met an exquisitely beautiful face, almost inhuman. "Justice, you're here. Welcome back, Shinji." The cold face softened noticeably. "Ah, I'm back." Shinji's lips curved into a gentle smile as well. "By the way, you said you know what it is." "Yes, I know. It's a nightmare demon." As soon as the word, nightmare demon, was spoken, the black cat suddenly opened its eyes and bared its teeth at Justice. Shinji gently patted the black cat's back, the smile on his lips growing wider. It seems Len was indeed the right name to choose. P.S. Len, Run, is the main heroine in the main story of Kagetsu Toya. She also appears in Melty Blood Re-ACT. At the end of Kagetsu Toya, she formed a contract with Shikitano. PS2, Nightmare Demon is an incubus/succubi. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, Len. A dream demon, as the name implies, is a demon of dreams, a creature with the power to weave dreams. In the Type Moon universe, there are two very famous dream demons, one male and one female. The most famous one is the male, named Merlin. He appears in the Arthurian legends as a court magician and prophet. Although he appears in human form, he is not entirely human, being a hybrid of an incubus and a human. Merlin is the highest level magus and is known as the Magus of Flowers. Similar to the immortal queen of the Land of Shadows, Scathatch, Merlin is an immortal sage currently self-secluded in the Garden of Avalon within the inner sea of the stars, using his EX-level clairvoyance to spy on the world. In short, he is an immortal pervert. The female dream demon is slightly less famous, her name is Len. She is the heroine of the sequel to Tsukiheim, Kagetsu Toya. In the real world, she appears as a black cat, but in dreams, she transforms into a girl with long blue hair, dressed in a black dress. Despite her limited screen time, she has garnered considerable popularity due to her cute appearance and her no emotions, no expressions, no words, personality. Could it be you, Len? Shinji didn't say this out loud. He had named the black cat Len because he thought of that succubus with the no personality. He never expected that the cat was a dream demon. However, he didn't know if she was the one he had in mind. The people around Shinji started discussing. A dream demon. What's that? Byakuya. I think I've read about it in a book. This was Korea. Shirsho told me stories about dream demons. This was Sakura. Is it such a thing? Are you sure? This was Lorelei. I'm sure. I'm also curious why a dream demon would appear in the form of a black cat. Justice nodded, reaching out to touch Len. Len's fur stood on end as if she had encountered a natural enemy. Upon closer thought, it made sense. Justice's third magic was indeed a great threat to a dream demon who relies on dreams to survive. Don't scare her. Shinji placed Len on his lap, soothing the black cat by stroking the back of her neck with his fingertips. But I've never heard of a dream demon being able to devour curses. Lorelei's slender eyebrows furrowed slightly, her face full of doubt. A curse? What's going on? Justice had arrived late and hadn't heard the earlier conversation. Sakura directly lifted Shinji's cloak, revealing his right arm. Teacher Justice, my brother has been cursed. Please take a look. This is. Justice's eyes narrowed. Thin white threads emerged from her sleeves, like spiritual snakes, climbing onto Shinji's right arm from various points. These threads were as fine as hair, penetrating the pores like probes, transmitting Shinji's physical condition back to Justice. After several seconds, Justice retracted the threads, seemingly having concluded, I see. What do you mean? Lorelei asked. Dream demons live by absorbing human vitality. This curse is also a form of vitality manipulation and falls within the dream demon's absorption range. Although Justice had not extensively studied curses, her profound alchemical knowledge and understanding of the human body allowed her to analyze the curse's principle. Magecraft stems from life force, and vitality also comes from life force. Since both originate from the same source, they can naturally be converted into each other. Ortenroth's curse utilized this principle. Can it be dispelled? Sakura's eyes were filled with hope. Possible, but... Before Justice could finish, Byakuya immediately promised, whatever you need, I'll get it right away. If the Matou family doesn't have it, I'll get it directly from London. Lorelei also chimed in, not wanting to be left behind. It's not about lacking materials, we have everything we need at home. Justice quickly waved her hand. It's just, I'm not quite sure if removing the curse or keeping it would be more beneficial for Shinji. Everyone was stunned by this statement. Can keeping a curse be beneficial? Normally, no, but Shinji's situation is unique. Justice thought for a moment and explained, I think you've already felt it. It's precisely because of this curse that your synchronization with the relic has been so smooth. If this trend continues, it won't be long before it truly becomes yours. Shinji nodded, indeed. Justice continued, moreover, during the prolonged conflict, your right hand has gradually adapted to the curse's power. If handled properly, it's possible to turn the curse's power into your own. Is that possible? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, including Shinji. In theory, yes, but I haven't figured out how yet. It seems I need to contact Tuko for a more informed decision. She is more specialized in human physiology than I am. Justice, deep in thought, didn't notice Shinji covering his face, nor did she catch the strange expression on Lorelei's face upon hearing a certain name. All right, let's keep this quiet for now. Shinji scratched his head vigorously, first issuing a gag order to Justice, then turning to Lorelei. Please, I beg you, keep what happens next a secret. Don't tell anyone. Lorelei raised an eyebrow, what if I say no? Then we can't even be friends, Shinji answered firmly without a trace of hesitation. Understood, Lorelei replied solemnly. I swear by the name of Bartholomew that I will not leak a word of what I've seen or heard in the Matou household. Thank you, truly. No need to thank me, Lorelei said coolly. I hope one day you'll do the same for me, so it really is that Tuko Aozaki. Yes. And what's your relationship with her? She's a friend, and you could say family. To have enlisted the help of the grand puppeteer herself, it seems the Matou family is not as simple as it appears. As she said this, Lorelei finally let her long-suppressed queenly aura shine through. No, to have nurtured someone like you, the Matou family is not simple at all. You're too kind. The stronger my family, the more help you can get. Shinji took this opportunity to express his stance, also as a gesture of gratitude for Lorelei's trust. Since you say so, I have a request to make. Lorelei was not being polite, I want to know how to break this curse. No problem. Shinji would certainly not refuse such a small matter, Justice. Justice did not hesitate. I need some time to design and organize it. That's fine, I can wait. For Lorelei, as long as there are no more sacrifices in the future, this little bit of time is nothing. Then I'll go prepare. Justice is focused on her work, and once she gets into the state of mind, she will devote herself to it wholeheartedly until it is completed. Just as she was passing through the corridor to enter the underground workshop, the doorbell rang. Chapter 308, Oldman of the Jewels visits. Justice glanced casually at the cat's eye viewer. Her calm expression showed a trace of surprise as she opened the door and said, "Your information network is quite impressive, Zelrich." An elderly man with white hair and beard stepped into the entranceway. As agreed, I have come to visit. Hearing the conversation, Shinji peeked out from the living room and asked, "An acquaintance?" "An old friend," Justice replied, welcoming the elderly man into the living room. Before she could introduce him, Lorelei suddenly stood up with an undisguised tremor in her voice, the second magician." "What? This is the old man of the jewels, the Zelrich the wizard marshal." Shinji also stood up, his expression mirroring Lorelei's. Their shock was understandable. The elderly man's reputation was legendary. He was an insurmountable figure in the Mages Association and the entire mystical world, a presence that had dominated for over 1,000 years, the boss of all bosses. Even for top-tier newcomers like Lorelei and Shinji, facing such a powerful and ancient figure was nerve-wracking. "Oh, so you all know each other. That makes things easier." Justice's response also proved that Lorelia did not recognize the wrong person. The elderly man, bearing everyone's gaze, remained expressionless. He nodded slightly at Lorelei. "I didn't expect to see you here, the new lord of the Bartholomew family. I've heard you've been quite active lately." "The new lord of the Bartholomew family?" Shinji quickly caught on. "You've already succeeded as the lord?" "Yes," Lorelei nodded proudly, her white neck reminiscent of a swan. "It happened not long after you disappeared. No wonder your magic went so out of control earlier. Regardless, congratulations, Lord Bartholomew, though it's a bit late." Shinji sincerely congratulated her. "It's not late at all," Lorelei shook her head slightly. "Lord Zelrich, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" "I am here to see Shinji Matou." "See me?" Shinji was momentarily stunned. Could it be that my secret as a trans-migrant has been exposed? Indeed. The elderly man nodded, his serious expression making Shinji increasingly nervous. What is it about?" "No need to be so tense. You weren't this nervous when facing the White Wing Lord," the elderly man joked. "You're much more powerful than Ordenross." The elderly man was indifferent to Shinji's flattery or probing and simply said, "Relax, I mean no harm. I was the one who sent the dream demon to you. It seems you two get along well." "It was you, so it was you." Shinji's pupils contracted but quickly relaxed. It made sense that such a rare magical creature wouldn't appear out of nowhere. With the second magician's involvement, everything made sense. "But why would you help me? If I remember correctly, we don't have any direct connection." "No, our connection is much deeper than you think, but you don't know it yet. You will soon enough." As the elderly man spoke, he raised his left hand. On his strong fingers were 5 rings of different colors, one of which shone with a particularly dazzling red light. "What is this?" Shinji asked in confusion. "This is a message from your Shursho for all of you." Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the members of the Matou family lit up. At that moment, Shinji suddenly remembered that Zelrich and Scathatch had a connection. It was Zelrich who used the second magic to allow Scathatch to descend into this world in the form of a servant. Sensing the eager gazes from Shinji and the others, the elderly man stopped speaking and activated the magic stored in the ruby. A familiar, magnetic, deep female voice flowed out from the gem, calling the names of the Matou family members one by one. "Shinji. Here, Shursho. Sakura. Here, Shursho. Korea. Here, Shursho. Byakuya. Here, Shursho. And Justice. I'm here. Long time no see. How have you all been? Shinji, have you grown taller?" Yes, I've grown 20 centimeters, Shinji replied with a smile, a gentle expression that Lorelei had never seen on him before. "Sakura, have you become even more beautiful?" "Yes, though still not as beautiful as you, Shursho," Sakura said playfully, sticking out her tongue. "Korea, have you gotten closer to your beloved? By now, the obstacles between you should have disappeared." "Shursho, this." Korea lowered his head in embarrassment. "Byakuya, you must not slack off on your physical training. Your foundation was weak to begin with. To eliminate the negative effects of the past, you must persist in your training." "Understood, Shursho," Byakuya replied reluctantly. Ever since getting married, he had indeed slacked off, but he hadn't expected Scathatch to remember this. Justies, you should have a deeper understanding of humanity by now. Are you satisfied with your current life? Satisfied, very satisfied. If you could stay, I would be even more satisfied, Justies whispered, because you are my first friend. You are my disciples, my friends, and my final ties to this world. Live well, strive towards your goals, and make your lives more brilliant. I will be watching over you from afar. We will, Shursho, my friend. Some spoke these words aloud, like Shinji and Sakura, while others held them in their hearts. The message from the gem continued. The following words are for Shinji. Shinji, when you hear this message, it means that Zelrich has found you. Like me, he has been secretly observing your existence. It seems he wants to achieve some goal or goals through you. I didn't ask what exactly, and he didn't say, but given his character and style, it probably won't be anything bad. So, I agreed to let you help him. Helping him may involve some danger, but it is also an opportunity for you to grow. Didn't you say you wanted to fulfill my wish? This is your trial. As for the reward, you can negotiate with him yourself. He has plenty of good things in his possession, and how much you can get depends on your ability. You don't need to question his motives too much. What he can say, he will tell you. What he can't say means it's not something you can handle right now, so don't burden yourself with unnecessary worries. Additionally, I must remind you, helping him is fine, but if he wants to take you on as a disciple, absolutely do not agree. Becoming his disciple is equivalent to becoming a cripple. That old man loves to take talented children as his disciples, and I don't want to see you meet an early demise. Convey the same message to Sakura. Hearing this, Shinji thoughtfully glanced at Zelrich, who remained expressionless, clearly having expected this. Finally, Shinji, my most promising disciple, become stronger, strive to become stronger. Strong enough to overcome all obstacles and come before me. I will be waiting for you behind the sevenfold walls. P.S. It is said that the land of shadows is separated from the realm of the living by sevenfold walls. Chapter 309, Zelrich's schemes. Sorry, old man, I didn't catch that. Could you say it again? Old man was Shinji's nickname for Zelrich. The latter was indeed elderly and had a connection with Shinji Shursho. Calling him old man was both respectful and familiar. Of course, the leader of aristocratic ideology and current Lord Bartholomew expressed objections. However, since the person in question didn't mind, it was ultimately allowed. Now, in the second workshop in the basement of his home, Shinji was engaged in a staring contest with his newly acknowledged old man. Shinji had large eyes, while Zelrich had smaller ones, his bald head making his eyes appear larger. Despite the renowned elder's imposing presence, he was quite approachable. He chuckled and, with a voice as robust as his presence, said, "You should have heard it." Justes did too. Yes, Zelrich. There was another person in the workshop, someone who had known Zelrich for over 200 years and whose fate was intertwined with Shinji's. The task Zelrich had in mind required more than one person's strength, both were indispensable. Even so, I find it incredible, traveling to parallel worlds and all. Exactly, Shinji quickly agreed. Although there are rumors that you control the second magic and travel across various parallel worlds, we've never heard of you taking others with you. Just because you haven't heard doesn't mean it hasn't happened, the elder's smile didn't waver. To protect the normal operation of each world, I generally don't bring people or objects across worlds. So, does that mean if you wanted to, taking people across worlds is possible? That's right. So, what's your answer? May I ask a few more questions? This event was more outrageous than any before, and Shinji couldn't afford to be careless. Go ahead. First, what do we need to do in the parallel world? That is precisely what I am about to explain. After some time interacting with Zelrich, Shinji had developed a certain understanding of him. He was a lively old man, with no signs of old age, completely different from most dead apostles. He was also a very interesting old man, unbound by convention, with unique perspectives on many things. Even seemingly heretical statements from his mouth had a special meaning. Saying he mocks good with righteous indignation was spot on. He was also an old man who pursued efficiency and results, liked to provide a direction or goal, and then let people achieve it, with the process up to them. He only cared about the results. If you couldn't deliver, you were deemed an idiot or a failure. It's said that many of his disciples were driven to ruin by this approach. This personality is reflected in his speech. He liked to throw out the core part first and then gradually fill in the details. This time was no different. As soon as the conversation in the workshop began, he dropped the bombshell, "I want you to go to a parallel world," shocking Shinji and Justies without giving them a chance to ask why. Now, the elder was finally about to reveal the purpose of this journey to a parallel world. This time, I want you to go to a parallel world to participate in the Holy Grail War there and obtain the Holy Grail. A Holy Grail War in a parallel world. The Holy Grail. Justice and Shinji looked at each other, unable to grasp the elder's true intentions. The elder continued, "You are well aware that the Holy Grail in Fuyuki City has been tainted. The colorless magical energy has been stained with a curse. I also know you've been trying to purify the Grail but with no progress. Because the Grail appears only once every 60 years, you don't have enough time to study it, and this world has only that one Grail. So, you want us to obtain a sample from another world?" Shinji began to understand. Yes, parallel worlds also have Holy Grails. Some worlds even have more than one, and many are not tainted. Right now, there is a world where a Holy Grail war is about to begin, with an untainted Holy Grail as the prize. Is this Holy Grail the same as the one in our Fuyuki City? Justice asked. The same, because it's the same thing. Do you know the theory of parallel worlds? Shinji nodded, I know a bit. It's said that different choices at certain nodes branch into different paths, and these branches are parallel worlds. Well summarized, the elder's eyes showed a trace of approval. The divergence point between that world and this world is the Third Holy Grail War. In this world, the Third Holy Grail War ended with the Einsburns illegally summoning the 8th class, Avenger, which led to the Holy Grail being tainted. In the other world, the Einsburns summoned another class, Ruler, successfully avoiding the tainting of the Holy Grail. However, the 3 founding families did not obtain the Holy Grail in that world either, as the entire Holy Grail system was taken by an outsider magus, ultimately hidden in Romania. After 60 years of magical energy accumulation, a completely different and truly meaningful Holy Grail War is about to begin. Hearing this, Shinji immediately understood that Zelrich was talking about the world of fate/apocrypha. Indeed, the Holy Grail created by the 3 founding families in that world remains intact, pure, and untainted. Using the Holy Grail from that world as a sample to study methods to purify the Holy Grail in their world was highly feasible. I understand. Now, the second question, how does purifying the Holy Grail in this world benefit you? This was a matter for Shinji and Justice. How was it related to this second magician? I can't explain the specifics. If I reveal too much, it might trigger the influence of the counter force. I can only tell you that I need the Holy Grail to exist, and it must not be tainted. As for who holds it and how it's used, I will not interfere. Although this didn't fully answer Shinji's question, it clarified that the elder did not need the Holy Grail itself, he only required it to exist in an untainted state. The third question, why do you need us to go? With your abilities, directly seizing the Holy Grail and bringing it here shouldn't be difficult. It's not as simple as you think, the elder shook his head. Magicians are enemies of the world, their every move affects the world. Therefore, magicians cannot interfere too much with the world, or it will trigger the counter force's interference, and the timeline itself could be affected, possibly even leading to that world's destruction. Moreover, the Holy Grail is a creation of the third magic, and my understanding of it is limited, so even if I obtained it, I might not be able to bring it to this world. I see. Fourth question, will there be any risks for us, who don't understand the second magic, in crossing worlds? If it were someone else, there would be significant risks even with my guidance. But for you too, there aren't any significant risks, as Justice has a contract with you, allowing her to anchor to your soul, and your soul is special, it doesn't change with your body and won't be affected by shifts in time and space. 6 years ago, I brought you to this world in the same way. P.S. The next arc will be Fate/Apocrypha. Let's go. Chapter 310, Bombshell. 6 years ago, this is how I brought you into this world. A bombshell, a true bombshell. Nothing, no event, no news, could shock Shinji more than what Zelrich had just revealed. Even if the world were to end before his eyes, entering the apocalypse, it wouldn't compare to the sudden revelation of this old man's secret about his eye-scade. Shinji sat there, dumbfounded, staring blankly at the old man who held the knowledge of operation of parallel worlds. He was speechless. He didn't speak, and neither did Justice, who was by his side. The instigator of this scene was even less likely to say anything. A silent stillness enveloped the entire workshop, making time and space seem frozen. The only change was in the boy's complexion. From white to red, red to purple, purple to blue, and finally back to calm. Only then did he slowly begin to speak. So, it was you. It was you all along. At first, his voice was calm, but it grew more urgent and louder. If I weren't no match for you, I'd want to punch you right now. You disrupted my once peaceful and stable life, bringing me into such a perilous world, and gave me such a terrible start. Do you know how I spent those first few months? Do you have any idea? Aside from Scat-Hack, who had glimpsed his memories, no one knew about that most intolerable past. A sinister and terrifying home, a monstrous grandfather, a place full of filth, and on top of that, harboring a huge secret, such pressure was enough to drive anyone mad. Especially in those first few days after crossing over, he couldn't even sleep, fearing that he might wake up on an autopsy table. So, when Shinji learned that his crossing was not a coincidence but man-made, his first reaction was not gratitude but anger, wanting to vent all the accumulated pressure as pure fury. Shinji. Feeling the emotions conveyed through their contract, Justice felt a sudden pain in her heart and instinctively hugged him, one hand holding his head, the other gently patting his back. It's okay, it's all over. You have me, you have Tuko, you have Sakura, you have Fujino, and many others who care about you. They will be with you. Her gentle voice and warm embrace, like a soft and silent drizzle, gradually calmed Shinji's rising anger. Resting his head on Justice's shoulder, he softly murmured. Yes, it's all over because I met you. You gave me strength, you let me see the light, you helped me cleanse the filth from my home, and paved the way for a new future. I changed Sakura's fate, changed the Matou family's fate, changed Fujino's fate, and changed the fate of many people. And you changed my fate. I have come this far because of you, so no matter what goal you aim to achieve, I will help you, even if it means betting my life. This is Matou Shinji's resolution, a sentiment he had never shared with anyone. The old man watched the pair, observing the boy who seemed to fall asleep as he closed his eyes. With deep meaning, he asked, "Are you satisfied with your life now?" Still sulking, Shinji didn't answer directly, only saying, "That's why I said I want to punch you, not kill you." "It seems you're quite satisfied, then I don't need to worry." Shinji was skeptical of the old man's words. "You worry? Are you planning to apologize or something?" "It's not the kind of worry you understand, and I won't apologize. Since I did it, I won't regret it. I'm only concerned that your emotions might affect some of my plans. As for whether you want to punch me or kill me, I don't care. Wait until you can do so." This is the old man of the jewel, the unparalleled Zelrich the Wizard Marshal, a top-tier powerhouse in this world. Such a person does not need to consider others' opinions unless you have the qualification to converse with him as an equal. Shinji doesn't have that qualification yet, so he didn't continue to argue. As Scathach said, he isn't qualified, but he believes that one day he will be. When that time comes, he will ask the old man everything and then decide whether to punch him once, twice, or 3 times in that old face. The subsequent matters proceeded smoothly. With his anger calmed, Shinji and Zelrich finalized the specific schedule and details of the traversal. Despite his initial anger, Shinji was still interested in exploring a parallel world, especially considering Justice's wish and his Shirsho's trials, not to mention the generous rewards. The old man, known for his association with jewels, was famous for his generosity in the mystical world. The ancestor of the Tosaka family encountered him by chance during a journey, asked him to teach a few things, and received a legacy that many envied, along with the design for the second magic's treasured, jewel sword Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. This time, seeking him out for a favor, he would certainly not be stingy, directly asking Shinji and Justice to state their demands. The two did not hesitate and immediately began to set their conditions. First, they hoped the old man would look after the Matou, Tosaka, and Emiya families while they were away. Looking after the Matou family was expected. With Shinji and Justice absent, Tuko was busy with the Tano family affairs, and Lorelei and Kenneth were far away in London. There was no one to oversee the household. Although the likelihood of trouble was low, it was better to be safe than sorry. With the second magic's user watching over, Shinji felt reassured. As for the Tosaka family, with Tosaka Tokiomi deceased, only a widow and orphan remained, likely to encounter various problems. As the Grand Master of the Tosaka family, Zelrich should naturally offer some support. Although this matter had nothing to do with Shinji and was purely meddlesome, considering his uncle Kariya's lifelong concerns, Shinji decided to extend a favor to the Tosaka family, preferably a favor that Tosaka Aoi could never repay, forcing her to repay it with herself. Lastly, the Emiya family was added by Justice, mainly for Ilia's veal. The child possessed magical power far beyond human limits, unsuitable for normal teaching methods. Both Tuko and Justice were at a loss, making it convenient to ask Zelrich to take a look. Such a small matter, that Zelrich naturally wouldn't refuse. The only regret Shinji had was that the old man had already visited the Tosaka family and planned to stay for a while to guide Rin, rendering Shinji's favor-selling plan moot before it even started. Second, they hoped the old man would negotiate with the Mages Association's Secret Judgment Division, Carillon Observatory, to lift Tuko's sealing designation. Hearing this condition, even with Zelrich's mindset and experience, he couldn't help but be somewhat moved. This matter is no joke. Are you serious? Yes. Both Shinji's expression and tone conveyed his attitude. I've already planned it out, only lacking a sufficiently influential mediator. I initially intended to ask Lorelei, but you are more suitable. Let's hear it. The old man squinted his eyes, finally showing interest. P.S. Except for those ruthless individuals or ingrates, the vast majority of people in this world can be bound by debts of gratitude. Owing too much makes one deeply entangled. Chapter 311, Shinji's Price. The Secret Judgment Division, Carillon Observatory is responsible for the sealing designation. It is the oldest classroom in the clock tower, its existence predating any faculty and most of the lord and noble families. In the magical world, time equates to mystery, and history is capital. The authority of the Secret Judgment Division allows it to stand tall against anyone or any force. Even Lorelei, the lord of the department policies, or the renowned second magic user Kister Zelrich Schweinorg, would be denied an audience unless they present a suitable reason. Because of this, the sealing designation terrifies Magi, making the Secret Judgment Division, Carillon Observatory a topic of taboo. As a result, Zelrich did not immediately agree to Shinji's request. He knew that even if the Carillon Observatory didn't give him an audience, he couldn't do much about it unless he was willing to completely break ties and use force to destroy them. Shinji understood the old man's concerns. To help Tuko lift her sealing designation, he had done extensive research and formulated a meticulous and feasible plan. Leaving Justy's embrace, Shinji took a sip of water to moisten his throat and began to persuade the old man. I wonder if you've heard the saying, if there is a 100% profit, capitalists will take risks, if there is a 200% profit, they will disregard the law, if there is a 300% profit, they will trample everything in the world. I've heard of it. This saying is adapted from Marx's Das Kapital. The old man had another nickname besides Old Man of the Jewel, Kaleidoscope, used to describe his vast knowledge. He had read more books than any library in the world could hold. While this saying is somewhat biased, its principle applies universally, whether in the mundane or mystical world, whether in capital markets or the clock tower. Would you agree? Indeed. The old man nodded. The Magi of the clock tower, especially those in the Department of Policies, are a bunch of profit-driven individuals. So, you intend to tempt the Secret Judgment Division with profit? Let's hear your price. My price is the complete rune system, from the 18 original runes to the 24 derived ones, from rune application to various low, mid, and high-level rune magic. With this, the declining rune system can be restored to its peak. Saying this, Shinji confidently glanced at the old man. If it were anyone else, they might think I'm bluffing. But you should know I speak the truth. The old man nodded again. Indeed, your Shursho is Her Majesty, the Queen of the Land of Shadows, the highest-ranked rune user. However, you should understand its value. This is a treasure that could alter the magical system and structure. Are you sure you're willing to do this? Of course. Knowledge is ultimately lifeless. Compared to living people, it weighs far too little. Shinji's voice was as calm as his expression. If this statement offends you, as an elder of the clock tower, I apologize. The old man, having lived for millennia, had a temperament fitting his status, no offense taken. The relationship between knowledge and people is not fixed. Tuko Aozaki is indeed worth your effort. As I know, she seems to have touched the edge of the third magic. Her grandfather's choice not to make her the heir of the fifth magic was also to avoid wasting her potential. Magic is not just a miracle, it's also a constraint. Justice appeared thoughtful, while Shinji remained indifferent. The old man noticed their contrasting reactions but did not point it out, continuing, in terms of price, this is indeed substantial, but it might not be enough to move the Secret Judgment Division. From what I know of them, they might opt for another approach, sending an executor squad to seize it. Many times, powerful entities do not follow the rules because their fists are big enough. Compared to negotiation, they prefer to disguise their actions with a plausible pretext and then directly seize what they want. That's why I didn't choose to negotiate myself but chose you. Shinji smiled. I don't believe those guys would dare to snatch something from your hands. If Zelrich was truly angered, even the entire executor squad wouldn't be enough to stop him, supported by the might of the first dead apostle, the second magic user, and the highest-ranked magus. The old man neither confirmed nor denied, merely saying, what if they still refuse? Age makes one stubborn, and so do organizations. Shinji swore without caring about his image. History is just a whore, allowing the victors to paint it however they like. Traditions aren't immutable either. If the director of the Secret Judgment Division doesn't give us face, then tell them, Carillon Observatory, keep going, we'll kill as many executors as they send. If Tuko Aozaki can scare them once, we can scare them twice, thrice, let's see how many executors they have for us to kill. As for the complete rune system, the clock tower won't get it either. Kindly leak this information to the Wandering Sea. Just because you don't value it doesn't mean others won't. The Mages Association has 3 major branches, the Clock Tower, the Wandering Sea, and the Atlas Institute. Despite their surface-level cooperation, they are fundamentally at odds. The Wandering Sea is deeply invested in researching the Age of Gods magic and has a poor relationship with the Clock Tower. Whether driven by the pursuit of Age of Gods magic or by the desire to spite the Clock Tower, the Wandering Sea wouldn't miss the chance to obtain the rune system. This is Shinji's true leverage. With this card, the Secret Judgment Division has little choice but to comply. If they don't, the Lords of the Clock Tower who oppose the Wandering Sea would unite to force the division to agree. Even in the worst-case scenario, if the Secret Judgment Division withstands the pressure, Shinji can still use this as a bargaining chip to ask the Wandering Sea to protect Tuko. The Wandering Sea's history is even more ancient than the clock towers, often regarded as the prototype of the Mages Association. With no typical hierarchical structure, it is more suitable for hiding and research than the clock tower. So, old man, with the chips I hold and the reward for this time, is it enough to ask for your help? You've prepared so thoroughly, I have no reason to refuse, the old man replied crisply as ever. To ensure the negotiation goes smoothly, I'll give you another suggestion, have the new lord of the Bartholomew family join me. This would be a great opportunity for her to expand her influence. No problem, I'll talk to Lorelei right away. She will agree. Refusing such a win-win situation would be foolish. Chapter 312, The Women's Secret Talk. Having made his decision, Shinji quickly left the workshop, leaving Justice to show Zelrich around the underground workshop that was personally designed by Scathatch, combining the magic systems of the Age of Gods, the Age of Fairies, and modern magecraft. The living quarters on the surface were empty, with no family presence felt nor any servants in sight. The only person he could find was Waver. He sat in a deck chair in the backyard, sipping tea, smoking a cigar, and fiddling with his Game Boy. Shinji doesn't find it strange, this is Waver's usual style. Today, being a day off, he wore casual clothes. In his office, he would also don a suit and tie. At this time, 3 days had passed since Tokiomi Tosaka's funeral. Waver had naturally come to the Matou residence after handling the inheritance and patent matters, to meet his long-missed friends. Since then, Waver had been reporting to the Matou residence daily, though he did not stay there. Few people might remember that Waver had his place in Fuyuki City, a somewhat old two-story house, with an elderly, kind couple, a small but warm home. That place held the deepest ties for Waver in Fuyuki, and the memories made there would remain with him for life. After the Fourth Holy Grail War, Waver had kept up correspondence with the house's owner, Mr. Mackenzie, who had often invited him to stay for a few days, as if they were truly grandfather and grandson. Due to teaching and other life responsibilities, Waver had never found the time. Now, finally having the opportunity, he would certainly return there, drink with the old men, watch the stars, and reminisce about the life-changing encounter. Seeing Shinji, Waver casually saved his game, tossed the console aside, and poured a cup of tea from the tray for Shinji. Finished your talk with the old man? Shinji took the cup and sipped. Yes, the old man asked me to handle some matters for him soon, so I won't be returning to the clock tower for a while. Waver blew out a smoke ring, his expression unchanged. If you're not going back, then don't. The professor is busy with the grand evaluation, you wouldn't be able to help there. Miss Lorelei has taken over the Chelan-Canticle Brigade, so there's no need for you to worry. Take this chance to rest and do what you want, and lay low for a while. After the battle with the White Wing Lord, the name Death spread far and wide, drawing widespread attention in the mystical world, with major factions searching for Death and trying to uncover information about this mysterious figure. Returning to the clock tower now would mean placing himself in the spotlight, contrary to Shinji's intention of keeping a low profile, which is why Waver suggested laying low. Shinji had the same thought, and there was no better way to hide than to disappear into a parallel world. Let those eyes search all they want, if they can find the parallel world, then they deserve it. Of course, before leaving, he needed to inform his family and friends. I just took a look around, you're the only one here. Where is everyone else? Your parents went to the company and took the household servants with them. Your uncle went to the Tosaka residence, it seems Mrs. Tosaka had something to discuss with him. The rest of the girls went out together, saying they were going shopping. Shopping, them. Shinji looked incredulous. Girls, women, at least the vast majority of women, love shopping. It's in their nature, nothing to argue about. But among the girls Shinji knows, this majority is an absolute minority. Among the women around Shinji, aside from his mother Elsa, only Kiri Fuja likes shopping, and that's because years of being bedridden have left her yearning for it. The others don't consider shopping a hobby. Whether it's due to a natural preference for quiet or the influence of mysticism, getting this group to go shopping, especially together, would require a severe shortage of household supplies necessitating a massive group shopping spree. Currently, the household lacks nothing, so the girls can't go shopping. They didn't, they just used it as an excuse to leave the Matou residence and gather at an isolated mountain villa a few kilometers away, which serves as Tuko's primary workshop. Upon learning that the long-absent Shinji had returned, Tuko from Tokyo, Fujino from Rien Girls Academy, and Kiri from her domestic tour all rushed back as quickly as possible to be with the boy they all cared about. Shinji's smile was as warm as ever, but the changes in him did not escape their concerned eyes. Along with their concern, they also noticed the new girl by his side. Although the unfamiliar girl did not deliberately show anything, the woman's intuition told them that she had an unusual relationship with him and knew many things about him that they didn't. One night, the most restless Kiri pulled Sakura and Fujino aside for a small meeting, suggesting they probe into the girl named Lorelei. Tuko, upon learning of this, offered her workshop as the venue, eager to see the drama unfold. Thus, a secret, women's gathering, took place without Shinji's knowledge. As soon as the gathering began, the instigator Kiri launched her attack, Miss Lorelei, what is your relationship with Shinji? Who is Lorelei? She is the new lord of the Department of Policies, and such a small scene couldn't possibly unsettle her. She sat there elegantly and gracefully, smiling as she replied, I'm also curious about you and Fujino's relationship with Shinji, Miss Kiri. He gave me a second chance at life. He says I am his friend, his family. Every time she mentioned this, Kiri's face lit up with pride. Same for me, Fujino said with a gentle smile. Her soft and calm demeanor put considerable pressure on Lorelei. Isn't this the type of woman men like? Now it's Miss Lorelei's turn to answer. We are friends, and comrades in arms. Comrades in arms. Hearing Lorelei's words, Tuko, who had been watching the drama unfold, narrowed her eyes. Then you must know very well the circumstances surrounding Shinji's injury, Lord Bartholomew. Unlike the other girls, Tuko, having spent time at the clock tower, was well aware of Lorelei's identity and significance. Yes, I am well aware. It is essentially my responsibility and that of my family. Please tell us the details, Tuko said seriously. Seeing her adopt this expression, the other girls fell silent, their eyes also filled with expectation as they looked at Lorelei. I can, but why don't you ask him directly? Lorelei expressed her confusion. Tuko shook her head. He won't say. With his male chauvinism and excessive protectiveness, he would never tell us these things. But what difference does it make if you know? Lorelei wasn't being arrogant, she genuinely didn't believe these women could do anything. Don't underestimate us, Lord Bartholomew. Tuko took off her glasses, and the chill on her face made the room's temperature drop continuously. If we wanted, you wouldn't leave this workshop today. Then I'd like to see that. Lorelei drew a short whip and slowly stood up. If you have that ability, let's put it to good use for our next actions. P.S. Let's put it this way, Tuko does have the trump cards to kill Lorelei. Those who have read Kara no Kyukai or The Case Files of Lord Elmeloy II would naturally know this. Those who don't, just wait a few days until the final chapter of this volume reveals it. Chapter 313, The Revenge of the Women. Dead Apostle, Louvre. Hidden within the thick fog of Norway is a vampire over 500 years old, a vassal of the White Wing Lord who aspires to emulate his master and become one of the 27 Dead Apostle ancestors. Over the years, Louvre has extracted the blood of nearly 5,000 victims as sacrifices, according to incomplete statistics. If you include those infected by him, the number multiplies several times over. His clan, both in quality and quantity, along with the intertwined dark arts and magecraft, justifies his title as a transcender among transcendents, an immortal monster. The center of his clan is this ancient castle, situated in the land of eternal night. Usually, the base of a dead apostle is never discovered by humans. Due to their conscience and fear of taboos, only guests appear in this dark, shadow-covered magical city. It is a secret sanctuary, shielded by multiple layers of bounded field and upheld by powerful magecraft. It possesses invisible guardians that deceive natural forces, almost akin to the otherworldly realms inhabited by fairies. Louvre's castle is no exception. This lake, though not as grand as the castles of the ancestors, still stands tall despite numerous crusades by heretical forces, a testament to its invulnerability over the centuries. For 500 years, it has stood firm and will continue to thrive, of this the Lord is confident. Several figures quietly emerged at the edge of the multiple bounded field, at a corner of the lake where the castle is situated. This group consisted of women, the oldest in her 20s, the youngest just 11 years old, still a child. Could they be the next batch of sacrifices? Legend says that vampires favor the blood of pure virgins, and indeed, from a biological standpoint, the pure cells and blood of those who have not engaged in intercourse are more suitable to replenish the deteriorating genetic material of dead apostles. However, these women were not what they seemed. Do not misunderstand, it's not about their virginity. The dead apostles in the castle would never get to know that because these women were not sacrifices, the dead apostles in the castle were. A woman in an orange coat, with a cigarette in her mouth, adjusted her glasses and scanned the lake surface. Confirmed. This is the place described in the intel. Beside her, a girl with eyes shimmering with light gritted her teeth, Dead Apostle Louvre, one of the most important vassals of the White Wing Lord. Since the White Wing Lord wants us to lose our loved ones, we will make him lose his most important people. Fujino, dead apostles are not people, corrected the youngest girl, her adorable face contrasting with the coldness in her eyes. They are monsters who want to kill my brother. Monsters must be eliminated. Eek, Sakura, you're scary, shivered the black-haired girl closest to the lake. The icy demeanor on the young girl's face shattered, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Sorry, Sister Kiri. No need to apologize, Kiri waved her hand repeatedly. I was just trying to lighten the mood because I thought you might be nervous. I wasn't scared at all. These monsters wanting to turn Shinji into a vampire should die 10 times over. Kiri, how are you holding up? Tuko, who had scanned the lake, asked Kiri. The 4 women standing there were all powerful in their own right, each with their trump cards, except Kiri, whose combat ability was significantly lower, to the point where half of the team had opposed her participation at the beginning. The girl named Kiri confidently tossed her hair. I feel great, like I have limitless strength. I could tear down that castle myself. Confidence is good. Then the task of the vanguard is yours. Yes, Miss Aozaki, Kiri saluted clumsily, leave it to me. I won't let you down after making me this new body. Good, I trust you, Tuko nodded. It was unclear whether she trusted her creation or Kiri herself. Has Bartholomew arrived yet? Fujino shook her head. Not yet. The previous communication said that negotiations with the Carillon Observatory weren't going smoothly, so it will take a bit more time. I see. That matter was difficult to handle from the beginning. Let's wait a bit longer. If it doesn't work out, we'll wait until tomorrow, Tuko thought aloud. Okay, sensei. Although it's a bit disappointing, I'll endure. Sakura will listen to Tukone-san. I'll do whatever Miss Aozaki says. From their words, it was clear that Tuko was indeed their leader. We'll wait another hour. If she doesn't come, today's action will be cancelled. There's no need for that. A voice, tinged with a commanding tone, interrupted Tuko's words. A girl in a noble dress, holding a short whip, descended from above. I'm here. First of all, I apologize for being late. No need to apologize, Lord Bartholomew. That request was unreasonable from the start, Tuko said, stepping aside. When there are no strangers around, just call me Lorelei. Lorelei naturally filled the gap. The request was indeed difficult, but no one can ignore the weight of the mediator. The stakes that Shinji offered were also tempting enough. The internal disputes within the Secret Judgment Division caused the delay. And the result? Tuko's face showed a hint of anxiety. She had been on the run for nearly 10 years and had had enough. After a vote and extended discussions among the lords, it was finally decided to accept this unprecedented request and revoke the sealing designation on you. Lorelei's words seemed to inject life into the entire team. Really? Then Sensei won't be hunted down anymore. That's great, Tukone-san. He really did it. The usually composed Tuko Aozaki, famed in the mystical world, rarely showed such an excited expression. At that moment, she wanted to hug that boy and kiss him fiercely. Ahem, miss, be mindful of the age gap. Standing beside Tuko, Lorelei watched her nearly delirious expression with a slightly dazed look. She recalled Shinji's request to her before she came to Japan. Perhaps it was because of such dedication that he won their hearts. Even I, no, nothing at all. Lorelei bit her thumb hard, leaving a red mark where her teeth sank into her flesh. What a shameless bastard, bastard, when he comes back, I'll make sure he pays. But before that, Louv must die. Bartholomew. Lorelei snapped her whip, her intent to kill evident. Standing beside her were Tuko Aozaki, Sakura Matou, Fujino Asakami, and Kiri Fuju. The 5 women were united in their fight against Louv, the dead apostle of the lake. P.S. Women can be scary sometimes. Chapter 314, The Combatant Machine Kiri. The secret meeting at the workshop concluded with a plan to join forces against Louv and eliminate the most valued retainer of the White Wing Lord. The one who proposed this plan was Tuko Aozaki. Although she usually appeared lazy and indifferent to most things, giving the impression of being easy to get along with, in reality, she was a highly vengeful person. Anyone who dared to provoke her paid a steep price. In the past, her sore spot was the inherited 5th magic. After rebelling against her family, it became the taboo name Scarred Red, leading to the events of Mahatsukai no Yoru and the bloodshed that shocked the clock tower. Now, her sore spot had expanded to include a small boy who had forcefully barged into her heart. To protect this boy, she once again became the fearsome witch that made her enemies tremble. Sakura, help me break the bounded field. Lorelei, prepare the group levitation spell. Kiri, you'll lead the charge. Fujino, the gate-breaking task is yours. With each command issued, the girls, including Lorelei, swiftly took action. In military operations, strict obedience to commands is crucial. Since Tuko was designated as the leader, they had to follow her orders during the action. Fujino, go. Yes, sensei. Red and green glow intertwined into spirals in Fujino's eyes. These spirals manifested through her highest-grade mystic eyes of distortion, reflecting the scene in her retinas. Then, the spirals ignited. In an instant, the world spun, and the scenery twisted. The ancient castle floating on the lake shook violently as if struck by a magnitude 9 earthquake. For hundreds of years, no human had breached the castle gates, but now, they shattered into fragments under the gaze of the girl. At the moment the gate was destroyed, Lorelei's spell was also ready. The blue wind swirled around the feet of the 5 women. Feeling their bodies lighten, Tuko nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Fujino. Kiri, prepare to engage. As if in response to Tuko's words, short bursts of bell chimes echoed from the castle, signaling an enemy attack. Seconds later, a cloud of darkness covered the entire lake. This was a massive swarm of familiars, including bats, crows, and black hawks, organized in such dense formations that they looked like a dark cloud. Due to the special nature of dead apostles, each long-standing dead apostle castle housed a significant number of familiars. These served both as tools and as the first line of defense in case of an attack. Considering this defense, Tuko had opted not to rush in directly. The number exceeds 4 digits. Quite a lot. They're just cannon fodder. No matter how many there are, they pose no threat. I don't understand why you're concerned about such things. You'll find out soon enough. Lorelei's disdain did not disrupt Tuko's rhythm. She addressed the girl standing at the forefront of the group. Kiri, this is your first wave of enemies. Your performance will determine our subsequent tactics. Don't disappoint me. Yes, Miss Aozaki. Kiri Fujo nodded firmly. The next second, the black coat she wore suddenly bulged with 2 lumps, which expanded at an astonishing speed. Soon, the woolen fabric emitted a strained tearing sound, eventually splitting apart. At that moment, everyone saw the true nature of those lumps, a pair of metal wings, designed with aerodynamics in mind, reminiscent of a fighter jet's wings. The faintly visible runes on the wings silently declared that they were not just products of science but also magecraft. Combat Machine Kiri, launching. Accompanied by this line full of Chunibyo flair, Combat Machine Kiri soared into the sky, dramatically accelerating as it plunged into the familiar-formed dark cloud. The bird familiars had a very monotonous attack style, either clawing with their talons or pecking with their beaks. However, such attacks could at most tear Kiri's clothes, but they couldn't cause her any real harm. Because underneath those clothes wasn't flesh but a metal body that combined magecraft and technology, this was the new body created by Tuko for Kiri. More precisely, it was a new body created for her dual existence. Kiri's original body was resting at the Mages Association's Norway branch, while the one accompanying the subjugation team was her secondary existence. The secondary existence was purely a spiritual entity and couldn't interact with physical matter. However, with the help of Justies, Kiri mastered the method to materialize an entity, which led to various possibilities, one of which was the current manipulation of a puppet by her secondary existence. Useless, useless, useless. Muda, muda, muda. Relying on her metal body, Kiri maneuvered the combat machine back and forth among the flock of birds, soon crashing dozens of familiars to death. However, this was just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire dark cloud. While she was rampaging, some of the faster familiars had already closed in on Tuko and the others. Kirine, stop fooling around and come back. Everyone, don't interfere, they're mine. Hearing Fujino's reminder, Kiri, amid her excitement, remembered her mission. She quickly put away her playful attitude and deployed the preset armaments within the puppet. The combat puppet meticulously crafted by the grand puppeteer Tuko Aozaki naturally had more features than just a metal body. Its performance was only beginning to unfold. Bullet storm. At Kiri's shout, the combat machine's hands flipped upwards, revealing 2 rotating machine guns with 6 barrels each. Sharp bullets whistled out at a rate of 30 to 50 rounds per second. In just a few seconds, the familiars between Kiri and Tuko were slaughtered. Modern warfare weapons were indeed more efficient than magecraft in terms of lethality. With the immediate threat cleared, the combat machine turned around, spewing a 10-meter-long flame and producing an increasingly metallic voice, Flame Jet. Following the flames were beams emitted from its eyes, Destructive Laser. And lightning released from its hair, Electric Flash. Fujino and Lorelei were left dumbfounded. On the other side, after successfully infiltrating the Bounded, Tuko handed the remaining work to Sakura. She then looked up at the rampaging combat machine, muttering softly, the puppet modified from Aozaki MKII works well, let's call it MK3. But why announce the name of the weapon before using it? I even specifically inscribed a spell to block magical detection for a surprise effect. What a waste. Having no interest in the otaku world, Tuko had no idea that announcing attack names before using them was a tradition in hot-blooded anime, and Kiri was a staunch supporter of this tradition. Yes, Kiri was the first otaku personally nurtured by Shinji, even though her hobby was traveling. Chapter 315, Entering the City. Tonight, the death will appear. The prophecy reached Louv's hands 3 hours before Tuko and her companions arrived. The dead apostle world is not a monolith, their internal strife is, in some ways, even more intense than that of humans. On one hand, most of them were transformed from humans and still retain human vices. On the other hand, their excessively long lives require some form of distraction. The reason why the dead apostle circles, which are rife with mutual slaughter and annihilation, still survive is due to the presence of a dedicated prophet ancestor. Legend has it that she frequently predicts the deaths of dead apostles, prompting them to quietly create their replacements. Whether this is a deliberate suppression by the counter-force or not, individuals with prophetic abilities are extremely rare among the dead apostles, and only she can gaze into the river of fate. Louvre smiled as he placed the prophecy in front of him. No wonder the group of women sneaking around the lake earlier should not be underestimated. A single misstep could lead to their annihilation. However, this wasn't an unavoidable death. The renowned Rose prophecy wasn't always accurate. With precautions in place, Louvre didn't believe his side would be the one annihilated. After instructing his beloved children to prepare for guests, Louvre ascended to the spire at the highest point of the old castle. Here lay his trump card, the very foundation of his existence. However, he wouldn't resort to using his secret treasure until that strange group of women broke in. Standing at the top of the spire, Louvre synchronized his senses with the bounded field, his gaze piercing through the spatial divide to watch the battle on the lake. There, the familiar army serving as the first line of defense had already been more than half depleted, yet they still couldn't halt the advance of that peculiar puppet. The White-Winged Lord's most trusted familiar, the lake's dead apostle, who had survived for over 500 years, pondered for a moment before issuing an order to his offspring. Beneath the smooth, mirror-like surface of the lake, another dead apostle lay in wait. This was a different realm, constructed by the Louvre faction, where the lake's water had long ceased to flow, posing no hindrance to the dead apostle's movements. As Makiri fell, another dead apostle broke through the water's surface, launching a frenzied attack on her with hands, feet, and fangs. From his swift and clean movements, it was clear this dead apostle was a close combat expert. Don't underestimate me. A brilliant orange light spread between her fingers, the rapidly rising temperature igniting her weapon. With a roar, Makiri struck at the dead apostle's body. Blazing palm. The high heat forced the dead apostle back, but his face remained expressionless, as still as the lake's surface. Without any flashy movements or sounds, he casually deflected Makiri's blazing palm with a simple parry, then immediately kicked her a few meters away. In Makiri's flight path, the dead apostle who had previously ambushed her was already waiting. As she approached, a new round of fierce attacks began. Fortunately, Makiri's body, crafted by Zouken using the best materials, withstood the assaults. Otherwise, these 2 rounds of attacks would have destroyed her new body. This wasn't due to any flaw in the doll itself, Zouken had designed it meticulously. The problem lay with the operator. Makiri's combat experience was severely lacking. While she could rely on her performance and weaponry to crush inferior opponents, facing high-level adversaries left her unable to exert her full strength. Sakura, Fujino, you need to teach Makiri more about this when we get back, Zouken instructed, having spotted the issue. Sure thing, Sister Zouken, Sakura replied. Yes, Sensei. What should we do now? Should I assist Makiri? Fujino's gaze could reach her attack range, and if she wished, she could twist the 2 dead apostles into a ball at any moment. Zouken glanced at the shattered castle gate, then at Makiri, who had become a punching bag and nodded. Leave it to you. Lorelei, get ready to intercept their reinforcements. Understood. As soon as the words left her mouth, the 2 dead apostles attacking Makiri began to twist without warning. Centered around their waists, their heads and feet became axes, contorting into a grotesque shape. Fragments of organs and shattered blood seeped from their bodies, unable to withstand the torsion, making one's scalp tingle with horror. Having witnessed the mystic eyes of distortion once before, Makiri had developed some resistance to the scene. She suppressed the nausea welling up from the depths of her soul and activated the flamethrower in her mouth, incinerating the 2 dead apostles with powerful flames. Before taking action, each girl had done their homework thoroughly, knowing that dead apostles had formidable regenerative abilities. Only by turning them to ash could their deaths be ensured. As Makiri incinerated the dead apostles, the second wave of dead apostles that Zouken had anticipated emerged from the shattered castle gate. Lorelei, who had been prepared, walked gracefully yet authoritatively onto the lake, raising her slender wrist gently. The girl's magic circuits roared silently, and a vacuum spell, wider than the castle gate, cut through the second wave of reinforcements with ease as if the majestic queen had done it with a casual flick of her hand. Seeing this, Zouken raised both hands, releasing the Feihu rune she had prepared, burning the scattered dead apostles with the power of primordial fire. Amidst the rain of fire, Zouken pointed forward and commanded everyone. Into the city. P.S. The lake's dead apostle is not particularly noteworthy. If it were the knight of the lake in their unit, that would be something to see. Chapter 316, Massacre. For a long time, dead apostles viewed humans as food, killing and consuming them at will. But today, this dynamic is reversed. Like livestock turning on their predators, humans bared their fangs against the dead apostles, launching a slaughter in the lair of the dead apostle of the lake, Louvre. There is no exaggeration, it is a genuine massacre. Combatant machine Makiri, with its metallic body, unafraid of injury and lacking blood, led the charge. Whether facing dead apostles, familiars, or traps, she always started with a 3-hit combo, bullet storm, flamethrower, and lightning flash, followed by a barrage of attacks. Knowing her lack of combat experience, she abandoned finesse for straightforward and brutal firepower. As the saying goes, no problem can't be solved with enough firepower, and if there is, it just means there wasn't enough firepower. This perfectly describes Kiri's combat style. When firepower was insufficient, Kiri would immediately retreat, letting Lorelei take the lead. The Bartholomew family, with their extensive history of hunting dead apostles, had accumulated vast experience, and Lorelei, inheriting the family's magic crests, was arguably the best at combating dead apostles in the Mages Association. No matter how powerful the dead apostle was or how bizarre their attacks were, nothing could stop her. For long-range combat, she had her versatile vacuum magecraft. For close combat, she wielded the ancient Bartholomew combat arts, which predated the dead apostles. Against curses, Lorelei's coat, a family heirloom woven with mithril threads and blessed with holy protection, rendered her nearly immune to curses, even those from Ordenros, let alone these lower dead apostles. The so-called living corpses are the stage before becoming dead apostles. When a human is bitten by a vampire, they don't immediately transform into a dead apostle but must go through a lengthy process. Normally, a human bitten by a vampire dies. If the dead apostle leaves some of their blood in the body, the killed human won't die outright. After a few years in the grave, with their brain decayed and their soul still anchored to the body, they turn into a ghoul. Ghouls need to consume other corpses' flesh to repair their decayed bodies over the years, eventually becoming living corpses. After several years, these living corpses regain their human knowledge, transforming into true vampires, thus becoming dead apostles. The probability of a person turning into a ghoul after being bitten is 1%, and the probability of a ghoul becoming a living corpse and then a dead apostle is also 1%. Therefore, the chance of a human becoming a dead apostle after being bitten is only 1 in 10,000. However, this probability is not absolute. Some ancient dead apostle species have methods or abilities to increase this rate, and some humans possess the potential to skip these steps and become dead apostles immediately. Magi fall into this special category, where the higher their abilities, the shorter the transformation process and the higher the probability. The White Wing Lord pursued Shinji precisely because he was certain he could turn Shinji into a dead apostle, prompting this group of fearsome women to seek revenge. Among these women, the most dazzling was Lorelei, who had killed the most dead apostles, though that didn't mean the others performed poorly. Fujino's Mystic Eyes of Distortion ranked highest among Mystic Eyes, operated silently and unpredictably. Regardless of resilience or hardness, though she targeted inevitably twisted into grotesque shapes. With reliable teammates, Fujino fought more freely, sometimes twisting enemies into balls or contorting their limbs and organs to create openings for her allies. As the battle progressed, no enemy dared to enter Fujino's line of sight. However, Fujino was not a Hyuga, and her Mystic Eyes of Distortion were not Byakugan, unable to observe 360 degrees without blind spots. Some dead apostles used special abilities or tools to attack her from behind. Fujino was prepared for this. She had trained in Scat Haka's women's self-defense arts for 5 years. Although not yet on the level of experts like Shinji or Lorelei, she was no easy target for typical dead apostles. For instance, she could hold her ground for a few moves against the 2 dead apostles who had ambushed Kiri earlier, long enough to use her Mystic Eyes to kill them. This method allowed Fujino to thwart several ambushes. The only shortcoming of this approach, weak long-range defense, was compensated for by her 2 steadfast companions. Sakura and Tuko, 2 female mages who specialize in rune magic, advance and retreat together, outlining runes, composing spell scores, and chanting spells in unison. Although joint magecraft does exist in magical theory, it requires the practitioners to intertwine their magic circuits. Only mages with a high degree of trust and understanding, like Sakura and Tuko, can achieve this. Azure Runes Flow, Advanced Summoning Magecraft, Ice Spirits. Crimson Flames Rage, Advanced Elemental Magecraft, Blaze Tempest. A Divine Aura Surges, Advanced Elemental Magecraft, Holy Flame Lance. Shadows Flicker, Monsters Emerge, Dark Sword Swirl, Advanced Shadow Magecraft, Shadow Apostles, Advanced Shadow Magecraft, Nocturnal Blade. With their combined efforts, ancient lost magecrafts resurface, wreaking havoc on the castle and dealing significant damage to the dead apostles gathered under the banner of the Dead Apostle of the Lake. Rainbow Missiles. 7 colored projectiles sequentially shoot from Tuko's hand, turning an approaching female dead apostle into a sieve. Ahead of the team, Lorelei, who happened to turn back, utters a number, 41. This is the count of dead apostles they have exterminated so far. At this moment, they are inside the main hall of the castle, the most heavily guarded area. In Lorelei's words, things are finally getting interesting here, although it's not intense combat yet, at least it's not boring. The girl, who eagerly anticipates Lu's appearance, swings her whip, ready to use the common wind blossom to shred the barely alive female dead apostle into pieces. The queen's whip hesitates for a moment. She senses a powerful magic emanating from above the castle. It's another dead apostle, similar to the one before her but stronger. Save me, father. In an instant, Lorelei consents to the dead apostle's escape. Although on the brink of death, being a centuries-old dead apostle, she still has some explosive power left. How rude, trying to escape from me. Despite showing a hint of annoyance, Lorelei refrains from pursuing it on her own and instead asks the commander, who also senses the magic. Miss Tuko, what should we do? That should be Louv's hiding place. The oldest woman in the team, carrying an oversized suitcase with one hand and removing her glasses with the other, emits an imposing chill that blankets the entire castle. Chapter 317, Heart Extraction. Although Louv had ambitions of becoming one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, he was well aware that he was not yet qualified to join their ranks. To claim the title of an ancestor, he needed at least another 200 years. To pass the time, he continuously plundered mystic codes and conceptual weapons from magi. The fruits of these labors were stored in the spire beneath his feet. There were treasures here that even the world's foremost collectors, like the 20th seat of the 27 ancestors, Miriam Solomon, known as the Crown, and the Demon Summoner, would envy. With such treasures, eliminating those who underestimated him would be a simple matter. Oh, I thought you would proceed step by step, but you went straight to the point with arrogance. Such pride will cost you your life, Bartholomew. Silently smiling, stroking the beard on his chin, the dead apostle of the lake, Louv watched joyfully as the women rampaged through the castle. Generally speaking, the older a dead apostle is, the more devoid of human sentiment they become. The passage of time makes them indifferent to many things. Dead apostles like Zelrich and Van Fem, who maintain their fervor, are rare exceptions. For the vast majority of ancient dead apostles, offspring and kin are merely valuable resources. While their loss is regrettable, if it leads to significant gains, the sacrifice is deemed worthwhile. Louv was a typical dead apostle. To ensure these women fell into his trap, he did not mind losing most of his subordinates. His most important children, who inherited his power, had already scattered and fled. The rest would serve as Bartholomew's burial gifts. Over the past month, Bartholomew Lorelei had become a prominent figure in the world of mysteries. Her crusade against the dead apostles had made her a well-known dead apostle hunter, and her information was well remembered by that circle. Thus, when Bartholomew used her vacuum magecraft, Louv immediately recognized Lorelei and decided to eliminate this dangerous figure at all costs. By eliminating this woman and her allies, not only can I restore my father's honor, but I can also clear the path to inherit the title of an ancestor. Bartholomew, I'll use your blood to pave my road to the pinnacle. With this thought, Louv produced an iron hammer from somewhere and activated the treasure he had hidden in the spire. A few minutes after confirming the treasure's activation, the spire's door was forcefully broken open. A woman in an orange coat, accompanied by a strange puppet that had destroyed the familiar army, walked into the hall where Louv stood. Louv, the dead apostle of the lake? The woman with orange hair and glasses asked. Her voice carried such a chill that even a dead apostle felt a shiver. Indeed. And you are? Louv curiously eyed the woman. She seemed to be the team's leader, with even Bartholomew following her commands. Undoubtedly, she was a formidable figure. I'm the one who's here to kill you. Tuko in the orange coat pulled out a cigarette from her pocket. It was her favorite, dragon smoke. Are you alone? Where are the others? Louv laughed, twirling the iron hammer in his hand, filling the hall with a dangerous aura. They're busy with other tasks, like hunting down your hidden offspring and plundering your accumulated wealth. Tuko nonchalantly lit her cigarette, wisps of smoke escaping her orange-painted lips and dispersing around her. To kill you, I'm enough. Such arrogance. Louv felt a strong sense of unease. On one hand, he doubted this woman had the power to kill him. Despite the impressive puppet and her top-tier magical abilities, he noticed her physical weakness. She wasn't adept at close combat. Bartholomew and the other two girls had been protecting her from close-range attacks. Louv wasn't overconfident. He believed he could kill her in less than 3 seconds, even with the puppet's protection. On the other hand, a vague sense of dread lingered. This unease had plagued him since receiving the prophecy. Initially, he thought Bartholomew was the source of this danger, but now, with Bartholomew absent, could the true threat be this woman? Two entirely different emotions waged a tug-of-war in Louv's heart. Tuko, who had triggered this unease, was in no hurry. She silently smoked her cigarette, and the spire hall was shrouded in an eerie silence. When the cigarette was finished, she regretfully extinguished the butt and signaled the combat machine Makiri to retreat outside the tower. She then took a step towards Louv. Have you thought of your last words? Tuko's bizarre behavior only intensified Louv's sense of discord. Knowing full well she wasn't adept at close combat, why would she approach recklessly? I haven't thought of any, and I don't have time to wait any longer. Let's end this. Continuing to speak confidently with a voice laced with killing intent and coldness, the distance between Tuko and Louv grew ever smaller. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. At this distance, Louv only needed to extend his hand to pierce Tuko's heart. He didn't believe the woman could move faster than him at such close range, so Louv struck without hesitation. The dead apostle's most common weapon, his claws, pierced through Tuko's chest, accurately extracting her heart. From Louv's years of experience extracting human blood, he could tell the heart in his hand was real. The pulsating beauty and the inherent perfection were unmatched by any human creation. Truly beautiful, but this beauty is destined to be destroyed. The dead apostle uttered a sincere admiration, crushing the woman's heart as if it were a water-filled plastic bag hitting the ground. Tuko laughed softly, her blood-stained lips carrying a tragic beauty. Good eye. I didn't expect a dead apostle who appreciates beauty like you. I'm suddenly a bit reluctant to kill you. At this point, you're still saying such things. Even bluffs have their limits. Louv spoke as he withdrew his hand. Without his arm to block it, blood gushed out, instantly soaking Louv and the carpet beneath him. Whether it's a bluff or not, you'll find out soon enough. Farewell, dead apostle of the lake. With that, Tuko ceased all signs of life, her body losing all functionality as a human being. P.S. Tuko used stand, notorious B.I.G. Chapter 318, Chapter 318, Tuko's trump card, end of this volume. Something bizarre happened. The beautiful body that had lost its life did not collapse, instead, it maintained its original posture, standing in the spire, right in front of Louv. Seeing such an eerie scene, Louv instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint the source of his unease. In an instant, with a speed that seemed capable of catching up to his doubts, he rapidly retreated. Though he was much younger compared to the true ancestors, he possessed talents that did not disgrace his noble name. Then, he heard a sound. A strange sound. Different from the air vibrations that typically reach the eardrums. It was a more fundamental, impossible to exist in this dimension, alien friction, a sound the soul seemed to hear directly. Immediately afterward, an aura not belonging to this world emanated from inside Tuko. It was an indescribable magic power, one that even the secret treasure Louv prided himself on could not rival, a terrifying magic power that brought despair. Simultaneously, an unheard-of alien sound grew more piercing, so piercing that it drove Louv to the brink of madness. With a slight pop, Tuko's abdomen shattered. It wasn't her clothes or flesh and bones, but as if a statue's material had peeled away, revealing a door within the opened wound. From the slightly ajar gap, only pitch blackness could be seen. Even the dead apostle's vision, far superior to humans, could not discern anything inside. It was as if darkness itself had taken physical form. Pitch-black darkness. An endless, distance-less, infernal abyss. At the bottom of this darkness, where no magic or technological light could reach, 2 points of light glowed. They were eyes, though not eyes in the conventional sense. Louv knew they were eyes. A soundless wail emerged from the throat of the dead apostle of the lake. Tuko's body crumbled, and at the same time, shadows extended rapidly from within. Thorn-like tentacles and ominous claws bound the dead apostle who had retreated into the corner, the one who harmed their master. Ugh, gah. Reason told Louv to resist, but his body couldn't move. He could only watch as the tentacles and claws wrapped around him, dragging him into Tuko's door, being chewed by thousands of sharp teeth. At this moment, Louv felt the emotions of those offerings whose blood he had drained before they died, emotions named fear, a terror that could shatter the soul. Even though he was only being nibbled away at fingertip-sized portions, his emotions were completely overwhelmed by negativity. It's over. It's all over. The dead apostle's life, the ancestors' ambitions, they were all over. The monster began eating him from his feet with countless small mouths. He could only be devoured alive, and before losing consciousness, his remaining head's vision met the lifeless puppeteer. Her eyes were open as if she wanted to witness this horrifying death. For some reason, Louv felt that her hollow gaze was full of contempt, as if saying, "I'm not bluffing. When I said I would kill you, I meant it. Father, you really shouldn't have gotten involved with these monsters." The last bit of brain matter was chewed to pieces. That was the final thought of the dead apostle of the lake. He never had the chance to activate that precious secret treasure. The monster that devoured the dead apostle was not satisfied. The already formless, dark, and blurry box continued to expand outward. 10 times, 100 times more thorny tentacles were released from inside the dark box. The floor. The walls. The pillars. Even the decorations. These tentacles dragged everything they touched into the entity hidden within the box, leaving behind an even deeper darkness than this eternal night, along with the ever-spreading, maddening magical power. Every being who witnessed this scene, whether they were dead apostles or humans, was stunned. The humans were somewhat prepared, as they had been informed beforehand and knew it was a gift Tuko had specifically prepared for Louv. They just hadn't expected the gift to be so overwhelming. The dead apostles were a mixture of shock and fear, terrified by the indescribable horror of the monster and its power to kill their progenitor. All the dead apostles in the castle were bloodbound to Louv. Once he perished, they would all sense it. Those directly receiving original fluid and power from Louv would be affected, and their strength diminished. The immediate result was that the slaughter by Sakura, Fujino, and Lorelei, who were acting separately, proceeded more smoothly. Fujino, responsible for the area east of the spire, twisted the last dead apostle in her region into a ball. Sakura, teaming up with her, swiftly ended the apostle by stabbing his heart with the divine gunblade. Then, the two girls looked toward the spire, now half covered in darkness. It seems like Sensei succeeded. Yes, let's hurry and meet up with Sister Tuko. On the other side, Lorelei, working alone, also gazed at the monster flaunting its presence. She recalled a legend she had heard from the Carillon Observatory. The legend mentioned that one of the ceiling designation targets, the Grand Puppeteer, Tuko Aozaki, kept a monster. This monster had no name, only known to be always under Tuko Aozaki's control, with no one uncovering its true mystic nature. Perhaps even Tuko herself didn't fully understand the monster. What was known was that the monster couldn't speak and had devoured a double-digit number of enforcers. Most importantly, the monster was immortal. To release such a monster, what is Miss Tuko thinking? Lorelei shook her ponytail and ran toward the spire. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn the female dead apostle, who had previously escaped her grasp, into ashes. The three girls arrived almost simultaneously, and their first question was directed at the waiting Kiri. Sensei/Miss Tuko/Sister Tuko, where is she? Kiri's face showed a peculiar expression. Miss Aozaki is with my original body. What? The three girls looked at each other, all equally puzzled. Tuko was with them just a few minutes ago. How did she end up in Kiri, hundreds of kilometers away? Sister Tuko said the exact method is a secret. Did she say what to do here? If we leave this thing alone, it might swallow the entire castle, Lorelei said, considering the problem more thoroughly, as befits someone from the clock tower. She did. She said once its eye appears, just throw this box at it. Kiri was holding an oversized suitcase, its cubic shape reminding Lorelei of something from legend. A box that seals monsters from myths. As expected of Tuko Aozaki, she can even make something like this. It seems this operation is over. It's a pity we can't contact Shinji to share the good news. Where exactly did the second Magus take him? Could he have taken him on a journey to a parallel world? Lorelei had no idea that her casual remark was spot on. The boy they all missed had indeed gone to another world, a world called Fate/Apocrypha. Chapter 319, Igdmillennia. The Holy Grail War. This is the conflict surrounding the Holy Grail, an artifact capable of granting countless wishes. When referred to as the Fuyuki Holy Grail War, it describes a highly unique battle where mages summon servants, heroic spirits, to fight until only one remains. Perhaps due to the Mages Association's lax supervision of this small eastern nation, it wasn't until the war had been repeated 3 times that they took notice. The idea of a universal wish-granting opportunity emerging in a remote corner of the Far East seemed ludicrous. Even as a joke, it had its limits. This was the extent of the Mages Association's understanding. However, the Third Holy Grail War distorted everything. Perhaps because World War II was on the horizon, the unusual situation of national involvement became a turning point, leading to the end of the Fuyuki Holy Grail War. Simultaneously, the system of this Holy Grail War began to spread as information among Magus worldwide. Magus, astonished, started imitating the Fuyuki system to hold their own Holy Grail Wars. Only then did they realize the excellence of the system constructed by the 3 founding families, Tosaka, Einsburn, and Makiri. Unfortunately, since its inception, no Holy Grail War has been held in Fuyuki for the past 60 years, much to the frustration of Magus aspiring to obtain the Grail. Today, subspecies Holy Grail Wars are held widely across the world. These subspecies are smaller-scale rituals, summoning at most 5 servants. Even when these rituals are performed perfectly, none have achieved the level of a universal wish-granting machine. Trifas is a small city in northern Transylvania, Romania. The city walls, built in the Middle Ages to fend off Turkish invaders, still stand, enclosing parts of the fortress and the city. Most of the city's buildings are heavily repaired and modified medieval structures, possessing significant historical value. With a population of about 20,000, the city barely sustains itself through modest agriculture and the textile industry. The city's most notable landmark is a massive castle perched on a slight hill, Millennia Castle. This castle has never changed ownership since the Middle Ages. Despite the Ottoman Turkish invasions, the Black Death, and bombings during modern wars, Trifas and its castle inhabitants have survived to this day. The castle belongs to the Igdmillennia, a clan of Magus who migrated from northern Europe to Romania. Currently, the castle is bustling with activity. Not only the Igdmillennia clan but also a group of unknown, well-groomed servants work meticulously, patrolling the castle with outdated battle axes. There are also walking stone beds and glowing-eyed statues. Observers would undoubtedly be shocked, thinking something significant was happening. Yet, among the simple residents of Trifas, none would dare step into this eerie castle. As long as the castle's lights are on, even venturing out late at night is avoided. So when the long-dormant castle lights began to shine again a few months ago, the residents exchanged uneasy glances, their faces darkening. The blood-soaked tyrants had returned. The residents prayed for peace and safety, continuing their ordinary lives. In the early hours, the city of Tryphus was deeply asleep. In a room overlooking the city from Millennia Castle, a man stood gazing out the window. His eyes, watching the silent streets, burned with a quiet resolve. Of course, this can't succeed. The reason is simple: none of the magus holding these subspecies Holy Grail wars has brought the core element of the Fuyuki Holy Grail war. What is it? A voice filled with majesty echoed from the shadows of the room. The Greater Grail. Turning his head, Danik's handsome face broke into a self-satisfied smile. The Fuyuki Holy Grail war buries the Greater Grail in the Earth's ley lines, making it the core. Magic power is then poured into the Lesser Grails, which are contested in the war. Those magus imitating the Holy Grail war can only produce Lesser Grails. They are nothing but boring fakers. What makes this Holy Grail war different? The majestic voice spoke again, its tone archaic, unlike modern speech. Of course, Grand Duke. Danik's smile deepened. This land is home to the Greater Grail, which I seized from Fuyuki 60 years ago. The man's name was Darnik Priestone Igdmalenia, the head of the Igdmalenia clan and a participant in the Third Holy Grail War. Although that war took place over 60 years ago, his face showed no signs of aging, no wrinkles at all. To an observer, he might seem to be between 26 and 30 years old. It was as if time had stopped for him since the Third Holy Grail War. In that Holy Grail War, the Lesser Grail was lost midway, and it seemed we would return empty-handed. However, by chance, I discovered the existence of the Greater Grail buried beneath Fuyuki and seized it. At that time, I succeeded by leveraging the power of the German Nazi forces I was affiliated with. Immediately afterward, amidst the chaos of World War II, I vanished from Germany with the Greater Grail and connected it to the ley lines here in Tryphus, the stronghold of the Igdmalenia clan. Danik's voice was filled with deep emotion. After all, for over 60 years since the end of the Third Holy Grail War, he had been meticulously preparing in secret to avoid detection. The only miscalculation was that, due to the spread of information about the Fuyuki Holy Grail War, many of the relics that served as catalysts had gone missing. Relics like those of the ancient King of Heroes, the King of the Night with the strongest holy sword, and the Conqueror King who ruled half the world had all vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, the relics his clan had gathered over decades were sufficient to summon excellent heroic spirits. They were in no way inferior to the relics collected by the Mages Association. Yes, everything has been for this day. The sound of ringing bells interrupted Danik's swelling ambition. He stepped away from the window and approached a telephone designed to resemble the 1920s, 30s era wall-mounted model, picking up the receiver. It's me. The elderly voice on the other end was one Danik knew all too well. Oh, isn't this His Excellency Belphegor, the head of the Department of Spiritual Evocation? It's been a while. The warmth in Danik's voice was a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, exuding a friendly charm. However, the old man on the other end wasn't swayed by this warmth. His already deep voice grew even deeper. There's no need for pretense. You know why I'm calling. I can't handle this alone anymore. There's still time. That's quite the cliched line. I'll return it to you as is. Danik seemed unfazed by the old man's veiled warning. His voice remained friendly, but to the listener, it carried a different undertone. There's still time. Has the Mages Association completed all the necessary preparations to subdue us? Are you serious? The old man confirmed one last time. At this point, you're still saying that. It was our side that issued the declaration of war. To the self-assured, almost arrogant Danik, Belphegor left one final remark: you'll regret this, Danik Priestone Igdmalenia. I'll be careful to ensure it doesn't come to that. You should be cautious too. That thing called a telephone is quite an interesting device, said another voice that had remained unseen throughout the conversation after Danik hung up the phone. Yes, in this mundane world, it is a somewhat convenient invention. Danik nodded, unfazed by such an out-of-touch remark. After all, it was now 1999, a time of advanced communication, with just a few months left before humanity would enter a rapidly developing new century. His mind was connected to the bounded field encompassing all of Tryphus, focusing on the sudden intrusion. From the conversation just now, it seems my organization has received a final ultimatum from the Mages Association. Rebels have already emerged, and a cleanup crew specializing in combat capabilities has infiltrated this land to eradicate us. Grand Duke, they are invading your territory, so... No need for further words, Magus. Please understand your position. The man referred to as the Grand Duke stood up from the shadows, interrupting Danik's speech. I am a servant. Give the order, master. Danik was momentarily taken aback, but then he revealed a sinister, murderous grin. Exterminate those lowly invaders, Berserker. Understood. Berserker's voice was equally filled with murderous intent. Chapter 320, The Clock Tower's Response. In that empty, dimly lit room, the sense of distance was extraordinarily distorted. It appeared incredibly spacious, yet felt oppressively narrow. The candle standing in the center cast a hazy light on the faces of the men in the room, rendering everything indistinct. The air in that ill-defined room was filled with an indescribable gloom. Only one returned. There were 3 people present. One was an old man, small in stature but standing perfectly straight, with wrinkles on his face that gleamed like fine wood carvings. This was Rocco Belphegor, the head of the Department of Summoning. It was rumored that he had held his position for over 50 years, but this was not conclusively known. Hearing the old man's raspy utterance, a young man nodded in agreement. I watched that battle. It was a truly unpleasant sight, an intolerable existence. He was a handsome, red-haired youth with a clear and refined face. His eyes were filled with a strong and noble will, and his elegant appearance marked him as someone from the upper echelons of society. His words carried a sense of mission. The man's name was Bram Nuadari Sofieri. He is the older brother of Soliui Nuadari Sofieri, and the son and successor of the Lord of the Department of Spiritual Evocation, Ruflius Nuadari Eulifis. The old man nodded in agreement and turned his gaze to the last person, who had remained silent. This man, with disheveled long hair, frowned in displeasure. What is your opinion, Lord El Meloy? Lighting a cigarette with the candle, the man called El Meloy turned his head slowly. It's Lord El Meloy too. I appreciate your respect for my intentions, but please add the too. Otherwise, the name El Meloy is quite bothersome. My apologies. Lord El Meloy too, what do you think? Well, we'll probably have to change our approach. After all, we've lost 49 magi. Although one survived, they are of no use now. The plan involved 50 magi and was meticulously crafted. At the moment the operation began, everything was progressing perfectly in every sense. However, a single familiar had thrown everything into disarray. As a result, 49 were dead, and the last one barely managed a counterattack. Thanks to that person, we've been given a chance to retaliate. If we can gather 7 masters, we might see a path to victory. But who should we choose? Inexperienced magi would just get killed, Trifas is their territory. After a brief silence, El Meloy too stated the obvious in a calm tone. We should hire external magi. This Holy Grail war is unprecedented in scale. Naturally, the clock tower must also provide 1 or 2 participants. The other 2 agreed. They needed to select 7 masters, but the situation was urgent. Choosing from the clock tower's noble families would be a major task. Due to the inheritance of magic crests, safekeeping, and other factors, it could take over 3 months to finalize. In comparison, hiring unaffiliated magi would be much more efficient. Then, let Lord El Meloy too and I gather those who are eager for this opportunity. Let the Holy Church send the remaining 1. To declare our legitimacy, we must have them participate. Then I'll be responsible for selecting the relics. Though it's a last-minute assignment, let's see how I can gather suitable catalysts for our fighting strength. Hearing Bram's words, Belphegor struck the floor with the bottom of his cane and declared. This is vastly different from the imitation Grail wars held around the world today. In terms of scale alone, it has already surpassed the 3rd Holy Grail war in Fuyuki. I urge you both to lift your spirits and make those who tarnish the clock tower's reputation deeply regret their actions. Without looking at each other, the 3 men stepped forward in their respective directions. England, known as the headquarters of the Mages Association, the clock tower is based at the British Museum in London. Here, individuals who boast of their supremacy in the long history of magecraft, as well as ambitious magi from around the world, gather. Among thousands, thousands give up halfway. Though that may be true, well, dreaming should be free, at least, that's what Kairi Sisigu, a former student, believed. A slight impact on his shoulder. It seemed he had bumped into a student while lost in thought. He thought of apologizing, but before he could, the student, with a face pale as death, fled from his side. A sigh. Although this had become routine. Due to the drugs they use or the magecraft they practice, magi sometimes assume forms that could be called monstrous. This is not considered shameful, if anything, it is something to be proud of, with no need for self-deprecation. This is common knowledge among magi. Even so, SSI Esigu wondered if the treatment he received was somewhat unreasonable. Simply walking on the sidewalk, he had been subjected to body searches by police officers 3 times, each time escaping after casting a suggestion. Upon arriving at the clock tower, he had been questioned by security magi 4 times, and the terrified looks from students passing by in the corridors were countless. This was racial prejudice and discrimination. If Sisigu thought to complain, they would undoubtedly respond. It's not that, it's just that you're too scary. These were truly excessive words. Admittedly, he could accept that his appearance was somewhat frightening. He could also accept that his clothes differed slightly from those of ordinary magi. However, he had never forgotten to maintain a smile. Sisegu, thinking thus, completely failed to grasp his scariness. The scars on his face, razor-sharp gaze, burly physique, and the black jacket sewn from the hide of magical beasts. Coupled with the fact that he roamed battlefields as a bounty hunter, his entire being exuded a thick scent of blood and gunpowder. Even magi, who generally lacked normal moral standards, would fear something terrifying. When you smile, it's indeed frightening. The old man laughed in a sharp voice while consoling the disgruntled Sisegu. This was the office of Rocco Belphegor. On the display shelves set against the room's walls were items like the skull of a beast that appeared to be a fusion of an ape and an elephant. Ancient scrolls, clearly over 1,000 years old, were haphazardly placed beside them. Above, in seemingly heavy glass jars, small snakes with heads split into 9 segments floated in formalin. This place is just as it always was, full of all sorts of things. If his appraisal was correct, the snake in formalin was likely a unique item. Sisegu thought this as he sank into the reception sofa. It's nothing. Though rare, they're all known entities. Though valuable, I suppose. The juvenile hydra, soaked in formalin, represents that level of value. That's a fake. Gurgling laughter, as if he had played a trick, came from Belphegor. Sisegu glanced at him but didn't intend to argue. He silently sipped his medicinal tea. Though it was quite spicy, he drank it willingly because of its restorative effects. Back to the main topic, I didn't call you here for nothing. Do you know about the Holy Grail War of Fuyuki? Sisegu slightly furrowed his brows. I know of it. Then, do you know the true purpose of the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki? So, do you know the true purpose of the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki? No, I don't. Belphegor grinned, showing a detestable smile. It's to reach the roots swirl and pierce through it. What? Sisegu was stunned by this unexpected answer. According to Belphegor, in that ritual, what was truly necessary was not the masters, but the servants, namely, the souls of the heroic spirits. Using the Lesser Grail to temporarily prevent the souls from returning to the Throne of Heroes, and with the powerful souls of the 7 heroic spirits, open the path to the root. That is the true purpose of the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki. Does that mean the subcategory Holy Grail Wars happening elsewhere are different? Yes, Belphegor nodded. In their fundamental aspects, they are different. Those are mere imitations of the superficial purpose of granting all wishes, counterfeits. Granting all wishes is nothing but a simple lure, like a lamp attracting moths. Even the mutual slaughter among the servants is essentially meaningless. It was only because of its overly excellent form that this part was secretly hidden. But ironically, even the 3 founding families who knew the true purpose had to participate fairly. Sisegu was indeed surprised. But despite his surprise, what could he do? Indeed, the true intention of the Fuyuki Holy Grail War might be as described. However, no one who truly understands the Holy Grail War exists anymore. The Great Grail was taken, and the 3 founding families did not participate in the 4th Holy Grail War. Sisegu was undoubtedly a first-rate magus, but it was impossible to recreate the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki. Even among the lecturers at the Clock Tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association, how many could fully replicate that system? In other words, while this was precious knowledge, it had no value as information. So, old man, what exactly do you want me to do? Don't be hasty. Belphegor stopped Sisegu's urging. The main point comes next. The most crucial foundation of the Fuyuki Holy Grail War, the Great Grail, disappeared after the 3rd Holy Grail War. You knew that, right? 3 months ago, it was finally found. Or rather, it was discovered to have been hidden. Where? In the city of Trifas, on the outskirts of the Transylvania region in Romania. It seems to be set up in the oldest building of the city, the Millennia Fortress. So you want me to secure that thing? Yes. The purpose of the commission is indeed similar, but, before that, there is a troublesome matter. The one who leaked this information to us is Danik, the head of the Igdmalenia clan. 8-forked tongue, Danik. Yes, that Danik. Danik Priestone Igdmalenia, a man rumored to have lived for nearly 100 years, the head of the Igdmalenia clan. He ascended to the highest rank of the Clock Tower, the Grand, and taught elemental conversion as a second-tier lecturer, but his students rated him extremely low. However, his true value was better realized in politics rather than as a lecturer. Factional struggles, power struggles, and budget fights were common in the Clock Tower, but he displayed exceptional skills as a politician, naturally betraying and switching sides. Not only those who trusted him but even those who distrusted him could be manipulated and kept in the dark. He was indeed a top-notch fraudster. So, Danik is the problem. Because he was such a person, he might indeed be involved in some sort of transaction related to the Holy Grail. But Belphegor shook his head, showing an expression extremely rare for the old man, a face twisted in displeasure, revealing anger. The problem isn't Danik, it's the Igdmalenia clan. What do you mean? The Lord of Millennia Fortress is from the Igdmalenia clan, and they have defected from the Clock Tower. This news, in a sense, had an even more shocking impact than the true purpose of the Fuyuki Holy Grail War. It was completely unexpected. Among magi, there are a few who defect from the association due to being heretics or needing to be sealed away due to their power. Defection itself is not unusual, but an entire clan defecting is a different story. The whole clan defected. What exactly happened? You know, the Igmalenia clan is not a noble family. The quality of a magus is influenced by the length of their history. Noble families who have studied magecraft since ancient times can have histories spanning over 2,000 years. There are 3 great noble families, and 20 families that are akin to close relatives. The Igmalenia clan does not belong to any of these categories, nor do they have any connections, despite having a lengthy history. There are various theories about why this happened. Some say they lost a power struggle in the past, others say they had poor relations with the 3 great noble families, and some believe the nature of their magic circuits was contemptible. The true reason remains unknown. Regardless, they were always shunned by prestigious families. However, the Igmalenia clan had no intention of aligning with these prestigious families. They abandoned the usual method of accumulating generations to strengthen the bloodline as magi, perfecting the magical system chosen by the first generation. Instead, they gathered magi who had broad yet shallow connections with the clan. Those who became targets included families with short histories and poor magic circuits, families in decline with deteriorating circuits, and families punished and wanted by the Mages Association. These were people who, even after leaving the center of the Mages Association, had not completely given up on reaching the root. The middle names of the Igmalenia clan members are those of families absorbed in this manner. They haven't even unified their magic crests, passing down the crests of their former families as they were. The range of magical systems they study is also extensive. Western alchemy, black magic, witchcraft, astrology, Kabbalah, runes, and even Japanese onmyoto, someone in the clan studies each of these. Nevertheless, they were still merely a coalition-like organization formed by declining and short history families. Their magecraft was mundane, unworthy of the nobles' attention. Their average level was second-rate, with the occasional first-rate individual, but nothing more. Despite their numbers, they posed no threat. Of course, a significant reason they weren't pursued was Danik's political maneuvering. The clan's one advantage was their numbers, at least, that should have been the case. Perhaps feeling frustrated by this, one day they declared their defection from the clock tower. They even announced they would establish a new association centered around their clan. Such a shocking declaration, Belphegor sighed. Sisegu felt the same. Declaring defection from the clock tower was tantamount to a declaration of war, like throwing down a gauntlet and spitting in their face. Indeed, as long as they remained in the clock tower, the Igmalenia clan had almost no chance of being enfeoffed as nobles, lords. Whether 100 or 1,000 years passed, without a major upheaval, they couldn't escape their inferior status. However, defection is different. Without something substantial, it would be impossible to defect as a whole clan. Conversely, having something substantial could provide a sufficient opportunity for defection. Yes, for example, a universal wish-granting device, a holy grail that points the way to the root. Seeing Sisegu's expression, Belphegor felt he had reached a conclusion and nodded in satisfaction. Yes. It seems they want to use the Greater Grail as a symbol for their association. This message was conveyed by a surviving magus. A surviving magus. Belphegor scratched his head, took out a parchment, and gently tapped it with his finger. The magic he activated reproduced past images. Sisegu thought that photographs or a video camera would suffice, but it seemed that at Belphegor's age, even a camera was intolerable. The image that appeared was likely something Sisegu was used to seeing. A person with obvious signs of torture sat in a chair, staring blankly into space, muttering incessantly. This is the magus who conveyed the message to us. This was his condition when he was found. He has since been successfully treated and is now in a deep sleep. It might take half a year to cleanse his mind completely. What is he muttering about? We, the Igmalenia, will break free from the degrading political struggles of the Mages Association and establish a new association in Romania to explore the true path of magecraft. When we activate the Greater Grail with 7 servants, we will take a solid step towards the path of glory, and so on. The 726th, this was rumored to be the Grail observed in Fuyuki. If the Greater Grail were to be activated, even a conservative estimate would suggest access to a vast, inexhaustible magical resource accumulated over centuries. If that were true, reaching the root might indeed become possible. May I ask a question? You mentioned a surviving magus just now. Does that mean some magi died? Of course. How many died? Belphegor hesitated a bit at this question but eventually revealed the actual number. 49. 50 magi, specialized in hunting, were sent to attack, and only one survived. A sigh echoed in the room, though it was unclear who had sighed. Specialized in hunting, they were, in other words, Sisegu's peers. Of course, they weren't freelancers but belonged to the Mages Association. Even so, 50 was still too many. This meant the initial plan was to annihilate the opposition. It was understandable, given the magnitude of the defection. If it were simply brushed off, it would damage the association's reputation. More importantly, the 2,000 years of honor would be tarnished if they didn't administer a harsh punishment. 50 was an appropriate number for such a task. But even that wasn't enough. Not just insufficient. It was a complete mismatch. Those maniacs countered with servants. Belphegor's words provided a reasonable explanation for the 50 magi being wiped out. I see. That makes sense. Even if they had sent 100 magi, the result would likely be the same. For beings known as heroic spirits, modern magi were no different from children. The familiars we sent captured everything. A servant suddenly appeared before the magi, smiled, waved a hand, and it was over. In the blink of an eye, all but one were impaled and killed. Romania and stakes, huh? Sisegu pondered. In any case, it seemed that the servants had already been summoned. In that case, wasn't it a good opportunity? Old man, since the Ig millennia have summoned servants, can't we join the fight as masters too? The Greater Grail had been activated, so other magi should also qualify as masters. By dispatching magi and summoning servants, they could counter the Ig millennia. It's too late. Those guys have already gathered 7 masters. Even if they haven't summoned all their servants, it's practically impossible for the magi we send to manifest command seals. Are they planning to kill each other? Maybe. Or they could appoint a leader from their clan and have the other servants commit suicide immediately. Either way, we can't intervene. Let me make this clear first. I have no intention of fighting against servants. Although it seemed unlikely, Sisegu declared this just in case. Even if strategies were formulated, tactics devised, and luck and miracles were on their side, the odds of defeating a servant alone were incredibly slim. And if the opponents were 7, it was practically impossible. To achieve that would require something like asking the Holy Grail directly, please kill the servants for me. Don't say that. My request is for you to summon a servant and fight. Huh. What nonsense, Sisegu thought. Using the Fuyuki Holy Grail war system, there could be a maximum of 7 servants and 7 masters. This is where this Holy Grail war gets interesting. The number of summonable servants is doubled, 14. What? The surviving magus discovered the Greater Grail lying dormant beneath Millennia Castle. He then successfully activated the backup system. Backup system. The Greater Grail, depending on the situation, can provide various support functions related to the Holy Grail War, such as redistributing command seals. Although the probability is almost 0, if one faction were to unify all 7 servants, the backup system would activate to find a countermeasure. That's how it's set up. So, it means that to counter 7 servants, summoning an additional 7 servants becomes possible. 14 in total. Even Sisegu could understand the significance of that number. Exactly. Tryphus has one of Romania's rare ley lines. It has likely been accumulating magical energy at a faster rate than Fuyuki. Even with 7 servants summoned, there is still an inexhaustible supply of magical energy. If this were Fuyuki, emergency measures would have been taken long ago. It could even lead to the complete depletion of the ley lines. In any case, Ig millennia has gathered 7 masters and servants. Then. That's right. We must also gather 7 masters and servants, engage in battle with Ig millennia, and emerge victorious. If we win, what happens to the Greater Grail? Of course, after our victory, we will secure it. The means to easily reach the route is right before us, but whether the surviving magi can remain calm is uncertain. I see. So it means, we'll take responsibility for anything that happens after annihilating Ig millennia. It would be fine to make a wish, to prevent a wish, or to destroy everything. Of course, this old fox in front of him must already have a plan. He would probably dispatch a recovery team the moment the war ended. But. If he could act just a bit earlier, there would be a chance to fulfill his wish. An excited tremor ran down Sisegu's spine. Perhaps sensing his excitement, the old man nodded as if everything was going according to plan. Can you accept the request? However, it was better not to respond immediately. Answering too quickly would reveal his weakness. I have a few questions. Can I ask them before deciding? Please go ahead. First, regarding our masters. The remaining 6 have already been decided and dispatched to the area. Fiend Vorsembrin, Kabik Pentel, Deemlet Pentel, Jean Rum, and Rottweil Brzezinski. These 5 are the ones we've sent. Sisegu approved of these choices. Each one was a renowned magus known worldwide. They were all battle-hardened specialists who would ruthlessly eliminate any enemy. Except for Sembrin, Sisegu had worked with all of them before. There seemed to be no problem in fighting alongside them. The remaining one is a supervisor from the Holy Church, who also acts as a master. A supervisor and a master? Yes. Due to its name, the Holy Grail War inevitably attracts one specific faction. That faction is the unique force capable of opposing the Mages Association, the Holy Church. Even if the Holy Grail is mostly fake, they cannot silently ignore Magus fighting over an artifact bearing that name. Thus, it is said that the Church intervened in the Third Holy Grail War of Fuyuki. One theory suggests that their intervention was due to a request from Fuyuki's 3 founding families, but the truth remains hidden. But does this war need a supervisor? In the Holy Grail War of Fuyuki, a fair judgment was needed for the 3 founding families and the external masters. Therefore, it was logical for the neutral Holy Church to be chosen. But this time, it's a struggle between the Mages Association and its opposing faction. There's no need for a supervisor to neutrally judge the battle between Magus. If anything, they might be needed for covert operations, but the Mages Association has no shortage of talent in that area. Don't be absurd. If we rashly exclude the Church and they side with Igmalenia, it would be troublesome. Our primary objective is to strongly promote ourselves as the legitimate magical organization. From what Belphegor described, it seems the Holy Church is tentatively siding with the Mages Association as an allied force. However, in the eyes of the Holy Church, this is likely just a means to keep the Mages Association in check. Secondly, summoning a servant usually requires a holy relic as a catalyst. Is that prepared? Belphegor nodded. Strictly speaking, a catalyst is not necessary. Without relying on a catalyst, the summoned heroic spirit would be one whose spiritual characteristics resemble the summoners, regardless of their strength. However, many masters use a holy relic as a medium to summon a specific servant to avoid this uncertainty. Of course, even with a catalyst, there's no guarantee of summoning the intended servant. For instance, if you used the remnants of the Argo, which carried Greek heroes, as a catalyst, the summoned heroic spirit could be the unparalleled hero Heracles, the captain Jason, the treacherous witch Medea, or the god of medicine Asclepius. There is no certainty before the summoning. It's possible to limit it, but that requires a catalyst uniquely tied to one heroic spirit. For example, using the first shed skin of a snake or a fragment of a cloak worn by a specific king would limit the summoned heroic spirit to that individual irrespective of compatibility. Summoning without a catalyst also has advantages. Since the heroic spirit's spiritual nature is similar to the summoner's, a trusting relationship can be easily built in a short time. In the Fuyuki Holy Grail War, if the master and servant were incompatible, it was like holding a deadly bomb. There were instances where a lack of mutual trust led to tragedy until the very end. However, if things went wrong, the similarity might cause mutual distrust due to disliking each other's resemblance. While compatibility is not something to be ignored lightly, the high-risk gamble of summoning without a catalyst has too many drawbacks. In any case, having a catalyst is not a problem. As expected of the Mages Association, they can prepare holy relics linked to most heroic spirits. Belphegor stood up and carefully opened an ebony box taken from a drawer in the desk. Inside was a piece of wood with processing marks. There was nothing special about it. Sisegu was about to speak when he noticed his voice inexplicably excited. That piece of wood carried a certain heat. What is this? This is a fragment of the round table. Once, the knights who could take on 1,000 opponents each conversed around this table. They fought not with swords but with words to protect their homeland, Britain. Britain's round table. Could it be King Arthur? Sisegu couldn't help but reach out to take it, but he barely managed to restrain himself. The Round Table Knights. They are the knights under King Arthur. It is said that King Arthur designed the Round Table to eliminate the distinction between lord and vassal, embodying equality. Each knight seated at the Round Table is a hero celebrated in legends. Not to mention King Arthur himself, there's Lancelot, Galahad, Gawain, Tristan, Percival. Regardless of who is summoned as a servant, they all boast undeniable fame and formidable power. But, with the Round Table, it's uncertain which knight will be summoned. Most likely, it will be a heroic spirit that matches your spiritual nature. No problem. As long as it's a Round Table knight, whoever is summoned will qualify as a servant. Can I take that as your agreement to accept the commission? Sisegu thought for a moment. The preparations for summoning a servant were already complete. Igmalenia, leveraging Romanian customs, would likely draw the country's strongest servant. But is this an overwhelmingly unfavorable situation? The answer is no. 7 against 7, numerically, it's fair. Most importantly, Sisegu has a wish that can only be fulfilled by relying on the omnipotent wish-granting device. Belphegor is aware of this. It's decided. Sisegu nodded and lit a cigarette. He inhaled the purple smoke deeply, savoring the toxic feeling filling his lungs. Belphegor made a seemingly displeased expression. He despised tobacco. With this, we have 7 masters. Igmalenia has 7 masters, and the Mages Association has dispatched 7 masters as well. This means 14 servants will manifest in this world. This will likely be an unprecedented scale. At this point, calling it a war might be an understatement. Great War seems more fitting. A Holy Grail Great War, huh? 7 against 7. Until now, it has always been a battle among 7, with the last one standing emerging victorious. But this time, it's indeed a full-scale war among heroic spirits. One can hardly imagine the state of Trifas after the battle concludes. Pay me half the fee in advance. If you agree, let's sign the contract. Hearing Sisigu's words, Belphegor frowned. The success reward is already quite generous. This is a job with a very low survival rate. I want to get what I can while I still can. Hey, is there something you want? Sisigu stood up from the sofa and, without hesitation, grabbed the formalin-preserved specimen of a young hydra displayed on the shelf. Give me this. That's a fake, are you sure? To this, Sisigu nodded without a trace of hesitation. Instantly, Belphegor's face darkened. It's no wonder, as the specimen was genuinely real. Even if Sisigu sold all his property, it probably wouldn't cover even a third of its price. All right, I'll take this. Sisigu, looking delighted, tucked it under his arm and picked up the box containing the catalyst. Then, please fly to Romania as soon as possible. I will contact the overseer and the other masters. Once you arrive, they should get in touch with you immediately. Oh, right. Old man, what's the overseer's name? Just as he was about to leave, Sisigu suddenly asked Belphegor. If it had something to do with this war, it was likely someone sent by the Eighth Sacrament. Maybe even a renowned figure. I haven't met him in person, but I remember, it's a priest named Shiro. Unfortunately, it was an unfamiliar name. P.S. Because this is a parallel world, the structure of the clock tower's departments is slightly different. For example, this department shouldn't exist among the 13 departments. P.S.2 The highlight of the anime is the appearance of the FSF protagonist, Flat, an important character from the case files of Lord Elmalloy 2. Choosing Matsuoka as the voice actor is just fantastic. P.S.3 Summoning Emo-chan. Chapter 321, The Masters of Igmalenia. While Rocco Belphegor was meeting with the final master candidate, the prospective masters of the Igmalenia clan were also contemplating the sudden abnormal situation. Gords accompanied Darnik on an inspection of Malenia City's most crucial core area, aside from the Great Holy Grail altar, the artificial workshop. After patiently making a round of the workshop, the short and stout Gords couldn't help but ask, I heard you let one of the invading magi leave alive. Yes, Darnik nodded, I gave him a suggestion that would allow him to exact revenge. Why did you do that? Darnik did not answer, which only increased Gord's dissatisfaction. The Music family, from which Gords hailed, was once renowned in the field of alchemy, on par with the Einsburn family. However, before Gords was born, this family's bloodline as magi had already taken an irrecoverable path of decline. Unable to achieve significant accomplishments for many years and unable to climb the ranks within the Mages Association, the once prestigious family had no choice but to merge into Igmalenia, which the Music family saw as a great humiliation. From a young age, Gords' parents repeatedly instilled in him the idea of the Music family's superiority. Even now, at 36 years old, he still struggled to distinguish reality from idealism, with the pride of, once being a noble family, growing robustly. Gords was the first child born to the combined Music and Igmalenia families, a long-awaited first-rate magus, which further inflated his pride in his lineage. Undeniably, Gords was indeed a top-tier magus who had made outstanding contributions to the Igmalenia clan's development and the current Holy Grail War. Without utilizing Igmalenia's resources, Gords had developed the Music family's magecraft to a new height purely through his talent. Additionally, he had successfully established a connection with the Einsburn family. After the Great Holy Grail was stolen, the Einsburn family, having abandoned their closed-off ways, began to interact with the outside world and became an undisputed giant in the field of alchemy. Gords had obtained valuable homunculus technology from the Einsburn family, and the mass-produced homunculi using this technology were indispensable assets to the Igmalenia clan. More importantly, before the Holy Grail War began, he proposed an unprecedented system intervention, the division of the mana supply route, and made it a reality. To sustain the summoned servants in the Holy Grail War, a sufficient amount of mana was necessary, which was supposed to be provided by the masters. Generally, magi would need to burn through their life force just to maintain the manifestation of these celebrated heroic spirits. However, Gords successfully diverted the vast mana required by the servants to be supplied by homunculi specifically created for this purpose. This was the cultivation tank for these homunculi that Darnik and Gords were inspecting. No matter how excellent the magi dispatched by the Mages Association were, summoning and controlling servants was a significant burden for them. By eliminating this burden, the power gap between the two sides would greatly narrow. Moreover, this abundant mana would allow the servants to use their noble phantasms without restraint. Noble phantasms, the trump cards of the servants, possess the power to instantly overturn the battlefield, though they consume a tremendous amount of mana. With this restriction lifted by Gords, it was no wonder he was so proud. In his eyes, Darnik, who had single-handedly developed the weak Igmalenia into a giant without attracting any attention, was nothing but a politician who played with politics and had no other talents. Thinking about the leaf he had prepared for the Holy Grail War, Gord's confidence swelled unprecedentedly. He was the greatest hero in Northern Europe and even the world. Even in Romania, it would not lose to Vlad III. Whether it was the Mages Association that didn't recognize the music family's magecraft, the Einsborn family that prided itself as the top in alchemy, or Darnik who acted like the head of the house, all of you, watch closely. I, Gord's Music Igmalenia, am the pillar of this clan, and only I can lead the Igmalenia clan to win the Holy Grail War. Of course, the other prospective masters were not as arrogant as Gord's. Silniki was venting her excitement in her workshop. She was a practitioner of black magic, hailing from the ancient lineage of the Eyeskull family. However, during the Middle Ages, due to the rampant witch hunts, they were forced to flee from Western Europe to Siberia. This exile resulted in the loss of their magical foundation, leading them into decline. To the Eyeskull family, Silniki was a long-awaited newborn in their waning lineage. The elderly women who had devoted their lives to the pursuit of black magic showered Silniki with love and thoroughly imbued her with their dark arts. Black magic is a unique form of sorcery that requires more mental fortitude than magical aptitude. The first prerequisite for learning black magic is the ability to dismember a living sacrifice without hesitation. Whether it be a young beast, a human infant, a kind-hearted person, a tame animal, an elderly person, an old dog, a pregnant woman, or the fetus of a human or beast, one must be unmoved by pleas if suffering is necessary. The teachings she received emphasized concealing one's exterior and controlling one's interior. To indulge in the joy of killing would disqualify one as a black magus. If killing is necessary, then kill. If suffering is necessary, then inflict only the necessary amount of suffering. Silniki was indeed an excellent black magus. When offering a living sacrifice, she could control her rationality with an iron will and flawlessly complete all the brutal rituals. Yes, she truly and thoroughly suppressed her passions, whether it was the joy of inflicting harm or the pleasure of torment. These emotions are highly dangerous elements for a black magus. Thus, when she sheds her identity as a black magus, Silniki completely indulges her excessive desires. She lived by hexing and existed on the boundary between magus and magecraft users. Her indulgence involved defiling and tormenting those who interested her, mostly beautiful boys, causing them pain and licking their tears. Not a single person who spent a night with her emerged unscathed. Now, she gazed with an incredibly innocent expression at a boy who was covered in wounds from her tortures. In an almost ecstatic tone, she whispered in the boy's ear, though his eardrums had already been destroyed and he could hear nothing. The Holy Grail War was originally a ritual initiated by the servants fighting each other. But Darnik tampered with the structure of the Holy Grail War, making all 7 servants belong to a single faction, successfully claiming the servants as exclusive to our Igmalenia. The magecraft of mere humans cannot compare to the power of the servants. This way, we have enough strength to oppose the Mages Association. Impressive, isn't it? The woman, exuding a thick scent of blood, reached out to touch the boy's face, only to find his body already cold. What, already dead? How boring. Silniki looked disdainfully at the corpse on the floor, then turned towards a heavily protected storage cabinet. Inside was a glass jar, with some residual grime making it appear as though it contained some liquid. The mere thought of the servant about to be summoned made Selenik's body tremble with anticipation. Truly, I can't wait to see you. Truly, I can't wait to defile you. This girl is a real pervert, it's such a shame she's so cute. Roche, who had just entered adolescence, arrived at the battlefield where Vlad III had annihilated the Magi yesterday. Although the battlefield itself had been pierced by Vlad's noble phantasm and was no longer dangerous, it remained at the edge of Igmalenia territory, where enemies could attack at any time. It was unclear whether the boy's appearance in such a place alone was due to ignorance or because he had something to rely on. Roche's gaze did not linger on the bloodstains or the marks left by the stakes on the ground, all his attention was drawn to the destroyed automatons previously damaged by the Magi. Picking up a piece of an automaton's remnants, the boy wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. TCH as expected, my automatons can't hold up against Magi with even a bit of skill. Indeed, the automatons used for vigilance and engaging invaders at the border were Roche's creations. The Frayne family, from which Roche hailed, was quite famous in the field of automation engineering. The children of this family were raised by dolls constructed as nursemaids and rarely left the workshop or saw their parents until they were old enough for magic crest transplantation. Even their education was completely hands-off. Thus, the children of the clan become intimately connected with the dolls. The children come to recognize the human-like actions, speech, and tireless labor of the dolls as commonplace. Growing up with this peculiar education, they live as Magi who use dolls as their standard rather than humans. Though they can't even remember their parents' faces, they can recall the shapes of the dolls that cared for them without missing a single detail. Roche was no exception. He had no interest in humans, not even in the greatest magus. Of course, he sometimes conversed with people. Sometimes he made deals, and sometimes he fought others for precious materials. But none of these interactions involved any emotional connection between people or magi. What intrigued him, what made him smile like a child, were only the dolls, and those who surpassed him in the same field. The servant he summoned was such an entity. He had already summoned his servant 2 months ago. Adolescent moods change quickly, and soon Roche no longer cares about the performance of the dolls. He cast his eyes beyond the Millennia Fortress, his face filled with boundless anticipation. Although it's great that Darnik-sama managed to bring all 7 servants into our faction, for the Holy Grail activation ritual to work, we still need to kill a certain number of servants, which means we have to fight among ourselves. But now, the Mages Association will supplement this part, summoning 7 servants for us to kill. Hee hee, ha 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 ha, summoning 7 heroic spirits is already amazing, and now there are twice as many. I can't contain my excitement. Stretching towards the direction of Tryphas, the boy had never been so eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Holy Grail War. Note, Fate is ultimately an ensemble drama, and it's necessary to provide background and character traits for the masters, or else the story development would become somewhat troublesome. Additionally, this segment serves to set up several plot points. Chapter 322, Group Summoning. When Darnik and Fiori arrived at the hall, which served as the site for the summoning ritual, 6 masters were already present. The rest of the miscellaneous tasks were being handled silently by homunculi, who were transporting the necessary tools. The patterns of the magic circle had already been carved. The mixture of gold and silver, dissolved into a solution, remained in a liquid state due to the incorporation of a temperature-maintaining spell. This meticulously drawn, complex magic circle was specially designed for the simultaneous summoning of servants. Before anyone knew it, the noise had disappeared. Observing this scene, Darnik moved beside the throne and opened his arms, declaring, "Now, place the catalysts you have each collected on the altar." The masters nodded in acknowledgement. Darnik then greeted Roche, who had already summoned his servant. "Roche. It's rare to see you step out from your workshop." "That's because, witnessing a heroic spirit summoning is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Since I got to see it a second time, I had to come out from the workshop." Roche's tone carried a mix of bravado and maturity. Usually engrossed in his homunculi creations, he mostly stayed in his workshop and rarely interacted with others, hence appearing somewhat reserved in front of Darnik. Incidentally, his creations, while high-performing, often lacked aesthetic appeal as he did not prioritize outward appearance or design. 2 months ago, almost simultaneously with the summoning of Berserker, he had summoned Castor and had been working tirelessly in the workshop with him to produce the soldiers necessary for combating the Mages Association, golems. "Where is Castor?" "Teacher said he'll be here soon. He's currently immersed in designing noble phantasms. You should probably apologize to Castor first, and then take this opportunity to witness that mysterious ritual once more." "Got it." Roche shrank back slightly. He respectfully referred to his servant as teacher. To him, the legend that Castor had established was worthy of reverence. The boy placed complete trust in Castor and was genuinely happy to assist in the workshop. Soon, Castor materialized beside Roche. He wore a blue cloak and a form-fitting bodysuit, with a faceless mask covering his entire face. Roche greeted his teacher joyfully, and Castor silently nodded in response. After confirming that the 4 summoners were in their designated positions, Darnik respectfully bowed toward the empty throne. "Now then, Grand Duke, the ritual will commence." Indeed. Particles of light gathered on the throne, forming the shape of a person. This was Vlad III, the original Berserker and now the Black Berserker after a form change, prepared by Darnik as the most powerful trump card of the Igmalenia clan. He had once reigned over this land as a Grand Duke. In Romania, his fame was the highest, rivaling that of Heracles in Greece and King Arthur in England. Berserker cast a glance at Darnik, and his dignified voice resonated through the hall. "Quickly, summon the heroic spirits who will become my brethren." "Understood." After respectfully bowing, Darnik announced to the 4. "Then let us begin. Magi of Igmalenia, whom we take great pride in. Once this ritual concludes, we will embark on an irreversible path of battle. Are you prepared?" The 4 masters silently conveyed their unwavering determination. The atmosphere within the hall shifted once more. The masters tensed their nerves. At this moment, they could no longer feel the oppressive presence of the Impaler watching over them. Summoning a servant, while simpler than the typically complex and strange grand rituals, carried the inherent danger of fatal failure due to the extreme mystery of summoning heroic spirits. Rushing headlong or hesitantly tapping a stone bridge were both actions of fools. What was needed now was the coldness and courage to point the barrel at their heads and pull the trigger swiftly. Silver and iron as the essence, the foundation of stone and the Archduke of contracts. The color I pay tribute to is black. The swirling winds shall be blocked by the 4 walls, closing the gates in all directions. From the crown, let the 3-forked road to the kingdom manifest. Despite no prior rehearsal, their chant was perfectly synchronized. With each verse, the magic circle's radiance intensified. The surging mana ravaged the four, but even the weakest among them, Calls, stood firm and continued chanting without hesitation. Declare. Your body is under me, my fate rests upon your sword. Follow the call of the Holy Grail. If you accept this will and reason, then respond at once. Their chant and the mana coursing through their magic circuit summoned the heroic spirits from the throne of heroes. They were conversing with the supreme beings etched into myth and legend. I hereby swear. I shall be all that is good in the world, I shall defeat all that is evil in the world. The pain from the rampaging magic circuits and the fear of them running amok tormented them continuously. Nevertheless, the four felt almost reluctant to let go of this moment. Such was the elation this ritual brought. Even so, they had to declare, to firmly grasp the highest mystery in their hands. Entwine your words thrice, emanating from the wheel of restraint, O guardian of the scales. As they pronounced these words, a raging wind erupted. The homunculi hurriedly crouched down, and Roche shielded his face with his hand. Berserker, Darnik, and Caster, however, stood as if merely bathed by a cool breeze. Thus, they manifested on the ground. From the intricately woven magic circle, a dazzling light burst forth. In an instant, the miracle materialized. Heroes who transcended humanity, embodying people's fantasies, appeared. The storm subsided, and the blinding light gradually dimmed. There, within the magic circle, stood four figures. Leading them was a young man with deep blue curly hair. His body was cloaked in a dark cape, and an evident confusion was etched on his handsome face as if he had just awoken. Another was a youth of androgynous beauty, dressed in lavish attire, the only one among the four smiling brightly at the servant had summoned. Next was a young man holding a bow and arrow. Draped in a grass-colored cloak, he knelt on one knee, bowing deeply. Lastly, there was a young man clad in resplendent armor, carrying a great sword on his back. His silver-gray hair swayed gently in the breeze. Oh! Someone gasped. Even Darnik's gaze was captured by this majestic sight. Then, as one, the assembled servants spoke their first words. A holy grail war of unprecedented intensity, where 7 servants battle against 7 others, a battle of tragic ferocity, to mark the opening of this new conflict. We, the Black Servants, have come at the call of your summons. Our fate is entwined with Igd millennia, and our swords are your swords. Magnificent and grand, solemn and awe-inspiring, no amount of praise could adequately describe this scene. In a Holy Grail war, it was rare for more than 2 servants to be present in the same space simultaneously. Even when due to alliances or combat, it was typically at most 2 or 3, and usually, they were in a state of mutual slaughter, constantly wary of their opponents. Yet here and now, there were 6 servants. They had acknowledged this new form of war, the Great Holy Grail War, and promised to fight together. Oh dear, I was summoned to a Holy Grail war with particularly strange rules. But I don't mind at all, it feels like it's going to be a lot of fun, and everyone looks so strong. So, how about we introduce ourselves? Sounds good. I'll start. I am a servant rider, real name Astolfo. And you? Astolfo was the first to speak, more quickly than anyone else. The serene young servant standing next to him, though momentarily at a loss, smiled and responded. Servant Archer, real name Chiron. Thanks, Chiron. I'll be counting on you for a while. Ryder extended his hand, and Archer, looking puzzled, responded. Ryder, use your class name for greetings, not your real name. Darnik sternly stopped Ryder. Ryder nodded in sudden realization and then spoke to the young man with the large sword on his back. Hey, what about you? Wait, Saber. Don't speak. Before Saber could respond, his master, Gords, interrupted. He seemed to be addressing everyone, including Darnik. I do not intend to reveal his real name to anyone but Darnik. A hush filled the room. Seal Nike asked in a deliberately cold voice. Wasn't it agreed beforehand to reveal their real names? This is extremely unpleasant. That's because, at the time, I hadn't obtained the catalyst. Gord said this as he carefully cradled a box in his arms, seemingly intent on hiding even the catalyst completely. Uncle Gords, is hiding one's real name truly that important? Facing Fiori inquiry, Gords nodded solemnly. Revealing the real name is fatal to my servant, the fewer people who know, the better, to minimize risk. A servant's real name was crucial information they needed to protect at all costs. No matter how famous the hero, their end was often tragic. Exposing one's real name would reveal the cause of their death as a critical weakness. If they had died by poison, then any form of poison could be their weakness. If they had been killed by an arrow, then shooting an arrow would suffice. If a specific body part was their weakness, then targeting that area would be the key. Even if no specific cause of death could be found, heroes with dragon-related traits would have a poor affinity with dragon-slaying weapons. Even if one did not have the good fortune to possess such a weapon, merely informing other masters could likely lead to some form of countermeasure. Of course, there were some servants for whom revealing their true names posed no problem. Rider Astolfo was a typical example of such. Darnik quickly glanced at Vlad III, who acknowledged the look with a bright smile. As Darnik's servant, Vlad III certainly knew the identity of the black saber summoned by Gords. Hence, the Grand Duke, known for his cruelty, readily agreed. I understand. I will make an exception for you. The Grand Duke's words brought a satisfied smile to Gords' face. Your Highness, thank you very much. Now, we shall take our leave. Gords straightened his back and led Saber out of the throne room with dignity. Sealnike, watching him leave, grumbled discontentedly. He's just summoned a saber. Why the airs? That's just the kind of person he is. Darnik murmured with a mixed smile. Returning triumphantly to his private chamber, Gords once again faced Saber. He was captivated by the magnificent and imposing figure before him. Although he was almost certain, Gords still asked to be sure. Saber, answer me this, your true name is Siegfried, isn't it? Receiving a confirming nod, Gords reached the peak of his joy. Siegfried, a hero known to every household in Germany. He appears in various legends, but the most famous is the epic, the Nibelungenlied. Born as a prince of the Netherlands, he went through countless adventures and ultimately earned the title of Dragon Slayer. He had never been defeated in any battle until the only weak spot on his back was struck by a treacherous blade, leading to his demise. In his hand, he held Bamung, the holy sword of the Nibelung. With this sword, he vanquished the evil dragon Fafnir. Having bathed in the dragon's blood, he was impervious to any weapon. Despite being a noble hero, his body harbored a fatal weakness, the spot on his back that was covered by a leaf of a linden tree when he bathed in the dragon's blood. Needless to say, this was the weakness that would lead to Siegfried's death. The catalyst used to summon Siegfried was this very linden leaf stained with dragon blood. Gords pondered for a moment. While having the strongest servant was a good thing, the widespread and well-known legend about his back was also a fact. How long could such a fatal and obvious weakness remain hidden? Saber, from now on, keep your mouth shut unless you're using your noble phantasm. You may only speak with my permission. Gords ordered Saber to keep silent, thereby minimizing any clues to his true identity. He flaunted the command seals on his hand to emphasize the strictness of the order. Was it permissible to treat such a great hero so imperiously, or rather, would the hero forgive such treatment? On the other hand, Gords couldn't shake the notion that he is just a mere servant. To him, servants were merely temporary guests who relied on their masters for survival. A brief moment of tension passed in the room. After a while, Saber nodded in agreement, signaling his acceptance of Gords' command. Siegfried, both a royal and a legendary general, was also a great hero who continually accepted the reliance and pleas of others. Even if ordered not to speak, Siegfried would have no objections if it were necessary. He was willing to carry out any command willingly as long as it allowed him to fulfill his wish. This was Siegfried's way of life, unwavering until death. Meanwhile, back in the throne room, Astolfo turned his gaze to the last remaining servant. So, what's your name? Sorry, I can't tell you that. The blue-haired young man scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. So, you're also one of those heroes whose weaknesses and true name are widely known. Darnik frowned. He was already aware that Fiori had been searching for a new catalyst, but the servant she intended to summon should be like Astolfo, without any weaknesses. No. The young man scratched his head even more vigorously. It's because I don't know my true name. P.S. Who's that Pokemon? Chapter 323, The Nameless Assassin, Part 1. Upon hearing the young man's words, everyone was stunned. Whether it was Darnik, who had participated in the Third Holy Grail War and had dealings with the three founding families, the young masters of the Millennia Tree family, or the once-renowned heroic spirits, all displayed unusual expressions. A heroic spirit who didn't know his true name, was that even possible? Could this guy be a spirit with a nasty personality, just messing with us? More than one person had this thought. Seeing their comrades almost on the verge of saying, "Are you freaking kidding me?" the young man waved his hands repeatedly. "I'm not joking. I truly don't know my true name. What's going on? Did something go wrong with the summoning ritual?" The clan leader Darnik looked at his successor, Fiori, who was also the master of the young servant. Well. No, I think the summoning ritual went fine. The problem likely lies with me. The young man spoke up before his master could respond. What's the matter? Fiori asked curiously. The young man cleared his throat and began to speak confidently. As you can see, my class is assassin. When we step into the darkness, we are destined to abandon our names. To live nameless and die nameless is our norm and also our protection. Once a killer's identity is exposed, it means death. Perhaps, to better protect myself, I intentionally erased my name upon manifestation. My appearance and other characteristics you see may be also disguised. Yes, that's likely the case. I think I'm capable of doing such things. Ahahaha. Erasing your name, even disguising your appearance, that's interesting. Ah, it's great to be summoned this time. Astolfo laughed innocently, with a face softer than a woman's, adding lethal charm to his words. However, the others were not so quick to accept the young man's explanation. Some stroked their chins, some lowered their heads, and others rubbed their fingers, all calculating in their minds. Surprisingly, the first to speak was the least noticeable among them, Calls. He glanced at his left wrist, then at his sister's left hand, and said, "To verify if assassin's words are true, there's a simple and direct method, using a command spell. However, whether or not to use it should be sister's decision." A command spell. Fiore's right hand gently brushed over the red mark on her left hand as she pondered. "Uncle, what do you think?" Call's suggestion is feasible, but using a precious command spell for such a trivial matter seems wasteful. Moreover, not knowing the servant's true name isn't entirely bad. At least if we don't know it, the likelihood of the enemy knowing it is even smaller. As a participant in 2 Holy Grail wars, Darnik's considerations were far more thorough than those of these novices. If the war's situation didn't change, this cunning old fox was likely to be the victor. But without knowing the servant's true name, how can we judge his strength? Perhaps bolstered by the presence of his caster, Roche no longer cowered as before. "You needn't worry about that. I am undoubtedly a first-rate warrior." As if to boast of his strength, the young man pounded his chest hard, producing a thump-thump sound. "A mere assassin and you dare say that?" The twisted seal Nike sneered. "What, you don't believe me?" The young man raised an eyebrow, confronting the bloodthirsty witch head-on. "No, I don't. I have my reasons for saying so." "What reasons?" "First, the quality of my master." The young man raised a finger. "Through the contract, I can sense how exceptional my master is. Someone summoned by such an excellent master couldn't possibly be weak." "Ah." Fiore shyly lowered her head. She knew of her excellence and had received countless praises, so she should have been used to it. But now, being complimented by a hero whose name was etched in history and enshrined among the heroic spirits made her feel incredibly honored. It took her a moment to softly say, "Thank you for the compliment. You should be more confident, my master." "I'm not just saying this. You only need to look at my status panel to see that such excellent attributes are the result of both your excellence and my strength." Hearing the young man's words, Fiore hurriedly used her master's authority. The other masters did the same, but what appeared before them was a blank slate. Except for the class designation assassin, everything seemed to have been erased. "Assassin, I can't read your attributes. Did you hide them?" Hearing his master's question, the young man slapped his forehead as if in realization. Sorry, the attributes must be hidden by my cloak. I'll take it off right away." The dark cloak dissolved into particles, revealing the young man's plain attire beneath, along with his various attributes. Strength, B. Endurance, C+. Agility, B. Magic, C. Luck, A. Noble Phantasm, ABCDE. A few seconds later, the expression that seemed to say, "Are you freaking kidding me?" appeared once again on everyone's faces. What kind of joke is this? This is the status panel of the weakest assassin. Are you sure this isn't one of the 3 night classes? And what's with this Noble Phantasm panel showing ABCDE? Are you saying this guy has at least 5 Noble Phantasms? To this, the young man responded, "I do have quite a few Noble Phantasms. In terms of quantity, there aren't many servants who have more than I do. The cloak that was hiding my information just now is one of them, its true name and my name is forgotten. Fortunately, most of my Noble Phantasms don't require a true name release, so it doesn't affect my strength." Hearing this, Astolfo became excited again. "You are amazing. You have 1 more Noble Phantasm than I do, and your stats are higher, but I won't lose to you, ahahaha." Ignoring the mysterious confidence of this problematic knight, Vlad III, seated on his throne, cast an oppressive gaze at the young man. "I do not understand. With such strength, why would you become a shadowy assassin? It seems that your highness does not understand what a true assassin is." The young man shook his head. "Enlighten me. An assassination is an unnoticed kill. For instance, if someone hired me to kill that lady over there." The young man pointed at Seal Nike, a small revenge for her earlier mockery. "If I sneak into the castle, bypassing all the guards and traps, and slit her throat in her room, that's an assassination. If I walk in through the front gate, kill everyone I see along the way, and finally behead her, that's also an assassination, because no one knows it was me. A true assassin is versatile. They can move through the night, taking lives silently, blend into crowds, approaching their target unnoticed, and charge into battle, taking the head of a general amidst an army. A true assassin has the aptitude for all classes. There is nothing they can't do, only things they haven't thought of. Many claim to be assassins, but few truly grasp the essence of assassination. There was one more thing the young man kept to himself. Assassination also has another name, peerless. P.S. Normally, even if a servant has multiple noble phantasms, the panel would only display a single value, not A, B, C, D, E. The reason it shows this way here is to pay homage to Perseus in Nasu's lore. As a rider, Perseus possesses 6 major noble phantasms but can only use one at a time, resulting in such an unstable rating. Chapter 324, Chapter 324, The Nameless Assassin, Part 2. Talking absolute nonsense with a straight face. This was everyone's first reaction to the young man's speech, excluding Astolfo, of course, whose thought process was different from that of ordinary people. Astolfo, one of the 12 paladins serving under Charlemagne and led by the holy knight Roland, bearer of the holy sword Durandal. Known for subduing giants and possessing numerous legends and noble phantasms, he was a top-tier handsome man but also quite a scatterbrain, to the point that it was said he had lost all sense of reason. Whether the rumors were true or not could be partly seen from the fact that despite being male, Astolfo appeared in cute, feminine attire. Now, this curiosity incarnate was vigorously patting the young man on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. Amazing. Assassins are amazing. I want to become an assassin like that too. This drew cold sweat from everyone, including the young man. However, upon closer thought, the young man's words weren't entirely without reason. After all, as long as you kill the target without revealing your identity, it counts as an assassination, although turning a shadowy assassin into something like this just sounds southwest out of place. Wait, an assassin. Assassin. Calls, who had been speechless, suddenly had a change of expression, as if something had dawned on him. When my sister summoned you, she didn't add any extra incantations. Could it be that you're one of the Hassan I Sabah? No, he's not a Hassan. Darnik quickly dismissed Call's idea. Besides the possibly mythical first Hassan, the abilities and appearances of the other Hassans have all been exposed. Additionally, a common feature among the Hassans is that they wear a uniform skull mask upon summoning. He isn't wearing one, so he shouldn't be a Hassan. But if Fiori didn't add any extra incantations, how could she summon an assassin? Assassin. Oh no, Sagara Hayoma. With his strategic mind, Darnik should have realized the issue immediately. However, the collective summoning ritual was so overwhelming, and Astolfo's activity, Gord's departure, and the string of nonsense from the nameless young man distracted Darnik, causing him to forget something very important. Upon hearing the name, Sagara Hayoma, Fiori, Calls, Seal Nike, and Roche all reacted. According to the original plan of the Igdamillennia family, the assassin class was supposed to be summoned by the family's last master, Sagara Hayoma, who had not yet appeared. Sagara Hayoma had even prepared a special catalyst for this purpose. But now, Fiori had summoned an assassin. If Sagara Hayoma continued his summoning unaware, he would either summon a servant with only assassin, or possibly berserker, aptitude, relying solely on the compatibility between master and servant, which would introduce too many uncertainties. Calls, contact Sagara Hayoma immediately and tell him to stop the summoning. Seal Nike, inform all our comrades to gather Lancer catalysts at any cost. Yes. The urgency of the situation prompted Calls and Seal Nike to leave the throne room at top speed. Archer, whose true name was Chiron, maintained a 3 body-length distance behind Calls and didn't forget to nod at everyone before leaving. The lively rider seemed somewhat reluctant to depart. If not for Selenik's repeated urging, he might have found an excuse to stay. After the departure of the 2 master-servant pairs, the collective summoning ritual for the night also drew to a close. Roche and his servant, Black Castor, soon bade farewell and left. Fiori also had no intention of staying longer. Let's go too, assassin. As you command, my master. Black Assassin gave a slight bow to Darnik on the throne and to Black Berserker before naturally pushing Fiori wheelchair out of the throne room. Fiori private room wasn't particularly special. Besides the magical implements placed there, the other furnishings were simpler than those of an average young lady. The simplicity here refers not to the value of the items but to the decorative style. Compared to the rooms of noble ladies who pursue taste or style, Fiori room was rather plain. However, this did not detract from her image, on the contrary, it added an air of unique purity to her. Here, Fiori began her first conversation with her servant. I am your master. Please call me Fiori. I look forward to working with you. The young man, who had manifested as the Black Assassin, gently held Fiori's outstretched hand, bowed his head, and said in a soft voice. Thank you, Fiori. And I'm sorry, I cannot tell you my true name. Fiori fell silent, her gaze lingering on the young man's face with a hint of confusion. What's wrong? Have you forgotten your true name? Yes. The young man released Fiori's hand and nodded seriously. There are no issues with my thinking or perception, but my true name and the memories related to it are blurred. It seems there won't be any discoveries in the short term. Then, do you recognize this? Fiori handed a box to the young man. It contained a black metal fragment, which seemed quite unremarkable. It was with this item that she had summoned the young man. The young man picked up the piece and examined it carefully for a while before shaking his head. I have no impression of it. Is this something related to me? The person who gave it to me said it is a fragment of an iron discus, and that the only mistake the great hero Perseus ever made in his life is related to it. According to legend, after Perseus gained fame, his maternal grandfather, King Acrisius of Argos, fled to another land out of fear of the oracle that Acrisius would be killed by his daughter Danae's son. Perseus happened to be there and participated in the local games. He casually picked up an iron discus and threw it, unfortunately hitting his grandfather. The oracle was fulfilled, and Perseus regretted it for the rest of his life. Answer me, assassin. Is your true name Perseus? Meeting Fiori's expectant gaze, the young man, though somewhat surprised, still shook his head. I'm sorry, but I am not that great hero. I remember his deeds very clearly. I see. Fiori's beautiful aquamarine eyes dimmed. Although I am not that great hero, I promise you, I will prove myself worthy as your partner. I will achieve enough accomplishments to ensure your honor remains untarnished. Please believe in me, Fiori. Perhaps touched by the young man's determination, or perhaps because his gaze was too direct, Fiori shyly lowered her head. All right, I look forward to it, assassin. Then, Fiori, it's getting late. Please rest well. A dark cloak appeared on the young man, and simultaneously, his figure began to fade. What about you? Should I prepare a room for you? We can discuss that tomorrow. I plan to scout the nearby area before dawn. Familiarizing myself with the terrain is essential for an assassin. Then I'll go with you. It will be more efficient if I guide you, Fiori suggested. There's no need. Humans are not servants, proper rest is necessary. Only when the master is in optimal condition can the servant perform at their best. So, Fiori, you should sleep now, we can tour the castle after breakfast. I understand. Good night, assassin. Fiori did not insist, waving to the young man, who was now just a shadow. Good night, Fiori. The shadow passed through the room, crossed the balcony, and disappeared into the vast night. P.S. Sorry guys. No French on this time. Chapter 325, Kairi Shishigu and Mordred. In the graveyard of Stavropolios Church in Bucharest, Kairi Shishigu successfully summoned his servant. So, you're my master, huh? The short knight, clad entirely in steel, asked this question. Despite the helmet, the clear voice was unmistakably transmitted. Shishigu nodded and extended his hand. My name is Kairi Shishigu. I'm your master, pleased to meet you. Is this a graveyard? You summoned me to an annoying place. The outstretched hand was ignored. Scratching his head, Shishigu explained. Well, even if you say that. Anyway, this place is like my home turf. Were you born in a graveyard? My childhood was spent among corpses. Understanding that much, the knight nodded. I see, you're a necromancer. Correct. So, you're a saber, right? Looking at the sword in the knight's hand, Shishigu asked. Isn't that obvious? If you could mistake me for a caster or an assassin, there must be something seriously wrong with your eyes and brain. There is an assassin like that in the world. King Hassan, I'm talking about you. Could it be that I drew an idiot master? No, you drew the best master, Saber. I, Kairi Shishigu, pride myself on being a top-tier master suitable for you. Humph, I wonder if it's just talk. Anyway, Saber. Can you tell me your true name first? By the way, why is it that even though I'm your master, I can't see some of your attributes? Normally, when a master faces their servant, they can obtain certain information. Attributes like strength, endurance, and other critical data, including unique skills, are invaluable for strategic planning. Therefore, the first thing masters check is their summoned servant. Understanding their various parameters is crucial for developing battle strategies. However, while the basic parameters of this knight were visible, her unique skills and noble phantasms were obscured and unreadable. It's because of this helmet. I'll remove it now. As soon as Saber finished speaking, the helmet covering her face disassembled and merged into the armor. Faced with her revealed appearance, Shishigu was dumbfounded. A woman. No, perhaps a young boy, it was impossible to tell. Either way, the person had a remarkably youthful appearance. Maybe because he was too surprised, he let slip something that hurt her feelings. But Shishigu didn't notice this. Don't let me hear that again. What? The cold, murderous words brought Shishigu back to his senses. If you call me a woman again, I can't guarantee I'll control myself. Saber's glowing eyes conveyed her murderous intent. It seemed she was serious, and Shishigu instinctively muttered. Sorry. I won't say it again. Raising his hands, Shishigu earnestly apologized. Although Saber's face was twisted with anger, her mood seemed to improve slightly. She took a deep breath and whispered with a somewhat disappointed expression. You're forgiven. Remember, don't bring up this topic again. Okay. So, what's your true name? Ah. What's the matter, master? I don't know what catalyst you used, but didn't you summon me with me as your target? You should know my true name without me saying it. Ah, no, I used this as the catalyst. While avoiding the gradually dissolving magic circle, Sisegu tossed the catalyst to her. Saber caught it and looked at the item with a puzzled expression. What is this? It's a round table. You knights used it once. Saber's mood, which had temporarily improved, immediately took a sharp downturn again. Clicking her tongue, she unhesitatingly used her sword to smash the, probably irreplaceable, relic into pieces. Hey! Saber stomped on the now literal wood chips with her armored foot. Despicable. To think I was summoned with something like this. Judging by her expression, she truly loathed the round table from the bottom of her heart. That's odd, Sisegu thought. For the Knights of the Round Table, that should have been a place of camaraderie. Though the Round Table Knights eventually turned against each other, it wasn't their original intention. Given her deep hatred for the Round Table, Sisegu quickly deduced her true name. If there was a knight who despised the Round Table so much, it had to be the one who explicitly betrayed the King of Knights. Saber. Your true name, could it be Mordred? Sisegu's question made Mordred's eyebrows furrow slightly. The fact that her true name was guessed due to her actions made her a bit uneasy. But she still declared resolutely. That's right. My name is Mordred, the only legitimate heir of King Arthur Pendragon. But didn't you betray her? Facing Sisegu's accusation, Saber suddenly blushed and declared. Ah, yes, I did. I indeed rebelled. That king never acknowledged my strength until the end. Whether it was swordsmanship or political skills, I was her equal. No, I had surpassed her. Yet, that damned king refused to let me ascend the throne because of my origin. The cold voice wasn't due to suppressed impulses. Quite the opposite, it was filled with anger and hatred that made her whole body tremble. Her origin, Mordred was said to be the illegitimate child of King Arthur and his sister Morgan, a fact that was truly damning. So I betrayed him and sent him on his way. I wanted the king to know his reign was meaningless. That's right. According to legend, it was indeed Mordred who drove King Arthur to his death. Even after being pierced by the Holy Lance, Mordred still dealt a fatal blow to King Arthur. The dying King Arthur threw his holy sword back into the lake and went to Avalon. Mordred, on the other hand, breathed her last on the hill of Camlin. What remained was the infamous reputation of the rebellious knight. Phew. So, Saber, your wish is to become king. For Mordred, who was denied the throne, becoming king was undoubtedly the wish she would seek the Holy Grail to fulfill. However, Mordred responded to Sisegu's words in a wistful tone. No, that's not it. I don't want to use the Holy Grail's power to become king. Even if I ascended the throne, my father would never acknowledge it. My wish, master, is to challenge the Sword of Selection, nothing more. The Sword of Selection? You mean the sword King Arthur pulled from the stone in the legend? Saber nodded. Yes, it was said that the young King Arthur pulled out the sword that none of the strongest men in the nation could, thereby earning the right to be king. If Mordred could pull out that sword, her eligibility to be king would indeed be recognized. However, there was a fatal flaw in her wish. Can I ask a question? Go ahead. If the Holy Grail grants your wish, and you can't pull out the sword, what then? Indeed. If she challenged the Sword of Selection, there was a possibility she couldn't pull it out. After all, it was a sword that none of the men in the nation could manage. Even though Mordred inherited King Arthur's bloodline, it was hard to say if she could pull it out. That's a foolish question, master. There's no way I can't pull it out. However, Saber declared this with her chest puffed out. The pressure contained in her voice indeed carried the dignity befitting a king. Perhaps she could easily pull out the sword. So, master. Give me the command. Where are the enemies to be conquered? Don't rush. Sisegu calmed the eager Mordred down. Haven't you heard the saying, haste makes waste? Who cares about that? I was summoned to slay 7 enemies. It seemed she had already been granted knowledge related to this Holy Grail war. True enough. We don't know the current situation of those 7 enemies. At this moment, a faint flapping sound came from the sky. Both of them looked up simultaneously. On a branch, a gray pigeon was perched. It twirled its peculiar, emotionless bird eyes and dropped a piece of paper from its beak before flying away after completing its task. As Sisegu picked up the paper, Saber eagerly leaned to peek. Is it a familiar? Seems like it. It says they want to meet us immediately. Who sent it? Those whose interests align with ours. With that, Sisegu crushed the note that read, tomorrow morning at 9, Sisegu, Church on the Hill. P.S. Emo-chan overload. Chapter 326, The Overpowered Assassin. The agility of the Black Assassin, rated at B rank, was truly justified. By the time Fiore was still changing into her nightwear, he had already passed through the bounded field surrounding the castle and arrived in a dense forest filled with shrubs. Here should be fine, right? A blur in the air, the young man deactivated his concealment and revealed himself. We mustn't be discovered. Don't worry, I have already merged with the Greater Grail. The nearby ley lines are all under my surveillance. This is a place I specifically chose. A familiar female voice, though somewhat ethereal, echoed in the young man's ears, bringing him immense comfort. No familiars, no surveillance magecraft, and it won't be detected by other servants. Plus, it's a ley line node. Are you all right, Justies? The young man's face was filled with concern. I'm fine, I just can't leave for now. So, everything is up to you, Shinji. This time, it's an unprecedented 14-servant conflict. You must be careful. The concern in the female voice matched the young man's. Don't worry. Even the weak me from 5 years ago made it to the end. And now, I am far stronger in both experience and power than I was back then. Not to mention, I have this servant body you specially crafted, by the name of Matou Shinji, I swear I will achieve victory. Yes, I believe you. Indeed, the Black Assassin summoned by Fiore was none other than Matou Shinji, who had traversed worlds. Since a Matou Shinji already existed in this world, the Old Man of Jewels couldn't bring his body directly into it, only his soul, which had previous experience of traversing worlds, could be carried over. It's worth mentioning that this world's Justies had long since perished, leaving no trace behind, so she would not be affected. What followed was straightforward. The Greater Grail itself was Justies, her soul's return faced no obstacles. After reuniting with the Greater Grail, Justies and Shinji, temporarily protecting his soul with the Grail's power, began their preparations. The Grail was a preset system. Even Justies couldn't alter it but could only use its power without disrupting its operation. To obtain the Grail, they had to follow the established rules of the Grail War. There are 2 ways to participate in the Grail War, as a master or as a servant. When Shinji and Justies arrived, the Igdmalenia family had already prepared 7 masters, with Darnik and Roche having summoned their respective servants. In this situation, even if there were ways to seize a master's spot, they dared not recklessly do so. Given Darnik's tight control over the Igdmalenia family, any non-Igdmalenia master would be swiftly eliminated. Although Shinji knew from the Fate/Apocrypha storyline that this Grail War would evolve into a 7 vs 7 battle, Darnik summoning Vlad III as a berserker made him wary of trusting the plot too much. In Fate/Apocrypha, Vlad III's class was Lancer. Moreover, as the Old Man of Jewels, frequently traversing parallel worlds, had said, new parallel worlds are born and die over time. Deviations between the world line and the plot are possible and can be explained by the concept of parallel worlds. For instance, Shinji's greatest concern, the annihilation of 50 combat magi, the failure of the backup system, and the Grail War reverting to a 7-servant mode. Thus, Shinji abandoned his initial plan of using the unique property of his soul, unaffected by the body, to possess a newborn homunculus and become a master in the Grail War. Instead, he leveraged Justies' influence on the Grail system, intervening in the heroic spirit summoning system to materialize his soul as a servant, unimaginably joining the Grail contest. His chosen master was Fiore. Regardless of the catalyst she used or the incantations she added, she would summon Shinji, as predetermined by Justies. Fiore was chosen not only for being a beautiful girl and having exceptional magical aptitude but also for her personality and limited mobility. Because of Fiore's outstanding magical aptitude, the declining Forvege family pinned high hopes on her, eagerly wishing she could make a name for herself and revitalize the family. In such an environment, Fiore devoted almost all her energy to magecraft and related fields, leading to her ignorance in areas outside of magecraft. One classic example was when Calls once mentioned the internet, and Fiore earnestly asked, "The web, does that refer to a net?" This naivety was precisely what Shinji needed. It would have been much harder to be accepted as an anonymous assassin by someone like Seal Nike or Calls. Her limited mobility also provided convenience for Shinji's various covert actions. However, Fiore being ability to produce a catalyst related to Perseus truly surprised Shinji. After all, he possessed Perseus' noble phantasm, and it wouldn't be wrong to call him a subservient of Perseus. This pure coincidence could only be explained by their destined connection. Summoning as an assassin was also predetermined, primarily because of the class's inherent skill, presence concealment. This skill could completely mask a servant's presence, making it suitable for covert operations. Since Shinji intended to act secretly, this skill was indispensable. As for the assassin class having the lowest attribute parameters among all classes, this did not apply to Shinji. Shinji wasn't summoned from the throne of heroes but materialized as a servant based on the information carried by his soul. Regardless of the class, his attribute parameters remained consistent and represented the highest attributes he could handle, akin to the golden body mode under relic enhancement. Without a doubt, this was a cheat code given to Shinji by Justice, who had regained partial control of the Holy Grail system. Making modifications to his servant body was just the beginning. She had prepared more powerful cheats to seize the Holy Grail. Now, she was about to use what Shinji considered the most powerful cheat. As we anticipated, the summoning ritual in Japan is about to begin. Are you ready? Ah, I've been ready for a while. We will control the last piece of the Holy Grail war puzzle. Then let's go. Quick in and quick out, and stay in touch. Beneath the earth, the magical energy accumulated over 60 years became active. An invisible, colorless force created a massive vortex that decomposed Shinji's servant body into spirit particles, which were then swallowed and flowed along a special channel constructed by intangible power toward a distant place. In his disembodied spirit particle state, Shinji vaguely heard Justice's final words. I'll be waiting for you to come back, to return to my side, so we can go home together. Chapter 327, Fate of Death. There was a woman. A woman who embodied the best of both Eastern and Western femininity. She had the fair skin of Western women and the delicate features of Eastern women, the voluptuousness of Western women and the slenderness of Eastern women, the wildness of Western women and the refinement of Eastern women, all these could be found in her. Her sweet voice alone could make men's hearts flutter. Just a hint of melancholy on her face could make men fall for her. Undoubtedly, she was a very charming woman. There was a man. A man who also embodied the best of both Eastern and Western masculinity. He had the height of Western men and the elegance of Eastern men, the sturdiness of Western men and the handsomeness of Eastern men, the unruliness of Western men and the grace of Eastern men, all these were present in him. A casual glance could easily captivate a young girl's heart. The decadence he exuded with every gesture could make mature women's hearts skip a beat. There was no doubt that he was a very charming man. Such a pair of man and woman, coupled with a dimly lit room, with the woman, undressed and the men having blonde hair, what might one think of? Any normal adult might think of certain things not suitable for children. Indeed, something unsuitable for children did happen between the man and the woman, but not in the way one might think. What transpired in the secluded villa had nothing to do with erotica but was instead bloody and grotesque, a different form of content forbidden for minors. The woman's body was cut open, fresh blood gushing onto the floor, sketching out an ancient magic circle. The man stood at the edge of the magic circle, watching everything unfold with unwavering attention. His handsome face was filled with excitement and anticipation, and he muttered incomprehensible words from time to time. Because his voice was too low, and the woman was in a weakened state from excessive blood loss, she couldn't make out what he was saying, only catching a few words vaguely. Almost. Holy Grail War. Jack the Ripper. Assassin. Victory, Igdmalenia, Wish. As her consciousness began to fade and her mind started to blur, the woman heard the man's final words. Feel honored, Reika Rikudu. You will become the sacrifice for me and the Igdmalenia family to reach the pinnacle. The moment you die will be the moment my servant descends. Close, 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 close. However, the moment of overflow must break. Proclaim. You who are under me, entrust your fate to my sword. By the Holy Grail's summons, if you comply with this will and reason, answer me at once. The woman known as Reika Rikudu saw a light filled with mystery, unrelated to technology. Along with the light came a warm current rising from the ground. This warmth seeped through her delicate skin, warming her body which was growing colder as her blood flowed out. Is this what death feels like? It doesn't seem that scary. But she didn't want to die. Even though she had little attachment to this world and didn't really like her muddled life, being kept and living aimlessly. She still didn't want to die, she wanted to live. Even knowing she had lost the ability to resist and could only silently await death. She still did not give up her desire for life. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, someone save me. I want to live. I want to live. Her blood was draining away, and the warmth from the floor was increasing, becoming scorching hot. Reika Rikudu knew that death was drawing nearer. In her final moments, amidst the man's poetic chanting, she heard a vague voice. Do you want to live? Barely conscious and driven by a will to survive, Reika Rikudu moved her lips, struggling to say, I want to live. No matter the cost. No matter the cost. She couldn't make any sound, but her will was stronger than ever. Save me. Very well, then your remaining life is mine. The vague voice suddenly became clear, causing even the chanting men to pause. A dazzling light erupted from the magic circle. Wind and lightning forced everyone in the room to squint. In the pressure of the wind, at the heart of the blinding sea of light, a gray silhouette emerged. Servant assassin, the assassin from the other side, answer me. You are, oh, no need to answer, you aren't my master. In the wake of the lightning and wind, a crescent of silver light flashed, severing the man's left arm at the elbow, the one marked with dark red patterns, and extended towards the magic circle. Simultaneously, a gentle white light descended from the sky, enveloping Reika Rikudu in a pool of blood. Only at this moment did the blonde man realize what had happened, letting out a scream of agony. Impossible, I was attacked by my servant. Why did you attack me? I am your master. If I die, you will disappear too. Clutching his severed arm, the man looked at the cloaked assassin that had appeared in the magic circle, half in fear and half in confusion. In the assassin's left hand was a long-handled scythe dripping with fresh blood, the very weapon that had cut off the man's arm. In the right hand, the assassin held a peculiar staff, from which ancient mystic energy not of the modern era flowed into Reika Rikudu's body, infusing new vitality into her flickering life. After confirming that Reika Rikudu's condition had improved, the assassin finally turned to face the blonde man. Though the assassin's face was hidden by the cloak, the man could still feel the mocking gaze. You lost an arm, not your eyes. Can't you see that I am not your servant but have merely intervened in your summoning using special means? Or is your intelligence insufficient to comprehend the current situation? The man was neither blind nor lacking intelligence. He couldn't see through it because he had not yet summoned a servant to become an official master. He couldn't understand it because he had never heard of a summoning being disrupted. Through the confusion on the man's face, the assassin understood that he couldn't grasp the situation. The assassin had no intention of explaining either. Raising the long-handled scythe again, the assassin said, "Ask the god of death in hell. Oh right, this is Japan, so it should be Yomi and Izanami." Before the men could react, the scythe swung down, severing the man's head and taking his final consciousness with it. What on earth happened? Blood spurted upward under pressure and then dripped down. He who kills will be killed, and he who sacrifices others will eventually become a sacrifice himself. Farewell, last master of the Igdmalenia clan, Sagara Hayoma. With or without my intervention, you could not escape your fate of death. Chapter 328, Mother. Sagara Hayoma, the last of the 7 prospective masters of the Igdmalenia clan to manifest stigmata, was the heir of the Sagara family, known for their proficiency in traditional Japanese sorcery. Unlike magus like Roche and Sealnike, who, despite joining the Igdmalenia clan, continued to delve into their family's magecraft using the clan's resources, Sagara Hayoma integrated Western sorcery from the Iceskull family, to which Sealnike belonged, into his traditional Japanese sorcery. In this sense, he was the magus who most embodied the founding principles of the Igdmalenia clan. Clan leader Darnik also had high expectations for him, evidenced by his approval for Ryoma to travel to Japan and summon a servant on his own. Sorcery, by definition, is a magecraft that achieves effects through sacrifices. Sagara Hayoma's sorcery involved ensuring the safety of buildings or protecting people at the cost of human lives. He applied this type of sorcery to the summoning ritual, using Reika's life as a sacrifice, and her disembowelment as the catalyst to summon the desired servant. The summoning ritual proceeded smoothly from preparation to execution. Sagara Hayoma even felt the presence of the incoming heroic spirit. However, just before he could recite the final incantation, an unexpected event occurred. An assassin, whose origin was unknown, intervened in the summoning ritual, emerged from the magic circle he had set up, and took his life without much dialogue. Sagara Hayoma, who died without understanding what had happened, would never know that 2 souls from another world had set their sights on the Holy Grail and had been secretly manipulating events. He would also never know that a certain time traveler, with the advantage of foreknowledge, had targeted his identity as a master and prioritized his elimination due to the nature of his magecraft, which constantly claimed the lives of ordinary people. Casually sketching 2 flame runes, the assassin incinerated Sagara Hayoma's body along with his stigmata-marked left hand. The assassin then discarded the cloak, checked their body, and confirmed their status panel. No issues with spiritual particle reconstruction, body condition is good, teleportation successful. Though teleportation across vast distances falls under the domain of the second magic, Justy's Holy Grail system, constructed using the third magic, could also achieve similar miracles. The difference lies in the second magic directly interfering with space, overlapping 2 spatial nodes to achieve teleportation. Justy's method involved reverting the servant's body to spiritual particles unaffected by physical laws, using the connection between the summoning ritual and the Holy Grail for long-distance transfer. This method is akin to a master using a command spell to forcefully summon a servant to their side. Although Shinji had preliminarily mastered the method of spiritual particle transformation during his time hiding within the Holy Grail system, both he and Justy's lacked experience in this area, making them somewhat anxious. Upon hearing Shinji's declaration of teleportation successful, Justy's, far away in Romania, could finally relax and proceed with the next step. Shinji, summon Lancer as soon as possible while the connection between the summoning ritual and the Holy Grail is still active. Understood. Summoning a servant was the true purpose behind Justy sending Shinji to Japan. Eliminating Sagara Hayoma and destroying his stigmata was to clear out a prospective master who had already established a connection with the Holy Grail, freeing up the slot for a rapid takeover. Normally, a servant cannot become a master. However, this restriction does not stem from the rules of the Holy Grail War but from the unique nature of servants. Servants exist in the present world by forming a bond with a master and thus cannot be the bond themselves. Therefore, solving the issue of this bond would make it possible for a servant to summon another servant. This concept was confirmed in the record of the Fifth Holy Grail War, Fate/Stay Night, where Castor, whose true name was Medea, used the gate of Ryuta Temple as a bond and successfully summoned the pseudo-assassin Sasaki Kojiro. At this moment, Shinji was also going to use this method to summon his servant. The chosen vessel for his servant was none other than the fallen Reika Rikudo. This, of course, was premeditated. Reika Rikudo was an ordinary person with no resistance to magic. She became a sacrifice for the summoning ritual due to the influence of suggestion magecraft. Not to mention, she was currently unconscious, putting her entirely at Shinji's mercy. Shinji moved Reika Rikudo away from the blood pool that served as the altar and placed her in the spot where Sagara Hayoma's ashes had previously stood. Following Justy's design, Shinji made minor adjustments to the magic circle, separating the supply of magical energy from the vessel. After completing these preparations, Shinji continued reciting the summoning incantation from where Sagara Hayoma had left off. I hereby swear. I am the one who will become all the good in the world, I am the one who will defeat all the evil in the world. Entangle thee with the three great words of power, from the wheel of suppression, O guardian of the scales. In Shinji's expectations, the following scene would unfold as it had in the three summonings he had witnessed: howling winds, thunder, and lightning. Only such a grand spectacle could befit those with extraordinary power, elevated to the realm of spirits. However, to his surprise, after finishing the incantation, nothing happened within the magic circle. No surge of magical energy, no thunder and lightning, and certainly no anticipated servant. What the hell is going on? Perplexed, Shinji once again poured magical energy into the magic circle and repeated the incantation that he had long since memorized, this time, from start to finish, in its entirety. Yet, again, nothing happened. What is going on? At this moment, Shinji finally understood how Sagara Hayoma felt before his death. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. He had a partner connected through both the Grail system and the spiritual descent contract. Don't panic, the connection between the ritual and the Grail still exists. Check the magic circle to see if there's an issue. Alright. Shinji took a deep breath, cleared his mind of chaotic thoughts, and bent down to carefully inspect the structure of the magic circle. Just as he finished checking the outer circle and stepped into the inner circle, the long-anticipated surge of magical energy erupted. Although it did not create wind pressure or lightning as before, the otherworldly aura unmistakably signaled the activation of the summoning ritual. Instinctively, Shinji tried to step out of the magic circle, but he was stunned to find that a mysterious force seemed to be holding his servant's body in place. He could neither advance nor retreat and could only stand there, dumbfounded. Fortunately, Shinji's presence did not interfere with the summoning ritual, nor did the surge of magical energy harm his body. A few seconds later, a small figure appeared at the center of the magic circle and, with a naive and innocent voice, called out to Shinji. Mother. Chapter 329, Chapter 329, Jack the Ripper. Appearing before Shinji was a girl, a lowly, about the same height as his sister Sakura and likely around the same age. She was an incredibly cute child, with short, snow-white hair cut to her ears and luminous eyes that shone like a cat's in the dim room. Her clear eyes, paired with a petite nose and delicate mouth, evoked a sense of pity from anyone who saw her. Anyone would likely accept such a girl if she wanted to be their daughter. However, as a male, the term mother was not applicable. It would be more fitting to be called papa or brother. Therefore, Shinji's response, like most men's, was, I'm not your mother. If you want, you can call me. Before he could finish his sentence, the seemingly harmless and adorable girl suddenly charged at him. Her cloak billowed upwards, revealing a pair of small hands grasping two daggers in a reverse grip. With Shinji's current level of vision and experience, he could immediately tell that these daggers were aimed at his vital points. The strikes were precise and decisive. Someone slightly weaker might not even have time to react and would be killed instantly. However, such an attack was insufficient against Shinji. Whether with his original body or his current servant form, he could easily deflect such an ambush. He kept his right hand steady, maintaining his grip on the pharaoh scepter to continue healing Reika Rikudo. Fully aware of the unusual nature of this Holy Grail war, Shinji had reclaimed all his borrowed noble phantasms before his second traversal to participate in the war at his strongest. His left hand dispelled the harp, and just before the daggers could reach him, he moved first, delivering a hand chop to the girl's right wrist and flicking the dagger in her left hand with his fingers. Different forms of force but the same massive strength caused the girl's hands to go numb briefly, making her drop the daggers. The girl didn't retreat or stop her attack. Her small hands disappeared under her cloak, and when they reappeared, they held two new knives, slightly different in style from the previous ones. One aimed for his throat, the other for his heart, giving Shinji a sense of déjà vu. Shinji's response was the same as before, a hand chop and a finger flick, moving faster than the girl's attacks. After disarming her again, Shinji placed his left hand on his chest, waiting for a third attack. He was curious to see how many knives were hidden under her cloak, reminiscent of the cloak of Hades. Unfortunately, the girl didn't pull out more knives but instead rolled to retrieve the ones she had dropped. Disappointed, Shinji decided not to let her continue her antics. He threw an ancient sword, which temporarily served as a flying tool, to block her path. As her movement was interrupted, Shinji's figure moved like a phantom, pinning her to the ground. Ugh. Let go of us, let go of us. The girl grunted and struggled desperately. However, the difference in strength was too great. No matter how hard she tried, Shinji's left hand remained immovable, like it was made of steel. Ignoring the girl's cries, Shinji coldly said, "Do you realize your mistake?" The girl's struggles paused for a moment, then became even more intense. "We did nothing wrong. You're not mother. Anyone who isn't mother should be dismantled. It seems you're a disobedient child. Disobedient children should be punished." Just as Shinji was about to administer the Kusogaki correction palm punishment, a few words from the girl's response caught his attention. "We. Mother. Dismantled." Why did that sound so familiar? There were still 4 more knives, white-haired lowly. Wait, could she be? Mana surged from the servant's body, displacing the air and creating an updraft. The wind lifted the girl's cloak, revealing a black, midriff-bearing bodysuit and underwear composed of just a strip of fabric and a single strap, something even an adult woman might hesitate to wear. Indeed, she was. Despite being an innocent lowly, she wore provocative clothes and appeared on the set of Fate/Apocrypha. I should have recognized her earlier. "Hey, Kusogaki, is your name Jack?" "Jack the Ripper." "Oh, according to the British naming convention, a girl should be called Jill, right?" Perhaps because her true name was called out, the girl finally stopped struggling and just looked at Shinji with her pure, untainted eyes. "We are not bad children. We just want to return to mother's belly." All right, it was confirmed. She was Jack the Ripper, the lowly affectionately called daughter by many fans. Jack the Ripper is a world-famous serial killer. She murdered 5 women, all prostitutes, and despite Scotland Yard's best efforts, she was never caught and vanished as if into thin air. Because the murdered women showed no signs of resistance, it was once thought the killer might be male. However, there was no concrete evidence, and she was initially referred to by the feminine name, Jill the Ripper. This is a very special heroic spirit. Her true form is unknown, so she appears differently depending on the class summoned. This form before Shinji was a collection of children who weren't even allowed to be born. In 1888 London, there were tens of thousands of prostitutes. The abortion at the time was quite rudimentary and brutal. Babies that could have been born normally were treated like garbage. The bodies of these infants were discarded into the rivers near the East End, and their grudges accumulated in this chaotic river. The resentment of tens of thousands of babies who were denied birth gradually began to take the form of a young girl. At this time, she encountered a woman. The girl couldn't help but call out mother to the woman she met, but she was insulted instead. Being insulted was very unpleasant, painful, and sad, so she killed her. The killing was surprisingly simple. The dissected internal organs were as warm as love. The next day, the discovery of the body caused a great commotion. Then she killed the second person, the third person. Unconsciously, people started calling her by a name. Jack the Ripper. She was very pleased. She had never known her name. From the dissection technique, it was speculated that Jack must be a doctor. When such rumors spread, she was also very pleased. In this world, the existence she hated the most was doctors, because those doctors were the ones who kept killing them. After killing several prostitutes, she died. There was no special reason. It was simply because a magus realized that these bizarre murders were the work of a demonic entity and dealt with her early on. Since then, no more murders occurred, and Jack the Ripper disappeared into the darkness. However, the crimes were so bizarre, incomprehensible, and filled with mysteries. It was a very peculiar phenomenon. After the crimes ceased, the name Jack the Ripper persisted. The people of London were imprinted with an indelible sense of terror. Even after 100 years, the name had not faded. Thus, the serial killer's anti-heroic spirit that continued to bring fear even after death, that was this girl. After organizing the information in his mind, Shinji had a new question. If he remembered correctly, this wraith-like form should only be summonable as an assassin. But since he was occupying the assassin class, how did she appear? With this thought, Shinji began to sense the girl's class, and the result shocked him. No class. How is that possible? P.S. Jill is a girl's name. Gil, Iskandar, what do you two think? PS2, stay calm, everyone. There's no way Jack could be a lancer. Chapter 330, The Familiar Heroic Spirit. Shinji confirmed that his perception was not mistaken. Although he had not formed a contract with little Jack nor become her official master, and thus could not exercise the master's authority to view the servant's basic attributes, he was quite familiar with the unique aura of each class from participating in 2 Holy Grail wars. Experts of a certain level could distinguish a servant's class from their aura. But the little Jack in front of him had no such characteristics. This sensation had only appeared before with the army summoned by Iskandar. Jack's previous 2 attacks also corroborated Shinji's judgment. She was too weak, so weak it was pitiful. A servant's strength depends on 4 aspects: their strength in life, the enhancement of their legend, the quality of their master, and their class. Their strength in life forms the foundation. The stronger they were, the stronger they would be as a servant. The more legendary and well-known they are, the higher their additional attributes. Summoning them in their place of legend could even yield phenomenal results. The quality of the master is self-explanatory: the stronger the master, the higher the servant's basic attributes. Finally, there is the servant class. For the same heroic spirit, Berserker has the highest base attributes, followed by Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, and Assassin, with Assassin being the weakest. Little Jack was easily dispatched by an unnamed Magus during her lifetime, so her strength could only be described as weak. Jack the Ripper has worldwide renown, and the current setting in Japan ranks high in terms of legendary significance, so the enhancement should not be low. As for the master's quality, it currently seemed that Shinji was her only possible master. With a C rank in magical energy, an impressive level most Magus never achieve in their lifetime, he was a top-tier master in terms of providing enhancements. Therefore, the issue could only lie with her class. Class is a peculiar system. It's a container designed for heroic spirits who shouldn't exist in the present world. It can limit strong heroic spirits, such as Lancer class D Armwood, who lacks his most famous dual swords and single blade. It can also enhance weaker heroic spirits, the most typical example being Jack the Ripper. In Fate/Apocrypha, Assassin class Jack used her class's traits to repeatedly trouble powerful servants. In Fate/Strange Fake, Berserker class Jack was even more exaggerated, capable of transforming into thousands of forms and even into a demon, allowing her to retreat unscathed from encounters with top-tier servants like Enkidu. However, the little Jack pinned to the floor by Shinji had not demonstrated the expected level of prowess. While she was not as weak as she had been in her lifetime, being easily dispatched by a Magus, she still lacked the strength to contend with regular servants. She was essentially the extreme of what a Jack without a class could achieve, a combination of her wraith-like nature and the enhancements from her legend and renown. But the question remained, could the Holy Grail War summon a servant without a class? Iskandar using his noble phantasm didn't count. Normally, it can't, but this time the situation is special. Justy's voice arrived belatedly. She had already discerned Jack's condition and found the answer while Shinji was still contemplating. A special situation. Could it be because of us? Exactly. Shinji had only mentioned it offhand, not expecting it to be the correct answer. The summoning of servants by the Holy Grail system involves 2 steps. First, connect to the throne of heroes through the Grail to materialize the heroic spirit. Second, place the materialized heroic spirit into the designated container to become a servant. This time, I tampered with Miss Fiori summoning, causing your soul to directly enter the assassin container, replacing the assassin. This led to the step of connecting to the throne of heroes not being executed. Earlier, you initiated the summoning ritual, which activated the missing step and materialized Jack. The previous 2 failed summoning attempts lacked a suitable container to bring Jack into the present world. Finally, as the assassin, you stepped into the magic circle, providing Jack with the perfect vessel. The reason it's Jack is likely because you continued the interrupted summoning ritual of Sagara Hayoma. He probably intended to use the act of gutting Miss Reika Rikudu as a catalyst to summon Jack the Ripper. He got what he deserved. As Justice mentioned, according to Fate/Apocrypha, Sagara Hayoma, due to the exposure of Hassan's information, decided to take a unique approach and summon someone unexpected, Jack the Ripper. He manipulated Reika Rikudu with suggestion magecraft for this purpose. However, he did not know that even without Shinji's intervention, successfully summoning Jack would not save him from his fate. Reika Rikudu's intense desire to live resonated with the unborn children, leading Jack to kill him. Jack then formed a contract with the dying Reika, becoming an independent third force in the Holy Grail War, not aligned with either the red or black factions. Shinji did not care about the dead men. What concerned him was his relationship with Jack. The absence of command seals on his body indicated that they were not master and servant. However, according to Justice, Jack was dependent on him, which puzzled Shinji. Justice provided an answer to this as well. A dependent relationship. The 3 elements that constitute a servant are the spirit origin, spirit foundation, and spirit vessel, container. She possesses the spirit foundation of an assassin, while you have the spirit origin and spirit vessel of an assassin. Together, you form the complete black assassin. Since you occupy the spirit origin and spirit vessel, you hold the dominant position. She exists by relying on you, which should classify her as a familiar or a dependent spirit. Someone else might not understand what Justice was saying, but Shinji did. Justice's explanation reminded him of a unique servant, Artemis, who descended under the name of Orion. In one summoning, the moon goddess forcibly intervened in Orion's summoning ritual, resulting in both descending together. The moon goddess possessed the spirit vessel, while Orion held the spirit foundation, and the spirit origin was influenced by both. Since the moon goddess occupied the spirit vessel, the servant's appearance was that of the moon goddess, while Orion inexplicably turned into a teddy bear. Because the spirit foundation was Orion's, the moon goddess's divine powers did not manifest at all. The spirit origin, influenced by both, appeared very chaotic, attributes skewed towards Orion, noble phantasms belonging to the moon goddess, and skills shared between the two. In day-to-day activity, the moon goddess, who occupied the spirit vessel, took the lead, while Orion served as a mascot, responsible for being cute and funny. Shinji speculated that this would be his and Jack's dynamic going forward. Shinji would fight as the assassin, while the less combat-capable Jack would stay in the background, essentially acting as an adorable daughter. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Shinji's face, and he relaxed his grip a bit. Sensing the change, little Jack quickly rolled away, escaping Shinji's grasp and retrieving her 4 daggers. Seeing this, Shinji couldn't help but touch his nose. He almost forgot that she was a naughty child who would kill at the slightest provocation and liked to dig out people's organs. P.S. Scat Hack and Artoria's descent involved tampering with the first step, while Shinji directly ignored the first step and proceeded to the second. PS2, daughter, you just stick to being cute from now on. Daddy will handle the fighting and killing. Chapter 331, Rokudo Reika and Jack. The girl who had retrieved her weapons did not launch another attack but instead ran towards the nearest window. As Jack the Ripper, one of the world's most infamous murderers, little Jack had an astonishing talent for crime. Without needing to analyze carefully, the best course of action would automatically appear in her mind. There was no way that Shinji, who had decided to raise little Jack, would let his familiar escape. He took a quick step and blocked Jack's path. With her way blocked, Jack decisively turned and dashed towards the door, displaying an impressive resolve. The room chosen by Sagara Hayoma for the summoning was not large. In the blink of an eye, Jack had crossed the magic circle inscribed in the center of the room and was about to reach the door handle in the next instant. At that moment, a third voice sounded in the dim, silent room. A faint nasal sound, Rokudo Reika, who had fainted from excessive blood loss, regained consciousness. In the instant she opened her eyes, she saw a girl. The unique clarity of the girl's presence reminded her of her childhood, that innocent and carefree time. Rokudo Reika, who had captivated countless men, was a high-class prostitute but had also experienced a stable and happy childhood. Almost no one knew that she was born into a noble family and was a well-educated young lady. However, after her parents died in an accident and due to various subjective and objective factors, her life began to spiral downward, eventually leading her to become a prostitute. On the other hand, little Jack, who was fleeing, also noticed this woman. Perhaps it was because Rokudo Reika's prostitute background attracted the unborn children who had been aborted, or maybe the two had a natural affinity. The natural-born killer felt an intense familiarity with the woman as if she were a mother, and once again, she called out that term. Mother. Rokudo Reika was slightly stunned. Although she had been with many men, she had never experienced pregnancy due to meticulous precautions, let alone being a mother. Yet, for some reason, the moment the girl called out, mother, her maternal instinct surged unprecedentedly as if this girl was her child, and she wanted to hold and protect her. Touched in her soft spot, Rokudo Reika responded to little Jack's call, yes, I can be your mother. Unrelated to mysteries, Rokudo Reika, who did not know Jack's true identity, was unaware of how perilous the situation had just been. Had she reacted even slightly normally, the little girl she saw as innocent and carefree would have dismembered her with a dagger, and she would have had no ability to resist. Of course, now that she had responded to little Jack's expectations, nothing like that would happen. Yay, mother. Hearing Rokudo Reika's response, little Jack cheered and pounced into her mother's arms like a fledgling returning to the nest, rubbing her little head against Rokudo Reika's ample bosom. Found mother. Jack found mother. Jack, is that your name? Completely unaware that she had just brushed past death, Rokudo Reika gently stroked Jack's hair, her voice incomparably gentle. It was not the sweet tone she used to coax men, but genuine warmth and affection from the heart. Yes, our true name is Jack, Jack the Ripper, Jack replied innocently, completely unaware of how shocking her words were. Jack the Ripper. Rokudo Reika's hand paused. Living in Japan, how could she not know the name, Jack the Ripper? But how could this infamous serial killer be such an adorable child? What's wrong, mother? Little Jack looked up, her pure eyes gazing at Rokudo Reika's face through the valley between her breasts. Nothing. Rokudo Reika shook her head and tightly hugged the girl who made her feel so close. So what if she was? So what if she wasn't? Even if she was, this murderer who had taken the lives of 5 prostitutes had spared her and was now so clingy. That was enough. Is this even possible? I almost forgot this pair is the most compatible master and servant in Fate/Apocrypha. It's not surprising that things turned out this way. Upon seeing this scene, Shinji's eyes nearly popped out of his head, but he quickly calmed down. The connections between people are indeed mysterious. Some people remain mere acquaintances even after years, while others can become close friends in just a short time. Little Jack and Rokudo Reika probably belong to the latter category. After all, Jack was summoned using Reika herself as a catalyst, resulting in a lightning strike level of compatibility. Well, using lightning strike might not be quite right. Never mind, it's fine. With Rokudo Reika taking care of Jack, at least he wouldn't have to worry about the little Jack. This loli had poor compatibility with the Magus, and only someone like Rokudo Reika, who seemed normal but was extraordinary, could handle her. Her acceptance ability was truly exceptional. Thinking this, Shinji glanced discreetly at the mother and daughter, embracing each other, and then he felt a rush of heat to his head, almost causing a nosebleed. No, that's not right, he was getting off track again. This was indeed a dangerous woman. After silently chanting, "O great teacher who connects heavens and earth, cleanse me of evil thoughts," 3 times, Shinji's mind gradually regained calm. At this moment, Rokudo Reika also realized the presence of another person from Shinji's suddenly heavy breathing. "And you are an uninvited assassin. I think you should remember my voice. Can we talk? I believe you have a lot of questions, Miss Rokudo Reika." "Sure," Rokudo Reika responded without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 332, Father, Mother, and Jack. Reika once again revealed her extraordinary nature. Facing Shinji, who had just saved her and was no ordinary person, she neither showed fear nor a self-protective response to the unknown. Instead, she displayed a stunning calmness and a touch of curiosity. It was probably these traits that made her and little Jack the most ruthless master-servant pair in Fate/Apocrypha, causing a bloody storm in Romania. "Was it you who saved me?" "Yes." Shinji walked to the window and pulled back the curtain, letting sunlight flood the dim room. "Where is Sagura Hayoma?" "The blonde man in the white suit." "Dead, I killed him. See that black stain over there? That's Sagura Hayoma's ashes." Shinji sat down on the windowsill, avoiding direct eye contact with Reika to maintain his composure. Reika reached out and lightly touched the floor scorched by the primordial fire triggered by Feihu. Sure enough, she hand-picked up some black residue. The little Jack in her arms sniffed at the ash-stained hand, wrinkled her nose, then sniffed Rokudo Reika's clothes, and said, "Mother's clothes smell the same as this, Jack doesn't like it." "Is that so?" "Since Jack doesn't like it, then." Reika then did something shocking. She directly took off her remaining clothes and threw them far away, completely unbothered by her nudity. "Is there still any smell you dislike?" "If there is, I'll have to take a bath." "No more, no more," Jack shook her head repeatedly. "We love Mother the most. Mom also loves Jack the most." Reika's smile, unrelated to seduction, was reflected in the window glass, which Shinji observed, confirming his choice was correct. This woman's personality was very suitable for the Holy Grail War, more fitting than most of the masters from the Igmalenia family. With her as an ally, things would be much easier for him. "Miss Rokudo Reika, do you remember what you promised me?" "I remember. You saved me, so my remaining life belongs to you." As she said this, there was no fluctuation in Reika's expression, as if she were speaking about someone else entirely. "Good, then I'm going to claim what belongs to me as per our agreement." "Of course, but before that, may I know how to address you?" "Black Assassin, just call me Assassin." "Assassin? You mean a killer?" Reika's refined background gave her knowledge uncommon among other women of her profession. She could speak most mainstream Latin-based languages. "That's right, I'm an assassin specializing in taking lives." "Are you scared?" Shinji deliberately put on a sinister expression. With his purple hair and slightly twisted look, it could easily become a meme. LOL. Before Reika could react, Jack, who already saw Reika as her mother, jumped up, gripping a dagger and ready for battle. Reika, unfazed by Shinji but somewhat startled by Jack, quickly hugged Jack from behind, soothing her. "It's okay, Jack, there's no need to be so tense. Lord Assassin won't kill me." "Really?" Jack, having been subdued by Shinji twice, was still skeptical. "Really? If he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have saved me." "Right, Lord Assassin." Reika's calmness and rationality were exactly what Shinji appreciated. "That's correct. Though, many times living can be much more painful than dying." "Ah, I know, I knew it long ago. But still, I don't want to give up my life, even if it's meaningless." No one understood the hardships of life better than the once wealthy Rokudo Reika, now a prostitute. No matter how low she sank, she never thought of death. she wanted to tightly hold on to her life, to keep her heart beating, to continue living. This persistence, which many would deem meaningless, deeply moved Jack. It is meaningful, mother. It definitely is. So, we will protect you. Though Jack claimed her wish was to return to her mother's womb, as a wraith composed of unborn children, she didn't realize this reflected a subconscious desire to be born as a healthy fetus into the world. In other words, the children who formed Jack, even unconsciously, wanted to live, making her relate deeply to Reika's tenacity. Thank you, Jack. Reika hugged Jack more tightly. I won't comment on whether living or dying is better. But I do admire your determination to live. I want you to live, and live well. So, Jack, could you not point the dagger at me? First, it won't help. Second, we both exist as assassins, and your mana is drawn from me. If I die, you won't survive either. I don't expect you to rely on me as much as you rely on Reika-san, but at least don't see me as an enemy, okay? Hearing Shinji's words, Jack first sensed the faint connection between them. You promise not to hurt mother, not to do anything painful. We hate pain. Don't worry, I won't. I promise. Although I'm an assassin, I have some principles. As long as you do as I say and avoid dangerous places, you won't get hurt, and it won't be painful. Besides, isn't it your job to protect your mother? At this, Jack finally lowered her dagger. I believe you, assassin. If possible, I'd like you to call me something else. Then, assassin mother. To Jack, expressing closeness meant calling someone mother. Being a collection of countless children's spirits, she could have many mothers. Mother is for women. For men, you should say father. Shinji corrected her. Father. Jack tilted her head, her natural innocence striking a chord in Shinji's heart. Say it again. Father. Good girl, I'll give you some candy later. At this moment, Shinji's sinister demeanor vanished, replaced by a silly, happy expression, making Reika chuckle. This laughter made Shinji realize a problem. If Rokuto Reika was Jack's mother and he was Jack's father, wasn't this forcibly creating a family relationship? I'm sorry, I just think little Jack is very cute. I like her a lot, that's all, really. This somewhat flustered apology made Reika laugh even more. It's alright, I don't mind. Forming a family with Lord Assassin and Jack sounds quite interesting. Hearing Reika-san say that makes me feel a bit self-important. Shinji sighed in relief, though the sight of Reika's fair body holding Jack made his thoughts wander, prompting him to quickly look away. This small action did not escape Reika's notice. She teased, Jack's father, why don't you dare look at Jack's mother? Is she so unattractive to you? Her sweet voice, tinged with allure, made Shinji's breath quicken. He hurriedly recited in his mind. Great sage equaling heaven, myriad transformations, master of heaven and earth, gods and Buddhas of all realms, please take this enchantress away. Repeat 3 times. P.S. If it weren't for her perfect compatibility with Jack, Rokuto Reika might have summoned Scheherazade, whose core desire is to avoid death at all costs. Chapter 333, I ask you, are you my master? What happened between Shinji and Rokuto Reika? Actually, not much. None of the things one might eagerly imagine happened. How about that? A bit disappointing, isn't it? To be honest, Shinji was a bit disappointed too. In a different time and place, he might have made a move on Rokuto Reika. After all, she was quite a looker, very pretty, and had a great figure. In his previous life, she would be a top-notch beauty that would cost a 5-figure sum, perhaps even 6, to win over. Plus, she had plenty of experience. Most guys wouldn't refuse to have something happen with such a beauty, especially if it came with no strings attached. But 2 main factors prevented anything from happening. First, his daughter Jack was there, sitting right in Reika's lap. No matter how desperate or burning with desire Shinji might be, he wouldn't do something improper in front of a child. He had that much of a bottom line. Second, Shinji had more important things to do. Summoning Jack was just to complete the assassin class, a self-repair mechanism of the Holy Grail system for a bug. Shinji's goal of coming to Japan had not been achieved. In such a time-sensitive situation, personal desires had to take a back seat. After spending half an hour briefly explaining the situation to Reika and helping Jack understand what was happening, since Jack received very little knowledge from the Holy Grail due to Shinji taking the spiritual core and vessel, leaving her quite confused and unaware of the situation, Shinji's explanation was particularly crucial. Of course, Shinji only selectively told Jack part of the situation. Without a class, Jack had low combat abilities and no need or qualification to participate in the war. She only needed to stay by Mother's side, enjoy the happiness she never experienced in life, and protect Mother within her capabilities. That was enough. As for the rest, the battle-related matters, Shinji would handle them all. Women and children who couldn't fight had no place on the battlefield, another of his bottom lines. It's worth mentioning that Reika saw through Shinji's sweet talk to Jack. But this clever woman didn't expose him on the spot. Instead, under the pretense of asking Jack to help find some clothes, she sent her daughter away and then quietly inquired. Shinji didn't hide anything from this seemingly ordinary but mentally extraordinary woman. He told her everything he could, without using any suggestive magecraft. This was his sincerity, hoping for Reika to genuinely act as his assistant. And Reika didn't disappoint Shinji. She agreed to his invitation almost without hesitation, becoming the vessel for Lancer and accompanying Lancer and Jack to Romania. This was not just because of the life-saving grace and the promise of a lifetime of security and comfort for her and Jack, but also because her ethics and values were different from others. Once Jack returned with the clothes as Reika requested, Shinji could finally begin summoning the last servant of the Black faction, the one truly belonging to him. This time, justice guaranteed no issues. Proclaim. Your body is under me, my fate rests upon your sword. With the chanting of the incantation, and the surge of magical energy, the magic circle lit up brilliantly. Everything was the same as when summoning Scythe. The magical energy gushing from the ley lines shook the atmosphere, causing violent wind pressure, dazzling flashes of electricity, and thunderous roars. All of this was a call, summoning a being that transcended time and space, a crystallization of humanity's wishes elevated to eternity. In this reenactment of myth, this reenactment of legend, this crystallization of fantasy, a hero inscribed in the long river of time emerged in reality. As the chanting finished, the magical energy within Shinji boiled to its limit. The thunder, lightning, and fierce wind created a grand scene that made Reika and Jack unable to open their eyes. At the center of the phenomenon, the summoning pattern shone brilliantly, the passage within the magic circle finally connecting to another realm. In the depths of the vast sea of light, a silver figure emerged. Jack's mouth opened wide in astonishment, and Reika was awed by its majesty, murmuring in a trance. This is a servant. And then, the heroic spirit descended. There was light, not the light of technology, not the sunlight blocked by the curtains, nor the brilliance of the dissipating magical energy, but the radiance emitted by the presence descending in the center of the room. What kind of light was this? It was unlike any light in the world. This light had a dazzling quality that stars could not reach. This light had a splendor that the moon could never possess. This light had a brilliance that the sun could not compare to. This light, though it shone on the body, illuminated the heart as if it condensed countless prayers. This light, though confined to a single room, exuded infinite majesty. As long as one saw this radiance, no matter the environment, their heart would be at peace. As long as this radiance existed, no matter how dark the era, hope would not be lost. This light emanated from a lance, held by a knight clad in silver armor. The knight, holding the radiant lance, was encased in silvery white armor. Beige tassels could be seen faintly between the gaps in the armor, and the skirt armor was lined with blue. It was clear at a glance that this servant was a knight and a heavily armored one at that. The knight's head, like the rest of the body, was protected by a full helm, revealing nothing but a pair of emerald eyes. Such a tight outfit, coupled with the knight's ambiguous height, around 170 centimeters, tall for a woman and short for a man, made even guessing the gender a luxury. Fortunately, the sharp voice that emerged from beneath the faceplate solved the mystery. Servant Lancer, summoned as per the call. I ask you, are you my master? The voice was sharp and clear, yet carried an undeniable authority. This authority was very familiar to Shinji. Scythe, Gilgamesh, Vlad III, all had this kind of authority, looking down on others from above. This was the authority of a king. In that instant, Shinji was certain that the servant he summoned was a monarch. But which monarch? Shinji's heart was filled with uncontrollable curiosity. Since he hadn't prepared a catalyst beforehand, he had no idea which heroic spirit would respond to his call. To think that a monarch would be compatible with me, and that lance, it isn't an ordinary noble phantasm. This time, I've hit the jackpot. Looks like the Matou family's European bloodline is paying off. As Shinji was immersed in joy, the summoned servant spoke once more. I ask you, are you my master? Wait a minute, this voice, this way of speaking, and that clear aura, why does it feel so familiar? P.S. Mommy Lancer. Chapter 334, Lancer. Although he harbored doubts in his heart, Shinji did not let them show on his face. After all, without confirming the servant's identity, making a mistaken assumption could lower his standing in their eyes. As a seasoned moon chef and a participant in a previous Holy Grail war, Shinji understood better than anyone the importance of a harmonious master-servant relationship. Masters who disregarded their servants' feelings, treating them as mere slaves and driving them recklessly, rarely met good ends. Thus, Shinji was eager to make a good first impression on his servant. A solid beginning would make future interactions much smoother. Standing tall and confident, Shinji met the emerald eyes hidden behind the knight's helmet and spoke in a resonant voice, I am indeed your master, the one who has summoned you to this world. You are a servant, just like me. The poised female knight gazed at Shinji, her eyes sharp as a lance, as if seeing right through him. Who says a servant can't be a master? Who says an assassin can't be a magus? There's no such rule in the Holy Grail War. Shinji's expression remained unchanged, displaying calm confidence. Having been taught by the Queen of the Land of Shadows and having discussed the way of kingship with Gilgamesh, Iskandar, and Artoria, Shinji had developed a considerable immunity to royal authority. As both a servant and a master, Shinji rolled up his left sleeve, revealing 3 intertwined, crimson marks on his arm. These were command seals, the Holy Grail's mark upon a master, embodying the master's authority over their servant. Do you still have doubts after seeing this? Or do you need more proof? No need. The female knight shook her head, the movement of her neck causing her helmet to rub against the chest armor, producing a faint creaking sound. No matter how you accomplished it, the fact that you are my master does not change. I will assist you with my holy lance. Henceforth, our contract is complete. As she spoke the final words, that familiar feeling in Shinji's heart grew stronger, but he maintained his caution and did not show it. I am glad you acknowledge our contract. Please, guide me well, Lancer. Please, guide me well, Master. The sharpness in the female knight's gaze softened. May I make a small request? Please, go ahead. You might not be aware, but I did not use a catalyst during the summoning ritual, so I am unaware of your identity and true name. If possible, could you introduce yourself? It would be even better if you could dispel your combat state so I can see who you are beneath the armor. Shinji's request was quite understandable. As a master and servant forming a fated bond, some preliminary understanding was necessary. To alleviate Lancer's wariness, Shinji added. Rest assured, there are no enemies around. I, as an assassin, guarantee this, and these 2 ladies can be trusted. Such a reasonable request was unlikely to be refused by most servants, and Lancer was no exception. The radiant lance and silver heavy armor dissolved into particles of light, revealing the true appearance of the heavily protected female knight beneath. The scene of her disarming was so striking that Shinji was left completely stunned. Armored and wielding a lance, the female knight had a majestic and heroic presence. But beneath the armor, well, how to put this, it's hard not to have some dirty thoughts. Beneath the armor was a dark blue undergarment, there was nothing wrong with that. Wearing armor without an undergarment would make the sensation of steel rubbing against skin unbearable after the first try. The problem was with the style of the undergarment. Raising the hips, tightening the waist, and binding the chest, these design choices can be excused as being for the convenience of combat. But what's with the chest opening that reveals the upper half of the breasts? And the shoulder openings that expose the shoulders and smooth underarms? And instead of tight pants, using a high-slit skirt that directly reveals 2 straight, rounded thighs, what's up with that? Is this really the lining of a knight's armor and not some lewd cosplay, or a special outfit designed to attract otakus? If it weren't for that face, as beautiful as Scathack or Justy's, and yet so resolute, no one would think she was a knight. However, what attracted the only male in the room wasn't the highly revealing outfit or the knight's more voluptuous figure than Reika's. It was her hair, or rather, the small tuft of hair standing up in the center of her forehead. Golden, unyielding to gravity no matter what happens, as if gravity didn't exist, and a hogue. Seeing this strand of hair, Shinji finally confirmed the knight's identity and understood where that familiar feeling in his heart came from. At the same moment, Shinji showed a look of realization. The knight proudly stated her name, providing decisive proof for Shinji's answer. The King of Britain, Artoria Pendragon, has manifested in this Holy Grail War in the class of Black Lancer. The King of Britain. That Night King, King Arthur, is actually a woman. Reika exclaimed in surprise. No wonder she was so shocked. To this day, the legend of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table is one of the most famous legends in the world. The stories all describe an extraordinary man. Who would know that his true form was a woman? In the face of such a shocking revelation, the only ones who could remain calm were either children like little Jack who did not know the name of King Arthur, or informed individuals like Shinji. The truth of history is often stranger than legend. Could you have imagined that little Jack would be Jack the Ripper? That's true. Hearing Shinji say this, Reika was relieved. Compared to the serial killer, Jack the Ripper, calling her mother, King Arthur being a woman didn't seem like a big deal. Moreover, having gone through a near-death experience today and witnessed so many incredible things, learning about Magus, the Holy Grail War, summoning, heroic spirits, and other secrets hidden in the darkness, even if someone told her the earth would explode tomorrow, she wouldn't find it strange. But how did Miss Artoria manage to disguise herself as a man with that figure? Because she wasn't like this in history. Having confirmed his servant's identity, Shinji completely relaxed, and the image he had deliberately created to make a good impression on his servant vanished. And that is? Reika asked curiously. Shinji smiled without answering, turning his head to look at Artoria, who was also looking at him, her eyes filled with more curiosity than Reika's. Master, you seem to know me very well. Chapter 335, the new employee of the counter force. Master, you seem to know me very well. Artoria's question stirred waves in Shinji's heart, waves named memories. Know her well. Of course he did, how could he not? In his previous life, she was his second most familiar character from the 2D world, even more familiar than his Shirsho scat hack. He remembered the stunning impression she made when she first appeared and worried about her when she was injured. When she departed, although reluctant, he still wished for her peace. He remembered all her settings, every part of her story, her various incarnations, and class backgrounds. He could proudly say that among the millions of King Arthur fans, few could surpass him. Even now, having crossed over to the Type Moon world and personally interacted with various characters, she still ranked in his top 10 most familiar people. Without her, he would never have become a true moon chef. There was a time when he so dearly wished to meet her, whether as an enemy or as her master. But now, the last person he wanted to see was her, because no matter what class she appeared in, her presence as a servant meant she hadn't found the peace he wished for her. Her appearance proved that his efforts in the Fourth Holy Grail War had failed. Abandoning her human form, this girl shouldering Britain's burdens with her frail shoulders, is her time still frozen on the Hill of Swords? Is she still traveling through different worlds and eras, seeking the Holy Grail? Or, after the Holy Grail War they both participated in, does she still roam in confusion and hesitation, unable to break free from the shackles of the counterforce, ultimately becoming a tragic guardian? Whatever the case, none of these are good endings. His gaze shifted, his expression complex. At this moment, Shinji was neither the ambitious assassin ready to dominate nor the meticulous master plotting strategies. Right now, he was just a moon chef, a King Arthur fan, hoping that this woman, who had dedicated her life to her country and her people, could find a peaceful end, even though this might not be the same, her master. The one being stared at by Shinji was no longer a maiden, but she still couldn't understand why her master was looking at her with such a gaze, part nostalgic, part regretful, and more emotions she couldn't comprehend. Is something wrong? Artoria's slightly bewildered voice brought Shinji back to reality. He sighed and said, "It's nothing, Miss Reika, could you take Jack out to play for a bit? I have some things to discuss with Artoria. Jack, come with Mother, Mother will play hide and seek with you." Reika, who had experienced the ups and downs of life, understood the importance of reading the situation. She took Jack's hand and left the room. "Hide and seek?" Jack asked innocently, tilting her head. "It's a very fun game, Mother will teach you, okay?" Okay, we love Mother the most." Jack hugged Reika's arm and laughed happily. Sometimes a child's happiness is just that simple. It's a pity that the children who make up Jack never experienced it, not even for a day. Once Reika took Jack out and considerately closed the door, Shinji slowly began to speak. "Artoria, I have some questions I need to ask you. Please, you must answer them. Are the answers to these questions very important to you?" "Very important. Extremely important. I understand. I will answer truthfully." Although Artoria was somewhat concerned about her master's strange behavior, she nodded. Her intuition told her that he wouldn't harm her. "Have you ever been to a place called Fuyuki and participated in a Holy Grail War?" As a servant, Artoria is one of the most complex existences in the Type Moon universe. The idea that one individual's various aspects can participate in a Holy Grail War is not unfounded. Counting all the main stories and game characters, there are 8 individuals named Artoria. Excluding 2 comedic characters, there are 6 left, stemming from 3 different potential Artorias. Among these, the Artoria in silver armor in the Lancer class, commonly known as Lancer Artoria, and the Saber class Artoria, commonly known as Saber Artoria, likely represent different possibilities of the same person from different worlds. Though they are the same individual, their experiences and choices differ greatly. Saber Artoria chose the sword as her primary weapon, with both the Avalon and Excalibur having the ability to stabilize her form, thus she remained in her youthful appearance until death. Lancer Artoria, on the other hand, primarily uses the Holy Lance, which lacks the body-stabilizing effect, hence she appears as she does now, more mature. Though both are called Artoria, they are independent, different individuals. Theoretically, Lancer Artoria couldn't have participated in the Holy Grail War. However, Shinji held on to a sliver of hope. He had no fate or connection with Lancer Artoria, and compatibility was out of the question. The only one he had a connection with was Saber Artoria. Saber Artoria did possess a holy lance during her lifetime, although she used it less frequently. Appearing as a lancer isn't impossible. As for the appearance, the summoning of servants is full of infinite possibilities. Any minor incident could cause changes in their spiritual form, especially since summoning a servant as a servant was already an anomaly in itself. Artoria answered without hesitation, "I have." "What class?" "Saber." Shinji's face lit up with joy. His guess was correct. This was indeed the Artoria he was familiar with, just with a different appearance. The relationship between this world and Shinji's world is interconnected. The 2 worlds merge into the same timeline before the Third Holy Grail War. On that timeline, there's a special point where Artoria halts and makes a contract with the counter force. Because the Artoria who halted at the Hill of Swords is still alive, she remembers every summoning experience and doesn't lose the memories of being summoned, unlike typical heroic spirits. Who was the victor of that Holy Grail war? In the end, it was me, though I should have lost the final battle. For the King of Knights, victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. No matter what form she takes, her nobility remains unchanged. And after that? Did your wish come true? Shinji ultimately didn't directly ask the question he was most concerned about, opting for a different approach. It did not come true, because the Holy Grail was already corrupted and no longer had the wish-granting function. So, I destroyed it. As she said this, Artoria's expression was calm, without a trace of regret. And then? Did you continue seeking other Holy Grails and thus respond to my summoning? The tremor in his voice revealed that Shinji was far less calm than he appeared. No. Artoria shook her head. Perhaps you won't believe this, Master, but I no longer pursue the Holy Grail. This time, I responded to the summoning for other reasons. Other reasons? Shinji's heart skipped a beat. If she had stopped pursuing the Holy Grail, she wouldn't be stationed at the Hill of Swords. If she responded to the summoning, it meant she hadn't gone to Avalon to sleep. There was only one answer. You made a contract with the counterforce. Eh? Master, you know. Artoria's face showed clear surprise. Whether in her youthful form or her mature form, her curious expression remained as endearing as ever. I know a bit. That's great. I was just wondering how to explain it to you, Master. Artoria stopped speaking because she saw Shinji's eyes, a mix of resentment and heartache. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Shinji didn't answer, but instead asked, it's tough, isn't it? Being the counter-force's guardian, Aleya's enforcer, constantly killing to protect humanity's survival. Master, you misunderstand. I'm not Aleya's guardian. Artoria's reflexive response made Shinji frown. Not Aleya. Could it be Gaia, the will of the planet? Well, that makes sense. You wield the planet-forged holy sword and the spear of the end that stabilizes the surface. Working for Gaia would be logical. According to the supplementary chapter of Fate/Stay Night, the Garden of Avalon, the contract Artoria made was indeed with Aleya, the collective unconscious of humanity. But it's hard to say for sure since Artoria has deep connections with both of the counter-forces. Working for either wouldn't be surprising. No, Master, you're mistaken. The contract is indeed with Aleya, but I am not a guardian. Then what are you? A watcher. This is my first mission requested by Aleya. What? Instantly, Shinji felt something unexpected was happening. Chapter 336, Artoria's new job. Watcher. Watcher. This one written in English. What's that? From what Shinji knew, the Type Moon universe indeed had a concept of a watcher, originating from Fate/Strange Fake. It was a special class summoned by Sigma, the son of Miyahizo, during a unique Holy Grail war in Snowfield, USA. The abilities and true name of this class were temporarily unknown, but it didn't seem related to the counter-forces employees. So, what's the deal with Artoria being a watcher? Is Aleya just making up new job roles? To Shinji's surprise, his casual remark turned out to be true. The Watcher was indeed a new role created by Aleya. Unlike the enforcers who eliminate threats to humanity's survival, Watchers' work wasn't as bloody and granted much higher autonomy. Their duty, as the name suggests, was to observe and make judgments. There are countless uncertainties in the world. Even Gaia and Aleya, spanning past and future, are far from omniscient. For threats certain to destroy Earth or humanity, the counter-forces can decisively send enforcers to eliminate them, like the so-called apex predator, White Dog or the close combat archer in red. However, for uncertain matters, the counter-force can't make immediate decisions. Generally, they would remain watchful, ready to eliminate threats at the first sign of danger. Recently, though, the counter-force faced a highly unique situation where they couldn't just dispatch enforcers nor could they wait and react. To handle such cases, the new role of Watcher was created. Watchers are special agents of the counter-force, sent to the site of unusual events as its eyes, to observe and make judgments, to remain passive, to intervene, or to eliminate. The selection criteria for Watchers are much stricter than for enforcers. Enforcers only need to be strong and obedient, whereas Watchers must be capable of bearing the heavy responsibilities of the counter-force. Strength and experience are a given, but they must also have a pure character, steadfast in their principles, and unaffected by external influences. Additionally, they need discernment, wisdom, or intuition to judge the situation's developments. According to Artoria, she was chosen due to her skill in partially predicting the future, instinct. This was also why she was dispatched this time. Given the strict selection criteria, the benefits for Watcher are naturally much better than for enforcers. On Alea's side, if guardians are akin to indentured slaves with no rights and subject to exploitation, then watchers are like high-level employees with favorable contracts. No indentured servitude, no endless overtime, the freedom to select tasks, and they receive compensation upon completion. More importantly, Artoria mentioned this was her first mission after signing a 1,500-year contract. She had only taken one mission. Suddenly, Shinji felt sorry for a certain Red Archer. Understanding the nature of the Watcher, Shinji's first reaction was this, and his second reaction was, under such conditions, working for the counter-force didn't seem so bad. Next, he asked his last question. By the way, what kind of existence are you now? Are you like a heroic spirit residing in the throne of heroes? No, I haven't become a heroic spirit. Before you summoned me, I was in Avalon. I see, you haven't become a heroic spirit. Wait, what did you just say? Say it again. Artoria's answer made Shinji doubt his hearing. I said, I haven't become a heroic spirit. Before you summoned me, I was in Avalon. Is there something wrong with that? No, nothing wrong at all, it's perfect, couldn't be better. Confirming that he hadn't misheard, Shinji laughed excitedly, almost maniacally, nearly losing his senses. His wild laughter echoed through the villa from the enclosed room. The mother and daughter, playing hide-and-seek in the living room, raised their heads upon hearing the laughter. Jack said, Daddy's laugh sounds terrible. Reika responded, it does sound terrible, but he seems very happy. Is Mommy happy? Of course, Mommy is happy because she has Jack. Jack is also happy because Jack has Mommy. We wonder why Daddy is so happy. Why was Shinji so happy? It's simple. Because his efforts hadn't been in vain, Artoria had successfully descended from the Hill of Swords and entered Avalon, finding peace. Although he didn't know why she hadn't severed her contract with the counter-force, the role of Watcher seemed quite good, as it allowed him to see her again, the poster girl of the Fate series, the unburdened, genuine, and adorable her. Artoria looked at her master, who was laughing madly in front of her, wanting to say something but remaining silent. It wasn't just Shinji who felt she was familiar, she also felt she had seen Shinji somewhere before. As time passed and their conversation deepened, this sense of familiarity grew stronger. Moreover, she could tell that his laughter, his joy, was for her. So she waited until he had laughed enough before voicing her doubt. Master, have we met somewhere before? Yes, we have. We attended a banquet together and talked about the ways of kings. You weren't like this back then, and neither was I. A banquet, the way of kings, you are. Artoria suddenly felt a bit dazed. This appearance might be more familiar to you. The cloak of Hades covered Shinji's body, changing the color of his hair and eyes. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, Shinji's disguised form was his past life's appearance. This time as assassin, it was the same, except his hair and eyes had been adjusted to the Matou family's deep blue by Justice. Allow me to introduce myself, Shinji Matou at your service, master of assassin Scythe, your former opponent. Long time no see, King of Knights. I'm truly happy that you were able to let go of your obsessions. Artoria's green eyes froze as memories long buried deep in her mind resurfaced, flickering like a revolving lantern before her eyes. For Shinji, only 4 years had passed since that Holy Grail War. But for Artoria, it had been over 1,500 years. That was a dream on the Hill of Swords, a dream that made her frozen time flow once more, a memory as precious as her battles and past with the Knights of the Round Table. Though times change and the world evolves, some things remain undiminished and unforgettable. In that dream, she encountered the Golden Tyrant, the King of Heroes, the Flamboyant Conqueror, the King of Conquerors, the Queen ruling a non-human realm, the Celtic predecessor, Diarmuid of the Love Spot, and her first knight, with whom she resolved mutual heartaches. Among these historic heroes, one person left an exceptionally deep impression on her. He was the most mysterious and peculiar among all the masters. An assassin, yet not engaging in assassination. An enemy, yet repeatedly saving her from peril. He affirmed her way of kingship but denied her wish, planting a seed of clarity in her heart. She distinctly remembered that before the final battle, his servant, the legendary queen, had told her he had done many things for her in secret. She had wanted to ask him clearly, but there was no time, and could only remember his uniqueness in her heart. Now she finally met him again. Long time no see. This time, we are not opponents, but companions. He extended his hand to her, and she took it. P.S. Although a bit sentimental, this writing moved even the author. Ah, Artoria, a big-hearted Artoria. Chapter 337, Artoria's Duty. Shinji is a moon chef, and if measured by his favorability rating, his affection for Artoria is above 80. Artoria, on the other hand, maintains a considerable level of favorability towards Shinji, about 70, due to his different behavior compared to other magus, his remarks during the king's banquet, and Scythe's unintentional influence in the end. With such a foundation, the communication between Shinji and Artoria is exceptionally smooth. The two seemed to hit it off immediately, like old friends who haven't seen each other in years, talking until they lose track of time. They talked about many things. For instance, why is it that despite your body having been solidified by the Excalibur in Avalon, maintaining the form of a 154 centimeters tall girl even in Avalon, you now appear as a 173 centimeters tall mature woman with a chest circumference over 100 centimeters? Answer: it's Merlin's doing. The sword in the stone was Merlin's creation, and solidifying Artoria's body was also his work. He can solidify it, and he can undo it. After receiving the message from the counter-force and before responding to Shinji's summon, Merlin asked Artoria if she wanted to see what she would look like as an adult. Having already shed her kingly duties and no longer needing to disguise herself as a man, and curious about what she would become, Artoria agreed. Thus, Merlin cast a spell on Artoria, temporarily changing her form to what Shinji sees, transforming from the innocent saber who didn't understand human hearts, to the perceptive Lantoria who wore less and less. Incidentally, Artoria's extremely revealing outfit was also Merlin's work, not designed from scratch but modified from saber-class Artoria's inner garment. That inner garment was naturally fitting on a 150 centimeters tall girl, but on a 173 centimeters tall mature woman, it couldn't cover everything. So, Merlin made a few cuts where it couldn't cover, and thus a highly seductive outfit was born. The highly secure, airtight outer armor was also part of this, designed to create a stark contrast and provide the strongest visual impact. Note: a servant's battle attire is woven from their magical energy, so there's no need to worry about armor directly rubbing against the skin. Interestingly, Artoria didn't realize the outfit's impact on men due to her natural innocence in such matters and was quite grateful to Merlin. Shinji, not hesitating to expose this deception of an innocent maiden, righteously declared, "Merlin is indeed an old pervert. If given the chance, I must give him a good beating." This righteous stance earned high praise from Artoria, though she had no idea that this master she deemed good had another half of the sentence left unsaid in his heart. "Though I hate to admit it, Merlin, you old pervert, did a splendid job." For example, what exactly did Shinji do during the Holy Grail War that changed Artoria's fate? Not much, just a bit of talk no jutsu, freeing Lancelot, then having Lancelot do some talk no jutsu, and finally using Gilgamesh's pride to successfully take down this most formidable enemy. As for why Shinji knew so much about Artoria, he directly attributed it to his master, Scythe. Although this ageless, immortal queen resides on the world's outskirts, she can observe what happens in the present world, so it's not surprising she knows anything. However, Shinji didn't deny his efforts. After all, with Scythe's style, if Shinji didn't ask, she wouldn't interfere with others' fates, except when battle fervor and hot-bloodedness take over. Then, Artoria inquired about the fate of Shinji's other servants. During the Holy Grail War, aside from Castor, whom she blasted to death herself, and Assassin, whom she defeated, she hadn't witnessed the deaths of the other servants and could only rely on speculation. Shinji didn't hold back and laid everything out. Lancer d'Armuid died in a fair duel with Scythe. Rider Iskandar died in a one-on-one duel with Archer Gilgamesh. Since Artoria already knew the fates of Archer Gilgamesh and Berserker Lancelot, Shinji detailed that brief yet thrilling battle. When recounting Lancelot being pierced by multiple noble phantasms and still making a desperate final move, his noble phantasm, to take Gilgamesh down with him, Artoria's emotions fluctuated violently, nearly losing control. She admired Lancelot's bravery. She felt proud of Lancelot's loyalty. He was still the Knights of the Lake, the first knight, still the dear friend she knew so well. Once Artoria calmed down, the two, having known each other for a long time, tacitly avoided mentioning the past and shifted the conversation to the present. Shinji asked, "Do you have any wishes you want to fulfill, Artoria?" Artoria shook her head. "No, I have no wishes to entrust to the Holy Grail. This time, I am here merely to fulfill my duty as an observer." "What duty?" "To observe this Holy Grail War. This Holy Grail War has many uncertainties, and my task is to determine whether it poses a significant threat to the planet and humanity. The planet and humanity are both counter-forces paying attention." Shinji's expression subtly changed. Could it be because of his interference as a transmigrator? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent an observer specifically to his side. "Yes," Artoria nodded. "So, Master. Just call me Shinji." "All right, Shinji, I need your help." "How can I help?" "I need to gather information on every master and servant in this Holy Grail War and observe them. I know it's difficult, but I still hope you can lend me a hand." Artoria bowed her head solemnly, completely unaware of how enticing this gesture was in her mature form, especially with the pure white expanse of her chest almost spilling out, making one's thoughts wander. Shinji directed his gaze to the ceiling, avoiding the tempting sight, and softly said, "No need to go through so much trouble. The biggest variable in this Holy Grail War is right in front of you, me." "You?" Artoria lifted her head, her ahogue swaying. "Yes. Since you've made a contract with the counter-force, you should know about the existence of parallel worlds. I know a bit. Artoria, though not dead, had become a being similar to a heroic spirit due to her contract with the counter-force. This Holy Grail War and the Fuyuki Holy Grail War we participated in are different developments of the same Holy Grail War, in parallel worlds. That means I'm not from this world, I come from another world and have intervened in this Holy Grail War, taking the position of the Black Assassin. The true Black Assassin should have been that child you saw. I think the counter-force sensed my presence and sent you to observe me. P.S. When Artoria was young, she still had some admiration for Merlin, but the further it went, the more she found him detestable. By the time of Fate/Grand Order, Artoria looked at Merlin as if he were trash. TSK. PS2. Asking for help while exposing what's needed is common sense. PS3. When people learned about Merlin's existence, they pushed Artoria's Ahog with caution. Do you want Merlin watching a live broadcast? Given Merlin's nature, he would keep his eyes on Artoria the whole time. Then it would be, let's tell a story about a king. On a certain day, in a certain month, in a certain small dark room. Chapter 338, Artoria's Vow. Shinji spoke. He revealed to Artoria the truth about his transmigration and his unique nature. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision to create a big news story, nor was it a desperate move after learning Artoria's identity. It was because this was the best choice. Artoria's character meant she wouldn't lie about such matters. If she said that the two great counter-forces were paying attention to this Holy Grail War, it had to be true. Since the counter-forces were paying attention, Shinji's identity as a transmigrator had surely been known to them. From Artoria's behavior, it seemed the counter-forces hadn't informed her about Shinji's background. But just because they hadn't told her now didn't mean they wouldn't in the future. Even if the counter-forces remained silent from start to finish, the dream exchange between master and servant due to their contract could very well expose Shinji's background. After all, Scathach had directly browsed through Shinji's past life via their contract, and Shinji had glimpsed through Scathach's entire life. In other words, Artoria would eventually learn about Shinji's background. Instead of waiting for it to be exposed later and potentially affecting their relationship, it was better to come clean now and show his openness, which could lower Artoria's guard. Of course, Shinji had another option. Like several masters of Lancer before him, he could command Artoria to commit suicide. But this would be pointless. With the backing of the two great counter-forces, Artoria might not be subject to command seals. Even if she did commit suicide, the counter-forces could send another observer, or worse, deem Shinji a threat and send a guardian to eliminate him. Thus, Shinji made this seemingly foolish choice. Unexpectedly, Artoria's reaction was unusually calm. Aside from a hint of surprise in her emerald eyes and a soft "oh," she simply said, "So, Shinji, you're from a parallel world," with no other reaction. Shinji felt a bit uncomfortable with this kind of Artoria. In his impression, she would react quite strongly to things she disagreed with, even if it involved someone close to her. Why are you reacting like this? I'm uncertain factor, your mission target. Why aren't you nervous at all? No, Shinji, you're mistaken. Artoria's Ahog swayed left and right as if nodding on her behalf. I understand you're an uncertain factor, but you're not my target. Why do you say that? Shinji didn't understand. Artoria countered, it's simple. Do you have the capability to pose a significant threat to humanity or the planet? No, Shinji realized. Indeed, among the beings on Earth, Shinji was quite strong, but compared to the planet itself and all of humanity, he was insignificant. Even if he obtained the Holy Grail, he didn't have the power to alarm the counter-forces. Moreover, he had no intention of harming the planet or humanity. He would certainly stand against anyone who tried. So, you're not my target, Artoria confirmed. Not only that, but you'll also assist me. My intuition tells me so. Thank you for your trust. If it's not me, then who could it be? As Shinji muttered to himself, he pondered. First, he ruled out the Igd Millennia Masters. Neither their strength nor their objectives were noteworthy. So, it had to be someone from the Red faction. There were 7 masters from the Red side. Kairi Sisegu was essentially no different from the Igd Millennia group and could be ignored. The remaining 6 masters, even Shinji, with his deep knowledge and dedication to the series, couldn't remember their names. In Fate/Apocrypha, these 5 masters were tragic characters who only had names and a few lines, with no detailed descriptions. They were slightly better in the anime and manga, where they at least had faces. Although the setting described these 5 as renowned combat magi in the mystic world, they were manipulated by the final master of the Red faction before they could showcase their abilities, rendering them background characters. So, it's the mastermind behind this Holy Grail War, the final master of the Red faction, Kotomine Shiro, or rather, Amakusa Shiro. It's not impossible that he caught the attention of the counter-forces. His wish through the Holy Grail was to save all of humanity, intending to use the Grail to trigger a miracle that would render all of humanity immortal, thereby eliminating war and achieving world peace. He had been plotting this for over 60 years, meticulously preparing and calculating almost every factor. If all went according to plan, humanity would soon be redefined. Although he didn't aim to destroy humanity directly, the act of changing the fundamental nature of human existence carried enormous risks. No one could predict whether humanity would thrive or perish if they became immortal. This uncertainty was enough to alert Alea. Transforming the nature of all humanity would require an unimaginable amount of magical energy, possibly draining the world's ley lines dry. This would have a massive impact on the Earth, likely catching Gaia's attention as well. In Fate/Apocrypha, the protagonist Sieg's ability to thwart Amakusa Shiro was perhaps due to the counter-force's covert assistance. Otherwise, how could a newly created homunculus like Sieg survive countless life-threatening situations and eventually defeat the overwhelmingly powerful Amakusa Shiro? This time, due to his intervention, Sieg's various opportunities were bound to be affected. Thus, the counter-forces changed their strategy, sending Artoria instead, and his assistance to Artoria was also within their calculations. Perhaps even Vlad III's shift from Lancer to Berserker was influenced by the counter-forces to allow Artoria to materialize in the Lancer class. In this class, Artoria might not possess the renowned Excalibur, but she had an even more powerful noble phantasm. This noble phantasm symbolized the protection of humanity, making it perfect for countering Amakusa Shiro, who intended to subvert human nature. With this understanding, everything made sense. But why did he still feel something was off? What other factors had he not considered? Those 5 unnamed masters. Shinji. Have you thought of something? Artoria asked, noticing her master's increasingly furrowed brow. I have some ideas, but they're not fully formed. We should proceed with the Holy Grail War as planned and draw conclusions once we have enough information. Shinji chose not to reveal all his thoughts, as they were based on his knowledge of Fate/Apocrypha, which was hard to explain and not guaranteed to be accurate. However, this wouldn't stop him from making a promise to the Night King he had admired for the past 10 years. Artoria, no matter who your ultimate target is, I will stand by your side and fight alongside you. By the name of a knight, I promise I will help you obtain the Holy Grail. Artoria's expression was solemn. This was the belief of a knight, the vow of a knight, whose firmness and resoluteness overshadowed everything. P.S. If the very nature of human existence is changed, isn't that a subversion of human principles? Chapter 339, Fuyuki City, Mount Enzu. Having made their promises to each other, Shinji and Artoria left the room used for the summoning and began packing their luggage with Rokudo Reika and Jack, preparing for their journey abroad. The spirit transfer technique of Justice could only be used by Shinji, who had tampered with the spiritual artifact beforehand. Rokudo Reika and Jack had to travel to Romania using modern transportation. Artoria could be forcefully teleported to her master's side regardless of distance using Shinji's command spell. However, Shinji was concerned about the safety of Reika and Jack. Moreover, as Artoria was dependent on Reika, they couldn't be too far apart. She didn't possess the skills, independent action, or independent manifestation, making it difficult for her to maintain her existence if she strayed too far from her host. The same rule applied to Shinji, but as an assassin with a B rank, independent action, skill, he could leave Fiori and travel to Japan for a short period. According to Justice's calculations, Shinji could maintain his existence away from his master for up to 2 days as long as he didn't engage in combat. Of course, Shinji wouldn't be away for that long, raising suspicions among the Igmalenia. By 7 p.m. Romanian time, Shinji would use spirit transfer to return to Trifas. Rokudo Reika would enter Romania as a regular traveler through official channels. While packing, Shinji had asked her about this. As a high-class beauty, she occasionally needed to accompany clients on overseas vacations, so having a passport was essential. Her ordinary identity wouldn't arouse the suspicions of the Igmalenia family. Artoria and Jack would smuggle themselves in different forms. Jack, being a servant, could easily turn into spirit form and become invisible to humans. Artoria, not being dead and not a magus like Scathach, couldn't spiritize. To conceal her presence, Shinji lent her the Cloak of Hades. Despite its E rank in the Noble Phantasm system, it was Shinji's most reliable Noble Phantasm. It provided disguise, invisibility, and masked sounds and presence. While it might not reach the exaggerated level of the original helm in Hades' possession, which could fool even titans, the cloak had been crucial in Shinji's survival and success. Without the cloak, Shinji couldn't assume different identities in various situations without exposing himself or the Matou family. Without the cloak, he couldn't evade the senses of numerous experts or various detection magecrafts and barriers, preventing covert operations. Most importantly, without the cloak, Shinji wouldn't dare use noble phantasms so openly. Noble phantasms exuded a mystery far beyond modern magecraft. To any magus, even a novice, the mystical waves emitted by a noble phantasm were as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark, so bright and outstanding. This wasn't a joke or a mere trope, noble phantasms were indeed that noticeable. Only a noble phantasm like the Cloak of Hades could diminish or even mask the presence of other noble phantasms, avoiding suspicion, albeit within a limited area around the cloak. Using something like the thunder of Indra openly would still be impossible, as any magus unfamiliar with servants would perceive it as an ancient secret treasure rather than a crystallized noble phantasm. With the cloak, Artoria could become invisible, bypass security and customs, and board a flight to Romania unnoticed, making her even more covert than Jack. The only drawback was that the cloak couldn't eliminate the physical presence of people or objects. Artoria couldn't phase through walls like Jack and had to follow routes accessible to humans. Shinji had already planned the route, she would go wherever the luggage went. While the cargo hold's conditions were harsher than the passenger cabin, it was no problem for Artoria. As a battle-hardened leader, she had faced worse conditions. A simple cargo hold was trivial. It didn't take long for Rokuta Reika to finish packing, a small suitcase and a handbag, nothing more. As a woman, a beauty, and a professional relying on her looks and body, Shinji had expected her to bring numerous clothes, cosmetics, and skincare products. To his surprise, she only packed a few changes of clothes and minimal daily necessities, traveling light. Shinji had asked her why. She casually smiled and replied, "As you said, it's a battlefield. Although Jack and I won't be on the front lines, there's still danger. The less we carry, the easier it is to move." The calmness in her words and the wisdom behind them made Shinji regard her with newfound respect and dispelled any final doubts he had. It also strengthened his resolve to change Rokuta Reika's fate. Such an extraordinary woman dying in the Holy Grail War would be too great a loss, she deserved a better future. You shouldn't just strive to survive, you should strive to live well. With this thought in mind, Shinji left Rokuta Reika's residence, a villa arranged by Sagara Hayoma, accompanied by 2 adults and 1 child. The villa itself was nothing special, a 2-story building in the style of 1970s Japan. Although somewhat old, its exterior and interior were well maintained. On its own, it wasn't a high-end villa, but its value increased significantly due to its surroundings. This was a mountain villa, set in a serene environment, surrounded by lush greenery. Decades-old shrubs and trees were scattered around, and centennial ancient trees were not hard to find. Walking through the area, one could constantly hear the chirping of birds and the rustling of insects, occasionally spotting wild rabbits and squirrels darting through the forest, an ideal place for leisure and vacation. More importantly, the forest where the villa was located was a spiritual land, suitable for magi to establish workshops and conduct various magical experiments. At a different time, I would say Sagara Hayoma had a good eye. But now, I can only say he was courting death. When he abandoned Tokyo, Shinjuku, and came here to summon a servant, his fate was sealed. Shinji had his reasons for making this judgment. Indeed, this place was remote and sparsely populated, with spiritual veins running beneath it, making it ideal for summoning rituals. However, gains come with losses. The sparse population also meant difficult communication with the outside world. Shinji knew that the phone lines here often malfunctioned and that mobile phones barely received any signal. Because of this, Sagara Hayoma missed a critical emergency message from calls and continued with his original plan to summon an assassin, which ultimately cost him his life. All of this had been part of Shinji's plan. Justice had spent a month using various methods to induce Sagara Hayoma to deviate from his original plan, all to secure the right to summon the last servant and to avoid the Igmalenia's scrutiny. As for why Shinji was southwest familiar with this place, it was simple. Not far from here lay the altar where the Greater Grail had once been buried. Yes, this was Fuyuki City, the birthplace of the Holy Grail War, specifically the mid-slope of Mount Enzu, the finest spiritual land in Fuyuki and the most suitable place in all of Japan for summoning heroic spirits. It was also the place most familiar to Justice. Gazing into the distance at the place where Justice had slumbered for over 120 years, in this world, Shinji turned to Rokuta Reika and said, "Take Jack and Artoria to buy some things. First, get clothes. Unless they're in Akihabara, their current clothes are too conspicuous. Then, get food, enough to fill 2 suitcases, provided it doesn't exceed the airport's maximum allowance. P.S. A low rank for a noble phantasm doesn't mean it's not useful. God Hand is only B rank, Hercules NP, but its practicality surpasses many A-ranked or even EX-ranked noble phantasms. P.S.2. In the Fifth Holy Grail War, Sasaki Kojiro couldn't stray too far from the temple gate. While Artoria is much better off, she still can't be halfway across the globe." Chapter 340, Descending the Mountain. Shinji's request took Reika Rokuta by surprise. "Do you want to buy this much?" "That's right, this is the minimum. There's no upper limit." Shinji then winked at Artoria. "Don't worry, someone will eat all of it. There won't be any waste." "Ugh." Artoria, feeling a bit embarrassed, stammered, "Well, ample food is essential for battle, and it also helps conserve the master's mana." Oh my. Reika glanced at Artoria's flat, tight stomach, a smile playing on her lips. "Miss Reika." Artoria felt her face flush and quickly changed the topic. Shinji, how did you know? Did Queen Scathatch tell you?" "Not really." Shinji chuckled. Because Saber is always hungry, from Carnival Phantasm, he couldn't say that out loud, or he might have to fight Artoria right there. So, Shinji resorted to using the nameless assassin's divine skill, Scapegoat. It was Miss Irisveal who told me. Irisveal. At the mention of this familiar name, a pure white figure appeared in Artoria's emerald green eyes. A white coat, and silver hair, like a princess from a snow country, and she, the knight, vowed to protect the princess. Though their time together was short, it was one of the rare bright spots in Artoria's life. How is Irisveal? And Miss Mia, and Kiritsugu. Artoria held a sense of recognition and respect for Mia Hizo, despite the few words they'd exchanged. She acknowledged Mia as a true warrior. Though not exceptionally strong by human standards, she embodied the warrior spirit of focus, resilience, and sacrifice. Her unwavering loyalty to Kiritsugu earned Artoria's admiration. Her feelings toward her previous master, Kiritsugu Amiya, were more complex. At their first meeting, Kiritsugu left a poor impression on Artoria. His cold demeanor and the complicated emotions he showed towards her being a woman displeased her. It wasn't disdain for women or doubt in her abilities, but a deeper discontent with the entire era. To bestow the throne upon such a young girl, and this girl willingly accepts her fate. When Artoria learned from Irisveal the reasons for Kiritsugu's discontent, she knew she would never get along with him. It was a profound rejection of the entire era and a deep denial of King Arthur, of Artoria herself. Without Irisveal mediating, and without Kiritsugu's grand dream somewhat touching her, they wouldn't have made it to the end. Even at the end, their relationship didn't improve much. Two equally proud individuals never accepted each other. Artoria thought Kiritsugu's methods were unscrupulous, while Kiritsugu thought the so-called chivalry was meaningless. Yet, Artoria still hoped Kiritsugu would have a good ending. Not only because he was the man Irisveal loved, but also due to a certain spiritual similarity between them, though Artoria never realized it. They're all doing well. Irisveal has resolved her issues and is now no different from a normal person. Over the years, she has focused on being a housewife, with her favorite hobby being experimenting with new recipes in the kitchen. Her cooking skills, though, let's just say they're not great. Before I left, I had a meal at their place, and the colorful dishes made my scalp tingle. I still don't know how she managed to make borscht turn purple. Hearing Shinji's complaints, Artoria couldn't help but laugh. Irisveal had often cooked for her, and that purple borscht was one of her specialties. It was amusing to think it hadn't changed over the years. After his wish shattered, Kiritsugu completely let go of his obsession and devoted himself entirely to his family. They settled in the old house in Fuyuki City, the one you stayed in. We brought their daughter Ilia back from the Castle of Winter, and the four of them are living a happy life. Mia Hizo is, of course, with Kiritsugu. But this time, it's not Mia accompanying Kiritsugu, it's Kiritsugu accompanying Mia. You might not know, but Mia has a son who has been missing for a long time. Every now and then, she and Kiritsugu travel to the Middle East to search for him. Before I left, I asked a friend to contact a famous diviner, hoping to find some useful clues. As for Kiritsugu's daughter, Ilia, she has grown a lot and is progressing quickly with her magecraft. Recently, she caught the attention of a big figure and learned a lot from them. She seems to be on her way to becoming a magical girl. What's her special move called? Quintet Fewer. Multi-instrumental saturation bombardment. Something like that. It's quite a mouthful. Your Excalibur is much easier to remember. That's a sword, not a cannon. Artoria corrected Shinji's mistake first and then showed an unusually gentle smile, brightening the mood around them. I see. That makes me feel relieved. Thank you, Shinji, for telling me such good news. It's nothing. I should have told you earlier, but I got carried away talking. It's getting late. Let's head down the mountain. Artoria, you carry Reika, and I'll take Jack. We'll run. The mountain path was deserted. Without a car, they had to rely on their legs to run. Fortunately, Shinji and Artoria's agility was high, and running at full speed was comparable to top-tier sports cars. Reika clung to Artoria's back, gripping her shoulders tightly, afraid of accidentally falling off. Jack, however, was much bolder than her mother. She rode on Shinji's shoulders, laughing and occasionally urging him to run faster. In a flash, they arrived at the residential area at the foot of Mt. Enzu. Here, they could catch a taxi, and it was time for Shinji to leave. Daddy, aren't you coming with us? Jack tugged at Shinji's clothes. In a child's world, it's that simple. They can hate you for a wrong answer and like you if you play with them. I have some things to take care of. Shinji shook his head. What things? Artoria asked. Getting money. I hired you to help, so I need to ensure the logistics are in order and pay Miss Reika the promised reward. As Shinji spoke, his gaze drifted to another place, a place he knew all too well. P.S. Although this story won't branch into the magical girl Ilia timeline, Ilya's opportunities are indispensable. If Kiritsugu is to be a happy man, his whole family must be happy. Chapter 341, Chapter 341, What Red Archer Can Do, I Can Do It Too. Despite being in a different timeline, the Matou family's mansion remained unchanged. The ancient black and blue brick walls, eroded by time, the roof, regularly cleaned but still home to tenacious vines, the layout that blended seamlessly with its surroundings, the Western-style house, distinct from modern architectural trends yet possessing a unique charm. Everything was the same as the house Shinji knew. It seems father is still managing these things, Shinji murmured, standing before the main gate. Since Shinji could remember, it was his father who handled all sorts of affairs. Whether it was business dealings, hiring servants, or maintaining the house, everything was managed by Byakuya Matou. This was why the Matou house looked almost identical in both worlds. But only on the outside. Though he hadn't entered, Shinji was certain that the inside was completely different from the house he was familiar with, not in terms of the specific decor or furnishings, but in the sense of home. In this world, the shadow of the Matou family was still alive, as the founder Zouken Matou had not yet died. In this world, his most cherished family member, his sister Sakura, had not been adopted by the Matou family. The Matou family is still the Matou family, but it's no longer my Matou, my home. Shinji sighed, using the outer wall for leverage, vaulting over the roof, and landing in the backyard. In another world, every morning, he and his sister would exercise in the yard according to their Shirsho's teachings. When there were no scheduled activities, they would each take out a recliner, and brew a pot of tea, whether it was Japanese tea or Western-style black tea depended on Sakura's mood, as Shinji wasn't particular about it. Then they'd each pick up a book and read for the entire afternoon. When tired, they'd cover their faces with the book and take a short nap, enjoying a limited yet blissful, peaceful laziness. In this world, there was also a child, lying on a recliner, engrossed in a book. The boy was so focused on his reading that he didn't notice the unexpected guest's intrusion. The uninvited guest glanced at the book's title page and smiled knowingly. It was one of the Matou family's books, a magical primer handwritten by an ancestor. Both he, his sister Sakura, and his uncle Korea had stepped into the world of magecraft through this book. Being an introductory book, its contents were naturally simple. According to the normal educational system of a magus family, the book's content was only suitable for those under 8 years old. Yet, the boy before him was half again as old, 4 years past the intended age. Why was Shinji so sure? Because this child had deep blue curly hair and deep blue eyes. Every feature, his eyebrows, nose, mouth, and every part of his body, was intimately familiar to Shinji. How could he not recognize his own body? Yes, this was the Shinji Matou of this world, himself from a parallel universe. There was no need for any examination, just from the book in the boy's hands, Shinji knew that, like him originally, this boy's magic circuits were completely sealed due to incompatibility, meaning he wasn't qualified to be a magi and was just an ordinary person. Because of this, he was still reading an introductory book at his age, as he couldn't enter the world of magecraft at all. That's not going to work, Shinji's voice broke the boy's concentration. The boy looked up at the young man who had suddenly appeared in the yard. Who are you? A magus by interest, no, just a passing magus. For some reason, the boy felt the man before him was very familiar. A magus, you're a magus. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement, but he was also uncertain. Which magus? Just like the kind described in the book you're reading. Watch closely. Shinji chuckled. Water. With a single-syllable chant, the moisture in the air gathered into Shinji's hand, forming a water ball. The boy extended a finger and cautiously poked the water ball as if verifying its authenticity. Do you believe me now? Shinji asked. Yes, yes. The boy nodded repeatedly. Can you teach me magecraft? I want to learn, but I just can't seem to get it right. Why do you still want to learn it then? Because our Matou family is a family of magus, a special existence. Although Grandpa says I don't have the qualities of a magi and can't learn magecraft, I am the heir of the Matou family. I believe I am special. I must learn magecraft, and even if I can't, I want to at least remember it. The boy's face was full of determination, a belief deeply ingrained in his heart since childhood, never changing. If you become a magus, what do you want to do? Well. The boy lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, I want to read all the books in our library and recreate all those spells. And after that? Haven't thought about it. I can't even sense mana right now. The boy's expression darkened. Even so, you still want to persist. Shinji's voice carried a certain inexplicable tone. Yes. The boy was unwavering. Even if it's a lifetime of futility. Even if it wastes your entire life. Yes. Remember what you said today, remember how you feel right now, and never forget it, especially after you become a magus. Hearing Shinji's words, the boy was stunned. Can I become a magus? You can. But Grandpa. Forget that old fossil. He's outdated. If I say you can, Shinji declared with certainty. What should I do? The boy asked, skeptical yet hopeful. Take off your shirt. Huh. Huh, what? Just take it off. Stop being so hesitant like an old woman. Oh. The boy began removing his jacket. Should I take it all off? Take it all off. And then? Then I will unblock your sealed magic circuits, Shinji explained. You were right about one thing, you are indeed different from ordinary people. Ordinary people don't have magic circuits, but you do, 32 in total. Their quality and quantity are quite good. Although not top tier, they can still be considered first class. However, your magic circuits have been solidified and sealed for some reason, which is why you can't generate mana. Once the magic circuits are unblocked, can I become a magus? The boy asked excitedly. You're on the right track, but there's still a long way to go. It's better than having no hope at all. Lie down on the chair and don't move. I'll unblock your magic circuits now. With a wave of Shinji's hand, the boy obediently lay down without moving. Shinji continued, the process of unblocking your magic circuits will be very painful, so painful that you'll want to die. But no matter how much it hurts, you must endure it. The first step in learning magecraft is to recognize death. If you can't get through this, you might as well give up on becoming a magus. Do you understand? I understand. I'll endure it because I am the heir of the Matou family. I am Matou Shinji. Good, that's the spirit. Let's get started. The older version of Shinji Matou laughed heartily and struck the boy's chest with his palm. The mana stored in his servant's body surged into the boy's body like a tidal wave. P.S. This isn't about glorifying the original Shinji. Shinji's pursuit of magecraft was indeed sincere. He had been searching for books and recording magecraft he couldn't use since childhood, although the initial reason was that he considered himself special and superior. PS2, title explanation, Red Archer, that is, Heroic Spirit Amiya in Fate/Stay Night, passed his experience directly to Shiro Amiya in the UBW route, helping him cheat the system. Similarly, Shinji is helping his parallel self cheat the system. Chapter 342, Unlocking Magic Circuits for Myself. What Shinji needed to do could be summarized in one sentence: give his counterpart in this world a cheat, or rather, unlock his magic circuits. Although technically, the Shinji from this world and the Shinji standing here were not the same individual, facing someone who looked identical, shared the same background, had the same body, and even similar experiences and thoughts, how could he truly treat the other as a stranger? If Shinji in this world had a happy and fulfilling life without needing external intervention, Shinji would have just taken a look and quietly left. But, this world's Matou family was even more in decline than the one Shinji came from, and the Shinji here had an even stronger determination to pursue magecraft. Seeing himself in such a state, Shinji couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Just as Justice had given him an opportunity for a new future, he wanted to give himself in this world a chance to walk a different path. Thus, the scene was set, the older Shinji helping the younger Shinji to unlock his magic circuits. Any magus with a bit of knowledge about the mystic world would know that unlocking completely sealed magic circuits is a thankless and laborious task. It not only requires consuming a huge amount of mana. If we compare a normal magus's mana to a common vehicle engine, the mana required to unlock sealed magic circuits would be like a nuclear reactor, but also involves great risk. The output of a nuclear reactor is not something an ordinary vehicle can withstand, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Such a tremendous cost is something even ancient magus families might not be able to bear, let alone for an uncertain future magus. It seems an endeavor not worth the investment, something only a desperate person like Justice would be willing to gamble on. However, Shinji had no such concerns. The enormous mana consumption for unlocking sealed circuits is largely wasted due to the lack of understanding of the target magic circuits, necessitating repeated trials to find the correct path. But Shinji was different, his target was himself from another world with identical magic circuits. He didn't even need to think, he could instinctively find the correct path. Moreover, since it was his magic circuits, he knew their limits well, eliminating worries about excessive output causing harm to the body or rejection issues from foreign mana, thereby maximizing efficiency. As for the nuclear reactor level output, it was no problem for Shinji with his servant body. A servant's body is inherently composed of mana, and Shinji knew how to release mana, as a skill, capable of momentarily unleashing maximum output comparable to Justice using the Greater Grail. In other words, only Matou Shinji who had become a servant could single-handedly and safely undertake the project of unlocking the magic circuits for his counterpart in another world. While the project sounded complex in explanation, it didn't take much time in practice. A vast amount of mana, continuously and intensely, flushed through the boy's magic circuits, breaking through the innate seals one by one, bringing immense pain to the boy. To describe it, it felt like a heavy hammer striking his body every second, causing swelling all over while keeping him consciously aware of the pain. Surprisingly, this world's Shinji showed remarkable determination. Despite enduring such extreme pain, he merely clenched his teeth and didn't utter a sound, even though he was drenched in cold sweat and his veins bulged, even biting his lips until they bled. The decline of the Matou family has forged your will. Excellent. To achieve greatness, one must not only have extraordinary talent but also indomitable will. With such willpower, the future mystic world will surely have a place for you. Shinji highly praised this perseverance. Judging by willpower alone, the boy's performance surpassed his own back in the day. Amidst Shinji's laughter, his stored mana rapidly depleted, reducing his time in the present world from the original 2 days to less than half a day. But this sacrifice brought enough reward. All 32 magic circuits were fully unlocked. As Shinji withdrew his hand, the boy lost consciousness simultaneously. He had already reached his limit, barely holding on, and with the pain gone, he finally let go. Draping a coat over the boy and using the remaining mana to inscribe an "I was" rune on his forehead, Shinji shifted his gaze from the boy to the corner connecting the courtyard and the house. Sleep, sleep. When you wake up, the world will be different, and so will your life, don't you think so, Zouken Matou? A gaunt, large-headed, small-bodied old man, resembling an alien, hobbled out of the shadows with a cane. His appearance was unforgettable, just like the Zouken Matou Shinji had killed in another world. Zouken bowed shakily to Shinji. Thank you, young man, for your great kindness to Shinji and the Matou family. Spare me the useless formalities. I did this because I find the boy pleasing, not because of you or the Matou family. Shinji snorted coldly, his long-standing aversion to Zouken Matou ensuring he wouldn't show any kindness. Shinji is, after all, my grandson. As his grandfather, it's only right for me to express my gratitude. The old man's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unbothered by Shinji's rude attitude. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. The Matou family will do everything in its power to meet your demands. Shinji narrowed his eyes, hinting at something. Do everything in your power. When did the illustrious founder of the 3 families, the Magus Makiri Zolgen, become so accommodating? Zouken's old face finally showed a reaction. To be honest, young man, ever since the Greater Grail was taken, I should have died. But I couldn't let go of the declining Matou family and wanted to see what would become of the Greater Grail, so I've been clinging to life until now. Currently, I'm just an old man not much stronger than an ordinary person, as fragile as a bug before you. Shinji expanded his perception to the fullest, locking onto the old man before him without restraint. More than 60 years have passed, and your injuries haven't healed at all. Your insect magecraft may be lacking in other areas, but in terms of healing and prolonging life, it's world-class. Young man, you flatter me, Zouken responded, still unruffled, his demeanor as lowly as ever, though there was a hint of wistfulness in his words. But as you said, my physical injuries don't concern me. My wounds are on the soul. The Magus who took the Greater Grail was adept in soul magecraft and left me with irreparable damage. Since then, I've been little more than a cripple. Chapter 343, Withdrawing Money. The event of the Greater Grail being taken completely altered the fate of the 3 families. The Einsburns broke their self-imposed isolation and began actively engaging with the outside world. The Tosaka family abandoned their pursuit of the route through the Holy Grail and instead returned to the path of their founder, Tosaka Nagato, focusing on gemstone magecraft and Bachiquan. As for the Matou family, they gradually declined due to Zouken Matou's serious injury, which left him incapacitated. Although the identity of the Magus who dealt the decisive blow to Zouken was not explicitly stated, combining Zouken's words with Shinji's analysis, it wasn't hard to guess who it was: Darnik, the current head of the Igmalenia family and the orchestrator of the plan to seize the Greater Grail during World War II. If Shinji remembered correctly, this individual, like Zouken, was adept at extending life. The difference was that Zouken relied on replacing his body, while Darnik's magecraft involved consuming souls. Compared to Zouken, who could not resist the erosion of his soul over time, leading to increasingly unusable bodies, Darnik had no such concerns. His appearance hadn't changed in over 60 years, and his body maintained the functions of its prime. However, his magecraft was even more dangerous than Zouken's. Aside from the zero tolerance for error, which could instantly result in death, there was also the issue of compatibility between the body and soul. When pure souls mixed with others, the match became less perfect. Moreover, a significant problem was that Darnik's personality was gradually deteriorating. The soul is a very mysterious realm. Even a newborn baby isn't a complete blank slate, it's just that its sense of self is weaker compared to an adult, making it easier to consume. However, no matter how weak this self is, it still erodes Darnik's personality. Over time, Darnik would inevitably turn into someone else named Darnik Priestone Igmalenia. Even if he retained his memories and had a complete record of all details, he would no longer be his original self. Immortality ultimately violates the natural order and is a taboo that can only be truly resisted by miracles, or rather, magic. Of course, Shinji was still young and hadn't thought about extending his own life. The primary reason he was willing to meet with Zouken was to assess the latter's condition and determine whether this old worm would pose a threat to the Shinji of this world. As long as this decrepit old worm showed any hint of coveting his other self, Shinji would mercilessly eliminate him. Even if Zouken were at his peak and Shinji's mana was reduced to less than 1/10, he was confident he could kill Zouken. And if anything unexpected happened, he still had Artoria as a trump card. Considering the Night King's personality, she wouldn't hesitate to slay a villain like Zouken. The initial assessment left Shinji mostly satisfied. The old worm, who could no longer rise, seemed genuinely devoid of his former ambition, simply hiding in his lair and quietly awaiting his end. The atmosphere in the house, though filled with the dusk of old age, was not nauseating, which strongly supported this judgment. Shinji could never forget the oppressive and sickening feeling of the Matou house when Zouken was still alive in another world. However, Shinji didn't let his guard down. He knew that in terms of scheming and playing tricks, he was far inferior to this 500-year-old worm. To ensure his safety in this world, he needed an additional guarantee. You said earlier that I could make any request. Yes, as long as the Matou family can fulfill it. Zouken nodded and quickly showed a bitter smile, making his already unsightly old face even more unpleasant. That said, the Matou family doesn't have much capability left. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Shinji responded with a smile, though to Zouken, it looked entirely out of place. Please, sir, go ahead. The Matou family has declined in magecraft but has made quite a bit of progress in the mundane world. Just so happens that my master is a bit short on cash recently and urgently needs some money. How about a few $1,000,000? That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Since Zouken was incapacitated, unlike in another timeline where he monopolized the family's power, the Matou family's affairs were now mainly managed by Matou Byakuya. Byakuya's commercial talents were fully realized, making him wealthier in this world than in the other world. And this was the withdrawing money Shinji mentioned. This was precisely what Shinji meant when he told Artoria and the others about withdrawing money. In this world, Shinji had no foundation and therefore no money. Yet, he needed a substantial amount for his plans. Thus, he set his sights on the Matou family, the natives he was most familiar with in this world. Although a few $1,000,000 is a considerable amount, the Matou family can afford it. When do you need it? Zouken's response greatly satisfied Shinji. As soon as possible. Open an account in Shinji's name at a Swiss bank and set the password to his birthday. I'll contact Byakuya right away. Zouken left the backyard and returned 5 minutes later. There is an account in Shinji's name at the Swiss bank, with $1.2 million in it. If that's not enough, I'll have Byakuya add more. No need, that's plenty. Shinji waved his hand, having anticipated this answer. In another world, there was a similar account at a Swiss bank, holding funds for Shinji's travels abroad. Regardless of the era, the Matou family's boys always spent more time away from home than at home. The second matter, ultimately, I am a servant and merely a passing guest in this world. I cannot teach this child anything. Therefore, I need you, the great magus, to take on this task. Train him to become a top-notch magus. Shinji is my grandson, I will certainly do my utmost. Rest assured, young man. This time, Zouken's response did not satisfy Shinji. Shaking his head, Shinji said. Not enough, it's not enough, honestly, I don't trust a magus' promises, especially not from someone like you who would do anything to stay alive. I'm afraid that once I'm gone, you'll covet his body. I need something more concrete. What kind of guarantee? A contract of Geis. Zouken's already narrow pupils became even narrower. Shinji squinted his eyes in response, meeting Zouken's gaze head-on. If you truly intend to train him, signing or not signing makes no difference. But if you're just trying to placate me, well, I'm not a famous heroic spirit, but dealing with you would be a piece of cake. Before he finished speaking, Shinji's left arm glowed with a golden light, a radiance that made Zouken feel a lethal threat. Before crossing into this world, Shinji had completed his integration with the relics, formally inheriting the Buddha bone relic. This inheritance was etched into his soul and merged into his servant's body by Justice, granting Shinji an extraordinary physique and a natural restraint against demons and monsters. Zouken, having turned into a worm, was undoubtedly a monster. Now, give me an answer, sign or not. You truly go to great lengths for Shinji. Fine, I will sign. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, Zouken had no choice but to agree. However, the Matou family does not have the parchment for writing a Geis. Could you grant me 2 days? No need. Just because the Matou family doesn't have it doesn't mean the Tosaka family doesn't. I'll fetch it right away. Shinji left Zouken no chance to stall. In the meantime, I'll have someone keep an eye on you. Saying this, Shinji reached out through their contract to contact Artoria. Where are you? McDonald's. You really are something. Never mind, I'm sorry to disturb you while you're eating, but I need your help. It's not dangerous, just urgent. Get to me as quickly as possible and bring 10 burgers. They're not for me, I'm worried you didn't have enough to eat. You can keep eating when you get here. As if I don't know how much your bottomless stomach can hold. Chapter 344, Chapter 344, The Devilish Muscles Rin and the Forklift Lady Luvia. As Magus families established were during the same period, the Matou family's Western-style house had seen little change, and the same could be said for the Tosaka family. Compared to the Matou family's overall dark and oppressive atmosphere, the red walls and white tiles of the Tosaka family were much more pleasing to the eye, and the entire family exuded vitality. The Tosaka family had been established for 200 years, far from the 500-year mark where Magus families usually start to decline, and was currently in a golden age of ascension. The family head, Tosaka Tokiomi, although not exceptionally gifted, had become a first-rate magus through his efforts and was quite renowned even at the Clock Tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association. His daughter, Tosaka Rin, was even more extraordinary. At only 12 years old, she was already a leading figure among Japan's youth, her reputation in the mystical world rivaling that of Ryugi Shiki from the Ryugi family and Akiha Tano from the Tano family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a prodigy. Recently, however, this prodigy had encountered a rival, one who matched her in every aspect. Rin's magecraft, inherited from the famous Old Man of the Jewel, was renowned in the magical world. But this rival also excelled in gemstone magecraft, and her inheritance and skill were no less impressive than Rin's. Moreover, Rin's other trump card, Bajiquin, which she had diligently practiced since childhood and in which she had considerable proficiency, did not give her any advantage in their confrontations. Her opponent, too, had practiced martial arts from a young age, and her mastery of English wrestling had given Rin quite a few setbacks. From that moment on, Rin regarded this person as a formidable rival, an obstacle she had to overcome. This rival was also a girl, about Rin's age. She wore a striking blue dress that evoked the sky, her blonde hair styled in ringlets with a matching blue ribbon, and her eyes were like amber gems. Most striking of all was her beauty, which, though different in style from Rin's, was no less enchanting. The girl's name was Luvia Edelfelt, known by many titles such as Finland's Star of Tomorrow, the Arena's Hyena, and the Gentle Crane. She was the daughter and heir of the prestigious Edelfelt family, a renowned magus house in Finland. The Edelfelt family, based in the Lake Country of Finland, had risen to prominence through the plundering of mystical secrets and magical artifacts. Their family motto was, "Nobles should be like mercenaries." Wherever there was something valuable, they would be there among the contenders, earning them mixed reputations in the magical world. Some called this family the nouveau riche of the Renaissance, shamelessly meddling in the world's conflicts to snatch magical treasures, leading to the nickname, the world's most elegant hyenas. From the Edelfelt family's perspective, however, the problem lay with those who couldn't guard their secrets to the end. They believed that they were the ones who could properly manage and utilize these secrets, hence their title, the scales that weigh oars. TL, the reason why Luvia is the perfect vessel for Astrea. The previous head of the Edelfelt family, a pair of twin sisters, had participated in the Third Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City. During the war, the sisters turned against each other, resulting in the younger sister's death and the elder sister's survival. Rumors suggested that the younger sister's death was due to their conflict. Because of this, Luvia had despised the Tosaka family from a young age and harbored considerable animosity towards the Japanese, believing that their pursuit of advanced technology left them far behind in understanding the mystical. Having mastered her skills, Luvia came seeking trouble. It was expected that when Finland's Star of Tomorrow met Japan's prodigy, the sparks would be intense, practically igniting a heavenly thunder and earthly fire. For the next few days, these two girls, destined to amaze the magical world, fought fiercely every day. Due to the frequency and intensity of the battles, Tosaka Tokiomi had to move their battlefield from the Tosaka family workshop to the backyard. Continuing in the workshop would have severely damaged the building's structure. One day, the two girls started arguing over some trivial matter, which eventually escalated into a physical fight. On the pitted ground, gemstones flew through the air, their brilliance dazzling, and various magical attributes erupted like a fireworks display. Amidst the fireworks, two figures, one red and one blue, dashed about, their fists and feet clashing, neither giving an inch. The red figure moved with agile steps, her every motion exuding a dominance that belied her slender frame. She executed techniques one after another, small frame, big and small pigua palm, 8 vajra stances, and 6 great openings, like a storm. Such an onslaught could break through even concrete walls, let alone a person. However, the blue figure withstood it. Not only did she withstand it, but she also counterattacked in the gaps between the moves. Training the England original Lancashire style of martial combat, which is quite similar to pro wrestling, and received the nicknames of Hunting Dog of the Ring and the Forklift Lady for it, had forged Luvia's strong physique. Her elemental attribute, the most solid of the 5 great elements, was earth, which allowed her to stand firm against Rin's violent attacks. A well-timed grapple and throw inflicted as much damage on Rin as Rin's continuous strikes did on Luvia. Rin's mother, Tosaka Aoi, watched from a distance, her hands unconsciously clenched. Rin's father, Tosaka Tokiomi, patted his wife's shoulder, indicating she needn't worry. He not only did not oppose the fights between his daughter and Luvia but welcomed them. Both magecraft and martial arts require ample tempering, and Luvia was the perfect whetstone for Rin. Beside Tokiomi and Aoi was another girl, slightly younger than Rin and Luvia, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her green eyes darted between Rin and Luvia, her delicate and quiet face full of concern. She was Tokiomi and Aoi's younger daughter, named Sakura. However, she did not bear the Tosaka surname, nor her mother's maiden name, Zenju. She bore the Edelfelt surname. According to the rules of the magical world, the Tosaka family's magic crest could only be passed to one person, the eldest daughter Rin. To not waste the younger daughter's talent, Tokiomi had Sakura adopted by the Edelfelt family. The Edelfelt family's magical trait was sisters. Generally, Magus avoids having multiple inheritors in their family line, but the Edelfelts went against this, always having 2 inheritors, which is why they are called the Scales. Originally, the Edelfelt family had 2 inheritors, but Luvia's sister was too frail to endure magical and physical training. To balance the scales, the Edelfelts brought in Sakura, whose talent was no less than Luvia's. It's worth mentioning that although Luvia disliked the Tosaka family and was not fond of the Japanese, she was very fond of her adopted sister Sakura, caring for her as much as her biological sister. Sakura also adored this older sister. In other words, both the red and blue figures fighting were Sakura's sisters, both of whom she cared for deeply. This left Sakura feeling very confused and troubled. Why can't my sisters get along, she wondered aloud. Perhaps it's because similar personalities tend to clash, someone answered. P.S. Luvia's body is indeed tough. Rin's strikes even hit her medulla oblongata, but Luvia remained unaffected. Chapter 345, I am a master. Perhaps it's because similar personalities tend to clash. A gentle voice sounded in Sakura's ear. Following the voice, she discovered that at some point, another person had appeared beside her. Sakura was sure she had never seen this man before, but his deep blue eyes gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Before Sakura could speak, Tosaka Tokiomi had already stepped forward, pulling Sakura and Aoi behind him protectively. Who are you? The man who had suddenly appeared was, of course, Shinji. He silently gave Tokiomi an evaluation in his heart before speaking. Just passing by. I sensed a magical fluctuation and came to check it out. Tokiomi's eyes instantly became sharp. Although they had moved the battlefield from the workshop to the backyard, it didn't mean there were no defenses in the backyard. Not to mention, the bounded field reinforced countless times by the Tosaka family's 5 generations of heads couldn't possibly allow even the slightest bit of magical fluctuation to escape. Moreover, this backyard was specially designed as a training ground for magecraft battles, with other arrangements in place. In other words, this uninvited guest in front of them was lying, and it was a completely insincere lie. Tokiomi's gaze did not change Shinji's calm demeanor. Don't look at me like that. I mean no harm. Even if I did, there's nothing you could do. Tokiomi's face showed clear anger. What, you don't believe me? Shinji raised his right eyebrow. The next second, he appeared directly in front of Tokiomi, slapping him to the ground with one palm. Tokiomi struggled to stand up but found himself unable to move. The commands from his brain were blocked by an invisible force as they passed through his spinal cord, unable to reach the rest of his body. The only part he could control was his head. At this moment, Tokiomi had lost his intimidating aura, replaced by fear and confusion. Fast, it was too fast. He only saw the young man disappear from his original spot, and before he could react, he was already on the ground. He had no idea what had happened in between. Even more exaggerated, this young man had no magical fluctuations around him, meaning he hadn't used any magecraft. He had completely overwhelmed Tokiomi with just his physical skills, giving Tokiomi unprecedented pressure. Shinji leisurely squatted down, smiling at the now sweating Tokiomi. Do you believe me now? Tokiomi remained silent. He didn't speak, and Shinji didn't mind. He looked up at Aoi and Sakura, the mother and daughter. The mother, who couldn't even truss a chicken, held her daughter in her arms. Though her face was pale, she resolutely met Shinji's gaze. Little did she know, this gaze, unique to a virtuous wife and loving mother, was one of the main reasons Shinji had dealt with Tokiomi so harshly. He could have demonstrated his power in other ways, but he chose the most objectionable method of overpowering Tokiomi directly because of Aoi Tosaka. Despite the world line changing, the Tosaka family giving up their pursuit of the Holy Grail, and the Matou family no longer being so sinister, some things hadn't changed. Makiri still had a childhood crush on the eldest daughter of the Zenju family, Aoi. Tokiomi still saw Aoi's excellence as a mother for Magi, and Aoi ultimately chose Tokiomi over Kiriya, giving birth to 2 adorable daughters, Rin, who was currently in a fierce battle with Luvia and completely unaware of what was happening, and Sakura, who was staring wide-eyed at Shinji from her mother's arms. Makiri's fate also hadn't changed. He left the Matou family and became a journalist, silently protecting the woman he loved from the shadows. Shinji knew that Tokiomi was exceptional, and Korea's fate as a loser was largely his own doing, with no one else to blame. He also knew that without this outcome, Rin and Sakura wouldn't exist. However, he still felt displeased with this result, so he decided to teach Tokiomi a lesson. Of course, his anger was directed solely at Tokiomi. He held Aoi, an excellent wife and mother, in high regard, and Sakura had a unique and irreplaceable place in his heart. "Madam, don't worry. Your husband is not hurt, he just can't move temporarily. He'll be fine in a few minutes." "Really?" Tosaka Aoi asked, half believing. "Of course, I have no reason to lie. Perhaps in your eyes, the Tosaka family is formidable, but to me, it's nothing special. The jewel magecraft passed down from the old jewelman is indeed one of the world's finest legacies, but it's a pity that no one in the Tosaka family over 5 generations has truly grasped its essence. Apart from your ancestor Tosaka Nagato, who made a name for himself, no one else in your family has even touched the threshold. You're sitting on a treasure mountain without knowing it, how do you expect us to take you seriously?" Shinji sighed, a bit of showing off, but his words were entirely true. This was a lament Zelrich had expressed when teaching Rin, given her outstanding talent and the Tosaka family's 5 generations of unworthy ancestors. Cold sweat dripped even more from Tokiomi's forehead. Aoi and Sakura didn't understand the significance of these words, but he did. The mere title of Old Man of the Jewel was enough to indicate the young man's extraordinary background. Ask anyone in the entire mystical world, how many dare to call the second magic user Old Jewelman? "May I ask who you are, young man?" Seeing Tokiomi's expression, Shinji knew he had misunderstood, thinking of him as some old monster similar to Zelrich. Tokiomi was ultimately not Matou Zouken and couldn't see through the assassin class skill, presence concealment. Of course, this also had to do with Shinji's presence concealment being only at level D. If it were a real Hassan, even the old worm's sharp eyes wouldn't help. Shinji didn't bother to correct this misunderstanding. "I'm nobody, just a passerby. It's rare to see 3 exceptional talents gathered here, so I came to take a look. You don't need to worry about me. Once I've seen enough, I'll leave." "Why yes," Tokiomi stammered, nodding obediently. He had noble manners, but it depended on who he was facing. "All right, stop lying on the ground. Your paralysis should be wearing off. Stand up. If you had the martial skills of Tosaka Nagato or your mentor Kotomine Risei, you wouldn't have been unable to block even one move." Shinji decided to maintain his high and mighty act. The descendants are unworthy, a disgrace to the ancestors. Tokiomi lowered his head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. "Your attitude is not bad. Since you know you're unworthy, you should continue to work hard. Your determination is commendable. As for magecraft, I'm not familiar with jewel magecraft, so I can't say. But in martial arts, if you persevere, you might reach the seeking the way realm in your lifetime. Thank you for your guidance." Tokiomi bowed deeply. Shinji shook his head. "Your etiquette is incorrect. You should use the martial arts salute." Tokiomi immediately corrected himself, clasping his hands in a fist-in-palm salute. "That's better." "Yes." Shinji nodded in satisfaction and then ignored Tokiomi, waving at Sakura, who was still in her mother's arms. Chapter 346, Are You Willing? "Sakura-chan, come here." Hearing Shinji's call, Sakura glanced timidly at her mother and then at her father. Seeing no objection from her father, she cautiously walked over. Seeing the girl's cautious demeanor, Shinji felt somewhat helpless. She was no longer his sister, her hair and eyes no longer that familiar shade of purple. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a monster that eats people." Shinji tried hard to make his smile more friendly. The girl blinked, and the tension on her face eased a bit. Shinji secretly breathed a sigh of relief and spoke gently, "Let's continue our previous conversation. You asked why your sisters can't get along." Yes, sir, you said it was because of the similar personalities tend to clash." Talking about this topic immediately drew Sakura's attention. "Don't call me sir, it makes me sound old. Just call me brother, I'm younger than your dad." The moment he said this, Tokiomi's expression became strange. He thought, "You hold yourself so high before me, but act like this with Sakura. Could it be that this guy has some special fetish, or does he just like to act young?" Regardless of the reason, Tokiomi didn't dare to refuse before Shinji showed any malice. This time, however, Sakura didn't seek her biological parents' approval. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and finally called out softly, "Brother." Hearing this familiar address, Shinji squinted his eyes, as if he had returned to his world. He reached out, intending to stroke his sister's long hair as he used to. "Good girl, Sakura-chan." Unfortunately, this world was not the world he was born in, and Sakura was not his sister. The girl instinctively took 2 steps back, like a frightened little rabbit. Shinji awkwardly retracted his hand and touched his nose. This scene made Tokiomi even more puzzled, but it reassured Aoi. With a woman's intuition, she could feel that the mysterious young man of unknown origin genuinely cared for Sakura. Let's continue about the similar personalities tend to clash. With your attentiveness, you must have noticed that your 2 sisters are very alike, not in appearance, but in personality. Yes. Sakura nodded. This was one of the reasons she got along so well with Luvia. Your 2 sisters are both strong, independent, competitive, and not straightforward. They both have sharp tongues. I can irresponsibly predict that there must have been moments when they acknowledged each other in their hearts but refused to admit it verbally. If you exposed them, they would shake their heads, wave their pigtails, and keep saying, "No way, no way, no way." Shinji spoke while watching the 2 girls, who were almost in a catfight state, with an increasingly cheerful smile. Yes, yes, it's exactly like brother said. Sakura admired Shinji greatly. How do you know, brother? Shinji, of course, wouldn't mention that these 2 would be punished by the clock tower many times in the future for their quarrels. Even without such facts, he could make this judgment. He had seen enough tsunderas, like Shana, Asuka, and Louise. It's simple. Their personalities are typical tsundere. It's strange if 2 tsunderas don't have these kinds of conflicts. If they were as sensible as you, it wouldn't be like this. No, no, I'm far behind my sisters. Sakura smiled shyly. No need to be modest about this. In terms of being sensible and understanding the big picture, they're not as good as you. Your mother's Yamato Nadeshiko-style education and the Edelfelt family's noble lady education, they only learned the surface, while you grasped the essence. To put it plainly, their obedience, sensibility, elegance, and nobility are all an act, whereas yours is genuine. Sakura knew Shinji's evaluation was true in her heart, but since her sisters were still her sisters, she wouldn't admit it in front of outsiders. Shinji continued, I'm not saying their personalities are problematic. This kind of personality, though deviating from a lady or Yamato Nadeshiko, is more suited to the harsh world of magecraft. In this regard, you're not as strong as they are. I guess they noticed this and thought they should protect you, each believing they were the best person to do so, which led to their conflicts. Is that so? Sakura, being only 11 years old, couldn't fully understand Shinji's words. Don't believe me. You can ask your mother. Sakura turned to look at Aoi, who nodded helplessly. She didn't understand why Shinji was being so blunt. In my opinion, they'll continue like this, acknowledging each other in their hearts but not verbally, arguing whenever they meet, escalating to fights. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Well, from a personal growth perspective, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. A worthy rival is both a pressure and a motivation. However, their personalities are too impulsive. When you see them fighting with red eyes, disregarding everything, it's easy for problems to arise. Whether it's causing harm to those around them or hurting each other, it's not a good thing, right? Shinji wasn't the only one who noticed this, Tokiomi did too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing by, ready to intervene if necessary. Then, what should we do? Sakura asked worriedly. This was the question Shinji was waiting for. At times like this, someone needs to calm them down, and you are the best person for the job. Me. Yes, you. Shinji affirmed. With your sister's talent and diligence, they will surpass your father and the elders of the Edelfelt family within 10 years at most. Moreover, the elders can't look after them forever, but you can. I can't. I'm not as outstanding as my sisters. No, you can. Shinji, in contrast to his earlier gentle demeanor, pressed Sakura with urgency. Rin Tosaka has 40 main magic circuits, 30 auxiliary magic circuits, and possesses all 5 elements, earth, water, fire, wind, and void. Luvia Edelfelt has over 100 magic circuits and the earth attribute. By Magus standards, they are among the top 100 of their generation, indeed excellent. But you are no less impressive. You have 42 main magic circuits, 24 auxiliary magic circuits, and the imaginary number element. You too are among the top 100 of your generation. You lack confidence and are too timid, which is why your sisters worry about you. Do you understand? Answer me, Sakura-chan. Do you want things to continue like this? Do you want to watch your sisters fight until they're covered in wounds, while you can do nothing? Do you want to live your whole life under your sister's wings? Shinji's imposing demeanor frightened Sakura, making her shrink back. I. Raise your head, look at me, and answer my question, are you willing? Despite feeling a bit sorry, Shinji increased the pressure. Chapter 347, no matter which world it is, I hope you can have a bright future. Sakura is good in every way, except that she lacks confidence and is too unassertive. In that other world, under the shadow of Zouken, the subtle influence of Scat Hack, and the stimulus of Shinji's injury, Sakura had grown increasingly strong-willed. But in this world, she is too well protected by her two sisters, and her inner strength is insufficient. Such a personality is ill-suited for the harsh world of magecraft. Her innate talent destined her to be associated with mysteries, and she couldn't escape it. To avoid being consumed by these mysteries, she must become strong, not just in body, but in spirit. Only then can she have a bright future. This was Shinji's true purpose in saying these things. Even if we can't be family in this world, even if you don't know me in this world, even if I'm just a passerby, I can't let go of you. In my heart, you will always be my sister. No matter which world it is, I hope you can have a bright future. The heartfelt affection and origin conveyed through his gaze reached Sakura's heart, unknowingly sweeping away her unease and igniting her deep-seated courage. The girl met Shinji's gaze, stood tall, and said, I don't want that. I want to protect my sisters too. Ah, that's the spirit. Shinji reached out again. This time, Sakura didn't flinch, allowing the young man who felt so familiar to pat her on the head. What should I do? She asked. Shinji smiled, just rush in and stop them. But I'm no match for my sisters, let alone the two of them together. At this, Sakura's face fell. Well, you don't need strength to stop them. Just stand between them and shed a few tears, and I guarantee they won't dare to fight. But you can't use this method too often, otherwise, it won't be effective. In the end, it still comes down to strength. Sakura, be honest, how much weaker do you think you are compared to your sisters? Sakura thought for a moment and said, this year, I competed in magecraft against Sister Luvia 12 times. I lost 9 times and won 3 times. In martial arts, we sparred 10 times, and I didn't win any. Regarding magecraft, I'm not surprised. She's your elder sister, and you started later, so it's normal for your skills to be slightly weaker. As for martial arts, stand still. As he spoke, Shinji's hands moved like lightning, pressing on several joints on Sakura's body. Just as I thought, Sakura-chan, wrestling isn't suitable for you. No matter how long you practice, you'll never surpass Miss Luvia, let alone excel. Ah, Sakura pouted, liar, you said I wouldn't be worse than my sisters. Shinji's eyes softened even more. Even in a different world, she still pouted when she was upset. Don't pout, I didn't lie to you. Not being suited for wrestling and being inferior to your sister are two different things. Sakura, remember, everything in the world comes down to suitability. Take Miss Luvia, for example, her attribute is earth, which makes learning earth-based magecraft easier for her, whereas learning other attributes would be relatively difficult. That's one form of suitability. The same goes for wrestling. Wrestling requires a strong physique, suitable for those with a broad frame, strong muscles, and good endurance, like Miss Luvia. But you have a smaller frame, and your muscle strength and endurance are relatively weaker, so naturally, you won't match up to Miss Luvia. Just look at how she can still fight back even after taking heavy hits from Rin Tosaka. If it were you, you'd probably be down for the count. This is the unsuitability caused by physical differences. Sakura, being perceptive and quick to understand, grasped the concept once Shinji pointed it out. What kind of martial art suits me then? She asked. Compared to wrestling, Tai Chi is more suitable. But even if you practice martial arts, you still won't surpass Rin because your personality doesn't match. Do you think you can exude the same unstoppable spirit as Rin? Impossible. Sakura shook her head. She didn't like, nor could she manage, the kind of head-to-head clash that Luvia and Rin engaged in, where neither backed down. Maybe the Tai Chi that brother mentioned would suit me better. Smart. Shinji gently tapped Sakura's forehead. Tai Chi indeed suits you, but this martial art is easy to learn but hard to master. Finding a true master, rather than some self-proclaimed, fame-seeking recluse, to be your teacher is extremely difficult. So, it's not the most suitable martial art for you. Then what is the most suitable martial art for me? Sakura asked. It's women's self-defense. Ah. What? Upon hearing this name, Tokiomi, Sakura, and even Aoi, who didn't understand martial arts, were all stunned. It didn't sound like anything particularly powerful. Shinji explained, this martial art comes from an unparalleled female master. The master didn't leave behind a specific name for it, and I don't know what to call it exactly, so I used the generic name, women's self-defense, because this martial art was originally designed for women's protection. This reason was both strong and irrefutable. The name doesn't matter, you can change it later if you don't like it. Sakura, since you call me brother, we are fated. I will now teach you this women's self-defense. Hurry and thank the master. Tokiomi finally realized that his youngest daughter had caught the eye of an expert. Thank you, brother, Sakura said sweetly, smiling. No need to thank me. I just hope you will work hard and not waste your talent in this martial art. As Shinji spoke, he inscribed a rune on Sakura's forehead. The rune was called Ansuz, symbolizing unobstructed communication and gaining wisdom and benefits through it. Scat Hack often used this rune to impart many mysteries that were hard to express verbally while teaching her disciples. Whether martial arts or magecraft, they are not things that can be learned just by watching others' demonstrations. What works for someone else might not work for oneself. So, teachers often have students repeat monotonous actions and correct minute details repeatedly. With the Ansuz rune, this process can be infinitely shortened. Utilizing the miraculous power of Ansuz, there is another communication channel between the teacher and student beyond verbal instruction, allowing the teacher to share their experience with the student to help them avoid detours. If the teacher understands the student well enough and the student fully trusts the teacher can even directly imprint the correct practice in the student's memory without repeated corrections. At this moment, Shinji intended to use the same method to teach Sakura women's self-defense. Empty your mind, feel with your heart, and memorize with your body. My time is limited, how much you can learn depends on your insight. Now, go in. P.S. Sakura wrestling. I somehow want to see that. In this storyline, Sakura is trained to be a grappling wrestler, teaming up with Luvia to challenge Rin family. Chapter 348, Women's Self-Defense. Now, go in. In the state of Ansuz resonance, Sakura had completely emptied her mind and spirit. She forgot her fear, her nervousness, and even where she was. The only thing she remembered was the wonderful feeling spreading from her forehead throughout her entire body. Driven by this sensation, Sakura stepped into the battlefield of Rin and Luvia with a gait entirely different from martial arts or wrestling. She chose a very perfect moment to intervene, right after Rin had finished a round of fierce attacks and was retreating to gather her strength, while Luvia was just beginning to launch her counterattack. At this point, Rin, having just unleashed an attack, was somewhat relaxed in both power and momentum, and Luvia had also loosened her previously immovable defensive stance to prepare for her counterattack. Their focus was entirely on each other, completely unprepared for a third party to intervene, giving Sakura an excellent opportunity. Sakura first approached Rin from behind and struck her back with a palm. Although this palm contained significant force, it was dispersed and not concentrated, causing Rin no harm but making her stagger and lose her footing. Seeing Rin's vulnerability, Luvia naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. She took a deep breath, spread her arms, and lunged like a beast towards its prey. If she succeeded, Rin would undoubtedly face a powerful bear hug throw. Unfortunately for Luvia, her bear hug was missed. Before she could grab Rin, another figure darted from Rin's side, intercepting Luvia's advance with both palms fully extended. Caught off guard, Luvia was pushed back, wobbling just like Rin, nearly toppling to the ground. When the red and blue-clad girls regained their balance, they finally saw clearly who had intervened in their battle. Sakura, they both exclaimed. Their calls brought Sakura out of the mystical resonant state. She stared blankly at her hands, then looked at Luvia and Rin in front and behind her, her face showing even more astonishment than her sister's. I separated my sisters so easily, just like that. Just like that, Shinji's voice echoed in Sakura's mind. Brother. Sakura turned her head to see the young man smiling at her. Although he didn't open his mouth, Sakura could still hear his voice. Keep working hard, and one day you'll be able to do this without my help. Yes, brother. Sakura felt a surge of energy. Her sisters noticed her change in expression and, following her gaze, saw someone in their backyard they hadn't noticed before. This person was now speaking to them. Don't stop, keep attacking Sakura. The two girls looked at each other in confusion, not understanding the young man's words. He continued to shout, don't just stand there, hurry up and attack. It's for Sakura's own good. They were even more puzzled, how could attacking Sakura be for her own good? However, Tokiomi seemed to understand and shouted, listen to the master, Rin, Miss Luvia, attack her. Only use martial arts, no magecraft allowed. Rin had always idolized her father, so if he said so, she wouldn't doubt it. She launched a punch, reminding Sakura, be careful, Sakura. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Sakura's mind, hold your breath, focus, and follow your instincts. Immediately, the rune on her forehead flashed with a bright light, and Sakura's body moved naturally. Her hands crossed, lightly intercepting Rin's punch. The punch, known for its overwhelming power and sudden explosiveness, is the most lethal attack form in this martial art. Though Rin had not yet mastered its essence and couldn't fully concentrate her strength at one point, the force behind her punch was still formidable. Even Luvia, known as the forklift lady, wouldn't dare to face it head-on without moving an inch. Yet Sakura did it. Though she used both hands, she didn't take a single step back, standing firmly on the ground. Hey, not bad, Rin said, intrigued by Sakura's impressive performance. Try blocking another punch. Let's see how much you've learned of that block, Sakura, Shinji's voice instructed. Yes, brother. Sakura tried to recall the sensation from before, following Shinji's guidance to block Rin's punch. This time, Sakura didn't fully block Rin's punch and was forced to step back a few steps. Even so, she received high praise from Shinji. Very good, you've grasped the basics of blocking. Now it's a matter of practice. Be careful, Miss Luvia is attacking too. Indeed, Luvia had made her move. Living with Sakura for 6 years, she could instantly tell that Sakura was using a technique neither from English wrestling nor Rin martial arts, but something entirely new to her. This piqued Luvia's curiosity, as it seemed something unknown was happening with her sister. Facing Luvia's close-quarters grappling technique, Sakura displayed agility on par with Rin's. Her movements in the tight space were even more delicate than Rin's. To Luvia, Sakura was like a slippery eel, impossible to catch. Seeing that both Luvia and Rin were having trouble with Sakura, Shinji chuckled, attack together. From Tokiomi's reaction earlier, both girls knew the young man was not simple. Without further ado, they launched a combined attack on Sakura. With martial arts and English wrestling complementing each other, Sakura quickly found herself at a disadvantage. This was precisely what Shinji wanted, the best time to teach women self-defense. Though he hadn't practiced this self-defense art himself, he had been its training partner. In some ways, he knew better than its practitioners how to push the technique to its limits. Calling women's self-defense the most suitable martial art for Sakura was no exaggeration. It was a body art crafted by the world's strongest warrior, Scathach, tailored to Sakura's physique, attributes, and personality. While many martial arts might be stronger, none were better suited for Sakura. Even martial arts for Rin and English wrestling for Luvia couldn't match the compatibility Sakura had with women's self-defense. This is why Shinji was confident that Sakura could slightly suppress the other two. But only slightly. Sakura's personality meant that women's self-defense, true to its name, was a self-protection art, not an art of killing. It sufficed for defense but lacked in offense. For Sakura, this was enough. She was not like Rin or Luvia, and her family did not wish for her hands to be stained with blood. Under the fierce onslaught of Rin and Luvia, Sakura was like a storm-tossed petrel. Though she faced numerous crises and dangers, she continued to fight through the storm, never falling, until the storm passed and the clouds dispersed. Chapter 349, Return to Romania. To put it simply, Rin and Luvia were exhausted. The two girls had been fighting for a long time before attacking Sakura, depleting most of their stamina. They managed to hold out just to see how far their valued sister could go. After they fell, Shinji stepped in personally to help Sakura until Justice reminded him not to waste any more magical energy, forcing him to stop reluctantly. Time was still too short for him to teach all the intricacies he knew. My time is running out. The rest of the journey is up to you. Brother, are you leaving? Sakura asked, holding onto Shinji's sleeve with reluctance. Yes, I was just passing through, and now it's time for me to be on my way. Remember what I taught you, remember your resolve. From now on, it'll be up to you to handle Luvia-chan and Rin-chan. With that, Shinji patted Sakura's head one last time and departed gracefully. Luvia-chan. Rin-chan. The two girls lying on the ground glared in the direction Shinji left, their eyes burning with fierce anger as if they wanted to incinerate that man on the spot. Unexpectedly, that man who had just climbed over the wall reappeared on it. Oh, I nearly forgot, do you have any parchment for writing formal documents? I need a few sheets urgently. Yes, please wait a moment, I'll fetch them right away. A few sheets of parchment were nothing to Tokiomi Tosaka, who dashed into his workshop at lightning speed. Receiving what he wanted, Shinji waved goodbye. This time I'm leaving. We probably won't have a chance to meet again, so don't miss me. Just a passerby in childhood, perhaps soon forgotten, or so Shinji thought, unaware that these three prodigies would never forget this strange young man for the rest of their lives. A few years later, the girls grew up and went to study at the clock tower. There, they met a classmate who resembled the young man, beginning a brand new chapter in their story. Artoria personally oversaw the Matou family, and young Shinji returned with the parchment. Zouken knew the situation was beyond his control and reluctantly agreed to Shinji's request, signing his name on the document, both names, Matou Zouken and Makiri Zolgen. Shinji knew better than anyone how troublesome the old worm was. He would use any means necessary to eliminate potential threats. The reason he didn't kill him outright was that this old worm was somewhat better than the one who had already died, and the Shinji of this world needed a teacher in magecraft. Despite his flaws, the old worm was still a great magus. With his guidance, Shinji might carve out his path in this era filled with prodigies. Of course, Shinji also knew that with the old worm's experience and insight, the binding document might not completely control him. However, the document was the ultimate contract for Magus, and it would still significantly hinder him. As long as he could buy a few years for this world's Shinji to grow, the old worm would find it much harder to harm him. He might even end up getting himself caught in the process. Shinji's confidence stemmed from the fact that what he did was not just about opening magical circuits in the way the old worm saw it. It also involved a rule related to the third magic: when the same person from parallel worlds meets under certain conditions, they resonate with each other, leading to phenomena like shared memories and experiences. In the Fate/Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works route, heroic spirit Emiya shared his combat experience with young Shiro Emiya, allowing him to grow rapidly. Shinji's case was similar. The same source of magical power entering the body of this world's Shinji not only opened his magical circuits but also transferred some of servant Shinji's skills and battle experiences. More importantly, these were stored not in the brain but in the body in magical circuits, so this world's Shinji had no idea he had received a cheat, adopting a protagonist's template. Though this cheat was a pirated version and not as complete as the official protagonist template, it was still a powerful trump card, enough to severely hinder the old worm. Having left this hidden ace, Shinji could finally be at ease. Some might argue that this wouldn't necessarily be enough to suppress Zouken completely, and Shinji wouldn't deny it. Nothing in life is absolute, and the path of magecraft is far from smooth. If, with all these safeguards, he still couldn't overcome a heavily injured old worm, then there would be no point in stepping into the world of magecraft at all. After completing everything, Shinji and Artoria left the Matou household. At that moment, Shinji only had enough magical energy to maintain his existence for half an hour. He hurriedly bid farewell to Artoria and returned as quickly as possible to Mount Enzu, to the altar where the Greater Grail had been buried for over 100 years. Only there could Justice use the most familiar ley line to send Shinji back to Trifas. The altar, dormant for over 60 years, was lit up once again. Shinji's servant body once more disintegrated into its most basic spiritual particles, which traveled through the interconnected ley lines spanning the entire Earth, transcending the limitations of space, and returned to the place where it had vanished a few hours ago. The distance shrank from half the globe to just a few kilometers, and Shinji once again sensed Fiori presence. Vast amounts of magical energy flowed into Shinji's body through the magical pathways constructed by their contract, gradually replenishing his nearly exhausted servant form. Finally caught my breath. Sorry, homunculi providing me with magical energy, although you might not even understand what sorry means. Stretching his reformed body, Shinji gazed at the distant Millennia Castle and spoke softly. After hours of exertion, Shinji's energy depletion was comparable to that of a major battle. Providing this much magical energy would require Fiori, an exceptional magus, to strain her life force, let alone the homunculi created specifically as sources of magical power. Perhaps, the moment he demanded magical energy through their contract, a few homunculi had been drained dry. Although Shinji felt some guilt about this, he did not regret it. In his eyes, unless a homunculus had developed a human heart and self-awareness like Justice or Irisveal, they were no different from animals. How many people feel guilty about slaughtering pigs for meat? Shinji certainly didn't. His guilt stemmed only from the homunculi's human-like structure and the potential he had destroyed for them to awaken self-awareness. After some thought, he added, I hope none of the homunculi I drained was you, Sieg. Otherwise, well, it wouldn't matter. I never intended to follow the original storyline anyway, and I don't know why Higashide-sensei chose such a protagonist. Talking to himself, Shinji walked towards the ancient castle in the brightening daylight. There, his master awaited him. P.S. The story of Fuyuki in this parallel world ends here. Next, we'll return to the main storyline. P.S.2. Some readers might feel the pace is too slow, but since we're here, it wouldn't make sense not to meet this world's version of the main characters. I imagine many readers are also curious about what the three great families of this world have become. Chapter 350, Chiron. There is a saying, what's frightening isn't people better than you, but people better than you who work harder. Fiori is one such frightening person. She possesses excellent qualifications and works incredibly hard, making her a standout figure among the new generation at the clock tower. When the Igdamillennia clan raised the flag of rebellion, many lecturers at the clock tower felt regret for her. She could have contributed more to the world of magecraft and had a much brighter future. Unfortunately, the Igdamillennia clan was destined to perish due to their wrong choice. Even though Fiori was far away in Millennia Castle, she could still hear such voices. However, she did not regret her decision. Whether it was the Igdamillennia rebellion or becoming a master to participate in the Holy Grail War, these were her choices. Even if it meant opposing her former classmates and teachers or ending in failure and death, she would persist. Her life remained unchanged. How she lived while studying at the clock tower was how she lived in Millennia Castle, and it stayed the same after summoning her servant. She woke up before 6:30 a.m., routinely performing a magic energy circulation exercise. Due to her leg disability, such training was particularly important. Relying on magecraft and her self-made mystic codes, she independently completed her washing and dressing. She would then meet her brother Calls, who took care of her, and had breakfast together. Sometimes in Call's room, sometimes in her room, and occasionally in the castle's dining hall. At 7:30 a.m., Calls arrived at his sister's room. Unlike usual, today he did not come alone, he brought his servant, the Black Archer, Chiron. Calls treated his servant much like his sister did. Neither of them truly saw their servants as mere subordinates despite the master-servant contract, nor did they act high and mighty. They treated their servants as partners, showing them respect. After the summoning ritual ended in the early morning, Calls quickly arranged a room for Chiron and brought him along for breakfast to foster their relationship. After sitting down, Calls looked at the empty seat opposite Chiron and asked his sister, "Isn't Assassin here?" "He's nearby, I'll notify him." Just as Fiori was about to summon Shinji through their contract, Shinji appeared at the door. "No need, I'm already here." "What are you holding?" "The results from last night." Shinji casually placed a long scroll and a file folder aside. "I walked around the castle perimeter and conducted some tests on the Igdmalenia clan's defense system. I summarized the problematic areas and plan to have the Great Sage verify them before passing them to clan leader Darnik." The long scroll was a detailed map of Trifas, and the file folder contained Shinji's handwritten report on the deficiencies of Millennia's defense. Having spent the night outside under the guise of familiarizing himself with the terrain and consuming a lot of mana, it wouldn't do to return empty-handed. Vlad III, that tyrant, and Darnik, that old fox who once bested Zouken, were not easily fooled. Hence, this report was created. The content of the report was something Shinji had already thought out while resting in the heart of the Great Grail, nestled against Justice, resting in the center of the Great Grail. The Great Grail was integrated with the ley lines of Trifas, enabling Justice to easily sense the magical energy fluctuations in Trifas and identify the weaknesses of the Igdmalenia clan. By carefully selecting a few vulnerabilities and adding some of his suggestions and beneficial arrangements, a report mixed with personal interests was completed. Upon hearing Shinji's response, Fiori Blue Eyes showed clear surprise. "Just overnight?" "Of course, don't underestimate an assassin's agility." Shinji naturally took a seat at the dining table. "I said yesterday, I am your servant, accomplishing these tasks is only natural." "Assassin, have you recalled your true name?" Calls asked. Shinji shook his head. "No." "Then what about the wish residing in the Holy Grail?" Fiori asked. Shinji put on a carefree expression. "I haven't thought about it either. Knowing myself, I will probably only remember it if I obtain the Grail. If I am unfortunate enough to be defeated, then I will follow the fate of an assassin and die nameless. There's nothing wrong with that. Weren't you very confident before?" A hint of teasing appeared on Fiori's lips. Shinji smiled. "I'm still very confident now, but I also know I'm not invincible. At the very least, I don't have much confidence in defeating the Great Sage sitting opposite me." "You're too kind." Chiron's voice, like the smile on his face, was refreshingly cool. "All right, enough talking. Breakfast is getting cold, and I'm hungry too," Calls said, grabbing a sandwich. Fiori glared at her brother, about to scold him, but then saw Shinji, like Calls, grab a sandwich and devour it ravenously, speaking intermittently as he ate. "I'm hungry too. Running around all night, it's no wonder I'm starving." Outnumbered 2-1, Fiori could only swallow her words, puffing her cheeks slightly. Seeing this, Calls exchanged a glance with Shinji, feeling a camaraderie similar to sneaking out of the dormitory at night to go to an internet cafe during their school days. Chiron, meanwhile, maintained his serene demeanor, though those who knew him well could see the smile at the corners of his mouth deepen slightly. With Shinji and Calls, two rule-breakers, this breakfast was destined to be anything but elegant, despite Fiori and Chiron's impeccable manners. During the meal, Fiori voiced a question that had been on her mind. "If my memory serves me right, Lord Chiron should not be in human form but rather a centaur. How is this possible? As you said, I should have been summoned in a non-human form." Chiron, the sage who taught many great heroes, including Heracles, the foremost scholar of the centaur race, and the most famous sage in Greek mythology. Born with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse, he was the complete deity, the son of the earth and harvest god Cronus and the nymph Philyra. However, after being accidentally struck by one of Heracles' poisoned arrows, he relinquishes his immortality to escape the pain. At that moment, his complete divinity and immortality were lost, allowing him to become a heroic spirit that could be summoned. Of course, there would be no problem with being summoned as a centaur, but... However, in that form, my true name would be easily deduced just by being seen, which is not ideal. Seeing a centaur would immediately make anyone think of a centaur. When considering a famous hero, the first name that comes to mind would undoubtedly be Chiron. If he were also carrying a bow and arrow, it would be even more obvious, given that Chiron is the original figure of Sagittarius in the zodiac. Therefore, when Chiron was summoned, he adopted a human form. Although this came at the cost of some of his abilities being downgraded, it did not particularly affect his skill with the bow. In his current appearance, there was nothing to indicate that he was the world-renowned great sage. However, no one present, including Shinji, doubted his strength. His aura was vast and profound. Facing him, one would feel as if they were standing in the middle of an expansive forest, no matter where they were. This was Chiron, the most revered hero of the Black Faction, no doubt about it. Chapter 351, each of their wish. A pair of legs. A beautiful pair of legs. The skin is as smooth and delicate as the finest alabaster. The shape of the legs is also very attractive, long and well proportioned. A bit less would make them look too thin, while a bit more would make them seem overly plump. The elegant bare feet appeared a bit stiff under the gaze of 3 people, but this only added to their unique charm rather than detracting from their grace. Don't misunderstand, the owners of the 3 gazes are neither foot fetishists nor perverts. They are observing the legs with a very serious attitude. The 3 observers are Calls, Shinji, and Chiron. The owner of the legs is Fiori. Yes, Fiori. It's hard to imagine that someone with a lower body disability would have such a beautiful pair of legs, evoking a sense of deep regret. The purpose of this scrutiny is to address Fiori leg condition. Calls brought Chiron to see Fiori not just for breakfast but for a more important reason, to examine Fiori legs. Chiron is world-renowned not only for his archery but also for his knowledge and talents. Legend has it that he is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, archery, weaponry, hand-to-hand combat, sumo wrestling, and practically everything under the sun, including medicine. The god of medicine in ancient Greece, Asclepius, represented by the constellation Ophiuchus, was one of his disciples. Although Chiron said Asclepius had surpassed him in medicine, the fact that he could teach a god of medicine speaks volumes about his medical expertise. Fiori's initial choice of Chiron as her servant was partly to use his medical skills to treat her legs. Calls was aware of this, which is why he requested Chiron to examine his sister after breakfast. Fiori, who had been troubled by her leg condition since childhood, naturally agreed, leading to the scene of 3 men staring at a woman's legs. After carefully inspecting from her knees to her toes, Chiron softly said, "Excuse me." With Fiori's permission, Chiron extended his hand and grasped her ankle. His already wise eyes grew even deeper as if trying to see through her skin to her bones and muscles. After a few seconds, Chiron began to apply pressure, causing a red mark to appear on Fiori's leg. Simultaneously, Fiori's face turned pale. Noticing Fiori's reaction, Chiron asked, "Is it here?" Fiori responded with a pained, Chiron then used his free hand to grasp Fiori's other foot. This time, he employed a different technique, but Fiori's complexion did not improve. Chiron withdrew his hands, first nodding, then shaking his head, and finally remaining silent. "How is it, Archer?" Call's voice trembled slightly. "Treatment is possible, but..." Chiron's serious expression cast a shadow over Call's heart. "But what?" "To heal Miss Fiori's legs, the magic circuits in her legs must be removed." Upon hearing this, Call sighed, and Fiori lowered her eyelids, seemingly unsurprised. Fiori had long known about this form of treatment. If the problem was caused by magic circuits, removing them would resolve it. However, this also meant she would have to give up living as a magus. Fiori had studied human engineering and spiritual evocation, mastering methods to replace her incapacitated legs through hard work. She could use spirit descent to allow substitutes to function in place of her legs and could even float in the air on a broom. But ultimately, they were not her legs. Moreover, as the heir of the Forvege family, she couldn't and didn't want to abandon her magecraft. Therefore, she could only place her hope in the miracle of the Holy Grail. To regain the function of my legs while retaining the magic circuits, this is the wish I entrust to the Holy Grail. Chiron expressed his understanding. "I see. Because you don't want to sacrifice either, you have to hope for a miracle. Doesn't it sound selfish?" Fiori felt deeply conflicted. She wasn't lying. She was determined to capture the omnipotent, wish-granting Holy Grail as a magus. There was no need to use fragile words to elicit sympathy. However, she still timidly and lackadaisically expressed her wish. This was her nature. She hated this about herself, hated that she instinctively displayed an attitude seeking others' sympathy. "It is quite selfish." Shinji, lying by the bedside, suddenly spoke up. "Hey, assassin." Call's face darkened. It was bad enough that her servant didn't comfort his master, but he even made sarcastic remarks. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just stating a fact. And being selfish isn't necessarily wrong. How many humans can truly be selfless? Though I can't remember what my wish is, I'm sure it must be selfish as well. But so what? Selfishness is selfish. Aren't we all participating in the Holy Grail war because of our desires?" Fiori raised her head and looked at her servant. This unpredictable guy once again surprised her. She had prepared herself for either comfort, silence, or a change of topic, but she never expected her servant to blatantly address selfishness as a non-negative aspect of humanity and even admit his selfishness. Honestly, she didn't know what to say, but she did feel a lot better. "Indeed, as Assassin said, my wish is also filled with selfish desires." Chiron agreed with Shinji's view. "What is it?" The Forvege siblings were both curious. What wish could this wise sage have? "I want to retrieve something I entrusted to the gods." This is Chiron's most famous legend. Both of his parents were gods, and Chiron possessed an immortal body. However, one day, he he was caught in a conflict between his disciple Heracles and his fellow centaurs. His knee was accidentally struck by one of Heracles' hydra-poisoned arrows. The hydra's poison was the deadliest in Greek mythology, said to be incurable. Because he was immortal, Chiron couldn't die and had to endure the constant torment of the poison. Eventually, unable to bear the daily agony, Chiron entrusted his immortality to Zeus to be transferred to Prometheus, finally finding peace. Zeus, reluctant to let him go, turned him into the constellation Sagittarius. I don't reject death, but my immortality is a gift from my parents. If I discard it, I wouldn't be the true Chiron. The man quietly expressed his longing for his parents. But Archer, you. Fiore realized she had misspoken and hurriedly closed her mouth. Having collected Chiron's catalyst, Fiore had researched all the myths and legends related to him. Because of this, she harbored doubts and, because of this, she realized her slip of the tongue. Continuing would have been an insult to him. According to the legend, Chiron's father, Cronus, transformed into a horse and united with his mother, the nymph Philyra. Afterward, Philyra, seeing Chiron's half-human, half-horse form, lamented deeply and transformed into a linden tree. In other words, Chiron's parents never bestowed any love upon him in the first place, something he was more aware of than anyone. His expression remained serene, but his words carried a hint of guilt. Indeed, I am not loved by my parents, but I still want to reclaim that symbol of my lineage. I admit it is selfish. After all, regaining immortality now would be meaningless. But even so, to Chiron, it was a faint bond with his parents. Silence once again enveloped Fiore room. Nobody knew how to comfort Chiron. Even Shinji was at a loss for words. Helpless, he decided to change the topic. Calls, everyone else has shared. Why don't you tell us your wish? My wish. Calls pondered for a moment before weakly saying, actually, I haven't decided yet. His sister glared at him, while Chiron and Shinji also wore surprised expressions. Why would someone without a wish participate in the Holy Grail War? Calls scratched his head apologetically. It's not that I don't have one. Despite how I seem, I'm also a magus. Of course, I have the desire to reach the root. But I feel like I have other wishes as well. Even if the Holy Grail is omnipotent, could it make reaching the root that easy? This was a major doubt for Calls. Naturally, taking the first step towards that goal should be possible, but the path seemed far too long. In any case, it's impossible to understand until you're in a specific situation. For example, if my sister were to sacrifice herself, wouldn't I need to use my wish to revive her after the war ends? That would override my wish. To me, my sister right in front of me is more important than reaching the root, which might be achieved someday. Calls, you. His declaration plunged Fiore into internal conflict yet again. On one side was sibling affection, and on the other was the cold, rational education she had received as a magus since childhood. She asked herself, if her brother died, could she abandon her original wish? While Fiore was torn, Shinji picked up the conversation. So, you're a sister complex, huh? I get it. Fiore is smart, beautiful, and kind. If I had a sister like her, I might turn out just like you. Assassin. Call's face immediately turned red as he glared furiously at Shinji. Shinji glanced sideways. Oh, did I hit a nerve? It looks like you want to punch me. Do you want to fight? I'll let you use both your hands and feet. Do you think it makes sense for a master to fight a servant? Calls retorted. Why not? Isn't it normal for an assassin to give their master a hard time? You. Calls was momentarily speechless but quickly found a way out, thanks to his quick thinking. I can't beat you in a direct fight, but on another battlefield, you might not have the upper hand against me. What battlefield? Shinji was intrigued. The battlefield of young people in this era, video games. Do you dare to compete with me? Why wouldn't I dare? Shinji maintained a composed exterior but was laughing inwardly. Compete with him in video games. Against a seasoned otaku. P.S. The relic Fiore gave to Calls was the arrow that Heracles used to shoot Chiron in the knee. In theory, both could summon him, but considering the blood of Chiron on it, the likelihood of summoning Chiron was higher. Chapter 352, Chiron's Judgment. The Igdamillennia family, although known as defeated dogs, a coalition of various declining or soon-to-be declining magus families seeking reform and development, maintained much of the pride and obstinacy characteristic of traditional magus due to its loose structure and the nature of its head, Darnik. This was particularly evident in their strict secrecy about each family's arcane techniques and their wariness of technology and new phenomena. Of course, as a rebellious family, the Igdamillennia were not as entrenched in outdated customs as the Clock Tower. The younger generation of the family had already begun to seek new development opportunities. Among them, two individuals stood out the most. The first was Sagara Hayoma. He merged the eastern curses of the Sagara family with the black magic of the Iceskull family, forging his unique path. Had he continued, he could have established his school of thought and created new glory. Unfortunately, he was ill-fated and met a tragic end, beheaded. The second was Call's. Although he had not made significant achievements in magecraft, he was the first in the entire Igmalenia family to come into contact with and use the internet. As a child, Calls discovered the internet and saw it as the future's most important channel for gathering information and intelligence. From then on, Calls became addicted to the internet, in a positive sense. Through self-study, his network skills advanced rapidly, and his abilities in intelligence gathering became comparable to that of a hacker. During his explorations online, he also encountered computer games and would play them occasionally. Though not top tier, his skills were enough to crush ordinary players. In his view, no matter how great a hero, they could not possibly match him in computer games. However, "You're still too inexperienced to challenge me. So, Calls, do you admit defeat?" Shinji pushed his mouse aside and stood up from his seat. On the computer screen in front of him, a massive red tank army had overwhelmed and destroyed the blue main base. How could this happen? Calls, sitting opposite Shinji, slapped his keyboard and slumped in his seat. It was now nearing noon. After Calls proposed a showdown with Shinji in a computer game, the group moved from Fiori room to Calls room. Calls room was quite similar to Fiori, though, being a boys' room, it was sparser, except for the 3 computers arranged in an arc. Seeing this, Shinji knew the kids' gaming skills weren't weak. However, this did not shake Shinji's confidence. Although he didn't know what game Calls would choose for their duel, with over 30 years of combined gaming experience across 2 lifetimes, Shinji feared no game, even those he had never played. If it came to games requiring manual dexterity, Shinji's servant attributes were more than enough to outclass Calls. If it was a strategy game, Calls stood even less of a chance. In his previous life, Shinji was a clumsy player and thus particularly fond of strategy games, especially high-difficulty ones. The satisfaction of meticulous planning and eventually overcoming challenges was something he could savor for a long time. Thus, Calls was doomed. He chose the game Red Alert, a real-time strategy game that was all the rage in the 90s and one of Shinji's childhood favorites from his previous life. The rules were that Shinji would win if he could secure victory in just one of 3 matches. In the first match, Shinji needed to familiarize himself with the controls and production systems and unsurprisingly lost to Calls. In the second match, Shinji attempted to go on the offensive but was still unfamiliar with the map and the various controls, resulting in another defeat. In the third match, Shinji learned from the previous 2 games and employed a solid strategy bolstered by his terrifyingly quick micromanagement, no special techniques, just sheer speed. Where Calls could press 1 key, Shinji could press 5. Finally, he successfully overran Calls' main base and achieved ultimate victory. With his victory, Shinji began to taunt Calls, who was frustrated. "No, we need to play one more match. Just one more." Calls believed he should have won the last match, having made a strategic error that led to his defeat. If they played again, he was certain he wouldn't lose. "All right, bring it on." Shinji, having found his rhythm, was eager to continue. He was ready for another game, or even several more. Unfortunately, their 4th match never materialized because Fiori intervened. "That's enough, Calls. A loss is a loss. But, sister, don't forget what time it is." This statement was like a bucket of cold water over their heads. It reminded them that it was the Holy Grail war period, not a time for games. "Understood, sister." Calls slumped over his computer desk, dejected. "Remember to verify Assassin's report with Archer. We'll report to Uncle Darnick together this evening." With that, Fiori signaled to Shinji with a glance. Shinji understood and began pushing Fiori wheelchair out of the room. Ever since he was summoned, he took on the role of pushing Fiori wheelchair whenever he was by her side, a way to build trust and communication between master and servant. Fiori maintained her composed demeanor as an elder sister down the hallway until they turned a corner. Then she whispered, "Are they following us?" "No," Shinji shook his head. Fiori stuck out her tongue, her tense body relaxing. "Assassin, you're not mad that I stopped you and Calls from continuing, are you?" "Of course not, Fiori." "You were right, now is not the time for games," Shinji replied with a smile. "Besides, even if we kept playing, Calls wouldn't have beaten me." "Really?" Fiori turned her head, her eyes sparkling. "Really? But why do you look so pleased? Isn't Calls your brother? Or is he adopted?" "Hee, it's because Calls always calls me a computer idiot. I thought he was really good, but it turns out he was just bragging and couldn't even beat a newcomer like you." Fiori's laughter was enchanting, reminiscent of a rainbow after the rain, and Shinji swallowed the words he was about to say about Calls' true skills, just to keep that smile on her face a bit longer. Only at times like this did she shed her roles as the head of the Forvege family and the heir of the Igmalenia, transforming into an ordinary girl. The burden on her shoulders was indeed very heavy. while Shinji and Fiori were talking about calls, and Chiron were discussing them. After Shinji closed the door, Calls got up from his computer desk, the laziness on his face quickly fading. He looked in the direction his sister had left and asked meaningfully, "Archer, what do you think?" "I'd like to hear your thoughts first, Calls." Chiron said this as he put down the document he was holding. He hadn't been very interested in the morning's game match, only watching a bit before turning his attention back to Shinji's report. "I can't say for sure, but I feel there's something off about this assassin. He doesn't seem like he's forgotten his true name and related matters as he claims." "Why do you say that?" "I can't pinpoint it, but something just feels wrong. Archer, have you noticed anything?" Calls knew that besides magecraft, his sister was quite clumsy. He worried that she could be deceived by a servant with ulterior motives. Today, he had brought Chiron to interact with Shinji partly to use Chiron's keen eyes to see through Shinji's true nature. "You're right, assassin hasn't been completely honest. At the very least, he's hiding something. Born nameless, died nameless. Self-sealing. It's not impossible, but he's too calm about it. He accepted it too easily, without any doubts. I don't think he's that magnanimous." "Indeed, a truly magnanimous person wouldn't challenge me to a game," Calls nodded. "I need to find a chance to warn my sister." "No, don't be in such a hurry to inform Miss Fiori." "Why not? Hiding something doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Everyone has secrets they don't want others to know. I don't know why he's hiding things, but someone with truly malicious intent wouldn't be so high profile, nor would they be bored enough to play games with you. Plus, I can see he genuinely regards Miss Fiori as his master and is wholeheartedly devoted to her. That's enough for now." "Your words put my mind at ease." Calls did not doubt Chiron's judgment. "By the way, Archer, can you determine which era and region he might be a servant from?" "That. I'm not sure." It was hard to imagine the wise Chiron being stumped like this. He gives me a very contradictory feeling. His behavior while playing computer games suggests that his active period wasn't too far from modern times. However, his aura feels somewhat familiar, like I've encountered it somewhere before. "You feel it's familiar? Could he be a hero from ancient Greece?" "It's hard to say." The more Chiron spoke like this, the more interested Calls became. "I see, he is a mysterious figure. Let's slowly unravel this mystery, starting with this report. P.S. It's not just you who finds him familiar, the other side feels the same. After all, he did eat the golden apple." Chapter 353, Poison. Saigasora, the closest small city to the Igmalenia clan's territory, is situated right on the border of the Igmalenia domain. It's a place where the Black faction masters and servants cannot sense any presence, making it an ideal base for the Red faction. Trifas, the enemy's territory, is too perilous, and Romania's capital, Bucharest, is too far away. Saigasora was established in the 12th century by the Saxons. It retains the original appearance of a medieval fortified town and represents a perfect blend of Latin Oriental culture from Central Europe and Byzantine Orthodox culture from Southeastern Europe. Hence, it is celebrated as a historic city and one of Romania's top tourist destinations. Here, you can see a 920-meter-long city wall and 14 towers built upon it. Of course, the most iconic feature of the city, guarded by the walls and towers, is the Saigasora fortress. Apart from these military structures, there are many cultural and religious landmarks, such as the monastery church from the 15th to 16th centuries, the Orthodox church from the 18th century, and the oldest of them all, the church on the hill. The church on the hill, as its name suggests, is built on a hillside. Constructed in the 14th to 15th centuries, it is connected by a covered staircase. This staircase reportedly has 127 steps, making it a historic site as famous as the church itself. At the top of the staircase stands a rocket-shaped church. Though called a rocket, it's essentially a church with a spire. The church itself isn't very large, the spire with the bell tower and the nave for prayers occupy more than half of its area. At the top of the bell tower stood a man and a woman. The man appeared very young, no older than 20. His white hair, while not meticulously groomed, was still smooth. His skin, somewhere between dark and brown, had a healthy glow like sunlit wheat. Dressed in a black clerical robe, he matched the church beneath him, evoking a sense of familiarity. The woman looked a few years older than the men, with pointed ears reminiscent of legendary elves, not the elves from the Age of Elves. Her elegant yet slightly alluring face could drive men mad. Her heavy yet gorgeous dress exuded an indescribable decadent charm. The men gazed down the hill, his voice smooth and warm. Oh my, it seems we've been detected." "That's not my fault," the woman said, turning her head slightly. Her complaint, tinged with a hint of awkwardness, made her even more enchanting. "But if it's you, you should be able to see through that saber's true name, right?" To the woman's surprise, the man shook his head. "Not this time. That saber has a noble phantasm that conceals information. I can see the basic attributes, but everything else is." I believe it's best to eliminate uncertainties as soon as possible. While there's still time, shouldn't we send someone to catch up? A white dove flapped its wings and landed on the woman's arm. She tilted her pointed ear, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, stirring a hint of sweet fragrance. But the killing intent within that fragrance was flatly rejected by the men. No, no, let's not. After all, we're allies, it's too early to fight. Allies? Really? They are also seekers of the Holy Grail. In that sense, our interests align, so they are allies, at least until we defeat the Black Faction's servants. Besides, I know that Saber's identity. Really? But didn't you just say his true name is hidden and you couldn't see through it? The woman narrowed her eyes. Not seeing through doesn't mean I can't find out by other means. The man's smile had a different meaning than sunshine. Acting mysterious, the woman glared at the men. Even in anger, she was breathtakingly beautiful. The man propped his chin with his hand, looking puzzled. Aren't women fond of mysteries? I remember there's a saying, a secret makes a woman woman. I don't deny it, but a man's act of mystery is a sign of lack of sophistication, the woman retorted sharply. Is that so? Yes. All right, since you insist, I'll tell you Saber's true name. She is Mordred, one of the Knights of the Round Table, the rebellious knight who brought an end to King Arthur's legend. The man's pronoun choice caught the woman's attention. She. Mordred is a woman. Yes. To conceal this fact and prevent King Arthur from discovering Mordred's true identity, her mother, Morgan, gave her a helmet and instructed her never to take it off. This legend was sublimated into a noble phantasm that shields her critical information. Oh. You seem well informed. Did you also follow that King Arthur? With your mysterious demeanor, could you be Merlin? Where is your imagination running? I am undoubtedly human, not a nightmare demon. The man scratched his head in slight frustration. I've already told you my name, why don't you believe me? You, the great Semiramis, can't discern if I'm lying. Because you're always acting so mysterious. The woman, called Semiramis, snorted lightly. Compared to the Empress of Assyria, I am naturally insignificant, the man replied nonchalantly. This seemingly humble yet inherently arrogant attitude angered Semiramis. Flinging her hand dismissively, she retorted, flattery without sincerity, and turned to leave. Seeing this, the man quickly clasped his hands. Empress, please calm down. Don't you want to know why we were detected? It surely isn't my fault, Semiramis responded, her anger still simmering. No, quite the opposite. The man waved his hand dismissively. Are you mocking me? How could I? I am as honest and reliable as a young man. One more word, and I'll rip out your tongue. Semiramis's face darkened, making the air in the bell tower heavy. Why aren't you speaking? I'm waiting for your explanation. The man opened his mouth and pointed to his tongue. Semiramis chuckled in exasperation. I told you not to prattle, not to stay silent. Oh, I see, you gave me a scare. The man patted his chest, feigning relief. Speak. As you command, your majesty. The reason they are wary of us is that Mordred sensed the same aura from you that she did from her mother. Morgan. King Arthur's sister. Exactly. The men nodded. The hidden viper, the mastermind who conspired to overthrow King Arthur's dynasty through her rebellious child. In a sense, she is your counterpart. Viper, is that how you see me too, my master? Semiramis's face blossomed with an unprecedentedly sweet smile. Along with this sweet smile came a fragrance that seemed to brighten the entire world. Whether or not you're a viper, when it comes to poison, she can't hold a candle to you. The man also smiled a bright and sunny smile. Thank you for the compliment. Semiramis's smile did not waver as she waved her hand, releasing a heady fragrance that could intoxicate. Then, the man rolled his eyes, clutching his chest, his body convulsing. Semiramis looked down at the man slowly collapsing, her gaze icy. Then taste my poison well, Sikara Yuzum, arrogant king's alcohol. Chapter 354, One day, I will poison you to death. Semiramis, the legendary queen who once ruled the Assyrian Empire, had a tumultuous beginning. Though born to Derkito, the fish goddess of Syria, and a human male, she did not receive maternal love and was abandoned by the water's edge. She was then warmed by the wings of doves and fed on milk brought by them. As Semiramis grew, she was found by Simas, who taught her various knowledge. Although she married the old general Anas, her beauty captivated the Assyrian king Ninus, who took her by force. Anas committed suicide over this incident. Meanwhile, Semiramis gained favor by proposing novel tactics in war to the king and soon became his queen. A few days after their marriage, she poisoned King Ninus and ruled Assyria as regent for decades. This is considered the oldest known poisoning event in legend, and thus she is known as the world's first poisoner. This background is why she appears as the Red Assassin in this Holy Grail war. Her noble phantasm, Sikara-yusum, arrogant king's alcohol, is derived from this legend. Its effect is to poison the surrounding environment. It can imbue various attacks with poison, and even the air and magical energy can be poisoned. The type and form of the poison can be freely chosen, making it almost impossible to guard against. With a single wave of her hand and a charming smile, poison permeated the entire space, leaving Shiro without a chance to resist, collapsing under the omnipresent concept of poison. After poisoning her master, Semiramis lifted her left leg from under her heavy gown, paired with high heels, and aimed to stomp down hard on Shiro's neck. There was no doubt that with a servant's strength, this strike would pierce through Shiro's throat if it landed. At the critical moment, Shiro suddenly stopped convulsing, his rolled back eyes returning to normal. He raised his empty right hand and grabbed Semiramis's left foot. Oh my, that was truly dangerous. Hearing Shiro's exclamation, Semiramis applied more force. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried or in which direction, Shiro's hand remained immovable. He even had the leisure to exhale a colorful breath and continue to sigh. As expected of the oldest poisoner, your poisons are indeed unique. You say the same thing every time, without any sincerity. It was clear from her words that Semiramis poisoning her master was not a first-time occurrence. No, I mean it. Shiro, still holding Semiramis's foot, lay on the ground. Your poisons are always different in type and principle, and the taste is increasingly unique. This time it's so sweet, you must have extracted it from mandrake. Next time, you could consider mixing in some animal toxins, like from a pufferfish, for an even better flavor. You'll taste it next time. Semiramis snorted coldly. Can you let go now? Sure, just don't push too hard, I'm afraid you might fall. That's none of your concern. Though she said this, Semiramis did ease the pressure. Shiro didn't call her bluff and released her foot. Feeling the lightness on her foot, Semiramis's lips curved into a sinister smile as she prepared to stomp down hard. But Shiro, half smiling, remarked, I advise you not to do that. If you move too much, you might flash everyone like last time. You. Semiramis's face turned red, and she couldn't bring herself to stomp down. Ah, it's no big deal, really. Since servants have only one set of spiritual attire, I've already seen it. With that, Shiro pushed himself off the ground, got up, leaped up, and jumped off the bell tower in one swift motion. By the time Semiramis realized it, Shiro had already escaped, leaving her fuming and gnashing her teeth in both shame and anger. You insufferable. Just like this time, the last time she poisoned Shiro and went to finish him off, her movements were too vigorous. Shiro's comment, oh, so it's black, matching the gown nicely, had defeated her without a fight, a humiliation the proud empress considered a great disgrace. Feeling the grudge, Shiro patted his chest and muttered, so scary, as he opened the heavy door and walked into the nave of the church, heading towards the altar with his hands clasped in front of his chest. It's too late to pray to God now. Semiramis's figure quietly appeared beside the nearest pew, accompanied by an overwhelmingly sweet fragrance. It's never too late to pray, especially for someone in the clergy, Shiro responded, unfazed, with his back to Semiramis. Put away your noble phantasm, don't damage this place. Stop pretending. Don't think I can't see through you. You don't believe in God at all, Semiramis retorted relentlessly. Whether I believe it or not, this is a historic building. It would be a shame to damage it. Besides, have you forgotten? The same poison won't work on me twice. Humph, I'll spare you this time. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity, Shiro said, finishing his prayer and turning to express his gratitude. One day, I will poison you to death. The Empress declared her resolve with a firm tone. Shiro showed no fear, instead, he smiled with interest. Ah, I look forward to it. But just Sikara-yusum won't be enough. To poison me, you'll need to use another trump card. No matter what method you use, you can't hide your true intention of wanting me to create the Hanging Gardens. Semiramis, having once ruled a nation, saw through Shiro's tactics effortlessly. Well, I won't deny that. Your garden will play a crucial role in this Holy Grail war, especially for us as the attacking side. It's an indispensable stronghold. So, I want you to create it as soon as possible to establish our advantage, so, what's your answer? Creating the garden isn't out of the question, but you'll have to ask me nicely, Semiramis demanded. Merciful and benevolent Empress, please be kind and create the garden. Shiro immediately bowed deeply, his attitude unabashedly straightforward. Do you have any pride or dignity? Semiramis fumed. How much is pride per pound? Sell me a few pounds, Shiro shrugged indifferently. You. So, I've asked you nicely. You won't go back on your word, will you, Your Majesty? Rest assured, I'm not as shameless as you. If the materials are ready, I can create it in 3 days. The materials are all prepared. It's all in your hands. In 3 days, we attack Tryphas. In the meantime, we can only rely on the pigeons to gather intelligence. The two suddenly stopped their conversation and looked towards the door. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, Shakespeare. In the next moment, someone burst through the door. Upon recognizing the figure, Semiramis finally relaxed her guard. Isn't that Castor? What's the matter? The flamboyant man known as Castor, dressed in casual medieval European attire, stumbled through the middle hall, raising his arms to the sky and shouting. A horse. A horse. My kingdom for a horse. From Richard III plays. Shiro, resting his chin on his hand, thought for a moment and replied, Withdraw, my lord, I'll help you to a horse. Hearing this, Castor's eyes lit up, and he excitedly grabbed Shiro's hand. Oh, excellent, master, excellent. If only you could imbue it with a bit more emotion, it would be perfect. Sorry, it's been a while. It's good enough that I remembered it. If it were Hamlet, I could perform much better. With that, Shiro lowered his voice and recited solemnly, To be, or not to be, that is the question. Castor responded with enthusiastic applause, Excellent, you truly are the best, my master. Hold on, did you come up with those lines yourself? Semiramis interrupted. Castor looked disappointed, dropped his shoulders, and sighed, Incredible. Not knowing my outstanding plays. This is truly a great loss. You must read my works. He handed over a thick hardcover book. It seemed he had purchased his works from a bookstore. The title was The Complete Works of Shakespeare. Read Castor, William Shakespeare. He is the world's most renowned playwright. Anyone who hasn't heard of his works would be deemed ignorant. It's no exaggeration to say that tracing the origins of all modern literary works inevitably involves Shakespeare's many creations. However, one point from the earlier lines couldn't be ignored. Castor referred to Shiro as master. Shiro's servant is assassin, yet Castor calls him master. If what he said is true, then Shiro is already leading two servants. This might be possible, but it is somewhat unusual. In past Holy Grail wars, there was no precedent for a single master leading two servants. At most, it would lead to magical energy exhaustion and death. Yet if this is true, it's unimaginable how much magical energy the man named Shiro possesses. Even the Holy Grail wouldn't bestow all knowledge related to your works upon me. At most, I know you're a famous writer in history. Castor sighed dramatically, Oh, Empress of Assyria. Please don't say such sad words. For me, Shakespeare, it's tantamount to denying my very being. Indeed, for you, that may be true. Semiramis nodded lightly, agreeing with Shakespeare's words. But Castor, you came all the way here in physical form, did something happen? The first half of the sentence made Castor sigh exaggeratedly, but the latter half halted his sigh midway. He coughed, a bit embarrassed, and said. Well. As the saying goes, the lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact, from a midsummer night's dream. Berserkers, on occasion, can do things beyond rational imagination. Has Berserker gone berserk? In response to Shiro's inquiry, Castor shook his head. Then what exactly happened? Explain clearly. Assassin furrowed her slender brows and pressed for more details. Castor, with a pained smile reminiscent of a court jester, proclaimed loudly. Berserker has gone to Tryphas. It seems he has identified the enemy he must eliminate. W.H. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Assassin was momentarily speechless, while Shiro mumbled in a leisurely tone. For now, let's have Archer go after him. Whether or not she can stop him is uncertain, about a 50-50 chance, no, it might fail. This is no joking matter, Castor. Assassin complained with extreme displeasure. It's no wonder. Although the Red Faction's servants had all gathered, it didn't mean they were ready for battle. Moreover, the Ig Millennia clan was entrenched in the impregnable Millennia fortress, fully prepared. No matter how outstanding Berserker was, it would be futile for him to go alone, it would just be a needless sacrifice. What should we do, master? My noble phantasm isn't ready yet. Attacking under these circumstances, even for us, would be far too reckless. Abandoning it is the only choice. A stirring event has happened, let it unfold as it will. From Julius Caesar, that's how it is. So, it was you, Castor, who incited him. Castor didn't answer Shiro's question. He remained motionless, looking skyward, avoiding eye contact. You told him the location of Tryphas, you. Oh, the sorrowful mad knight, desperately seeking the traitor. I, Shakespeare, cannot bear to witness his profound anguish. To Castor Shakespeare, this world was nothing short of an epic tale. No, it had to be that way. He genuinely loved those extraordinary beings and continually pursued the legends and stories they wove. For this, a bit of deceit and encouragement was acceptable in his eyes. All for the story. What a headache you are. Assassin sighed deeply. Shakespeare nonchalantly replied to her, "A man like me is called a troublemaker or prankster star. I'm suddenly tempted to poison you mute. Please don't, Empress of Assyria. My mouth and pen are more precious than my life. No choice. Request Archer to provide rear support for Berserker. But strictly order her to retreat immediately if the situation turns bad. That Berserker can't be stopped. Even if we use a command spell, he'll just repeat the same thing after a while." Shiro issued his command decisively. "Understood, I'll use a familiar to relay the message to Archer." Semiramis waved her hand, and a white dove flew into the church. "I need to go as the overseer to clean up any traces left by Berserker. I won't be able to do anything else for now. Caster, you stay put and be quiet for a while." Since Shiro was also serving as the overseer, he had to focus on concealing the presence of magic. If Berserker headed directly to Tryphus, there was a high chance he would be seen by ordinary people. If he could become spirit form, that would be fine. Unfortunately, it was unrealistic to expect that level of rationality from that Berserker. This was the overseer's judgment. "Oh, I understand. My master." Shiro gently smiled and encouraged the dejected Shakespeare. "Don't worry, Caster. The curtain is about to rise. The greatest scale Holy Grail War, where the 7 of the Black faction and the 7 of the Red faction engage in endless battles, this is the Holy Grail Great War. This battle will surely satisfy your craving for stories. Oh, I can't wait. A new story, a new legend." Shakespeare thus sank into a world that belonged solely to creators. "Master, you seem to be a bit too indulgent with Caster." Semiramis didn't hide her displeasure, whether it was directed at Shakespeare or Shiro was unclear. In a voice only the two of them could hear, Shiro said, "This is something I owe him. Oh. I once plagiarized many of Shakespeare's plays. That's why I can respond to those lines, although he doesn't know, or maybe he wouldn't care even if he did. It's a debt I have to repay." Shiro closed his eyes as if he had returned to that youthful and flourishing era. Chapter 356, St. Joan of Arc. St. Joan of Arc embodied kindness, humility, integrity, and innocence, which became her steadfast beliefs. "That is her entirety," remarked a theologian. Like a requiem from afar, she turned a deaf ear to the filthy words that drifted into her ears. To say that she wasn't saddened by these words would be a lie, but to claim they caused her pain would be an exaggeration. Fear, in other words, was merely a concern. When she resolved to fight, she had already set aside shame and regret, and even at this moment, she did not feel them. Dragged into the square, the crowd gathered around her. She walked straight, instinctively covering her chest, only to find that her cross had been stolen at some point. The pillar of her soul had left her, and sadness slowly seeped into her heart. As she mourned, an Englishman rushed over, devoutly handing her a crudely made wooden cross. "Thank you," she whispered gratefully, having to look down at him because the man was kneeling before her, tears streaming down his face. Though some would denigrate her, many more wept for her. If those filthy words were a foreign song from a distant land, then the sadness might be a mother's lullaby. Her hands were tightly bound, her back pressed firmly against the wooden frame. In such bindings, no one would believe she could escape. The tightness of the restraints gave the impression that it was futile even to attempt to loosen them. Brought to such a far place, she thought, escape was impossible. When the last charge against her was read during the ceremony, the torch ignited the pyre beneath her. The flames slowly began to lick at her feet. To those gathered around her, burning someone's body with fire was the most terrifying method of execution they could imagine. Skin scorched by the flames, flesh and bone consumed by fire. The only thing she could do was repeatedly invoke the names of God and the Virgin. "Your prayers are all lies." She had been accused of this many times and insulted in this manner just as often. She was powerless to resolve this issue. Prayers had no fixed right or wrong and must remain constant no matter who was praying. She wanted to tell them they were wrong, but she could no longer speak. Instead, she saw her past life, her beloved hometown, her ordinary family, and a fool who abandoned them. But was she really a fool? Yes, perhaps she once was. After all, when she made her choice, she foresaw this end. No one understood the outcome better than she did. If she had turned her gaze away then, she would surely have met a different end now. If she had ignored those voices, if she had turned her back on the soldiers' dying laments, perhaps she would have lived an ordinary woman's happy life. She might have married and lived a joyful life as a wife and mother. Which means many otakus wouldn't have a waifu. What are you looking at? Is it strange to be in love with a fictional character? Such a future could have been hers without any change. However, she cast aside this happiness and ran towards a completely different end. She raised her sword, donned her armor, and bore the flag representing national glory, leading the charge in battle. You must have known it would end this way, didn't you? She had known and was prepared for it. Her efforts meant that one day she would face this end. though many cursed her as a fool and mocked her stupidity. But this could save more lives. The path I chose is the right one. Her past and future visions faded with the arrival of the cruel reality. The surrounding flames consumed her, and she turned to ashes in prayer. This was her final prayer, her sacrifice. Even if everyone in the world blamed and betrayed her, in her last moment before death, she was certain that she had not betrayed herself. No regrets, nor any expectations for the future. In the end, she would achieve peace. Despite being treated so cruelly, as her life drew to a close and the flames were extinguished, her heart still resonated with her selfless prayers and unwavering resolve. Lord, I entrust myself to you. Her final consciousness faded away, and at the last moment of her life, she finally escaped her suffering. Her dreamless sleep ended, leaving only reality behind. But everything was far from over. In the place where the maiden's dreams turned to foam, the legend of Saint Joan of Arc began to spread. Search initiated. Search complete. One match found. Physical compatibility confirmed. Spiritual compatibility confirmed. Lineage compatibility confirmed. Personality compatibility confirmed. Mana compatibility confirmed. Commencing temporary seal of original personality and insertion of heroic spirit spiritual core, install. Consent obtained from the original personality. Commencing backup of original personality to separate domain. Spiritual core insertion, install, complete. Commencing compatibility adjustments between spiritual core and physical body. Commencing grant of class-specific abilities, skills. Commencing insertion of necessary information up to the present era for all heroic spirits. Backup to separate domain complete. Class-specific abilities, skills, granted. Skill Saint was selected to create a holy shroud. The ability of a saint, when summoned as a servant, allows choosing one of the following: increase effectiveness of sacred mysteries, automatic HP recovery, leadership rank up by 1, or create holy shroud. Insertion of necessary information complete. Compatibility adjustments complete. Full procedure complete. Servant class ruler. Materialization complete. She opened her eyes. The summoning method was truly extraordinary. Such a fragile connection to the present world was unprecedented. Could the reason lie in the abnormality of this Holy Grail War, this conflict known as the Holy Grail War? Her materialization was finally complete, and all indicators were normal. However, the current body she inhabited was that of an authentic French girl. More precisely, she possessed most of this French girl's memories. Two personalities resided within one body, more aptly described as a unification of two personalities rather than the so-called multiple personalities. Perhaps due to the girl's strong sensitivity and devout faith, she acknowledged and fully accepted the maiden who had taken residence within her. I'll be borrowing your body for a while, Letitia. The girl called out the holder's name. She thought about what she should do first and decided to greet her friend. The girl got out of bed and shook the friend sleeping in the adjoining bed. The friend stirred for a bit, then, hearing the girl's whisper, finally rubbed her eyes and half awoke. What? Hearing the sleepy voice, the girl felt guilty for waking her but spoke clearly. Starting today, I will be leaving here for a while. Perhaps not yet understanding the seriousness of these words, the friend said goodbye and fell back into her slumber, only to suddenly throw off her blanket and shout a few seconds later. What did you just say? I'm sorry for being so abrupt, but I don't have much time. No, what do you mean by, don't have much time? I don't get it. That's way too sudden. Why did you say, good night, see you tomorrow, only to say something like this right away? Facing her bewildered friend, the girl sincerely explained, this is a long journey, this journey is necessary, and don't worry. The friend listened, stunned for a moment, and soon nodded as if she understood. Got it. If you have to go, then there's no helping it. Okay. I'll explain it to the teacher. All right, then. Good night. Good night. Jean did not use any magical suggestion. However, as a ruler, she possessed the power to make others believe her words. She informed the teacher and classmates that she was embarking on a journey, making them understand that it was a necessary trip. Although Jean felt a bit forceful, there was no other way. She sighed and cast aside her distracting thoughts. Fortunately, the original owner of this body was currently staying in a student dormitory, away from her parents. This trip, which would last no more than about a month, should go unnoticed by them. After packing the necessary clothes, her passport, and textbooks into her bag, Jean left the student dormitory. The original owner of this body, Letitia, was still a student. A girl from the countryside, she had never had the opportunity to learn to read and write before. Thus, acquiring modern language knowledge so easily through the Holy Grail was quite a strange feeling. Even so, there should be a limit to abnormality. She originally shouldn't have needed to borrow someone else's body but should have been summoned in the usual way, materializing in the city battlefield. However, this time, she was summoned by attaching to another's body, and the location was her homeland, France, which still bore traces of its past. Originally, the ruler was to be summoned as the 8th servant. But this time, she became the 15th. This was likely the largest scale in the history of the Holy Grail Wars. Was this accident caused by that reason? Or was there some other cause? Regardless, since she was summoned as a ruler, she had to undertake the task of overcoming all difficulties. Jean resolved herself to this. The girl's true name was Jeanne d'Arc, Joan of Arc. As a servant, her class was ruler, without a master, and she was the absolute overseer of the Holy Grail War. And so, ruler took the night train to the airport and then flew to Bucharest, Romania. It would have been convenient if she could materialize spiritually, but it seemed that wasn't possible. Having no other choice, she bought a ticket with her own money, to be exact, using Letitia's money. You are something, saint. She then thought about making a request to the Holy Church and the Mages Association, which added to her gloom. On the plane, she organized the knowledge she had been given. She learned that the battlefield was the small town of Trifas in Romania. The landowner, Igdmalenia, was hosting this Holy Grail War. Opposing them were the Magus from the clock tower who had declared independence. The current issue was that this was not a 7-person competition but an unprecedented battle where 7 fought against 7. It wasn't surprising if the aftermath of one-on-one battles left surrounding buildings devastated. If it escalated into a full-scale conflict between 2 factions of 7-on-7, the destruction would be unimaginable. Was she summoned as a ruler because of this reason? Summoned by the Great Holy Grail, which feared the sheer scale and potential for complete ruin of the war. She didn't know, and now was not the time to think about it. First, she would head to Bucharest and talk later. Counting transfers and waiting times, it took more than a day and a half to arrive at Henri Coanda International Airport in Bucharest, the capital of Romania. It was just past noon, and the sky was unfortunately overcast. The thick, dark gray clouds made the sky look like it was about to cry, which was quite fitting. Although she had been given knowledge, the airport, built with the latest technology, still looked very new to Jean. Maybe because she had been sitting for so long, her lower back felt a bit heavy. During this long journey through the sky, she spent half the time thinking about the Holy Grail War and the other half praying for a safe trip. Thanks to the knowledge given to her as a servant, she knew what an airplane was. However, having knowledge and experiencing it were 2 different things. Honestly, how could such a chunk of metal fly? Though she understood it as knowledge, she still didn't want to grasp it. She was glad it didn't fall, she thought. Jean, holding her handbag with an innocent look, wandered among the crowd. She would be an ideal target for pickpockets. However, for some reason, not a single thief dared to approach her. They weren't so shameless as to dirty the clear water with their filthy feet. Trifas was northeast of here. She needed to take some form of transportation. Should she take a bus or hitchhike? The moment she stepped out of the airport, countless gazes pierced through Ruler. However, within her detection range of 10 kilometers, there was no sign of any servants. Even though Ruler had the powerful detection ability that could nullify even assassins' presence concealment, she still felt the gazes. This meant clairvoyance, magecraft and familiars, Magecraft for observing distant objects generally falls into 2 categories. One is clairvoyance, which observes distant places through a crystal ball or mirror. With some medium, one could monitor the outside even from the safety of a workshop. Therefore, most magus mastered this magecraft. The other is familiars, a magecraft that processes small animals or parts of the body to create pseudo-life forms. They could share the 5 senses with their master through a causal link. This was also basic magecraft for most magi. Ruler looked around at the gray sky and saw countless pigeons watching her. Those pigeons were likely familiars, but there was no sign of rationality in their eyes. Usually, magus would give hair or blood to the creatures becoming familiars, so even if they couldn't speak, they should have some hint of rationality. But their eyes were purely those of pigeons. They were just observing her, no doubt about it. Was someone manipulating them through suggestion? That was quite a roundabout method. Ruler glared fiercely in the direction of the distant and at the pigeons. She didn't infuse her gaze with magical energy, but the other side probably sensed the intent conveyed in her eyes. The oppressive feeling from the distant disappeared, and the pigeons flew away all at once. After confirming this, Ruler let out a breath. Ruler was not there to participate in the Holy Grail War. Even so, she stood in a position where she had to pass judgment on masters and servants who violated the rules. For this, she inevitably needed to have corresponding combat abilities. There are very few people who have experienced the Holy Grail War 2 or 3 times. Even if there are, surely none have experienced a Holy Grail War with the appearance of a ruler. Just now, they were probably trying to gauge the power of this ruler. This makes it harder and harder to make a judgment. For Ruler, the only major advantage of this Holy Grail War is that the 14 servants are divided into 2 factions of 7 each. In other words, it can prevent the chaos of 14 people acting on their own. Just imagining the scene of 14 servants running amok as they please is like a nightmare. At worst, the entire Triphas could be destroyed. Anyway, I need to get to Triphas first. She muttered to herself while looking for a bus to Triphas. But it seemed that there was no direct bus to Triphas. The only way was to first go to the relay point in Saigasora and then transfer to Triphas. However, the next bus to Saigasora wouldn't come until tomorrow. Helpless, Ruler had to look around to see if any vehicles were heading directly to Triphas and if she could hitch a ride. In the end, a skinny old man with a peaked cap and glasses agreed to take her. I'm indeed planning to go to Triphas next. Well then. But, unlike Saigasora, Triphas is not a tourist spot. There's nothing there except for a huge castle, which is also private property and off-limits. If you want to learn about history, isn't Saigasora, with the birthplace of Vlad III, much better? No, it's because I have relatives waiting for me in Triphas. Could you please help me? Oh, I see, then it's no problem. But the passenger seat is filled with fragile items. So, could you ride in the cargo bed? If you're willing to take me, that's no problem. Thank you very much. Let's pray it doesn't rain. After loading her into the cargo bed, the old man said with a smile. All right, got it. I will pray. Ruler nodded earnestly and replied. Praying was all she could do to avoid the rain. With a clattering sound like crushing a tin can, the truck moved steadily along the road. As she felt the vibrations, Ruler gazed at the passing scenery of Bucharest. Thud, the truck shook. At the same time, the muffler started emitting black smoke. As expected, it's a bit different from riding a horse. Compared to the biological vibrations of a horse and the sporadic vibrations produced by a machine, even though both were modes of transportation, there was still a difference. Probably because the speed and endurance had improved, it lost the corresponding comfort. She remembered the white horse that once galloped with her on the battlefield. It was an excellent steed, but it went missing in the Battle of Compiègne and was likely killed or taken by someone else. The speed increased, and several wooden boxes in the cargo bed shook with a clattering sound. Surprisingly, the truck's speed was almost the same as a horse, but that was simply because the truck she was on was below average in performance. In terms of a horse, it was like an old steed. The biggest difference between a truck and a horse was that a truck wouldn't tire out while moving. The truck kept moving at a leisurely pace towards Triphas. Grandpa, how long will it take to get to Triphas at this speed? Ruler asked the old man in the driver's seat. The old man, humming a tune, replied. Well, at this speed, about 12 hours, I guess. Will it take that long? Well, we have to take breaks along the way, so there's no helping it. I see, that can't be helped then. Though Ruler felt a bit disheartened, she suddenly had an idea and took out a textbook from her bag. It's such a good era where even a farmer's daughter like me can receive an education. However, although the Holy Grail had granted her the necessary knowledge to live in the present world, it didn't provide the contents of the textbooks. The knowledge of the girl she had possessed was the limit of her knowledge. I can't understand any of this. With a sense of impending struggle, Ruler began to immerse herself in the mathematics textbook. P.S. The definition of Letitia's knowledge is quite strange. If it included everything she learned, it would be impossible for her to completely not understand the textbook. So, the answer is very clear. Jean didn't receive any knowledge from textbooks, thus making her illiterate. Chapter 357, The Igdmalenia's Probe. After spending the entire night, Sisagui and Red Saber arrived in Triphas. Convincing the eager-to-fight Saber, Sisagui drank a concoction of herbs to dispel his drowsiness and began setting up his workshop. Although he had considered renting a room at an inn, that would be the most likely place to be targeted. No matter how much he converted an inn room into a workshop, it would still be vulnerable. In this world, if someone wanted to use an inn room as a workshop, there would also be someone considering blowing up the entire inn. Kiritsugu, did you do something similar in this world as well? No matter what, this isn't right, Saber complained with a tired face. Following her request, Sisagui had bought her some modern clothing from a women's store in Saigasora. Even though it was autumn, the outfit left her midriff exposed. However, temperature extremes didn't bother her as a servant. What disheartened Saber was the location Sisagui chose as the workshop. During her lifetime, Saber had interacted with Magus, as her mother was one herself. She was well aware of how bizarrely self-centered they could be. But even so. Are you out of your mind, setting up your base in a catacomb? No wonder Saber sighed. The place was filled with candles and illuminated piles of bones. There were 2 sleeping bags placed in an area resembling a slightly open altar. In other words, it seemed they would be sleeping here. Stop being so picky. High-quality spiritual ley lines like these are rare. Your mana recovery should be quite rapid here. This isn't about ley lines or anything, damn it. Oh, are you scared? Sisagui clapped his hands, feigning understanding. Saber, with an expression like a snapping turtle, shouted at him. Of course not. I simply can't tolerate being treated like this in such a place. After all, I'm a knight. Even if I weren't, anyone would protest against this. Alright, I get it. Then use that sleeping bag over there. It cost 5,000 yen, so it should be quite comfortable. A 5,000 yen sleeping bag isn't that expensive, right? Saber drooped her shoulders helplessly. Through her interactions with Magus, she had come to understand them, knowing when to give up is important. That said, even Sisegu wouldn't use such a place as a workshop out of vanity or curiosity. Saber knew this well, which made it all the more frustrating. He practiced necromancy. Naturally, the most compatible places were those stained with human death, like cemeteries and morgues. There were several exits. As long as multiple exits weren't simultaneously blocked, escaping would be easy. In an emergency, they could just dig a hole in the ground. This underground chamber wouldn't easily collapse from an explosion. The basement was much larger than it seemed, and destroying it would require a considerable amount of explosives or advanced rituals. As long as they remained vigilant, there wouldn't be any problems. This was an underground cemetery. If they could endure this fact, it would be an unexpectedly sturdy fortress. Sisegu temporarily set up bound fields around the exits of the underground cemetery. Though it was called a workshop, it was merely a temporary hideout. Sisegu decided to set traps once he had established a long-term strategy and freed up some time. Then, he took out a glass bottle from his backpack. Saber, who had nothing to do, seemed interested in the bottle and peeked over Sisegu's shoulder. A snake. Yes. This is a preserved specimen of a young hydra in formalin, a rare and valuable treasure in this world. Humph, so what? Did you forget? I'm a necromancer. Of course, I'll process it. Process it. Sisegu carefully pulled the hydra from the glass bottle and laid it on the ground horizontally. Just as Saber nonchalantly reached out to touch it, Sisegu sternly scolded her. Stop. Don't touch it. What? It's just a touch, what's the big deal? Saber puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Sisegu sighed and said to her. Listen, Saber, you should be knowledgeable about the legend of Heracles, right? So, what comes to mind when you hear a hydra? It has 9 heads. And it also spews poison gas. Ah, I see what you mean. Exactly. The hydra's body contains toxins. Just being near an adult hydra and breathing would cause your lungs to rot. However, this one is just a juvenile and it's dead, so as long as you don't touch it, it's fine. Of course, Saber was different from ordinary people and wouldn't die from this. However, the hydra was still a magical beast. The saying, a wise man keeps away from danger, proved to be correct. Sisegu put on thick leather gloves and cautiously used a small knife to cut off the hydra's heads one by one. Then, he soaked the heads in a red-black liquid. What are you doing? If they were a bit longer, I could use them to make arrows. As it is, they can only be used for short swords. How long will it take? At least 3 hours. If you've got nothing to do, you might as well sleep. Instead of sleeping, Saber squatted down next to Sisegu. Is this interesting to you? Not at all. Disassembling and processing, what's interesting about that? Saber propped her cheek up with a bored expression. Sisegu wanted to tell her to save her mana and go to sleep if she was bored, but he was sure she wouldn't listen even if he said it. Using tweezers, he picked up a snake head that had been soaked in the liquid and slowly roasted it over a candle flame. This was a very simplistic yet dangerous task. Hey, master. What wish do you want to make to the Holy Grail? Sisegu was engaged in a task that required intense concentration. Even a small mistake could result in death from the hydra's poison. Despite this, he answered Saber's casual question. The wish I want to make to the Greater Grail is for the prosperity of my family, because I am a magus, after all. This somewhat ordinary answer left Saber feeling a bit disappointed. A magus wishing for the prosperity of his family was, of course, quite natural. That's so boring. Are you an idiot? Prosperity is very important, you know. Once you have children, they will carry on your dreams. After all, life is short, and we barely live past 200 years. Children won't necessarily inherit your dreams, you know. Is that your personal experience talking? Saber's expression immediately darkened. Sorry, Sisegu said, seeing this, and apologized with a wry smile. But she didn't listen and silently crawled into her sleeping bag. Servants didn't need sleep, but considering the need to conserve mana, it wasn't entirely unnecessary. Specifically, Red Saber Mordred possessed unparalleled strength, and as a cost, required an astonishing amount of mana. It was best to conserve it whenever possible. However, now she was purely acting out of stubbornness. Sisegu continued his processing work, chewing on jerky and fruit as his dinner. He silently kept working, occasionally glancing at Saber. What lay before him was the innocent and pure face of a sleeping girl. This fact brought a hint of melancholy to Sisegu. Mordred, the rebellious knight. She was the rare villain who tarnished the legendary tale of King Arthur in its final moments. Taking advantage of King Arthur's expedition, she, left in charge, incited the soldiers and seized the long-coveted throne. Upon returning, King Arthur engaged Mordred's forces in battle. It was the great battle at Camlan. Most of the renowned knights had already perished on the battlefield. Amid the blazing battleground, Arthur and Mordred fought one-on-one. Arthur pierced Mordred with the holy lance, Rongaminiad, and she, in turn, dealt a fatal blow to the king with her last ounce of strength. Arthur ordered his loyal knight, Bedivere, to return Excalibur to the lake. After that, some say his soul ascended to heaven, while others claim he went to Avalon and healed his body. However, what remained of Mordred was merely the rather bleak account of her death in the duel. It's no wonder. She was the villain who deceived the great British hero, Arthur Pendragon, whose name is still famous today. Alright, with this, the 9 arrows are complete. Next is the body, huh? Sissigou muttered to himself, lost in thought. Perhaps summoning Saber had made him biased. If he had to choose between leading Arthur or Mordred, he would undoubtedly choose Mordred. One was a king embodying the knightly code with a shining holy sword, while the other was a twisted knight who incited soldiers to betray during the former's expedition. Between the two, the latter was undoubtedly more interesting. Whether Mordred loved or hated her father, Sissigou didn't know. Love and hate are emotions separated by a thin line. However, the fact that she was strongly influenced by her father was undeniable. It was precisely because of this influence that she betrayed him. Was it to become a figure like her father? Or to deny her father? That remains unknown, but setting aside good and evil, it was undoubtedly a courageous act. I think I understand a bit why I summoned her. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Sissigou's face. A magus like him could never summon a proper knight of the Round Table. Being able to summon a rebellious knight was truly something to celebrate. In the dead of night, Tryphus was utterly silent. Every household had extinguished its lights. There wasn't a single 24-hour store. Only the street lamps by the roadside illuminated the night. However, the light was so dim that it barely resisted the darkness. Mordred and Sissigou had been searching for a place to use as a base for their assault on the Millennia Fortress. In a typical Holy Grail war, they would theoretically just need to find the Master's workshop. But this time, that wasn't necessary. The reason was that it was already established that their base was the fortress. There was no need to search anymore. Neither the servants nor the masters would leave that extremely fortified castle. In other words, nothing could be done without taking down that fortress. Therefore, Sissigou wanted to find a place to observe the fortress from a distance. The Millennia Fortress was located northeast of Tryphus, surrounded by a 3-hectare forest. Tryphus was generally a plateau that sloped upward from west to east. So, the fortress, situated at the highest point, could overlook the entire city. Therefore, Sissigou and Saber decided to start their search from the south of the fortress. They were looking for the tallest building possible that wasn't too close to the fortress but also not so far that they couldn't see it. How about over there? Sissigou looked in the direction Saber was pointing. There stood Tryphus City Hall, built over a century ago. It was a standalone building composed entirely of straight lines and flat surfaces. The roof, overrun with weeds, was covered in brightly colored geometric tiles, leaving a strong impression. It was both a valuable piece of art and a historic building. However, to the two of them, it was nothing more than an excellent observation point. Alright, let's go up and check it out. Just as Sissigou whispered this, Saber, for some reason, grabbed him by the collar. Hey! We're going up, right? Sensing an ominous feeling, Sissigou twisted his body to escape, but it was futile. Saber let out a shout, used mana burst, and leaped to the roof in one go. The moment they landed, a huge pressure hit Sissigou's neck, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a brief silence, Sissigou hesitated, unsure how to reprimand the smug Saber, and finally. Don't do that again. He uttered this half-hearted complaint. Saber nodded, showing no signs of remorse. By the way, Master, where are we? Right. This spot wasn't too far to observe the fortress, nor was it close enough to be easily detected by the enemy. It was indeed an excellent vantage point. However, this won't do. Saber nodded regretfully at Sissigou's sigh. As soon as they stood on the roof, a flock of bird-like creatures flew over from the fortress. Sissigou carefully observed the tiles on the roof and discovered a disguise detection-bounded field. Saber. Before Sissigou could issue any orders, she had already donned her full armor and prepared for battle. Are those eagles? It was the dead of night. Even as a magus, Makiri could only make out faint movements. However, Saber, with her extraordinary vision, correctly identified the attackers. No, those are golems. Stone golems resembling dragonflies swooped down to attack. Enemies approached from all directions. Saber leaped up and quickly dealt with one of them. Using the nearest stone golem as a stepping stone, she also cut down the remaining two. Damn, they're not stopping. Upon hearing Sisigu's words, Saber immediately assumed a combat stance as soon as she landed. Just as he had said, golems of both humanoid and non-humanoid shapes appeared from all directions. It seemed they had been camouflaged on the rooftops of nearby buildings. Not only that, at some point, people wielding halberds had also gathered, surrounding the two along with the golems. No, calling them humans would be an overstatement, their emotions were far too thin. The most striking reason was that their faces were not just similar, but identical, as if they were stamped from the same mold. Humans, no, they're homunculi. Hearing Sisigu's grumble, Saber loosened up a bit. What's wrong? Nothing, master. Give me your orders. My magecraft is somewhat lacking in power against golems. I'll handle the homunculi, you take care of the golems. Understood. Saber charged at the golems with the speed of a bullet, the force of her assault shattering the rooftop tiles. The sturdy golems, made of stone or bronze, were smashed to pieces as if they were mere paper or wood. One of the golems attempted to crush Saber with its enormous body. Saber let out a roar, lowered her stance, and then leaped, sending the stone figure flying. Her movements were far from the graceful and elegant swordsmanship of a knight, they were more akin to those of a berserker or a wild beast. She wielded the sword, meant to be used with both hands, with one hand, while her free hand clenched into a fist. She then threw the sword, a weapon that could be considered a swordsman's lifeline, piercing a golem attacking from midair. Saber took a heavy punch from a golem and, with a roar, threw it far away. It collided with the golem pierced by the sword in midair, both shattering into pieces. The sword fell along with the debris, and Saber caught it before resuming her charge. Meanwhile, Sisigu, facing the homunculi, took out a large shotgun from his coat. Despite their thin emotions, the homunculi instinctively halted at the sight of the weapon. It was a side-by-side double-barreled sawed-off shotgun with no manufacturer's mark. The butt and barrel were shortened for ease of carrying and indoor use, but its effective range was very short. However, for the necromancer Sisigu, the relationship between a gun's original performance and using it as a weapon was irrelevant. Come, devour. Sisigu casually pulled the trigger on the homunculi. He had no intention of aiming. The crucial part was simply holding the gun. The shotgun had magical enhancements on parts like the firing pin. But more important than the gun itself were the bullets. Anyone would shudder upon seeing the ammunition he loaded. Bullets made from human fingers were beyond mere bad taste. In Norse rune magic, there is a spell called Gander, translated as malefic bullet. It is said that this magic allows a curse to be cast just by pointing a finger. If woven with strong magical power, it can have the physical impact of a bullet. This finger bullet, a fusion of Gander and necromancy, travels at most at the speed of sound, but it senses body heat and adjusts its trajectory like a snake. Once the bullet enters the body and reaches the heart, the curse breaks, making it a nearly fatal magic bullet. The bullets flew in soft arcs, instantly killing several homunculi. After firing 2 shots, Sisigu began to reload. Sensing an opportunity, the homunculi charged en masse. Sisigu paused his reloading and took out a strange object from his coat, a withered, red-black necromancer's heart. Sisigu threw the object into the midst of the homunculi. With a splat, the heart landed among them. In the next moment, it quickly expanded and burst. The necromancer's teeth and nails embedded within it lodged deeply into the homunculi's bodies. They writhed in agony as if poisoned and soon met their deaths. The necromancers are numerous, but a battle-specialized type who can dangerously process both magus and beasts, such as this, is the only Kairi Sisigu in this era. Although the homunculi maintain a certain level of combat power, in the eyes of Sisigu, they are merely small fry. For Saber, the golems were the same. All done, master. Oh, good job. After defeating the last golem, Saber returned triumphantly. She looked around at the corpses of the homunculi and let out a breath of admiration. Didn't expect the necromancer to be quite capable. Well, I barely made it through this battlefield myself, said Sisigu, tearing a piece of parchment from the shattered golem fragments. The parchment was densely covered with commands. So ancient, over 800 years old, perhaps. In the realm of magic, time has exceedingly important value. The older it is, the more the mystery can enhance its strength. If magical inscriptions accumulate results with each inheritance, they become increasingly powerful. With this parchment over 800 years old, even 1 or 2 magus could easily create invincible golems. However. Saber, what do you think of the golems? This is my first time fighting stone dolls, and they were surprisingly good. The last one even lasted 3 rounds. Yeah. Nowadays, even if a magus spends their whole life creating a golem, it probably wouldn't last 2 rounds against you. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. The world is vast, and if one searches diligently, there might indeed be a magus capable of creating a golem that could rival a servant. However, Sisegu didn't believe that anyone in the Igdmalenia family had the talent to create such golems. At best, someone like Rochefrain Igdmalenia was their limit. His golems were quite outstanding, but Saber could smash them with a single blow. Moreover, gathering such a quantity was simply a fantasy. Thus, this golem maker couldn't be a contemporary magus. As Sisegu leaned in closer to investigate the parchment, a wave of heat suddenly rushed toward his face. Hot. He hastily leaned back, throwing the burning parchment away. Not only the parchment he had just held but all the parchments present were suddenly engulfed in flames. The golems rapidly weathered and turned to dust, disappearing without a trace. Hey, are you okay? Ah, it hurts a bit. Damn, they were thorough. The clues are gone. Since they're already on high alert, we can't use this place as a base. The Igdmalenia seemed to have anticipated that someone might use this place as a base. This was just a small city. It's not unreasonable to think that critical locations in the city would have some level of personnel allocation. And it wasn't just a few, they had deployed a large number of highly technical golems and homunculi. If they delayed further, even servants might come to intercept them next time. Sending familiars to observe from a distance seemed to be the only option at the moment. This was Sisegu's judgment. Well, we have no choice but to hurry back. Sigh, at least we learned something. What's the matter? Although I don't know if it's a caster or some other class, one of the 7 servants specializes in golems. Just having this piece of information significantly narrows down the search. Golems themselves are not rare, but individuals who are both significant enough to become a heroic spirit and have a close connection with golems are few and far between. By the way, have you noticed someone seems to be watching us? On the way back to the workshop, Saber suddenly mentioned this as if she had just remembered. Sisegu nodded in agreement. It was probably someone using clairvoyance magic or observing through a familiar's shared senses. In other words, the opponent had been watching their battle, trying to gauge their strength. One of Saber's noble phantasms, secret of pedigree, could conceal parts of her personal information. Although it couldn't hide generalized information like her status and class, it could obscure important parts such as her true name, noble phantasms, and inherent skills, making it a convenient tool. However, in this state, she couldn't activate her most powerful noble phantasm. Even so, that was an anti-army noble phantasm, designed to annihilate formidable enemies. When revealed, the opponent would undoubtedly be obliterated from this world. Is it okay to take it off when not in battle? Ah, it's fine. Saber cheerfully whistled. Of course, that didn't mean she could leak information. It seemed that only when the helmet was removed, as part of the full armor set, that personal information would be revealed. In other words, if she took off her armor and wore modern clothes, even without the helmet, her personal information would remain concealed. Therefore, Saber had already changed out of her previous outfit. Is that thing uncomfortable? Well, you get used to it, but the sense of freedom is quite different. Saber stretched widely and then started twirling in the middle of the road with a spring in her step. Perhaps because the battle had just ended, Saber's spirits were still high. Sisegu mused absent-mindedly. Suddenly, Saber stopped twirling and turned to Sisegu, saying, "By the way, Master, what do you think of me?" Subtext, praise me, a poor kid with a lack of paternal love. Huh. I'm asking how you think I looked during the battle. Well, it wasn't a fight against a servant, so I couldn't fully demonstrate my abilities. Oh, you mean that? It was excellent. I got a full sense of why you're a Saber. Hearing this, Saber straightened her chest and nodded in satisfaction. But at the end, you just threw your sword. Is that a thing? Master, you're so silly. What's important is winning. Swordsmanship is just one option in battle. For victory, I can punch, kick, or even bite. I completely agree. Sisegu couldn't bear to look at her spirit, which was too similar to his own. In the throne room of Millennia Castle, the Black Caster was observing the battle between the hunters from the Mages Association and the Red Saber he had summoned through the flames burning on the 7-branched candlestick, menorah. The image was projected on the wall like a giant cinema screen, and the masters of the Igdmalenia clan, along with their servants, were all watching the scene. Except for Danik, the other masters seemed intimidated by the fierce battle of the Red Saber. That overwhelming fighting spirit could be felt even through the images. Despite her small stature, she wielded massive pieces of steel like cannons, crushing the golems to pieces. Black Caster's methods of creating golems were top-notch. Normally, those golems would possess strength on par with low-ranking servants. But Saber defeated them in just 1 round, or at most, 3 rounds. Indeed, she lives up to the title of Saber, Berserker remarked. Listening to Berserker, Danik agreed with a subordinate's demeanor. Strength B+, Endurance A, Agility B, Mana B, none of her stats are below C except for luck. She truly has the specifications befitting a Saber. Especially the B+ in strength, such a status is exceptional. The plus is a rare parameter that can instantly double the value. Her ranks in magic resistance and riding are also B. Such solid attributes mean that only high-level magic would be able to harm her. In the previous 3 Fuyuki Holy Grail Wars, it was said that Saber always remained until the end. Though it was rumored that she possessed a versatile strength to handle any situation, from the recent battle, it was clear that such achievements were indeed justified. More importantly, some of her attributes are concealed. As a master, Danik could read the servants' parameters, something that the servants themselves could not do. However, he could not read information about noble phantasms and inherent skills. He felt a sense of familiarity with the abilities Saber used and the sword she wielded, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Whether it was due to inherent skills or a noble phantasm was unknown. However, it seemed likely that a legend of concealing one's true nature had manifested in some form. What are your thoughts? Saber, can you defeat her? In response to Berserker's inquiry, Saber nodded wordlessly. Even in the presence of the king, he followed Gord's orders and remained silent. What is your view, great sage? Archer responded with a smile that evoked the calm sea. She is undoubtedly a formidable foe. However, once we clearly understand the nature of her noble phantasm, I believe there will be no significant issues. Berserker nodded in satisfaction. He had spent half his life protecting this country from the Turks. Although he had handled all the administrative duties expected of a voivode, there was still something lacking: people. He lacked a leader who could be entrusted with the entire army. Vlad III had dedicated everything to battle and victory, but conversely, he could do nothing else. It wasn't due to incompetence but rather a lack of time and manpower. Now, it was different. He had finally obtained irreplaceable people. 6 servants, including Saber, Siegfried, the most exceptional hero he could imagine. Aside from Gord's, only Berserker and Danik knew what kind of heroic spirit this Saber was. Gord's catalyst was a blood-stained linden leaf. It was said to be acquired with the help of the Einsburn family and a stroke of luck. Additionally, there was the great sage Chiron from Greece, Astolfo, one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins, and the rare golem maker of Eastbron. Though that man was somewhat stubborn, the soldiers he created were unparalleled in strength. Although the true name of the assassin was unknown, his ability to scout the entire castle area in one night and the reports he submitted demonstrated his exceptional strategic insight. With such qualities, even if he concealed something, Vlad III could tolerate it. Talented people were always given preferential treatment. In this gathering of kings, Assassin was the only one absent. His reports, reviewed by Chiron, were highly valued by Danik, who immediately adjusted the defense system based on the recommendations and requested further reconnaissance from Assassin. Next, only one remains, the Lancer, who has been out of contact all this time. As the Duke pondered, the masters returned to their senses. Fiore asked. Uncle, do you know that master? Danik nodded and said, I obtained information from our kin infiltrated within the clock tower. Kairi Shishigu is a necromancer who lives as a bounty hunter. Not limited to the clock tower, he's a freelancer who takes on any commission. A filthy merchant who makes money with magecraft. Gord said disdainfully. To him, magecraft was a pursuit, never something to be used for profit. The other masters felt the same. Their eyes showed strong contempt, or perhaps confusion. Only Danik, who had lived in the world of magecraft for a century, and Seal Nike, who made a profession out of black magic curses, calmly assessed his abilities. He's quite powerful. It seems so. After all, necromancy is a magecraft developed alongside corpses. Magecraft that revives simple corpses, zombies, or monsters born from them requires a large number of corpses. Where can one find many corpses? Not cemeteries or morgues, but battlefields. Thus, top-tier necromancers choose to head to battlefields rather than cemeteries. When revolutions or coups erupt into massacres, they joyfully collect the dead, which is the fate of necromancers. Since ancient times, wars have never ceased. Necromancers have always coexisted with danger. Magus even conducts experiments that risk their own lives. Sometimes they have to fight the creatures they summon when they go berserk. However, not many Magus willingly throw themselves into the irrationality of battlefields. Kairi Shishigu, the Shishigu family hails from the Far East, where magecraft is not prevalent. Their lineage has continued for 7 generations. The thesis of the 6th generation Shishigu, Tuki, was highly praised by the clock tower, and it was naturally assumed his son Sisigu would follow the path of a researcher at the clock tower. However, he dropped out after less than 3 years. Afterward, it is said he collected corpses on battlefields and hunted down stray heretic magus, embarking on a life sustained by bounties. Though his motives are unclear, his personality and the magecraft he uses seem well suited to the life of a bounty hunter. In another 10 years, Kairi Shishigu's name will resound among underground magus. But this doesn't mean he has no ties to the clock tower. They will likely hire him again with high rewards or other incentives. Of course, he stands on the same footing as most magus sent by the clock tower. The only exception is that priest from the Holy Church, Shiro. Apart from his affiliation with the Eighth Sacrament, nothing else is known about him. Although the Holy Church also harbors the Igdamilenia clan, most of his life remains a mystery. This means he could be a deeply hidden figure, or his history is truly a blank slate. Excluding the unknown strength of Priest Shiro, the remaining 6 masters are all top tier. Only Danik and Fiori, with their magic prowess, could stand against them. But the sad reality is that those masters must supply their mana to their servants as a price for commanding them. The Igdamilenia clan doesn't have this disadvantage. Although they hold command seals, they provide mana through an alternative route, preventing their mana from being consumed by their servants. Naturally, for safety, they provide the minimum mana needed to materialize their servants, just enough to maintain their presence. This means that for materializing the heroic spirits, the masters handle the core parts, while the mana consumption for noble phantasms, self-healing, and magic execution is handled by the homunculi system. Thus, the disparity in strength is completely overturned. The more advanced a magus is, the more massive the mana they require for magecraft. Depending on the situation, they might even find themselves in a ridiculous state of competing for mana with their servants. Assuming they could win the Holy Grail War with just 10 days of preparation is a grave mistake. The Igdamilenia clan, no, Danik, has been preparing for this war since the end of the Third Holy Grail War in Fuyuki. The battle is near. Vlad III said in a low voice. All the masters and servants present silently agreed. Something was stirring within their hearts, signaling the start of the war. Soon, the real curtain would rise, and there was little time left for hesitation. The center of this Holy Grail War would be the 14 summoned servants and the 2 major factions, Igdamilenia and the Mages Association. This was the unanimous understanding of all masters and servants in this war. P.S. This work has over 900 chapters and is nearing its conclusion on Patreon. Once the work is complete, I will update the chapter release to 2 chapters per update here. Chapter 358, Chapter 358, Gene. With Justy's surveillance, Shinji didn't need to do any terrain reconnaissance, it was just an excuse for him to act alone. Tonight, he did not spend the night in the room next to Fiori but chose to move under the cover of darkness. It wasn't because there was unfinished business in Fuyuki, rather, Justy's had relayed a message, Ruler had stepped into the ley line where the Greater Grail was located, namely the Triphas region. Ruler, the adjudicator, nicknamed the Ruler, does not belong to the commonly known 7 classes of Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. Typically, Ruler is only summoned under special conditions. There are roughly 2 scenarios for Ruler's summoning. 1. The form of the Holy Grail War is extraordinarily unique, resulting in unknown outcomes, meaning the Grail deems a ruler necessary. 2. The impact of the Holy Grail War could potentially distort the world. This Holy Grail War undoubtedly met the criteria, and thus Ruler was summoned. The Transylvanian Highway is the only national road leading to Triphas. Since Triphas is disconnected from the tram network, vehicles traveling there are almost non-existent. More than half of the streetlights standing side by side on the road were broken, probably because there were no drivers to complain, so the government seemed determined to save on the budget. A nearly fully loaded truck was driving on the national road. Its worn appearance and the screeching engine made the dilapidated highway look even more rundown. In the passenger seat of the truck sat a beautiful young girl. Her long blonde hair was braided into a single plait at the back, and her clear blue eyes evoked the image of a sky washed clean after rain. She wore a white shirt with a black tie on top, and black shorts below, looking like a student from somewhere. Seemingly sensing something, the girl rolled down the window and cast her gaze into a certain place under the night sky. A few minutes later, a young man with purple hair and purple eyes appeared in her line of sight. Like her, the young man was dressed in casual clothes, with a relieved smile on his face, waving both hands continuously. The truck driver, a kindly old man, stopped the truck and asked the young man if he needed any help. The young man said he fought with his girlfriend, was thrown out of the car by her, and was wandering alone on the national road, hoping the old man could give him a ride to the nearby city. The old man agreed, just as he did when he agreed to give the girl a ride earlier. The young man expressed his gratitude profusely and climbed slowly into the cargo area at the back of the truck. The girl also made an excuse about wanting to stretch her legs and followed the young man into the cargo area, prompting the old man to quietly tease, "Ah, youth." In the old man's eyes, the young man, who seemed like a mixed race, was handsome, and the petite girl was pure and beautiful. Both were at the most beautiful age of their lives, and it was perfectly natural for something to happen between them. Having been young once himself, he understood that feeling. To help the young couple, he even switched to a soothing tune. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before sparks of love ignited between them. The old man, with some romantic notions still lingering in him, thought so. His idea was only half right, sparks did indeed fly between the young man and the girl, but it had nothing to do with love. Instead, it was a meeting filled with scrutiny and vigilance. More accurately, the girl was scrutinizing the young man, who was single-mindedly wary. "I know I'm handsome, but staring at me like this makes me a bit embarrassed," the young man said, spreading his hands as an opening line. The girl didn't speak, her clear gaze slightly retracting. The young man continued, I have no ill intentions. If I did, I wouldn't approach you in this way, don't you agree, Miss Ruler? Indeed, Black Assassin. The young man was, of course, Shinji, who had received Justy's information and rushed over from Millennia Castle, and the girl before him was the one he was looking for, the adjudicator ruler summoned by the Holy Grail. Upon hearing Ruler's response, Shinji knew he had taken the right first step. As the safeguard of the Holy Grail system and the arbiter of the Holy Grail War, the ruler possesses class privileges that differ from those of regular classes, including a powerful sense of perception. Ruler's perceptive abilities are 10 to several dozen times stronger than those of standard servants, enabling her to detect the presence of servants within a 10-kilometer radius, even rendering assassins' presence concealment skill ineffective. For this reason, Shinji did not attempt to approach stealthily but chose to visit openly. For an assassin to act this way was, in itself, a gesture of sincerity. This also explains why Ruler did nothing but wait patiently for Shinji to board the truck. As for the issue of being both a master and a servant, Shinji was not worried at all. Not to mention that Ruler's class privilege targets only servants and not masters, but there is also no other way to identify a master besides the command seals, otherwise, Irisfield's disguise as Saber's master would have been seen through. Additionally, in Fate/Apocrypha, there is precedent for a servant serving as both a servant and a master without being penalized by Ruler, which was enough to ease Shinji's concerns. Let's start with introductions. Black Assassin, the nameless assassin, Shinji said. If it were any other participant, whether servant or master, they wouldn't believe this answer immediately and would at least ask why. But Ruler did not, she believed it, thanks to her class privilege, skill, true name discernment. When summoned as Ruler, the true name, class, and performance information of any directly encountered servant would be automatically revealed. If the opponent had inherent skills or noble phantasms to conceal their true name and abilities, it would be determined by their luck level. In Ruler's eyes, Shinji's information was crystal clear, except for the sections on the true name and noble phantasm, which were blank. Blank, not obscured or erased, but simply left empty, with the rest of the basic attributes, skills, and noble phantasm levels visible. Unaware of Justy's existence, Ruler naturally assumed that Shinji genuinely had no name or had deliberately forgotten it, rather than using a noble phantasm or skill to conceal it. Since the other party was so forthright, it was only appropriate for her, as the arbiter, to respond with corresponding sincerity. No, it was precisely because she was the arbiter that she needed to demonstrate sincerity, otherwise, hiding things would fail to gain the trust of both the seven masters and their servants. Ruler, Jean Dark, the adjudicator of this Holy Grail War. Pleased to meet you, Black Assassin. Pleased to meet you. Hearing this name, Shinji felt no ripple of emotion. The moment he first saw her, he had already confirmed her identity. Jean Dark, the Maid of Orleans, the French heroine who liberated Orleans during the 100 Years' War, and a Catholic saint. From leaving her hometown at 17 to being executed at 19, though only a brief 2 years, she left an indelible mark on the history of both England and France. Of course, the girl before him bore no obvious traits that could directly link her to the Saint Jean d'Arc. Shinji was able to confirm her identity solely because he had seen a face very similar to hers the previous day. Jean and that face differed only in eye color and the tuft of hair on her head. Apart from these 2 points, they looked like they had been cast from the same mold. Indeed, Artoria and Jean were that similar, in both appearance and aura. However, there were notable differences in other aspects of their bodies. For instance, height, the younger version of Artoria stood at 154 centimeters, while Jean was 159 centimeters, and the older version of Artoria was 171 centimeters. And then, Shinji's gaze shifted slightly downward from that familiar face to those conspicuous peaks. With such an obvious difference, how did Gillista Rice mistake her? The younger version of Artoria was an A cup, while Jean was clearly a D cup. To compare with Jean's figure, it would have to be the older version of Artoria. Marshal, you truly deserve to have your eyes pierced. P.S. Shinji is man of culture. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, Shinji's Intentions. With a good start, the atmosphere of their conversation became much more relaxed and amicable. Assassin, did you come specifically to find me? Yes, I came here just for you. If we run into anyone else, please say we met by chance, as I acted on my own. Jean's posture was very proper, while Shinji seemed quite casual. Although Jean wasn't accustomed to his overly familiar demeanor, she didn't find it off-putting. Why did you come to find me? First, I wanted to see what kind of person the ruler is, and if we could get along, that would be even better. Shinji wasn't lying, this was indeed his goal. However, his idea of what kind of person differed from Jean's. Jean thought he meant her personality and conduct, but Shinji was purely there to see her face, to see how much Jean resembled Artoria, and to confirm if ruler was indeed Jean d'Arc. Most importantly, he wanted to see the legendary Jean's impressive figure with his own eyes. The result was quite satisfying for him. Indeed, she was both graceful and charming, with a delightful appearance. Combined with her height of only 159 centimeters, her youthful face and well-endowed figure greatly satisfied Shinji's curiosity as an otaku. Yes, curiosity. If you think otherwise, go reflect on it yourself. Building a good relationship was also necessary. Jean held an irreplaceable role in this Holy Grail war. Making a good impression now would facilitate future actions. Despite Shinji's goodwill, Jean did not reciprocate. To be cautious, let me clarify, I will not favor either the black or red factions in this Holy Grail war. Despite her cold words, Shinji continued to smile. If you were the type to show favoritism, I doubt the Holy Grail would have chosen you as the arbitrator. As for me, though I am merely a humble assassin, I have my pride. My Shirsho taught me to earn my victory through my efforts. With such determination, why did you come to find me? Isn't it pointless? Shinji shook his head at Jean. No, you're wrong, it's not pointless. Only one group can obtain the Holy Grail, which means this war will be brutal and intense. Apart from my master, I can't trust anyone else with my back. If the master and servant don't get along, it's like fighting alone. But you're different. As the arbitrator, you're neutral. At least, I don't have to worry about you stabbing me in the back or confidentiality issues. Avoiding or being wary of you because of your role or class privilege would be foolish. Hearing this, Jean understood. You see me as a moving sanctuary. In European wars, armies wouldn't attack churches, and people would seek refuge in them. If you want to see it that way, it's fine, though I prefer terms like haven or safety zone. Shinji's perspective intrigued Jean. After carefully considering her duties, she nodded. I admit your view has some merit, but I must remind you, being near me doesn't mean absolute safety. If an enemy servant follows the Holy Grail war rules and fights you, I won't interfere. Shinji chuckled, not surprised by Jean's reminder. The safety zone or haven I mentioned is more about the spiritual sense, a place to chat freely and casually. As for you not interfering in battles, that's only natural. No, it's exactly what I want. You won't interfere with those trying to kill me, and I suppose you won't interfere if I ambush enemies around you, right? Jean's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected the black assassin to turn her words against her, revealing his premeditated plan. However, considering how she had led the French army to defeat the English repeatedly, she could understand Shinji's strategy of using blind spots to ambush enemies, though it left her somewhat dissatisfied. That is your freedom. As long as you don't break the rules, I won't interfere. Oh dear, don't be so cold. It's such a pity to keep such a beautiful face so stern all the time. I know my actions have made you uncomfortable, but they also benefit you. What kind of benefit? Don't think I'm trying to sow discord when I say this. The black faction's attitude towards you is to win you over if they can, and if they can't, they won't do anything to you. But the red faction is different. From the start, they see you as a nuisance and want to get rid of you. How is that possible? Jean couldn't understand. She hadn't met any of the red faction's masters or servants yet, so how could they harbor such hostility towards her, and why would they make such an unwise move? Not to mention that ruler is a judge, not a combatant. The mere privileges of the ruler class give them an overwhelming advantage over ordinary servants. Their powerful perception abilities prevent ambushes, and their class skill, divine judgment, which grants them 28 command spells bestowed by the Holy Grail, imposes immense pressure on everyone. Yes, like a master, the ruler also possesses command spells and has the authority to issue mandatory orders to servants. Unlike a master's command spells, the rulers have certain limitations. The 28 command spells are divided into 14 pairs, corresponding to the 14 participating servants, with each servant allocated 2 command spells. The 14 pairs of command spells are not interchangeable. This means Jean can only issue 2 commands to any single servant, unlike a master who can use their command spells at will on their contracted servant. This restriction prevents the judge's authority from being too overwhelming. Imagine if the ruler's 28 command spells had no restrictions, who could resist the ruler's will? Turning one or several servants into their puppets wouldn't be impossible. Limiting it to 2 commands allows masters to counteract with their command spells. Although limited to 2 commands, which isn't enough to control life and death, it is enough to create a gap in battle, allowing the ruler to kill or escape. Even if an enemy master is determined to kill the ruler and uses their command spells to counteract, it means that the master loses 2 precious command spells, which is disadvantageous in future battles. Initiating an attack on the ruler is not a rational choice, either emotionally or logically. Seeing Jean's disbelief, Shinji didn't explain further, simply saying, whether it's true or not, you'll know if you wait. Facts speak louder than words. If the red faction doesn't come, you can consider my information wrong, my words nonsense, and my intentions malicious. But if what I said turns out to be true, then my actions are protecting you. Jean's expression returned to calmness. I have enough ability to protect myself. As a judge, Jean was also a summoned heroic spirit, and among heroic spirits, she was quite powerful. She had enough confidence in herself. Then let's consider this an opportunity for me to meet the heroes of the Red faction. Let this battle be the opening act of the Holy Grail War. Mordred bullying homunculi and golems was at most a prelude, the battle between servants is the main event of the Holy Grail War. Chapter 360, Small Talk. By the time Shiro returned to the hillside church, dinner time had already passed. As he had anticipated, Berserker caused quite a commotion on his way to Trifas. That simple-minded guy had no idea what route planning meant and just followed Shakespeare's directions in a straight line. If there was a mountain, he climbed it, if there was a river, he crossed it. Roads. He followed them if they were there, if not, he made his own, causing a ruckus and leaving chaos in his wake. Fortunately, there were no villages between Saigasora and Trifas, just a straight line. They only needed to clean up the outskirts of Saigasora to avoid drawing suspicion. Even so, it took Shiro a good 6 hours to complete the task. Sigh, I'm still too weak. If only, never mind, it's not the best time yet. Muttering complaints and rubbing his sore shoulders, Shiro navigated around the nave of the church to the living quarters in the backyard. Compared to the solemn and majestic nave, the backyard was much more modest. It was evident that the hillside church was originally built with the sole purpose of serving God, without emphasis on personal enjoyment. Unfortunately, at this moment, the modest backyard was emanating a scent that was completely out of place in such an ascetic setting. A strong, rich aroma with a fiery undertone, the distinctive scent of high-proof liquor. Without needing to see, Shiro knew this was Semiramis's doing. Nothing about this woman, from her attire to her demeanor, matched the church setting. Drinking in the church was not surprising coming from her. Sure enough, after just a few steps, he heard that familiar voice tinged with a lazy and decadent tone. "Oh, you're back, master. I just discovered something good. Care to join me for a taste?" "Hey, that seems to be my treasured stash," Shiro said, glancing at Semiramis sitting in the yard, then at the ceramic container in her hand, his lips twitching. "Where did you find that?" "Who knows," Semiramis replied, her cheeks flushed, whether from the alcohol or slight embarrassment was unclear. "I just happened to stumble upon it. This liquor is quite good, though it burns the throat. I've never tasted anything like it in my lifetime." "Of course you haven't. Distillation technology wasn't invented in your era," Shiro retorted irritably. This liquor was something he had painstakingly procured from India, supposedly aged for 100 years, intended to entertain an old friend. He hadn't expected Semiramis to find it. Well, since the bottle was already opened, there was no point in dwelling on it. As the saying goes, drink today while the wine is here, deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow. With that thought, Shiro pushed his worries aside and walked into the kitchen. "Master, won't you share with me?" "Wait a moment. Drinking without snacks is no fun." When Shiro emerged from the room again, he carried a plate of peanuts, boiled eggs, and 2 blue and white porcelain cups. Semiramis was drinking the liquor from a wine glass and looked at the foods utterly absurdly. "Here, classic drinking snacks. Just these. Compared to my imperial banquets, it's not even on the same level." Seeing Semiramis's eyes, still hazy but now brimming with disdain, Shiro sighed deeply. "Ignorance is truly frightening." "What do you mean?" Shiro just smiled. "That's because you don't understand." Shiro grabbed the liquor jar from Semiramis's hand, filled the blue and white porcelain cup with liquor, and handed it over. Classics aren't just about elegant things, especially when it comes to food. Court-level delicacies are classics, but does that mean the dishes everyone can make at home aren't? Take the most common breakfast, milk and bread, for example. Dare you say it's not a classic? Alright, I admit it's a classic, but you think it's unworthy of pairing with this fine liquor, not fit for a banquet. Seeing Semiramis's tacit agreement, Shiro continued, "That's where you don't understand. Whether it's good wine or bad wine, whether it's the upper class or the lower class, they all like to pair these with their drinks. The difference is just in the presentation, making it look nice for the occasion. Think about it, if you don't use this white porcelain plate but instead use a blue and white porcelain plate, carve a flower out of radishes, and garnish it with some celery shreds, wouldn't the taste immediately seem more refined? Yet, essentially, peanuts are still peanuts, and eggs are still eggs. I don't deny that visual appeal is important, but in culinary culture, deliciousness is the real deal. Come, eat a few peanuts, take a sip of the liquor, and if it doesn't feel right, you can blame me." Skeptical, Semiramis picked up a peanut, chewed it slowly, then picked up another, and finally took a sip of the liquor. Shiro smiled and asked, "How does it feel?" Semiramis nodded slightly. "Indeed, it tastes much better with the liquor. That's the spirit." With the precedent set by the peanuts, Semiramis treated the egg with much more respect. "Compared to these home-style dishes, do you prefer high-standard banquets? What I seek is the flavor of luxury." "I see," Shiro mused. "I see what?" "Nothing." Among the servants, there seem to be some who dislike spiritual form but are very enthusiastic about eating and sleeping. Most of these people are royalty. That's not surprising. Kings are often superior to anyone else and pursue a variety of things. It's the destiny of being a king. Aren't there some kings who adhere to simplicity? That's because they've already grasped power, which is more essential than anything else, so they use such means. To be a king, one must be tyrannical. It's a necessity. After saying so much, Semiramis suddenly stopped. Oh, sorry, I rambled on about useless things. No, listening to the Assyrian empress talk about kingship is quite enjoyable. Shiro inexplicably started laughing. What's so funny? The more I think about it, the more amusing the situation becomes. If our positions were reversed, it would be understandable. If I were the servant and you the master, it would be natural. However, the reality is the opposite. The master-servant system in the Holy Grail War can indeed create such strange situations. Indeed. Although I am used to being served, I am not accustomed to serving others. It's not too late, shall we switch roles? Shiro shook his head in response. I must decline. You're not the type of monarch who is easy to serve. Upon hearing this, a mischievous glint flashed in Semiramis's pale eyes. She murmured. The title of the world's oldest poisoner is not just for show, you know. This empress is not someone you can order around.